A seasoned otaku unexpectedly finds himself in the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with peril. A single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Surviving in such a realm proves to be an arduous task. Perhaps I should seek out the protagonist first? He muses. However, if memory serves me correctly, the protagonist's surname is Han, and he bears a resemblance to Song Xiaobao. What else was there? Chapter 1. The Ascendant Otaku. In the kingdom of Yue, within the region of Yunze, lies the majestic Tai Nan mountain. A streak of radiant light pierces through the clouds, hovering above the mountainous expanse. As the brilliance fades, an extraordinarily peculiar flying artifact is revealed. This artifact, entirely yellow in hue, resembles a bird in flight, with its wings adorned with dark gray metallic plates. Its design is a perfect embodiment of streamlined elegance, akin to a divine yellow eagle soaring across the azure sky. In this world, such an eccentric flying device stands as a quintessential representation of defiance against convention, prompting one to question the sanity of its creator. However, if a visitor from another realm were present, one who had once nurtured a grand aspiration of transforming into light during their childhood, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "By the heavens, the Victory Swallow!" Indeed, this is the illustrious Victory Swallow No. 1, the cherished vehicle of the renowned pilot, Shinjo Daiku. The creator of such a marvel could hardly be a native of this realm. In the blink of an eye, I find myself 18 once more, Lu Yunze mused, seated on the Victory Swallow, his gaze vacantly scanning the surroundings. In his previous life, he had also traversed into another world at the age of 18. It was a tempestuous night, rife with howling winds and crackling thunder, when he stumbled upon news of the adaptation of a mortal's journey to immortality. The last time he had read that novel was in his elementary school days, and he had scarcely made it past the initial chapters before being lured away by plastic toys, ultimately becoming a hopeless otaku. After such a passage of time, the memories of the novel had faded into obscurity. He could only vaguely recall that the protagonist's surname was Han, that he possessed a bottle capable of transforming into a gold nugget, and that he bore a slight resemblance to Song Xiaobao. After pondering for a few moments, Lu Yunze decided to watch the first episode of the animation. It was not nostalgia for his childhood that drove him, but rather a desire to see if the protagonist resembled Song Xiaobao. Yet, as the opening theme began to play, he was instantly transported to another world. To this day, he remains bewildered by the manner of his transmigration. Could it be that the opening theme was cursed? Regardless, Lu Yunze had crossed over, and he had even undergone a transformation. From a directionless otaku to a promising cultivator, the mere thought of this change fills him with gratitude toward fate. After all, he once deemed himself worthy only of playing with plastic toys, but now he could create something real. Cultivation could lead to the creation of Gundams. This world is brimming with potential. By the way, if memory serves, the protagonist should be arriving soon, right? Over the past 18 years, aside from cultivating and crafting Gundams, Lu Yunze had exerted every effort to recall the plot of that novel. After much deliberation, he finally unearthed a segment of the Tane Minor Assembly storyline. Coincidentally, the realm of the Kingdom of Yue also hosted a Tane Minor Assembly, and the plots aligned perfectly. Thus, he had specifically requested leave from his sect to attend this gathering in hopes of encountering the protagonist. However, after more than a month of searching, he had encountered several cultivators, yet none bore the surname Han. Could it be that the timing is amiss? Lu Yunze sighed, murmuring to himself. If the timing were indeed off, that would pose quite a dilemma. After all, as the protagonist, he would be favored by fortune, with opportunities raining down upon him like confetti. Establishing a good rapport with the protagonist, exchanging ideas, and perhaps embarking on dungeon quests together would be quite splendid, wouldn't it? Clearly, Lu Yunze was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the forest below the Victory Swallow. He turned to see an extraordinarily agile figure weaving through the trees, moving with such speed that it left a trail of afterimages in its wake. In pursuit was a burly middle-aged man wielding a flag, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Yet, the agile figure's movements were so elusive that the area around them was reduced to scorched earth, while not a speck of dust clung to the figure. This agility is impressive. Could it be lightness technique? Lu Yunze marveled. He had heard his fellow disciples speak of the martial arts of the mortal realm, lamenting their inadequacies, yet acknowledging certain merits. Notably, some exceptional lightness techniques proved invaluable against lower-tier cultivators. One of his companions had even recounted tales from the mortal realm, which had ignited Lu Yunze's fervor, prompting him to leave the mountain in pursuit of learning a skill or two, hoping to incorporate them into his Gundam creations. However, He barely made it out of the sect's gates before his master nearly broke his legs. While Lu Yunze was engrossed in the spectacle, the situation took a sudden turn. A lanky man erupted from the ground, raising his hand to unleash a volley of ice spikes aimed directly at the agile figure. At that moment, the figure was airborne, poised to be pierced by the icy projectiles. In a life-or-death moment, the figure twisted violently, contorting into an uncanny shape, narrowly evading the lethal attack. "Bravo!" Lu Yunze exclaimed instinctively. Thankfully, they were far enough away that their presence went unnoticed by the combatants below. The figure landed gracefully, casting a glance at the two observers before darting away. The duo promptly gave chase. Lu Yunze activated the Victory Swallow's cloaking feature, stealthily following the unfolding drama. At this juncture, Han Li was making his escape. Having recently arrived in Lunzu, Han Li was on a quest for enlightenment when he stumbled upon rumors of a peculiar yellow giant bird soaring above the Tane Mountain. Recently, however, its relentless circling had instilled fear in the local hunters, who dared not venture into the mountains for fear of being devoured. After much contemplation, Han Li decided to test his luck in the area. Unfortunately, his luck was far from favorable. He encountered two unfamiliar cultivators instead of the mythical bird. Initially, there was no animosity between them, but inexplicably, after mere pleasantries, the two cultivators launched an unprovoked attack, pursuing him with relentless fervor. This left Han Li no choice but to curse their ancestors as he fled for his life. As he dashed several dozen meters ahead, the two pursuers exchanged glances, and a fierce glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. With a stern expression, he cautiously produced a black flag from his robes. "Friends behind, are you truly intent on pursuing my demise?" Han Li called back without turning. The lanky man's eyes gleamed as he sent forth two flying blades toward Han Li. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Han Li abruptly leaped forward, using a nearby tree to pivot. The two flying blades crossed paths, slicing through the ancient tree with ease, severing it in two. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man formed a hand seal, causing the black flag to vanish from sight. Just as Han Li prepared to redirect his course, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. Instinctively, he veered to the side, propelling himself several meters away. A colossal flag, magnified dozens of times, descended from above, precisely landing where he had stood moments before. With a resonant hum, the flag emitted a peculiar vibration, conjuring a translucent black shield that enveloped Han Li within its confines. "Foolish boy, do you dare to run?" The burly man grinned, his expression transforming into a predatory sneer. Han Li's complexion paled as he scanned the two adversaries. "I bear no enmity toward you. Why must we engage in this life-or-death struggle?" "Consider it your misfortune," the lanky man retorted, raising his hand to summon the two flying blades once more, which spiraled menacingly toward Han Li. Just then, a tremendous beam of yellow light descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the black shield shattered, and the two blades were sent hurtling away. As the golden light receded, the imposing figure of the flying swallow number 1 was unveiled. The two individuals stood momentarily stunned. Han Li was nearer, separated from the colossal metallic eagle by less than 10 paces. He observed it clearly, realizing this was the yellow giant eagle he had long sought. However, it was not a spirit beast tamed by a cultivator, but rather a creation akin to a magical artifact. Han Li was still too young. What transpired next would utterly shatter his worldview. The enormous metal eagle suddenly trembled, and its components began to shift. The wings on either side rotated 180 degrees, converging into a massive sword, while the tail and head folded inward, revealing human-like legs and a sharply defined metallic head. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of metal shifting and transforming, the 14-meter-long Victory Eagle instantaneously morphed into a 10-meter-tall metallic giant. The three onlookers gaped at this astonishing scene. Could it be that you have wandered into the wrong set? With a swift motion, the metallic giant's eyes gleamed with a red light, emitting an exaggerated sound as it drew forth the colossal sword. Ha ha! In the cockpit, Lu Yunze was laughing maniacally. Why did he cultivate? For immortality. For unfettered freedom? Nonsense. He cultivated to pilot a mecha. If he couldn't even operate a mecha, what was the point of his cultivation? The diehard enthusiast showed no signs of changing. The three watched as the metallic giant crouched low and swung its sword with ferocity. A golden blade of light erupted, slicing through the air. The tall, slender man had no time to react, before being cleaved in two by the sword's radiance. The burly man's eyes widened in terror as he hastily waved a red flag, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, while retreating and pulling out a talisman from his pocket. The metallic giant paid no heed to the fireballs, charging forward like a war machine, allowing the fireballs to explode upon its form. With a hum, another sword strike was unleashed, the air slicing through with a chilling resonance. The golden blade of light flashed past, and the burly man clutched his talisman tightly, but there was no opportunity left for him. His head, of indeterminate size, departed forever from its homeland. Han Li stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The metallic giant's fierce and violent combat style sent tremors through his heart. This unparalleled sense of brutality was beyond the capabilities of mere low-tier magical artifacts and spells. The giant turned its gaze back, the red gleam in its eyes slicing through the air like a crimson line. Han Li was suddenly startled. Instinctively raising his hand, a fireball materialized in his palm. The giant remained motionless, and as their eyes met, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. This scenario resembled a muscular man cornering a small girl in an alley, where the girl, undaunted, calmly retrieved a whimsical wand from her bag. It was not that this object lacked lethality, it was merely difficult to take the situation seriously. Han Li recognized this absurdity, reluctantly dissipating the fireball and offering the metallic giant a friendly smile. The giant bent down, revealing a young man of striking features with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes from within its chest cavity. "My friend, I am Lu Yunze. May I inquire about your intentions?" Han Li sighed with a bitter smile. "Friend Lu. This matter is rather lengthy to explain." Thus began their first encounter, with Lu Yunze unaware that this individual was the protagonist, while Han Li remained oblivious to the trouble this character could stir. For now, the atmosphere remained cordial. Han Li recounted the events in detail to Lu Yunze, omitting only his quest for the yellow giant eagle. Lu Yunze fell into contemplation. "Brother Han, you say these two claim to be Lu's cultivators." He exhibited a touch of social prowess, quickly establishing a brotherly rapport. Han Li nodded, as he had intended to foster a good relationship to glean insights about the cultivation world, so he did not mind the familiarity. "Something feels amiss." Lu Yunze frowned, examining the black flag and talisman in his hand. These high-tier defensive and restraining magical artifacts, along with the advanced Earth Escape talisman, are not possessions of mere loose cultivators. Han Li was startled and quickly responded, "Upon reflection, they only attacked after discovering I was a loose cultivator." That is rather common. Although loose cultivators may possess little of value, they are deemed low-risk targets for confrontation. Lu Yunze scrutinized the corpses of the two men, his brow furrowed tightly. If their goal was merely to kill and plunder, the situation would be straightforward. However, these artifacts and talismans were no ordinary items, easily worth 100 or 200 spirit stones. Relying on the killing of loose cultivators would not yield such a fortune. Han Li's gaze flickered, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Brother Lu, you are not a loose cultivator, are you?" Lu Yunze glanced at him. "No, I am from the Yue sect." "Ah, so you are a distinguished disciple of the Yue sect. It is an honor to meet you." Han Li's expression shifted, revealing genuine admiration. "I have long heard that the Yue sect is the foremost cultivation sect in the state of Yue, and I have aspired to it for ages. Today, witnessing Brother Lu's prowess, I understand the reputation is well-deserved." "Huh?" Lu Yunze appeared somewhat bewildered. While it was true that the Yue sect was indeed the best, was Han Li's reaction not somewhat excessive? The sect was most renowned for its dual cultivation practices. Observing his reaction, Han Li felt a mix of amusement and relief. Wonderful. This individual appeared to be not particularly difficult to handle. Han Li was indeed correct. In his previous life, Lu Yunze had lived under the Red Banner, enjoying a life of comfort without worry. At merely 18, he was whisked away by a song. Though this life had its challenges, he was accepted as a disciple by a prominent figure of the Yue sect, regarded as an heir to its teachings. One could say that across both lives, Lu Yunze had experienced 36 years entirely devoid of the harsh realities of society. In contrast, Han Li's experiences were far from mere hardships, they were deliberate attempts at annihilation. In terms of cunning, Han Li far surpassed Lu Yunze. In a matter of moments, Lu Yunze set aside his concerns, engaging in an amiable conversation with Han Li. Among the 7 sects of the state of Yue, the Yue sect is indeed the premier one, closely followed by the Spirit Beast Mountain, while the other 5 sects possess comparable strength. As Lu Yunze stowed away the flying swallow number 1, he conversed with Han Li while making his way towards the Tai Nan Valley. In his heart, Lu Yunze was calculating. He had an inkling that this person named Han Li might be the protagonist. However, he did not quite resemble Song Xiaobao. Chapter 2. The body of gathering spirits. Lu Yunze sighed inwardly. Never mind whether he was the protagonist. After all, he had nothing to lose. The Tai Nan Small Conference was actually organized by the 7 sects, held once every 5 years, specifically for the younger generation of the Lan Prefecture. It served as both a trading fair and an opportunity for the younger members of various families to socialize. Simultaneously, it was a prelude to the Ascension Conference. You are aware of the Ascension Conference, correct? Han Li's face turned awkward as he admitted, "To be honest, Brother Lu, I have been entirely focused on my cultivation and am unaware of what the Ascension Conference entails." "I see," Lu Yunze replied, casting a deep glance at him without further comment. Meanwhile, Han Li felt a growing unease. This was a grand event that took place once every decade in the state of Yue, and it was an opportunity for young cultivators to join the seven sects. Lu Yunze elaborated on the Ascension Conference, explaining that it was essentially a contest organized by the seven sects, where numerous young cultivators competed in a series of challenges to select 70 individuals. Those 70 would be accepted into the seven sects and awarded an exceedingly precious foundation establishment pill. In reality, it was merely a tactic employed by the seven sects to siphon off the scattered cultivators. Lu Yunze spread his hands, stating that nearly all resources within the cultivation realm of the state of Yue were monopolized by the seven sects, especially the foundation establishment pills, which were tightly controlled. Scattered cultivators, unable to see a glimmer of hope, would inevitably cause disturbances. Although the seven sects claimed not to fear such unrest, it certainly posed a hassle, hence the inception of this idea. "I see," Han Li said, his gaze flickering as he fell into contemplation. "Brother Han, I advise you to heed my warning. Do not entertain the thought of competing in the contests." Lu Yunze's expression turned serious as he looked at him. Han Li raised his head and smiled. "Brother Lu, you worry too much. I am well aware of my own capabilities." Lu Yunze regarded him and unexpectedly smiled in return. "Surely, you don't believe the seven sects would readily bestow foundation establishment pills upon scattered cultivators?" Han Li was taken aback. "You must understand that these foundation establishment pills are not only coveted by scattered cultivators. All the prominent families desire them as well," Lu Yunze said with a hint of disdain. "The Ascension Conference, while purportedly offering a chance to scattered cultivators, does not provide them with an equal footing against the offspring of the cultivation aristocracy. Spiritual stones, magical tools, talismans, these are resources that the great cultivation families possess in abundance. Scattered cultivators, on the other hand, would be lucky to split a single spiritual stone. Everyone is quite aware of the truth. The foundation establishment pills at the Ascension Conference are essentially intended for the progeny of the cultivation aristocracy, serving to enhance their fame. Even if an exceptionally talented scattered cultivator were to fortuitously secure a place among the top 10, the seven sects would still not suffer any loss, as such talents are exceedingly rare. Old Han, every Ascension Conference witnesses countless scattered cultivators rushing to participate, ultimately resulting in numerous casualties, yet they remain undeterred," Lu Yunze sighed. "They are not foolish. They understand these matters. However, with no hope for the future, scattered cultivators cling to a sliver of luck, attempting to gamble their lives for an almost non-existent possibility." Han Li gazed at him blankly, and after a long moment, a bitter smile crept onto his face. "So, it appears that scattered cultivators truly see no glimmer of hope." "That's not entirely true. If you possess a heavenly spiritual root or a unique spiritual root, you still hold considerable hope. Alternatively, if your spiritual root is subpar but your physique is exceptional, you might have a chance," Lu Yunze replied. Han Li's mind sparked suddenly, and he asked, "Brother Lu, is there a way to assess one's spiritual root quality?" "Indeed," Lu Yunze replied, retrieving a crystal ball from his storage bag. "Here, infuse your spiritual power into this." Han Li pondered briefly before silently placing his hand upon the crystal ball. The crystal ball trembled slightly, illuminating with 4 colors: azure, blue, red, and yellow. "For spiritual roots," Lu Yunze sighed. Han Li appeared exceedingly disheartened. Although he had long suspected his aptitude was mediocre, there was a stark difference between suspicion and confirmation. "You need not be so disappointed," Lu Yunze reassured him, taking the crystal ball back. As he infused his own spiritual power, the crystal ball burst forth with the brilliance of 5 colors: gold, azure, blue, red, and yellow. "You see, my spiritual roots are even weaker than yours." Han Li was taken aback, instinctively sensing Lu Yunze's spiritual power. "Brother Lu, you cannot be deceiving me." Han Li chuckled bitterly, realizing he was unable to gauge Lu Yunze's true cultivation level. This could only indicate one thing: Lu Yunze was far beyond him in terms of cultivation. "I am not deceiving you," Lu Yunze asserted, channeling his spiritual power. Han Li observed attentively this time, recognizing that Lu Yunze was at the 11th level of qi refinement. "My spiritual root is indeed the weakest among the 5, yet my physique is unlike that of ordinary individuals. I possess the rare body of gathering spirits." Lu Yunze explained the relationship between spiritual roots and physique. To put it simply, if an ordinary person can absorb 10 units of spiritual energy in a day, a heavenly spiritual root can convert that into 10 units of usable spiritual power, while a 5 spiritual root cultivator can only manage around 2. This is the typical scenario. However, in the cultivation realm, some individuals are born with unique physiques. For instance, with my body of gathering spirits, I can absorb approximately 50 units of spiritual energy in a day, or even more, depending on the density of the surrounding spiritual aura. Thus, my cultivation speed is not significantly slower than that of those with heavenly or unique spiritual roots. Of course, these values are not precise. They merely serve as a means for better understanding. Therefore, even though your spiritual root may be lacking, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement at such a young age indicates that your physique might be similar to mine. Lu Yunze comforted him. At this moment, Lu Yunze had become increasingly convinced that Han Li was indeed the protagonist. Sharing the surname Han and possessing a 4 spiritual root aptitude, he had reached the 8th level of qi refinement before turning 20. He must be a protagonist. Lu Yunze quickly halted his thoughts. It was prudent to remain cautious. What if Han Li were genuinely akin to him? Han Li could only shake his head and smile bitterly, fully aware of his own limitations. He did not wish to linger on this topic any further, so he swiftly changed the subject. Brother Lu, since you are a prominent disciple of the Hidden Moon sect, what brings you to this Tai Nan small conference? To make money, came the blunt reply, leaving Han Li momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Yunze sighed. Brother Han, do you think my fiendship is handsome? Handsome, Han Li replied without hesitation. His admiration was genuine. He truly found the grand, solid, and resplendent vessel quite impressive. It was purchased with spiritual stones, Lu Yunze said, gazing into the distance with a somewhat vacant expression. It is well known that engaging in high-stakes endeavors is financially draining, and constructing the fiendship was even more so. The creation of the fiend had consumed Lu Yunze's savings over the years, and he had incurred considerable debt to barely meet the costs. To gather these spiritual stones, Lu Yunze had ungraciously signed his master's name on the promissory note. If he failed to repay the debt in a timely manner, and his master returned from wandering to discover this matter, Lu Yunze touched his knee, contemplating that he might truly have to bid farewell to them. Brother Lu, Han Li interrupted Lu Yunze's sentimental thoughts. The Tai Nan Valley is just ahead, isn't it? Lu Yunze looked up to see a veil of mist before him. As he gazed at the mist, his brow gradually furrowed. Brother Lu, what is the matter? Han Li noticed Lu Yunze's unusual expression and instinctively took a step back. Are all the prohibitions activated? Is something amiss? Lu Yunze took out a message talisman, murmuring incantations as he did so. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman transformed into a streak of fire, shooting into the mist. Han Li's eyes were filled with curiosity, yet he remained silent. Generally, the prohibitions of Tai Nan Valley would not be completely deactivated during the Tai Nan Small Conference. Lu Yunze explained that this situation seemed unusual, likely due to some recent upheaval. Han Li nodded, subtly retreating another step. By the way, Brother Han, do you have anything of value for trade? Lu Yunze suddenly inquired. With the Tai Nan Small Conference occurring once every 5 years, coupled with the impending Ascension Conference, at this juncture, all cultivators are willing to expend any effort to enhance their prowess. Treasures that were previously kept hidden are now brought forth, all in pursuit of elixirs or high-grade magical artifacts that could elevate their chances at the Ascension Conference. Seizing this opportunity could yield a wealth of valuable items. Han Li's gaze flickered as he smiled and remarked, Brother Lu, please do not jest. As a mere loose cultivator, I possess naught that would catch the eye of others. At most, I have a few spiritual talismans. Oh, Lu Yunze cast a sidelong glance at him. Is this man truly devoid of valuable items? Or is he merely putting on an act? Shouldn't he have a vial of golden ore? Han Li's expression remained sincere and his demeanor calm. Is he testing me? What could be his intention? Have I inadvertently revealed something? Would continuing to associate with him pose a danger? With his level of cultivation, how would I respond if he turned hostile? As the two engaged in their subtle interplay, the mist before them suddenly swirled, parting to reveal an unseen path. An elderly man approached with a cheerful smile. Junior Brother Lu, has your journey thus far been smooth? Brother Zhou. Lu Yunze's tone seemed to take on a more serious note, though his smile remained. It has been relatively smooth, save for encountering a few rogue cultivators intent on murder and plunder. These rogues are becoming increasingly audacious. The elder snorted and turned to scrutinize Han Li, who felt as if his very essence was laid bare under the elder's gaze. Instinctively, he activated his heavenly eye technique, which left him feeling chilled to the bone. The elder's entire being exuded a harmonious fusion of magical power, rendering it impossible to discern his depth. Even Lu Yunze had never given him such a sensation. A fleeting thought struck Han Li. He quickly bowed deeply. Junior Han Li pays his respects to the senior. The elder nodded with a smile. It is commendable for a young loose cultivator to have cultivated to the 8th level of qi refinement. Brother Zhou, this is a friend I made along the way. Lu Yunze explained with a smile, then abruptly adopted a serious expression. Senior brother, I just noticed that the restrictions of the Tai Nan Valley have all been lifted. What has transpired? It's nothing of great consequence. Merely a few loose cultivators have gone missing. The elder waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat resigned. It is likely that they fell victim to murder and theft, a frequent occurrence at the Tai Nan conference. This year, however, it has happened with alarming regularity, causing quite a stir. There was no choice but to lift the restrictions entirely to assuage the fears of those loose cultivators. Han Li frowned imperceptibly. The elder's attitude revealed a discontent that he found most unsettling. I see. Lu Yunze mused as he recalled the talismans and artifacts he had just acquired. He sensed that this incident was not as simple as it appeared. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother. It is no trouble at all, the elder replied, waving his hand. Junior brother Lu, are you here to exchange anything in Tai Nan Valley? If so, might I introduce you to a few old friends of mine? Their wealth surpasses that of those low-tier loose cultivators. The elder's eyes gleamed as they darted around Lu Yunze. I am but a poor man, hardly worthy of trading with foundation-building cultivators, Lu Yunze replied with a grin. I merely came to broaden my horizons and observe the talents of the younger generations from various esteemed families, such as the Yin siblings and those from the Qin clan. Han Li's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The elder was indeed a foundation-building cultivator. Indeed, it is vital for the youth to foster closer ties. The elder remarked with a broad smile, seemingly pleased. As the three of them traversed the narrow path, Lu Yunze and the elder engaged in lively conversation, discussing various sects and illustrious families, transitioning from discussions of core formation experts to the recently popular low-tier successors. Though Han Li was momentarily sidelined, he listened intently, eager to commit every word to memory. Before long, they reached the end of the path. Han Li, engrossed in the conversation, suddenly found his gaze alight with wonder. A picturesque valley unfolded before him, adorned with exotic flowers and vibrant foliage, alongside ancient towering trees that had stood for countless years. At the heart of the valley lay an exquisite palace-like complex. Quite luxurious, Lu Yunze remarked with a hint of admiration. Nothing remarkable, merely some mundane possessions, the elder chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Junior brother, I must attend to some old acquaintances. Should you require anything, feel free to find me at the Qinshin Pavilion in the center. Lu Yunze returned a polite bow and bid farewell to the elder. Do you not think highly of that individual? Lu Yunze inquired, his smile unwavering. Han Li quickly shook his head. Brother Lu, you jest. I too find him unremarkable. However, there is little choice. To prevent loose cultivators from banding together, the person in charge of each Tai Nan conference is always a foundation-building cultivator from a family. And he is among the better ones. Lu Yunze wore a half-smile that left Han Li feeling uneasy. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. And it is not uncommon for high-tier cultivators to eradicate their low-tier counterparts without a second thought. Compared to others, this elder merely harbors disdain for loose cultivators. One could say he is of decent character. Lu Yunze sighed. Having traversed this unfortunate world for 18 years, he had grown accustomed to its harsh realities. Yet he still found it hard to reconcile them. Years of indoctrination from his past life had solidified his worldview, making it difficult to suddenly accept a philosophy that revered ruthlessness and strength. Brother Lu, why does that foundation-building elder refer to you as junior brother? Han Li hesitated but ultimately posed the question. Lu Yunze sighed again. My generation is counted from my master, who is a core formation cultivator. I see. Han Li replied with a wry smile, realizing why the elder had treated him so warmly. He had a powerful backing. Brother Han. Lu Yunze suddenly transformed his worried expression into a mischievous smile. Are you interested in magical artifacts? Han Li was taken aback. Why do you ask, Brother Lu? Lu Yunze clapped his storage pouch, and a dozen magical artifacts shot forth. Swords, halberds, axes, mirrors, talismans, all glimmering with dazzling spiritual light, capturing the attention of passing cultivators. Crafted by a master refiner over years with exquisite materials, these artifacts are undoubtedly the finest among their tier. Today, since we have enjoyed a pleasant conversation, feel free to select any artifact you fancy at a friendship price. Lu Yunze looked at Han Li with eager anticipation. If all went well, this could be his first substantial profit. The protagonist should certainly possess a wealth of resources. Chapter 3. The madman Lu Yunze sat in a clearing, surrounded by a display of magical artifacts, exuberantly boasting to several cultivators. In the end, Han Li did not spend a single coin on Lu Yunze's artifacts, merely claiming he was short on funds before hastily departing, as if Lu Yunze were a fearsome beast. To be honest, Lu Yunze felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly dismissed the matter from his mind, for he had not incurred any losses. His earlier display had attracted considerable attention, and as soon as he set up his stall, many cultivators flocked to him. Naturally, he thrived in this environment, exuding excitement as he unleashed a torrent of shameless promotional phrases that left the crowd in awe. Dear friends, take a good look. These are exquisite pieces crafted by master refiners over years. Truly a bargain, fair for both young and old. Which master refiner has spent years producing a collection of mid-tier artifacts? Someone in the crowd scoffed. To speak candidly, there is merit in this statement. Lu Yunze's displayed magical artifacts are, after all, only of moderate quality. If a master craftsman labored for years, producing only such trinkets, it would be more prudent for them to seek employment in a factory. Your words imply that even if I were to present top-tier artifacts, you would still need to afford them. Lu Yunze rolled his eyes. The person in the crowd, visibly agitated, approached Lu Yunze to engage in debate, but was swiftly restrained by his companion. Have you lost your mind? That is the little madman from the Hidden Moon sect. Despite lowering his voice, Lu Yunze, with his heightened awareness from 2 lifetimes, caught every word distinctly. His expression darkened immediately. The restrained individual widened his eyes in horror as he regarded Lu Yunze. Is it truly him? Of course. Doesn't he look familiar? Didn't he just dismantle the heavenly craft hall of the Hidden Moon sect? How could he ever turn so quickly? Enough. Lu Yunze's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Are you buying or not? If not, begone. The companion who had restrained the person was a refined young man. Noticing Lu Yunze's displeasure, he quickly clasped his hands in apology, seemingly by chance revealing the leaf insignia on his attire. Friend Lu, my companion speaks without thinking. Please do not hold it against him. I shall purchase this artifact. The refined young man glanced downward and was momentarily taken aback. The artifacts were far superior to his expectations. Although they were merely of moderate quality, the aura emanating from them clearly indicated their exceptional craftsmanship. Lu Yunze shot him a sidelong glance, snorting in silence. He was not entirely fabricating tales. These artifacts were indeed crafted by a master, whose surname was Lu and given name Yunze. After several years of effort, it was not a lie. Considering the materials were merely scraps left over from the construction of the Fian ship, rounding up the time, it indeed amounted to several years. Friend Lu, may I test it? The young man smiled amiably, hoping to mitigate the repercussions of his cousin's reckless behavior. Certainly, Lu Yunze replied coldly. The young man, unfazed, nodded and reached for a mid-tier magic mirror. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the mirror suddenly levitated, emitting a beam of yellow spiritual light. The light exploded in the air, forming a protective barrier around the young man. Xiao Ming, come and test the artifact's defensive capabilities. The young man instructed his cousin. The latter, appearing to be a boy of 16 or 17, quickly understood the intent and retrieved a short axe from his storage pouch. He tossed the axe into the air, murmuring incantations. With a sharp, piercing sound, the axe rapidly enlarged, transforming into a massive axe nearly 7 or 8 zhang long. Radiating a blinding red light, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of many, including Han Li, who discreetly observed from the crowd. Shatter! The boy shouted, igniting the giant axe in flames before bringing it down. Lu Yunze's eyelids twitched. Did this boy harbor a grudge against his cousin? Clang! The axe struck down with a deafening crash. Flames erupted, soaring like a resplendent tail into the sky, while the yellow light withstood the giant axe's crimson blade. Solid as a mountain. Moments later, the boy, somewhat pale, retracted the axe and gave a thumbs up. What a fine artifact. The young man, satisfied, stored the magic mirror and declared, Friend Lu, I shall take this artifact for 80 spirit stones. Lu Yunze's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a talent. It would be a shame not to promote him further. The young man clapped his storage pouch, and 80 spirit stones were promptly in Lu Yunze's hands. The onlookers were thrilled, with several approaching to inquire about prices. In no time, Lu Yunze's stall was completely cleared, and his storage pouch swelled with over 300 spirit stones. Although this amount was insufficient to cover his losses, it provided him with startup capital. After packing up his stall, Lu Yunze showed little interest in observing others' wares and headed straight for the Qingxin Pavilion. After a while, Lu Yunze emerged from the Qingxin Pavilion with an unwavering smile. However, as he stepped beyond the confines of the barrier, his expression darkened immediately. and he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, how utterly unfair. He felt the weight of his storage pouch at his waist, realizing that the money he had just accumulated had swiftly dwindled. And they call themselves fellow disciples. If it weren't for our shared sect, they would have drained me dry. Suddenly, he halted. Not far ahead, a well-hidden wealthy individual offered a restrained smile and bowed. Brother Lu, may I impose upon you for a moment? Han Li's smile was somewhat forced. He had no desire to engage with Lu Yunze unless absolutely necessary. Although Lu Yunze had been friendly since their first meeting and had even saved his life, the man's peculiar demeanor was disconcerting. He was exceedingly intelligent, yet seemed oblivious to the vulnerabilities he inadvertently revealed. He spoke candidly and appeared entirely unguarded. No one acts kindly without reason. How could he be genuinely benevolent? The last person who had treated Han Li with such openness was his mentor, Immortal, resulting in Han Li nearly losing his life. This profound lesson made him wary of Lu Yunze. However, the previous encounters had sounded alarms in Han Li's mind. He felt an unsettling sense of being watched. Even as he entered the Tai Nan small assembly, he dared not relax. Indeed, he soon discerned some ill-intentioned gazes directed at him. Those predatory stares, akin to insects burrowing into flesh, sent chills down his spine, leaving him feeling helpless. He understood his status as a novice among cultivators. If anyone truly wished for his demise, it would take only 3 cultivators like the previous 2 to ensure his end. Desperate to enhance his strength, Han Li recognized that Lu Yunze could assist him. The recent display of the artifacts might have left him thoroughly astonished. Possessing such artifacts would surely provide him with adequate protection. After careful consideration of the risks and rewards, Han Li resolved to seek out Lu Yunze. Though he typically exercised caution, if the potential benefits outweighed the risks, he was willing to venture into perilous territory. Observing Han Li's businesslike smile, Lu Yunze found himself strangely unenthused. Even as the protagonist, he felt a twinge of weariness in dealing with him. Oh well, why should I persist in my conflict with spirit stones? Encouraging himself inwardly, Lu Yunze forced a smile that was even more insincere than Han Li's. Let us find a more secluded spot, Brother Han. Han Li took a deep breath, maintaining a steady pace behind Lu Yunze. As they walked, they encountered several cultivators. Those clad in sect uniforms and family cultivators recoiled at the sight of Lu Yunze, as if he were a harbinger of doom, hastily diverting their paths. Meanwhile, some rogue cultivators, unaware of the situation, also took care to avoid any potential trouble. In an instant, a vacuum of space devoid of people formed around Lu Yunze and Han Li. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. It seemed this individual truly was reviled by all. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze's expression visibly soured. The two made their way into a pavilion named Fengyueju. Upon entering, Lu Yunze abruptly raised a hand. The pavilion's barriers activated immediately, sealing the doors and windows with a vibrant green light. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and immediately, his entire magical essence surged to its utmost limit. Brother Lu, what do you mean by this? Han Li inquired with a forced smile, observing Han Li's demeanor, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Lu Yunze felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Do not misunderstand. This is merely a minor restriction to block divine sense from probing. You can leave at any time if you wish. Lu Yunze's tone was exceedingly curt. Upon hearing this, Han Li hastily calmed his magical essence. It is not that I distrust Brother Lu. It is simply that, in these extraordinary times, I must exercise caution, Han Li said apologetically, lowering his stance significantly. He then produced a wooden box from his robe. This item shall serve as my token of apology to you, Brother Lu. Lu Yunze glanced at him and accepted the wooden box. Have a seat. Without waiting for Han Li, Lu Yunze took a seat himself. Han Li, unperturbed, maintained his smile and sat beside him. Wow. Upon opening the wooden box, Lu Yunze exclaimed, his tone oscillating between sarcasm and astonishment. 500-year-old Huangjing mushroom. What a splendid treasure. Han Li smiled silently, his heart racing with uncertainty. As he was new to the realm of cultivation, Han Li remained oblivious to many common knowledge aspects. For instance, regarding the value of this spiritual herb, he understood that even in the realm of cultivation, such aged herbs were precious. Yet he lacked a concrete grasp of just how valuable they were. After considerable contemplation, Han Li took the risk of presenting this 500-year-old herb, estimating that its rarity would be significant enough to warrant respect without provoking Lu Yunze to violence. What brings you to me? Lu Yunze asked coldly. Han Li clasped his hands and expressed his dissatisfaction. I wish to procure 2 magical artifacts from you, Brother Lu. That is easily arranged. What kind of artifacts do you seek? Lu Yunze replied, sipping from a teacup on the table. High-tier artifacts. Han Li's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He had inquired around the marketplace and learned that ordinarily, low-tier artifacts cost around 10 spirit stones or, in some cases, a bit more for exceptional items. Mid-tier artifacts were generally priced at 20 to 40 spirit stones, while high-tier artifacts ranged from 60 to 100, with the top-tier artifacts sometimes exceeding 200 or 300 spirit stones. Of course, the prices in the realm of cultivation fluctuated greatly. In times of peace, prices remained stable, making talismans and artifacts relatively affordable. However, in chaotic times, prices could easily double, and during a large-scale conflict, they could skyrocket. Han Li, aware of his limited means, chose to seek high-tier artifacts. Brother Lu, I urgently require 1 defensive artifact and 1 offensive artifact. I wonder if you have any suitable options, Han Li said, smiling as he produced 2 wooden boxes. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I would not impose upon you unfairly. Lu Yunze shot him a sidelong glance and sighed after a prolonged silence. Unfair? What difference does it make if I were to gift you 2 high-tier artifacts? Although Lu Yunze had initially intended to see if he could profit from Han Li, the opportunity presented itself, and he found himself reluctant to engage. His earlier intentions had been mostly playful, wishing to forge a friendship, while Han Li regarded him as a cunning merchant with ulterior motives. It must be said that Lu Yunze was not cut out for business. Han Li, bewildered, could only assume that Lu Yunze held a certain disdain for the meager resources of scattered cultivators. He hastily opened the wooden boxes, revealing 2 500-year-old spiritual herbs inside. Brother Lu, these 2 herbs should suffice to exchange for your artifacts, correct? Lu Yunze glanced at the 3 herbs on the table. Han Li, you must remember that I mentioned the commonplace nature of murder and treasure-seeking in the realm of cultivation, did you not? Lu Yunze's voice grew somber. A chill ran down Han Li's spine as he stealthily moved his hand towards his waist. What do you mean by this, Brother Lu? Lu Yunze refused to meet his gaze and continued. 3 500-year-old spiritual herbs, rich in spiritual energy, with perfect appearances. Where did you find such excellent herbs? It was merely luck. I stumbled upon them in the wild by chance, Han Li replied with a strained smile. 3 wild 500-year-old spiritual herbs, weathered by the elements, untouched by pests or birds, in perfect condition, with all branches and leaves intact. Do you understand how minuscule the odds are for that? Han Li maintained his smile, but beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The roots are encrusted with soil, rich and fine. Such excellent soil is scarce in the wild. Lu Yunze shot Han Li a knowing glance, adding, moreover, the soil of these 3 herbs is almost identical. Do you have any idea how unlikely it is for 3 different types of spiritual herbs to grow in the same spot? Thus, there could only be one conclusion. These 3 herbs must have been taken from a medicinal garden. But as a mere scattered cultivator, prior to today, you had not even grasped the common knowledge of the cultivation realm. How could you possibly have access to a medicinal garden, let alone 500-year-old herbs, which are considered rare even in the medicinal gardens of the 7 sects? You present 3 of them without blinking, merely seeking to exchange for 2 high-tier artifacts. Lu Yunze chuckled coldly. It seems that aged spiritual herbs hold little value in your eyes. Have you monopolized an entire medicinal garden? Or do you possess some method of mass-producing spiritual herbs? Before he could finish his sentence, a cold glint shot from Han Li's hand, aimed directly at Lu Yunze's throat. Chapter 4. Anomaly, such a strong reaction. It must be the latter, Lu Yunze thought, gazing at the sword's tip before him, a smirk curling at his lips. Han Li remained poised with his sword, too fearful to move. An azure flying needle had, unbeknownst to him, pressed against his throat. Brother Lu, you possess remarkable skill. Today, Han Li finds himself outmatched. He scoffed, seemingly resigned as he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, his left hand quietly slipped into his sleeve. Lu Yunze cast a glance at him, and in a fit of rage, he began to laugh. From your words, it seems that if I do not kill you, it would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for further words. Han Li felt the muscles in his neck constrict painfully as he adjusted his vulnerable position slightly, enduring the intense agony. He could only gamble that Lu Yunze's overconfidence would leave him without a backup plan, allowing him a slim chance of survival after the needle pierced his throat. Must I kill you? Am I truly the villain you presume me to be? Lu Yunze's pent-up emotions erupted. Do I truly appear to be such a wicked person? Han Li struggled to move his neck, gritting his teeth as he replied, Brother Lu, in the realm of cultivation, murder and treasure-seeking are commonplace. This is what you taught me. Indeed, this wretched world operates in such a manner. Murder and robbery are the norm. I could be robbed 3 times just taking a stroll. Lu Yunze slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. The most disgusting thing in this world is people like you. You say the world is like this and then joyfully join in. All of you are utterly deranged. Because the world is like this, those who are kind to you are all harboring ulterior motives. Because the world is like this, everyone is scheming after your possessions. Because the world is like this, there cannot be a single good person. Why must I, simply because the world is like this, become a murderer and a thief? Why must I seize every good thing I see and take from those who are wealthy? You are all insane. Han Li was taken aback by Lu Yunze's sudden outburst. He had grown up in poverty, joining the Seven Mysteries sect for survival, only to encounter the predatory Mo Jiren. Following that, there were the Wolf Pack, the Mo clan, and the Five Colors Gate. One could say that Han Li's life had been a relentless tale of survival amid predation. The phrase "the weak are preyed upon by the strong" is etched into his very being, and the gruesome reality of cannibalism has shadowed his entire youth. His experiences serve as a vivid reflection of the countless mundane lives in this world. Raised in such an environment, Han Li instinctively keeps his distance from everyone, interpreting every occurrence around him with the worst possible assumptions. In stark contrast, Lu Yunze spent his formative years in a peaceful realm, devoid of treachery and bloodshed, surrounded only by classmates, teachers, and an endless stream of homework. He wakes each day without the fear of having his body seized or being killed for possessing something of value. Even after his transition, Lu Yunze was well protected, free from the worries of facing a malicious world alone. He cannot fathom Han Li's wariness towards him and struggles to comprehend how his goodwill could be dismissed so easily. With a flick of his wrist, a blue flying needle transformed into a slender beam of azure light, swirling energetically back into his grasp. "Take your belongings and leave," Lu Yunze declared, standing firm without casting a glance at Han Li. Han Li stood frozen for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Brother Lu, I have another question." Lu Yunze turned, his gaze piercing and reminiscent of a madman. Han Li met his stare unflinchingly. "Why do they call you little madman?" This question weighed heavily on Han Li's mind. Lu Yunze turned his attention to the bustling market outside, remaining silent. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "Because no one believes that a promising disciple of a major sect would stand up for a mere mortal. No one thinks that this person would destroy the sect's heavenly workshop and confront its steward simply out of disdain for his actions, all to defend an unknown mortal. To them, even if that person were to slaughter an entire family of 17, from the elderly to infants, he would bear no blame simply for being a cultivator. He is superior to those mortals. No one is willing to accept that someone would resort to violence over such trivial matters, let alone for a mortal who can only bow at the city gate. They would rather believe he is a complete lunatic." Lu Yunze turned back, his cold eyes glinting momentarily in the darkness. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Han Li gazed at Lu Yunze, his throat suddenly constricted, leaving him speechless for a while. "You may leave," Lu Yunze said, waving his hand in irritation, unwilling to say another word. He had grown weary of the facades these people wore. Han Li felt as though his feet were nailed to the ground, immobile. He had committed many heinous acts and would likely commit more in the future. Yet, no matter how dire the circumstances, there remained a resilient line within him. He respected the virtuous and honored filial piety, even if he could not embody it himself. He detested bullying the weak and despised oppression. He strived for fairness at all times. In the future, he would acquire numerous fearsome titles, each imbued with a chilling aura. Nonetheless, at his core, Han Li remained a good person, denied the opportunity to be virtuous by the world around him. In a peaceful world, with a few acres of arable land at home and the chance for a hearty meal, he could have been a good man, perhaps even a good official. "Brother Lu," Han Li suddenly spoke, "I was wrong before. I apologize for soiling your eyes with such crude herbs." Lu Yunze turned in surprise as Han Li produced 2 wooden boxes from his robe. 700-year-old yellow dragon grass, 700-year-old three-crow grass. The leaves were riddled with wormholes, and the crowns bore marks from bird pecks. Their appearance was flawed, and their spiritual energy depleted. Han Li smiled broadly, relieved that the roots remained intact and the stems unbroken. If cultivated properly, they could still yield excellent spiritual herbs. Lu Yunze glanced down, noting the 2 herbs' perfect condition and abundant spiritual energy. What nonsense! 2 700-year-old spiritual herbs are worth about 2,000 spiritual stones at market value. He stroked his chin, a shrewd merchant's grin resurfacing. However, these herbs are severely damaged and will require time and sincerity to restore. How about this? Lu Yunze extended 5 fingers. 500 spiritual stones. Is that not fair? Certainly fair. In fact, I would be the one gaining a tremendous advantage, Han Li replied, finally displaying a semblance of youthful exuberance. "Brother Lu, aside from this matter, I have another request." Han Li's expression turned serious. "There are several individuals at the Tai Nan gathering who pose significant problems. I fear I may have drawn their attention. Chapter 5. Overwhelming power. As dawn broke the next day, many cultivators began to depart the valley, causing the number of remaining individuals to dwindle by half. By afternoon, a few elder experts appeared in the square, offering words of encouragement and praise before announcing the formal conclusion of the Tai Nan assembly. Han Li immediately recognized the elder Zhou, a fellow disciple of Lu Yunze, whose face radiated with an unmistakable pride. It seemed he had acquired a substantial amount of spiritual stones from Lu Yunze. The remaining cultivators either traveled in small groups or ventured alone, drifting away gracefully. Han Li's gaze shifted to the nearby group led by the green pattern Taoist. This individual had previously attempted to recruit him into their small faction, only to be rejected by Han Li, who was then a frightened rabbit. It was during that encounter that Han Li sensed an icy chill, a pure and almost frenzied intent to kill, akin to a hunting dog fixating on a rabbit or a starving tiger eyeing its prey. He had only experienced such a sensation once before, when he encountered two cultivators prior to meeting Lu Yunze. That feeling sent a shiver down his spine, igniting the ferocity within him. He was certain the green pattern Taoist harbored sinister intentions. The individuals accompanying him might be either accomplices or mere pawns deceived by him. As if sensing Han Li's scrutiny, the green pattern Taoist turned, offering Han Li a gentle smile. Han Li returned the gesture, leaving the Tai Nan Valley with a confident stride. The smile on the green pattern Taoist's lips remained, but his once gentle gaze turned cold and vicious. Once outside the Tai Nan Valley, Han Li employed the wind control technique. With a light touch of his toes, he soared upwards like an immortal, swiftly gliding several zhang away with barely a movement. After covering several dozen miles in one breath, he settled in a dense forest, finding a massive green stone upon which to sit and silently restore his spiritual energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the remaining twilight failed to reach the depths of this secluded forest. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying away a few fallen leaves and stirring the incessant chirping of summer insects. Han Li sat with closed eyes, deeply engrossed in his meditations. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted from within the forest, hurtling towards him with blinding speed. Han Li's eyes snapped open, and he rolled backward, pressing against the green stone as if his bones had melted. The purple light whizzed past him, revealing its true form in midair. It was a rapidly spinning purple cone, a magical artifact that emitted no sound as it sped towards him, utterly astonishing. A high-grade magical artifact? Han Li ducked behind the stone, his expression grave. They cannot be mere rogue cultivators, can they? What crime have I committed to warrant such a murderous intent from all of you? Han Li inquired, as 5 fireballs erupted from his fingertips, igniting several ancient trees that had stood for centuries. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating the figures of 3 individuals who stood at the edge of the light, their forms flickering in and out of focus against the fiery backdrop. "Kid, you are indeed unfortunate," said the burly man on the left, towering at 2 meters tall with dark skin and bulging muscles. At first glance, he resembled a colossal black bear from the forest. Han Li's immediate attention was drawn to him, not merely due to his exaggerated physique, but rather because this man was clad in the attire of a martial artist, with a broad skeleton and thick knuckles, clearly possessing at least a decade's worth of external martial skills. To his astonishment, this formidable warrior was at the 13th level of Qi refinement. Han Li squinted, his heart racing with alarm. The combination of a mortal's martial prowess with spells filled him with the disconcerting sensation of encountering a nemesis. In addition to the giant, there were 2 others. One was an elder on the right, also at the peak of Qi refinement, his hands shimmering with spiritual light, unmistakably the one controlling the purple cone. The figure in the center was a young man, possessing only the 11th level of cultivation. The burly man grinned menacingly at Han Li. "Kid, stop staring. Today is your last day. Shut up. No more nonsense," the young man interjected, his brow furrowing as he reprimanded the giant. Surprisingly, the burly man obediently fell silent, his face betraying no sign of displeasure. Among the trio, the one in command was this young man, despite his lower cultivation level. Han Li inhaled deeply. It seemed that today would be his demise. "Attack!" The young man waved his hand, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The giant dared not utter another word, brandishing 2 peculiar blades, and with a powerful leap, he vanished from sight. This familiar scene caused Han Li's expression to change drastically. His bones popped ominously as his body felt as if it had shrunk 3 feet. A golden light flashed, and a golden blade of light swept past Han Li's head. The giant suddenly appeared before him, surprise evident in his eyes. Han Li's figure shifted strangely, retreating abruptly, and then, like a spring, he leaped several feet into the air. The giant grinned savagely and, in an instant, reappeared before Han Li, unleashing two formidable golden blades of light. Against the flames, they resembled demons descending upon the earth. Just then, a brilliant fire erupted beneath Han Li's feet. Foreseeing this, Han Li exhaled a cloud of poisonous smoke, compelling the giant to cross his arms defensively. Then, twisting his waist, he unexpectedly shifted several feet backward in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. The giant, momentarily blinded, found himself unable to gain leverage in the air and was engulfed by the flames. A chilling scream echoed through the dense forest as the giant, despite his formidable skills, was reduced to charred remains before he could even retaliate. The stone beneath Han Li morphed, instantly transforming into the Victory Swallow, a magnificent flying apparatus. Such skillful use of lightness technique, wind manipulation, and spatial talismans. You people truly know how to play, exclaimed Lu Yunze, his voice laced with genuine admiration. Today had indeed opened his eyes. The metal eagle soared forth, propelled by its trailing flames, racing towards the remaining two adversaries. Their expressions changed dramatically as they leaped several feet into the air. The Victory Swallow's wings shimmered with golden light, extending several feet into golden blades. Appearing from above like a colossal golden sword, howling as it obliterated everything in its path. A mass of black mist suddenly enveloped the young man, whisking him skyward. The elder, suspended in the air, found himself without leverage, watching in despair as the gigantic blade shredded his legs. The golden light dissipated, and the metal eagle reformed into a towering metal giant. The giant descended heavily, its feet crashing into the ground, carving out two terrifying trenches. Meanwhile, the black mist that had enveloped the young man had retreated dozens of feet away, moving with a swiftness comparable to advanced flying artifacts. Yet someone was even faster. A beam of white light shot upwards, effortlessly traversing dozens of feet, piercing through the black mist. As the mist dissipated, the young man's lifeless body plummeted from the sky. Han Li beckoned, and the white light swiftly returned to his hand, transforming into a delicate white wooden shuttle. The 6th chapter, Bloodshed. This was one of the top-tier artifacts. The cloud-piercing shuttle, which Han Li had acquired from Lu Yunze, along with a beginner's spell compendium and several mid to high-level talismans. Such a sharp top-tier artifact could not have been crafted by Lu Yunze himself. Given his current level of craftsmanship, even if he managed to produce a top-tier artifact, it would merely be a subpar imitation, barely qualifying as the lowest grade among top-tier artifacts. The cloud-piercing shuttle was a protective artifact bestowed upon Lu Yunze by his master. Serving as both a potent weapon and a means of flight, undoubtedly a fine specimen among top-tier artifacts. However, its role was somewhat awkward for Lu Yunze. He had better options for offense and the Victory Swallow for flight, so he willingly traded it to Han Li, ensuring he suffered no loss. That's enough. There are only these 3 left, Lu Yunze stated as he emerged from the cabin. Han Li nodded, glancing at the elder, now reduced to a mere half-figure. He lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by shredded flesh and blood, remnants of his severed legs. He can't be dead, can he? Han Li questioned. Probably not. One doesn't bleed out that quickly, Lu Yunze replied, rushing closer for a closer inspection. Wait, Han Li shouted suddenly. In that instant, the elder sprang up. A dense black mist erupting forth, charging directly at Lu Yunze. Lu Yunze was no fool, always prepared for such scenarios. He summoned a green light shield to envelop himself instantly. The elder gathered the black mist into his right hand, transforming it into a terrifying black claw, which collided violently with the shield. With a resounding crack akin to a snapped bowstring, the shield flared brightly, meeting the dark claw in a cataclysmic clash. The elder's right arm disintegrated, yet he displayed no sign of pain, instead laughing maniacally. He extended his left hand, withered and bony, its long nails resembling 5 sharp daggers. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunze activated several runes on his enshrouded moon sect uniform. This was a function he had devised himself. While its defensive capabilities were only equivalent to a mid-tier defensive artifact, it sufficed to block the elder's strike, which bore no magical power. The elder's gaze fixated on Lu Yunze, his gaunt face twisted into a sinister smile. In the midst of Lu Yunze's astonishment, the elder plunged his hand into his own chest. You mongrels of the 7 sects. The elder's eyes turned crimson with blood, glaring wide open to the point of splitting at the corners, shedding 2 streams of blood tears, true blood-filled pupils, the epitome of rage. With a violent yank, he extracted his still-beating heart. In the incredulous gaze of Lu Yunze, the elder cackled madly as he crushed his own heart. Blood gushed forth, splattering all over Lu Yunze. Yet it slid off immediately. The 7 sects' uniforms were designed to be impervious to fire and dirt, a standard feature. Lu Yunze's enshrouded moon sect uniform remained pristine, untainted by any filth. The elder's furious eyes dimmed, the remnants of regret lingering within. As Lu Yunze beheld the elder's mangled corpse, his mind was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. He simply could not comprehend it. The man's desperate strike was merely to provoke a curse and drench himself in blood? Why? Is everything all right? Han Li inquired as he rushed over. All is well. Lu Yunze waved his hand dismissively, raising it to cast a fireball that reduced the elder's remains to ashes. Only a few spirit stones and a purple conical magical artifact remained scattered nearby. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunze engaged in a brief moment of mental preparation. The spoils are yours. These items hold no value for me. Han Li, perceiving Lu Yunze's despondency, nodded and turned to search the body, granting him some solitude. It was not long before Han Li returned, bearing dozens of spirit stones and 2 high-tier magical artifacts, the dual blades of the hulking man and the elder's conical device. With most of the spirit stones unearthed from the young man's possession, given their wealth, it seemed these individuals were also rogue cultivators. This technique is quite intriguing, bearing a resemblance to the demonic ghost spirit sect. Ghost spirit sect? Han Li's thoughts stirred. Was it a sect from another nation? Indeed, it is part of the infamous 6 demonic sects, with ghost spirit sect ranking at the bottom. Lu Yunze shrugged, but it is still a formidable sect. Even more so than our hidden moon sect. We cannot compare our resources to theirs. Han Li nodded silently, his thoughts inscrutable. Today's events may merely be the beginning. Lu Yunze pondered momentarily. Forget it. I will report this to the sect, and let them deal with the headache. We must leave. If we dawdle, we will miss the Ascension Conference. Han Li looked at Lu Yunze in confusion. Why are you in such a hurry to attend the Ascension Conference? To make money. If we miss this opportunity, we must wait another decade. Who can afford to wait? Lu Yunze clambered into the cockpit, suddenly leaning out with an excited expression directed at Han Li. Old Han, do you want to come and give it a try? Try what? Han Li was left somewhat bewildered. This, Lu Yunze exclaimed, enthusiastically patting the pilot seat of the Victory Swift. For 18 years, Lu Yunze had never abandoned his preaching. Yet most deemed him mentally unstable. A small number believed he might simply be lost in delusion, hoping that with active cooperation and treatment, he could recover. Old Han, the mainstream designs of flying magical artifacts in the cultivation world are flawed. It's either flying boats or swords, and the more creative ones are merely disc-like shuttles. Neither scientific nor safe. Look at mine, metallic body, streamlined design. It surpasses those crooked paths by 100-fold. Observing the fervent Lu Yunze, Han Li fell into contemplation. Although he was uncertain of what discussing science meant in a world of cultivation, at that moment, he found himself somewhat swayed by his enthusiasm. There's no denying. Based on the Victory Swift S2 demonstrations, this device is indeed remarkably powerful. And it looks fantastic. Come try it. Lu Yunze settled into the co-pilot's seat. Han Li hesitated, feeling a twinge of unease. I'll let you try flying in Gundam mode. With a leap, Han Li darted into the cockpit, his agility far surpassing Lu Yunze's. The hatch closed as the Victory Swift gradually ascended. Han Li stared at the dazzling array of buttons and levers before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. Brother Lu, how do I operate this artifact? Input your spiritual energy and control it with your consciousness, Lu Yunze said with excitement. After 18 years, finally someone is here to fly Gundam with me. Han Li looked around, his expression somewhat perplexed. So what are these buttons for? Decorative. And this lever? Also decorative. Han Li opened a nearby cover, revealing a red button imprinted with a skull. Is this decorative too? Lu Yunze waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. That one isn't. It's the self-destruct button. Han Li's hand jerked back as if electrocuted. He had almost pressed it. Why would you install such a thing? Han Li began to regret his decision to enter. Was it merely for the chance to pilot a giant robot? Old Han, you don't understand. This is the soul. Lu Yunze grinned broadly. You needn't worry. Even if you press it, nothing will happen. There's another button to your left. That one is for the soul within the soul. Han Li felt around with his left hand and indeed found a small button. What is this? That's the emergency eject mechanism, Lu Yunze said, giving a thumbs up. Han Li was completely bewildered. All he wanted was to get off this contraption. Don't be nervous. Control the direction with your consciousness and use your spiritual energy to regulate speed. Lu Yunze patted Han Li's shoulder. Get ready, and let's go? Before Lu Yunze could finish his sentence, Han Li shot out like an arrow. The yellow divine eagle transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 7. The Ascension Conference in the northern part of Lan Prefecture lies Tianwu Platform, the venue for the Ascension Conference. This secluded mountain range features a particularly perilous peak. Soaring into the clouds. From a distance, it resembles a divine sword piercing the heavens. At the summit lies the so-called Tianwu platform. The 7 major sects leveled the peak, constructing 7 sturdy arenas upon the cleared ground, fortified with formidable prohibitions to prevent interference during the competition. Although the Ascension Conference is still several days away from officially commencing, over 100 Qi refining stage cultivators are already in waiting, anticipating the opportunity to leap like carp into the Dragon's Gate. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the hearts of the crowd inevitably waver. When hearts are unsettled, troubles are likely to ensue. Still daring to fight back, with a thunderous shout, several flying daggers pierced the body of a burly giant. The giant swayed twice before collapsing like a rag doll. Big brother, a young girl with delicate features, rushed forward, trembling as she brandished a talisman in front of the giant. How dare you come to the Ascension Conference with such meager skills? The leader of the opposing trio, a youth clad in purple, spoke disdainfully, possessing a cultivation level of the 11th layer of Qi refining. The 2 followers flanking him appeared to be his lackeys. Little girl, do you wish to make a move? The youth scoffed. With several days until the Ascension Conference, the experts from the 7 sects have yet to arrive. They will not concern themselves with what transpires before the conference. The girl's body quivered even more violently, yet she stubbornly stood her ground before the giant. Hey! The youth could not suppress his laughter. This little girl is quite tenacious. Wait, big brother, why bother wasting words with her? I'll take care of her for you. One of the followers standing behind the youth suddenly chimed in. The youth shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing. What deep-seated enmity do we have with you? Why do you resort to overwhelming numbers to attack us? The girl's eyes reddened, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Are you cultivators from prominent families truly so lawless? The youth sneered, a contemptuous gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The nearby cultivators averted their eyes, pretending not to see, while only a handful dared to return his gaze defiantly. The coldness in the youth's eyes deepened. The Yi, Chun, Yan, Feng, and Wang families are all esteemed clans, renowned in the cultivation world, valuing their reputation. Thus, certain matters can only be handled by those of lesser status, like the middling families. Today, by clearing out some enemies for them, these families would undoubtedly reap some benefits, both overtly and covertly, tomorrow. As for these rogue cultivators, consider it unfortunate for you. Why pursue dreams when you could choose a more prudent path? At that moment, one of his lackeys could no longer contain himself, summoning a blade of wind with a clap of his hands, prompting the purple-clad youth to cast him a few more glances. The individual displayed notable cleverness, immediately requesting to join upon realizing he could not prevail. Fortunately, his destination was Huangfeng Valley, not the hidden moon sect that he intended to visit. It seemed that the Chun family in Huangfeng Valley was also inclined to recruit a son-in-law. Otherwise, with his wind attribute spiritual root, he would have posed a considerable nuisance. The young woman activated a talisman, enveloping herself and the giant in a layer of aquamarine shield. Yet, it was evident to all that such a defensive spell could scarcely withstand much. Most of the surrounding cultivators reveled in the misfortune, pleased to see one less formidable opponent before the tournament commenced. Only a few with a semblance of conscience could divert their gaze. Unable to bear witness to such a tragic scene, they would not jeopardize their standing with powerful families for the sake of 2 strangers. At that moment, a beam of golden light pierced the air. A colossal metallic eagle soared across the sky, executing an exceedingly difficult Thomas 360-degree maneuver. It then transformed into a towering metal giant, performing several aerial flips before landing heavily in an extraordinarily flashy yet neon-friendly manner. Clang! The metallic giant slowly lifted its head, producing an exaggerated sound effect. The multitude of cultivators present stood in collective bewilderment. What on earth was this? Inside the cockpit, Hanli fell into contemplation. It was widely acknowledged that when the number of men exceeded 1, their intelligence and emotional maturity would plummet exponentially. Previously, he had spent half a month in the same cockpit with the half-crazed Lu Yunze, and gradually, he found himself assimilated into madness. They had piloted the mech while singing and engaging in reckless antics, dispatching a dozen highway robbers, uprooting 49 trees, and frightening hundreds of birds. One unfortunate hawk had been pursued for a full week, ultimately succumbing to shame and throwing itself into a lake, tragically piercing a hapless turtle in the process. Fortunately, at least one of them remained sensible enough to recall their purpose of attending the Ascension Conference. Otherwise, who knows where they might have ended up wandering off to. Even upon arriving at the Ascension Conference, Han Li's mind was still in a state of overexcitement. Unable to resist, he demonstrated a newly learned aerial combat technique, only to be struck by a wave of introspection soon after. If he ventured out now, his reputation as a cultivator would likely plummet to new depths. His standing in the Sioux country's cultivation scene might be irreparably tarnished. Old Han, I give your performance a perfect score. Lu Yunze, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, seemed unfazed. Perhaps he did realize, but simply did not care. After all, who would concern themselves with something that was essentially non-existent? Han Li slowly raised his head, his expression grave. Brother Lu, do you possess any invisibility artifacts? Old Han, I misjudged you. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so base. Han Li shot him a glare. Lu Yunze chuckled awkwardly, patting his shoulder. Old Han, you must understand. In the cultivation world, reputation is akin to worthless paper. In a decade or two, no one will care. So why be so uptight? Face yourself boldly. Humph. Han Li expressed his deep-seated skepticism with a soulful snort. The tension was palpable. Everyone felt the awkwardness. Lu Yunze, resigned, suggested, better to endure a brief discomfort than a prolonged one. Let us open the hatch. With a scowl, Han Li retrieved a mask from his robe and donned it. Was it really necessary? Lu Yunze thought, feeling a pang of discomfort. This man lacked an extraordinary sense of security. Perhaps he bore some childhood trauma? The young man in purple gazed at the metallic giant that had landed before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. It was understandable that the scattered cultivators were unfamiliar with this contraption, but how could he, a member of a prominent family, not recognize it? The lunatic from the Hidden Moon sect, the scoundrel whom none dared confront in Sioux country. Only he would wield such bizarre puppetry. What was he doing here? The purple-clad youth hastily turned to glance at the elite disciples of the Yin and Qin families, only to find them all averting their eyes, acting as if they were not acquainted with him. These scoundrels! The youth cursed inwardly, watching helplessly as the hatch opened, revealing a masked figure and that infamous madman stepping out. Master Lu, he called, stepping forward to bow respectfully. I am Wei Yun from the Wei family. My uncle has mentioned your name several times. It is an honor to meet you. Please allow me to pay my respects. Lu Yunze narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings before his gaze lingered on the injured giant. He began to comprehend the situation. Wei Yun, you seek to join the Hidden Moon sect? Indeed, I do. Senior. Before Wei Yun could finish, a slender blue light suddenly pierced his abdomen. Blood spewed forth, and his complexion turned ashen. With his dantian damaged, he would require years of recuperation. The Ascension Conference was now beyond his reach. Begone. This scene astonished everyone present. The scattered cultivators had not anticipated Lu Yunze's decisive action. After all, that was a member of the Wei family. The family cultivators were even more shocked. This was the madman who dared to wreak havoc even in the heavenly craft hall of the Hidden Moon sect. How had Wei Yun not been outright killed? The two individuals trailing Wei Yun exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. Yet, after spitting out blood, Wei Yun bowed once more to Lu Yunze. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yunze didn't spare him another glance, turning instead to the fallen giant and the seemingly oblivious Han Li who had approached. Miss Han, your brother is gravely injured. I have done all I could. Han Li sighed, carefully removing the silver needles from the giantess' body. The giant had ceased bleeding, though pale from blood loss. He was no longer in danger of death. Thank you, Brother Han, the young woman said, her fair face radiating genuine gratitude. Miss, I am here as well. Lu Yunze remarked, bemused as he watched the two. What was this? Had they formed a bond so quickly? The young woman blushed deeply, hastily standing and bowing. I thank you, fellow cultivator, on behalf of my brother, Han Yunji, for your life-saving grace. She even attempted to kneel. But Lu Yunze halted her with a wave of his hand, casting a binding spell. No need to thank me. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence, he replied, his gaze coldly sweeping over the assembly. Among the gathered cultivators, there were barely 20 family members. The rest were scattered cultivators, with at least 30 possessing over 10 layers of cultivation. Not one of these worthless individuals dared to step forward. Many even rejoiced at having one less rival. They truly deserved to be trampled underfoot. Lu Yunze rubbed his brow, attempting to quell the unnamable fury within. Perhaps it was for the best. He was not a scattered cultivator. Why should he concern himself with those willing to lie prostrate beneath others? Miss, your brother's injuries are severe. Without several years of meticulous care, recovery is improbable. Furthermore, even if he regains health, he may never wield his powers again, Han Li stated, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the bashful young woman, especially as she stood defiantly in front of her brother, reminding him of his own sister at home. Seeing her so helpless stirred a desire to assist, yet he felt powerless. Lu Yunze crouched beside them, intently observing the giant's injuries. Han Li, noticing his focused demeanor, suddenly brightened. "Brother Lu, do you understand medicine?" Hope flickered in the eyes of Han Yunji. "I do not." Lu Yunze shook his head earnestly. Han Li rolled his eyes at him. "However, I am indeed an expert in the study of human anatomy." Lu Yunze's fingers glided down the giant's wound, tracing the path until they reached the dantian. A flying dagger had pierced this area, leaving a wound several inches long. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yunze felt a surge of curiosity regarding the human anatomy of this world shortly after embarking on the path of cultivation. After all, in this realm, humans are impervious to blades and bullets, capable of scaling walls and unleashing immense strength with their bare hands. Those with spiritual roots can even cultivate magical powers, conjuring fireballs and summoning lightning, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture. Why, if we are all human, do you possess such extraordinary abilities? Upon learning introspection and understanding his own structure, Lu Yunze delved deeper into the study of human anatomy in the library. His subsequent discoveries led him to believe he might have arrived on an alien planet. The human beings in this world bore little difference in general structure from those of his past life, save for the addition of an energy storage organ, the dantian, and an entire system of energy pathways, meridians. This was not merely theoretical. These were tangible human organs. Meridians crisscrossed the body, intricately connected to various organs. Damage to the meridians, as seen in the giant, could indeed be healed. However, the issue lay with the wound to the dantian. For cultivators, each level of advancement within the same major realm represents an expansion of the dantian, increasing its capacity for energy, magical power. The majority of realms are divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced, while the Qi refinement stage is subdivided into 13 levels. This is because the physical structure of cultivators in the Qi refinement stage does not differ greatly from that of ordinary mortals, and the dantian is exceedingly fragile, easily suffering severe injury. Given the extent of the giant's wounds, the likelihood of the dantian healing is woefully small. Even if it were to heal, it would never again be able to expand. With a flick of his hand, a small, exquisite gourd appeared in Lu Yunze's grasp. "Miss Han, I can treat your brother's injuries. However, his cultivation will likely be stunted from this point onward," Lu Yunze said gravely. "A cultivator who can no longer cultivate has lost forever the chance to vie for longevity. This feeling is akin to witnessing the demolition of your home, only to see your neighbors and friends become suddenly wealthy overnight, while your own fate takes a cruel turn. That sense of disparity can truly drive a person to madness." Han Yuji's face turned pale, her petite frame trembling slightly. "I beg you, Brother Lu," Han Yuji said sincerely, lowering her head. Lu Yunze nodded in silence, gently parting the giant's wound. Tilting the gourd slightly, a viscous, blood-red liquid splashed onto the dantian. Han Li's nose twitched as he caught a faint whiff of blood. Lu Yunze stowed the gourd, observing as the liquid formed a thin red membrane over the giant's dantian. "That will suffice," he sighed in relief. The dantian of a Qi refinement cultivator is as fragile as a balloon. It cannot be stitched, but must be adhered with a binding agent. "Brother Lu, what kind of spiritual herb was this concoction made from?" Han Li inquired, unable to suppress a frown. Lu Yunze shot him a glare. "This is human essence. I painstakingly gathered this gourd." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. "Very well, I shall not intrude further." Lu Yunze stood, donning a disingenuous commercial smile. "You two enjoy your conversation. I shall procure some spirit stones." Han Yuji's previously pale visage suddenly flushed crimson, her demeanor akin to an ostrich. Her head bowed as if to bury itself in the earth. Han Li spat toward Lu Yunze's departing figure. "Miss Han, let us move your brother to a more secluded area," Han Li said kindly, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Han Yuji's voice was scarcely louder than a whisper. Using a spell, Han Li lifted the giant, casting a final glance at Lu Yunze. He caught sight of Lu Yunze mingling with a group of family cultivators, their camaraderie evident. This scene made Han Li's lips twitch in disbelief. The cultivation world is indeed rife with hypocrisy. In the following days, no cultivators engaged in private disputes. However, various groups of family cultivators gathered to discuss lofty matters, leaving a host of loose cultivators in bewilderment. Amidst this facade of peace, 7 streaks of light pierced the sky. The Ascension Conference had officially commenced. Chapter 9. The treasure game. Several fire serpents twisted and intertwined, coiling into a fire python, ferociously lunging at its opponent. A beam of yellow light shot forth, shattering the python's head, the residual force barreling toward the squat, portly youth controlling it. The youth, pale-faced, hastily fumbled for a talisman, But before he could activate it, the yellow light pierced through his chest. Yenyu Victory, the representative from the Hidden Moon sect. A seemingly youthful female cultivator with a veiled face and an air of cold elegance, announced. Her skin, fair as snow, and eyes like morning stars left the male cultivators present in a state of daze. After proclaiming the results, she graciously nodded at Yenyu, causing him to break into a foolish grin, momentarily forgetting to descend from the stage. The youth who had fallen to Yenyu was summarily dismissed with a wave of her hand, as if to avoid sullying her eyes. Brother Lu, there are so many cultivators registered under your Hidden Moon sect, Han Li remarked in astonishment, observing the hundreds of cultivators, half of whom had registered with the Hidden Moon sect. This sight incited envy among the leaders of the other 6 sects, yet they were helpless to act. Are they here for cultivation? I wouldn't dare to point it out, Lu Yunze scoffed in disdain. Han Li, with a resigned smile, surveyed the high platforms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The various magical artifacts, talismans, and numerous secret techniques provided him with a feast for the eyes. Brother Lu, may your business prosper. A lean, cunning-looking youth approached, grinning as he snatched a portion of spirit stones from Lu Yunze. Not at all. I must congratulate you as well. Lu Yunze replied with an even brighter smile. What do you say, Taoist Jew? Who shall you wager on in the next round? The youth hesitated, glancing at the spirit stones in his hand, before gritting his teeth and handing half of them to Lu Yunze. Brother Lu, I place my bet on Qin Xiaoqian from Huangfeng Valley. Excellent. Qin Xiaoqian from Huangfeng Valley. Odds of 1 to 105. Lu Yunze cheerfully accepted the spirit stones. Subsequently, over 100 individuals approached, some displaying joy, others anger, and some with tears in their eyes as they dug into their last possessions to place before Lu Yunze. Han Li's eyes twitched as he quickly distanced himself. When the crowd finally dispersed, the spirit stones piled before Lu Yunze were higher than he was. So all this while, when you said you were procuring spirit stones, it was actually a treasure game, Han Li remarked, eyeing the mound of spirit stones before Lu Yunze with a mix of concern and disbelief. Shouldn't you keep such matters to yourself? What is there to hide? Who would I hide it from? Lu Yunze dismissed Han Li's counsel entirely. Han Li's heart raced with frustration, and just as he was about to articulate another objection, he noticed the leader of the Hidden Moon sect approaching, exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yunze before casually taking a portion of the spirit stones. Following her were representatives from Spirit Beast Mountain, followed by the Blade Workshop, the Clearvoid sect, and Huangfeng Valley. After witnessing all 7 sect leaders come forth to claim their share of spirit stones, Han Li felt utterly numb. Is this appropriate? He finally managed to choke out. What is inappropriate about it? If the foundation building seniors were to distribute spirit stones, who would dare place them in my hands? Lu Yunze's words flowed effortlessly. Han Li remained silent. He had once thought that the world of cultivation was as dark as the mortal realm, but now he realized he had underestimated it. The realm of cultivation was far more sinister than the mortal world. As the heads of the 7 sects approached to collect spirit stones, the previously observant cultivators began to stir with anticipation. The area around Lu Yunze became lively and bustling. Han Li could only manage a bitter smile as he distanced himself, instinctively touching the mask on his face, fearful of revealing his true identity. In the next round, Han Yunji faced Feng Ping. A commanding voice resonated from the high platform of Spirit Beast Mountain, causing Han Li's steps to halt abruptly. He turned just in time to see a petite, yet resilient figure ascend the platform. That little girl is quite stubborn, Lu Yunze murmured, having somehow drawn near him. Did you not try to dissuade her? Han Li fixed his gaze on Han Yunji's opponent, speaking helplessly. I did, but it was futile. Joining Spirit Beast Mountain was her parents' dying wish, and now that her elder brother is gravely injured, she has no choice but to take his place. Ah, what a tragedy, Lu Yunze remarked, glancing at Feng Ping. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with an unremarkable appearance, fitting the type that would easily be lost in a crowd, much like Han Li. The Feng family was a prominent clan, rivaling the Qin family. And this unfortunate girl had the worst luck to face such a formidable opponent right off the bat. Han Li's expression shifted. Was this person truly formidable? I don't know, but judging by his cultivation, he is at the 11th level of Qi refinement. In the Feng family, he is likely one of those who are not particularly valued, yet not entirely oppressed either. Lu Yunze's expression grew increasingly grave. A person from a family like his, while not necessarily possessing top-tier magical artifacts, would certainly have access to upper-tier ones. The advantage over loose cultivators was glaringly apparent. Speaking of which, do you have any idea about the odds for this match involving the girl? Lu Yunze extended 5 fingers. 5 to 1. And still, no one dares to place a bet on her. Han Li furrowed his brow, a surge of indignation rising within him. Do you not think it's a bit excessive to gamble with these people's lives? Excessive, indeed. It's only natural if they come after me to retaliate after this round. Lu Yunze shrugged, his expression intricate, reminiscent of a mischievous child caught in a prank. But I have my own issues to resolve, just like them. Han Li swiftly regained his composure, realizing he had momentarily lost his poise. Perhaps it was because Han Yunji bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger sister, leading him to unconsciously adopt the role of her elder brother. As they conversed, Han Yunji had already engaged Feng Ping in combat. She first tapped her spirit beast pouch at her waist, and a white juvenile eagle shot forth, darting towards Feng Ping. She then produced several talismans, deftly transforming them into fireballs that followed the eagle. Feng Ping squinted, revealing two pitch-black short blades that had appeared in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arms, unleashing two streaks of 9-foot-long blade light that cleaved viciously towards the juvenile eagle. The eagle, though young, possessed exceptional combat experience. Without waiting for Han Yunji's command, it folded its wings and soared upwards. The fireballs trailing closely behind were easily shattered by the blade light. Feng Ping cast a glance at the eagle before charging towards Han Yunji with his dual blades. Han Yunji pressed her lips together tightly, her right hand reaching for her waist. The soaring eagle emitted a piercing cry and dove towards the back of Feng Ping's head. Feng Ping did not turn. With only 10 steps between him and Han Yunji, he could sever the girl in two before the eagle reached him. Once its master fell, even the mightiest bird would merely be a beast. Observing Feng Ping's advance, Han Yunji's clear eyes revealed a steely resolve. With a swift motion, she drew a shimmering yellow silk handkerchief from her waist, which billowed dramatically in the wind, shielding her from harm. A top-tier magical artifact. Feng Ping's eyes widened in horror as his blade light struck the handkerchief, only to be effortlessly repelled by the concentrated yellow glow. He staggered back a step before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The juvenile eagle pecked a deep wound into the back of his head, resulting in a grim demise. Han Yunji wins. Chapter 10. Boundless Sky. Brother Lu, what were the odds for Han Yunji again? Han Li asked with a smile. Lu Yunze shot him a glare. It was 5-1 before, now it's 3-1. Such prowess, and yet the odds are still 3-1? That is a top-tier defensive artifact. Han Li was perplexed. Lu Yunze gestured towards Han Yunji. Take a closer look. The girl is already nearly drained of her power. Who knows how much she'll recover for the next round? Han Li furrowed his brow in silence for a moment. Brother Lu, please place a bet for me on Han Yunji, 50 spirit stones. Lu Yunze studied Han Li, locking eyes with the mischievous glint beneath his mask. Oh! Lu Yunze exclaimed in realization, breaking into a smile. Just remember to make the girl perform convincingly. If not, perhaps mix in a little potion. I don't need you to instruct me on that. Han Li chuckled as he approached Han Yunji. He had plenty of potions at his disposal. Lu Yunze grinned mischievously as he glanced towards the other 6 sex platforms, suddenly inspired with new ideas. Days later, the Ascension Conference came to a close. After fierce competition, 70 individuals emerged from the hundreds of cultivators, set to join the 7 sects of the Yue Kingdom. Naturally, Han Yunji was among them. Strangely enough, this particular Ascension Conference unfolded in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Besides Han Yunji, more than 20 overlooked loose cultivators ultimately triumphed, despite being repeatedly pushed to the brink. They consistently managed to unveil precious talismans or unique artifacts to turn the tide, resulting in significant losses for the clan cultivators this time around. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze had profited immensely. After bidding farewell to Han Li and Han Yunji, Lu Yunze hitched a ride back to his sect with the Yen family of the Hidden Moon sect. Seizing the opportunity before his master returned, Lu Yunze set about repaying his debts one by one. After settling all his accounts, he found himself with nearly 2,000 spirit stones remaining. Thus, he concluded that running a gambling operation was truly remarkable. Orchestrating it was where the real profits lay. At this moment, Lu Yunze brimmed with ambition, eager to return and upgrade the Victory Swift Swallow. He estimated that its combat strength had already surpassed that of the average mid-foundation establishment cultivator. With a few more high-grade materials, Lu Yunze was confident he could elevate it to late foundation establishment levels. It could only be said that this crafty fellow was indeed talented, though regrettably, his intellect was not applied in earnest pursuits. Junior brother Lu, the manager of the 100 Machines Hall at the Hidden Moon sect, Yen, felt his spirits plummet upon seeing Lu Yunze's arrival. Reluctantly, he forced a smile to greet him. What brings you here? Senior brother Yen, do not be alarmed. I'm merely here to find someone. Lu Yunze quickly reassured him, sensing that without clarification, he might be forcibly ejected. Yen, not daring to underestimate the situation, promptly inquired, Who are you looking for, junior brother? Do you need my assistance? No need. I'm here. A streak of light shot from the horizon, racing towards the entrance of the 100 Machines Hall at breakneck speed. As the light faded, a captivating young woman in her 20s emerged, exuding charm with every movement, her enchanting eyes sparkling as if they could ensnare the very soul. Yan's heart trembled as he quickly led several disciples forward to pay their respects. Yen Xiao of the 100 Machines Hall, welcoming you, Master and Chong. The enchanting fairy of attire smiled and nodded. Lu Yunze quickly stepped forward, fairy of attire. The fairy's eyes shifted towards him, and she couldn't help but sigh. Nephew Lu, I have heard about your situation. Your senior brother repeatedly urged you to focus on your cultivation and not to dabble in those peculiar arts. Are you not afraid that your master will return and break your legs? Fairy, you know my master too well. He tends to overthink things. As you can see, my cultivation hasn't lagged behind, Lu Yunze replied, clicking his tongue in frustration towards his master. Beside them, Yen Xiao felt a cold sweat break out. The topic was too advanced for him to grasp fully. Perhaps sensing Yen Xiao's discomfort, the fairy smiled and nodded slightly at him. Nephew Yen, you may go about your business. I have some matters to discuss with Nephew Lu. Yen Xiao sighed with relief and quickly took his leave. The fairy watched him depart, then turned to Lu Yunze, giving him an exasperated glare. You're at the 11th level of qi refinement, and you still dare to speak? With your aptitude, had you not been distracted by these external things, you would have likely reached the foundation establishment stage by now. Lu Yunze spread his hands, and, you are well aware of my circumstances. My spirit-gathering body primarily excels in the speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy during the core formation stage. This physique can even enhance the success rate. Foundation establishment mainly depends on the spiritual root, and I believe there is no need to elaborate on mine. The fairy sighed. You are changing the subject again. If you could reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, would your senior brother not provide you with several foundation establishment pills? Moreover, with your intellect, can you truly not find ways to increase your success rate? As she spoke, her gaze sparkled, clearly indicating her trust in Lu Yunze's intelligence. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be astonishing. In his past life, Lu Yunze was a remarkable figure who managed to enroll in a prestigious technical academy from a third-tier city. After his rebirth, his memory and cognitive abilities had evidently escalated to a new level. Not to mention, he had traversed through 18 years and spent 8 years on the path of cultivation. During these 8 years, he had relied on numerous texts on artifact refinement to create the Victory Swallow, a functional combat vessel, starting from scratch. Of course, his previous experiences, his scientific methods of summarizing, and the unique creativity of a transmigrator had significantly aided him. Seeing the trust the fairy placed in him, Lu Yunze smiled sheepishly. Aunt, let us set this aside for now. I actually have 2 precious items to present to you. He produced 2 wooden boxes from his storage bag. The fairy's eyes widened as she gazed at the 2 spirit herbs within the boxes. I found these beside a secluded ravine in the Tai Nan Valley. The moment I saw how beautiful they were, I knew they must be fated to you, fairy. Lu Yunze spoke without hesitation, his eyes filled with genuine emotion. Upon returning to the Hidden Moon sect, I sensed these herbs stirring with energy, leading me to realize you must be nearby. So I hurried to the 100 Machines Hall to await your arrival, intending to return these herbs to their rightful owner. The corners of the fairy's mouth twitched, but she shot him a playful glare. Just 2 herbs, and they're stirring? Besides, there are many young and beautiful female cultivators in the Hidden Moon sect. Why are these specifically mine? Lu Yunze waved his hand dismissively. Aunt, don't jest. What do the other female cultivators have to compare with you? Even these herbs know well. If I dared to give them to anyone else, they would leap up and fight me for their lives. How dare you speak such things? You are quite unfilial. Possessing such treasures, you didn't even think to honor your master first. The fairy huffed, seemingly a bit annoyed. Lu Yunze, not being foolish, could discern whether a woman was genuinely angry or merely feigning it. He quickly smiled and said, Aunt, with my master's cultivation, these herbs would be of no use to him. Furthermore, if I were to give them to him, what if the herbs truly turned against me? You silver-tongued flatterer. The fairy tightened her lips. Speak. What do you desire? Lu Yunze raised his thumb. You understand me best, Aunt. To be frank, I have heard that you possess a piece of Hunyuan crystal. What do you think? Hunyuan crystal? That's a material for refining earth attribute magical artifacts. What do you need it for? The fairy looked at Lu Yunze with curiosity, puzzled about what he had been researching lately. Before he could respond, a loud roar echoed from outside the hall, shaking the entire 100 Machines Hall slightly. Lu Yunze turned pale from fright and quickly shoved the spirit herbs into the fairy's hands. She instinctively stored them away before realizing what she had just done. A streak of 5-colored escape light rushed in, and the powerful spiritual pressure caused the air to tremble. The newcomer wore a patched blue robe, had short hair, and carried a faded blue bag at his waist, giving off an air of cleanliness despite his greasy face, obscuring his true appearance. This person was the most formidable figure of the Hidden Moon sect at the core formation stage, known for his self-created formless escape technique, which had instilled fear in the cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom for centuries. Xiongwuji. With a thud, Lu Yunze knelt down without hesitation. Master, I was wrong. Please let me explain. Chapter 11. The mystery of foundation establishment above the Hidden Moon sect. Within a small spiritual vessel, Xiongwuji's voice resonated. What did I tell you before I left? Did I not instruct you to focus on your cultivation and avoid those chaotic distractions? You, however, borrowed spirit stones from your peers and even held a treasure auction at the Ascension Conference. You have brought disgrace upon both yourself and the Hidden Moon sect. Despite his anger, Xiongwuji retained some composure. He was well aware that his reputation among the seven sects was not particularly stellar. Master, let us discuss this rationally. Lu Yunze knelt before him, wearing an expression of contrition. You said that as long as I reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, it would suffice. Now I am at the 11th level. Are you still proud of that? Xiongwuji gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could slap the boy for his insolence. Absolutely not. Lu Yunze swallowed hard, quickly donning a fawning expression. Master, you see, you forbade me from working on robots because you were worried I would neglect my cultivation. But I assure you, I have not faltered in my training. Xiongwuji sat silently, his gaze towards Lu Yunze growing increasingly unfriendly. Master, to be honest, I have accomplished some legitimate tasks over the past 2 years. With the threat of losing his legs looming, Lu Yunze's mind raced. And he genuinely came up with something substantial. Master, consider my aptitude. When you took me under your wing, it was because of my innate 5-element spiritual root coupled with the spirit-gathering body, which grants me an affinity for the 5 elemental spiritual energies, making me exceptionally suited for your formless escape technique, correct? At the mention of this, Xiongwuji's expression softened slightly. Lu Yunze felt relieved and continued. My physique allows me to draw in spiritual energy more easily than other cultivators during core formation, but when it comes to foundation establishment, my success rate is not significantly higher than that of a typical 5-element root. I have calculated that to successfully establish my foundation, I would need at least 5 foundation establishment pills. While you could certainly procure them, such matters tend to attract disdain, so it is better to avoid them if possible. Xiongwuji pondered for a moment, still bearing an angry expression, but the murderous aura that had been directed at Lu Yunze had dissipated. You're not suggesting that you found a way to increase the success rate of foundation establishment, are you? Xiongwuji asked, his tone laced with skepticism. Although it currently exists only in theory, I have gained a certain level of confidence. Lu Yunze patted his chest, his self-assured demeanor unmistakable. Master, from my perspective, the cultivation process in the human realm is fundamentally a continual increase in magical capacity and output power. The dantian determines capacity, while the meridians dictate output power. Xiongwuji nodded with a smile, reaching for a cup of tea placed before him. I cannot comprehend. Lu Yunze continued. I have studied the notes within our sect and sought out numerous fellow disciples for physical examinations. The findings revealed that the most significant difference between foundation-building stage cultivators and Qi-refining stage cultivators lies in the quality of their magical power. Lu Yunze gestured to indicate a size comparable to a bowl. I have examined the dantian of peak Qi-refining stage cultivators and those at the initial foundation-building stage, and they are both of similar size. Therefore, I believe that the maximum expansion of an ordinary human's dantian reaches this limit, which represents the ultimate capacity of the human organ. Yet, within the same volume, the magical power of foundation-building cultivators exceeds that of Qi-refining practitioners by several magnitudes, which can only be attributed to the quality of the magical power. Indeed, Xiongwuji nodded, setting down his teacup. He understood. The magical power of foundation-building cultivators is in a liquid state, whereas that of Qi-refining cultivators remains in a gaseous state. This has long been recognized in the realm of cultivation. Lu Yunze eagerly nodded. Exactly. This led me to another hypothesis. If we could compress the magical power of peak Qi-refining disciples into a liquid state, could they not successfully transition into foundation building without relying on foundation building pills? Xiongwuji scoffed. This line of thought has been explored by predecessors, and the results, unsurprisingly, ended in catastrophic failure. True enough, Lu Yunze acknowledged. This brings us to the organs responsible for containing and transporting magical power, namely the dantian and meridians. He retrieved a balloon and a rubber ball from his storage bag. For example, this balloon represents the dantian of a Qi-refining stage cultivator. As he spoke, he gently squeezed the balloon, causing it to burst instantaneously. Then he picked up the rubber ball, which was evidently much sturdier, no matter how hard Lu Yunze pressed. It merely deformed slightly. This, then, symbolizes the dantian of a foundation-building cultivator. The same principle applies to the meridians. Although the dantian and meridians of both the initial foundation-building cultivators and peak chi refining cultivators are of similar capacity, their quality is vastly different. The underlying reason for this disparity is the foundation-building pill. A glimmer of insight flashed in Qiong Wujia's eyes. Cleansing the marrow and refining the meridians? Precisely, Lu Yunze replied. The miraculous effects of foundation-building pills can be divided into two parts. He raised two fingers. The first part cleanses the body of impurities while simultaneously enhancing the quality of the dantian and meridians. The second part reacts with magical power, transforming gaseous magical energy into a liquid state. As for the spiritual energy contained within, it seems more like an ancillary benefit. Viewed from this perspective, foundation-building pills can be considered a type of body-refining elixir, albeit one with pronounced effects focused on the cultivation of the meridians and dantian. Lu Yunze concluded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a somewhat translucent arm. To validate this hypothesis, I conducted several experiments myself. With a grin, he continued, I consumed fasting pills instead of regular food and gradually eliminated impurities from my body by learning health-preserving methods. With the aid of nourishing body-refining elixirs, I slowly enhanced my meridians and dantian, all while consciously compressing my magical power during cultivation. Now, the quality of my dantian and meridians exceeds that of my peers by approximately 20 to 30%, with my magical power quality surpassing theirs by 20%. I calculated that with the assistance of specialized body-refining techniques and potent elixirs, I could confidently transition to foundation building by my 30s, even without relying on foundation-building pills. However, specialized body-refining techniques are rather difficult to find. Recently, blasphemer, Qiong Wujia erupted, his formidable spiritual pressure pinning Lu Yunze to the ground. What did you just say? Caught off guard, Lu Yunze fell unceremoniously. I didn't say anything. I merely suggested that it is possible to achieve foundation building on my own. He suddenly halted. Visions of scattered cultivators at the Ascension Conference flashing through his mind, alongside the cold corpses beneath the Ascension platform and the haughty gazes of the 7 sect leaders. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Yunze's back as he realized where the problem lay. The notion of achieving foundation building without the aid of foundation building pills was tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the 7 sects. As Qiong Wujia's spiritual pressure dissipated, he pulled Lu Yunze to his feet. The peak Jidon cultivator trembled slightly. What did you just say? Lu Yunze, seeing the fear in Qiong Wujia's eyes, forced a smile that was anything but pleasant. Disciple said nothing at all. Only then did Qiong Wujia release him, falling into a contemplative silence before speaking slowly. Throughout history, the cultivation realm has witnessed countless prodigies, individuals whose magical prowess or authority could dominate the world. However, there are matters that even they dare not approach. Do you understand? Lu Yunze nodded earnestly. Return to the cave dwelling with me. You are to refrain from engaging with any of those chaotic notions. Qiong Wujia inhaled deeply. If you do not reach the peak of chi refining within 2 years, I shall dismantle all of your contraptions. Yes, Lu Yunze was still somewhat dazed. He had nearly become the enemy of the entire cultivation realm. Master, my research could still enhance the probability of foundation building. Do you think? Qiong Wujia pondered for a moment. For now, continue your practice. You haven't divulged this matter to anyone else, have you? Absolutely not. That is good. Qiong Wujia sighed in relief, feeling a chill sweep over him. He had perspired more than Lu Yunze, but the oiliness of his face concealed it. Let us leave. You are not to step outside for the next 2 years. Chapter 12. Blood Forbidden Trial 2.5 years later. Within a dim chamber of Qiong Wujia's cave dwelling, Lu Yunze opened his eyes. As he breathed, a whirlwind, gently swirling beside him, dissipated quietly. It was the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth that his gathering spirit body had attracted. Lu Yunze glanced at a nearby pool, nearly 10 zhang in diameter, with water of a milky white hue, exuding astonishing spiritual energy. This was an exceedingly rare spiritual spring, a pinnacle among spiritual springs. Such extraordinary phenomena, cultivated over tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years in the most spiritually dense areas, were incredibly scarce. The spiritual energy emanating from it far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual veins. Meditating in its proximity yielded remarkable benefits to one's cultivation speed. Naturally, such a precious resource was not something Lu Yunze could rightfully claim. It belonged to the Yue sect. However, due to Qiong Wujia's high status and cultivation, He unabashedly appropriated this spiritual spring for himself. Additionally, Xiong Wujie possessed a piece of spiritual jade that he never parted with, the origins of which remained a mystery. With the aid of this spiritual spring, Lu Yunze not only reached the peak of chi refining within the span of 2.5 years, but also found time to enhance his meridians and dantian while compressing his magical power. Now, the quality of his magical power exceeded that of his peers by at least 50%, and the strength of his dantian and meridians, bolstered by the elixirs provided by Xiong Wujie, was more than 50% stronger than that of cultivators at the same level. Ordinarily, a 5-element root cultivator would require at least 5 foundation-building pills to ensure success in their transition. However, Lu Yunze now needed only about 2. For Xiong Wujie, acquiring 2 foundation-building pills was hardly a concern. With a cheerful tune, Lu Yunze sauntered out of the dim chamber. After 2 years without a taste of freedom, he felt nearly driven to madness. Stop! The voice of Xiong Wujie echoed in his ear, causing Lu Yunze to freeze in place. Come here and see me. Lu Yunze glanced longingly at his room, where his victorious flying swallow vessel awaited. Ah, the adult world certainly offers no easy paths. Lu Yunze adjusted his expression and entered the hall of the cave, wearing a cheerful smile. Surrounding him, spiritual lights flickered, and exotic flowers adorned the area, competing for brilliance. For stone pillars, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, stood at each corner of the hall, while 360 colorful pearls were embedded in the ceiling, casting cascading beams of light, illuminating the entire cave. Xiong Wujie sat at the center on a white jade platform, holding a remarkably precious wooden box, a clear look of delight on his face. Master, did you summon me for something? Xiong Wujie shot him a sharp glance. What? Can I call you unless there is something urgent? Of course not. It's just that I've been researching foundation building recently, Lu Yunze replied with a nervous chuckle, attempting to change the subject. However, Xiong Wujie, knowing this little rascal too well, sneered and ignored him. Lu Yunze's eyes wandered to the wooden box in Xiong Wujie's hands. Master, have you acquired something remarkable again? The corners of Xiong Wujie's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but smile. This time, my luck is truly exceptional. He opened the wooden box, and a rare fragrance of a precious spirit herb immediately wafted through the air. For years, I have been searching for aged spirit herbs, yet I found nothing. Just when I was about to give up, heaven did not disappoint the diligent. Just a few days ago, Wanjia building in Huangfeng Valley received a millennium-old spirit herb. Xiong Wujie excitedly slapped his thigh. That little girl from Huangfeng Valley thought she could compete with me, but my invisible evasion technique is beyond her reach. With just a slight maneuver, I easily left her behind in Huangfeng Valley. In the end, I arrived at Wanjia building first and secured this millennium spirit herb. As Xiong Wujie recounted the tale, he couldn't suppress his laughter. To him, being able to outmaneuver a junior female cultivator was a source of pride. Lu Yunze felt no objection. After all, his master had been eccentric for quite some time. He focused intently on the extraordinarily precious millennium spirit herb. The herb was full of spiritual energy and pure, clearly freshly unearthed. Unfortunately, its appearance was not particularly perfect, marred by a few artificial wormholes. Though this did not affect its medicinal properties, everything seemed normal except for those wormholes, which involuntarily reminded Lu Yunze of certain matters. And the image of an unremarkable man sprang to mind. Hanli, could it really be you? If it is, you certainly learned quickly. Lu Yunze. Xiong Wujie suddenly withdrew his smile and barked sharply. Startled, Lu Yunze quickly stood upright. Xiong Wujie nodded in satisfaction. The sect has issued an order, commanding you to participate in the Forbidden Land trial in a month. Use this month to prepare. Master, surely not? Lu Yunze was taken aback. I am your direct disciple. If you have any grievances, just tell me directly, and I will certainly amend them. Is it really necessary to push me into the fire pit? Is the Forbidden Land trial meant for serious people? What if I die inside? Who will take care of you in your old age? Shut your mouth. Lu Yunze's soul-searching questions nearly drove Xiong Wujie to a fit of rage. I am far from death. Right. I misspoke. Lu Yunze wished he could slap himself. Xiong Wujie, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks and clenched his hand repeatedly, as if ready to crush someone. Let me tell you, I have already signed you up for this trial. You must go. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Xiong Wujie forced himself to calm down. Lu Yunze's earlier comment had nearly unleashed his inner demons. Lu Yunze's expression turned bitter. He had been minding his own business at home, only to be inexplicably forced to go out and fight for his life. Master, what is your intention here? At least let me understand why. Humph. Xiong Wujie scoffed coldly. Let me inform you. This trial is the second to last before the Forbidden Land closes. In previous years, The 7 sects unleashed their elites during the final trial before the closure to vie for the last of the spirit herbs. However, the sect intends to take the initiative this time, seizing a substantial amount of mature spirit herbs while the other 6 sects remain unprepared. We, the old fellows, have all agreed to this plan. Lu Yunze was utterly perplexed. Unable to hold back, he asked, Master, the other 6 sects are not fools. If they see our sect's elites emerge, won't they understand our intentions? They are certainly not fools, which is why we will only send a few young disciples. Qiong Wujie smirked with satisfaction. Lu Yunze's pupils dilated in shock as he suddenly realized something crucial. Master, the sect doesn't expect me to lead the team. Do they? I can't handle that. He was genuinely frightened. Entering the Forbidden Land was one thing, but leading a group of burdens was an entirely different level of hellish difficulty. You lead the team? Qiong Wujie scrutinized Lu Yunze from head to toe, revealing a disdainful smirk. If you dare, I wouldn't even think of it. Someone else will lead. Then who will lead? Lu Yunze pondered over all the qi-refining disciples in the sect and found none capable. Qiong Wujie rolled his eyes at Lu Yunze and answered evasively, Your master uncle, Nangong Wan, is about to emerge from seclusion. Lu Yunze's expression instantly became extraordinarily vivid. Chapter 13, Nangong Wan. The most gifted female cultivator of the Jiedan stage in the past few centuries at the Yenyu sect. She had devoted herself to the path, spending over a century in seclusion, rarely appearing in the outside world. As a result, very few disciples within the sect were even aware of her existence, let alone cultivators outside. Due to his unique status, Lu Yunze had encountered her once. To be honest, she was quite beautiful, but he felt nothing particularly special, mainly because at that time, she appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, and as someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Lu Yunze found it difficult to harbor any unusual feelings towards a girl so protected by both law and morality. If he were to be truthful, he preferred the type represented by the fairy of the rainbow attire. Although Nangong's Su Nu reincarnation technique was the top-tier technique within the sect, this technique would reincarnate every few decades, reverting her appearance to that of her youth. Qiong Wujie chuckled mischievously. That girl is currently in her reincarnation phase, possessing only the cultivation level of the qi refining stage, but her treasure, the vermilion bird ring, remains unaffected and can still be used freely. A qi refining cultivator capable of wielding a treasure is sufficient to sweep through the entire Forbidden Land. Qiong Wujie laughed heartily, finding it rare for these young disciples to come up with such a clever plan. How could this old man not support them? So you're sending me out to support this plan? Lu Yunze's heart raced. He had a feeling that this was a bit too risky, and it would be an affront to Qiong Wujie's volume if nothing went wrong. Master, may I ask something? If I remember correctly, this master uncle Nangong has been in seclusion, right? Regardless of her specific abilities, has she ever battled with anyone? Lu Yunze cautiously inquired. The real world was not a video game. It was not merely a matter of having a higher level and better equipment to guarantee victory. If it were that simple, the world of cultivation would be far too peaceful. Just imagine, 2 individuals meet in a narrow path, reveal their cultivation levels, and then showcase their equipment. The loser would merely kneel and bow 3 times before turning to leave. Such simplicity does not exist in reality. Life and death struggles involve mindset, experience, intelligence, and even innate talent, all contributing to what is deemed strength. Nangong's experience in combat was indeed limited, and she had not encountered any significant dangers. Qiong Wujie grinned, a greasy hand landing squarely on Lu Yunze's shoulder. Thus, have I not supported you in this endeavor? Your puppet possesses remarkable combat prowess, rivaling that of mid-foundation establishment cultivators, rendering it an invincible presence within the forbidden grounds. Qiong Wujie brushed against Lu Yunze's clothing and then disdainfully withdrew his hand. With both you and the young lady from the Nangong family accompanying me, this expedition into the forbidden grounds is bound to yield significant rewards. Lu Yunze wore a sullen expression, uncertain whether it stemmed from being compelled to venture into the forbidden lands or the realization that his attire, which he had only worn for half a year, was now rendered unserviceable. Are you still dissatisfied? Do you have any idea how many individuals are vying for a single spot? Qiong Wujie expressed his discontent with Lu Yunze's attitude, trailing behind the young lady from the Nangong family, effortlessly plucking spiritual herbs for rewards, akin to receiving gifts. Master Lu Yunze wished to struggle a bit longer. He understood that this expedition to the forbidden grounds was essentially an opportunity to cling to the powerful and obtain fortune with minimal risk. However, he truly disliked violence. And why should he venture out when he could cultivate peacefully at home? What if something unforeseen were to occur? What if there were some cunning old monster, ruthless in their actions, or some convoluted scheme afoot? Wouldn't he be doomed? Although the rewards from the Forbidden Ground trials were considerable, given your wealth. Should you truly be concerned about such trifles? Lu Yunze smiled in a manner intended to please. You know nothing. Xiong Wujie slapped Lu Yunze's thigh, causing him to gasp in pain. For years, I have been searching for spiritual herbs in order to concoct a Huayuan Dan for you. Xiong Wujie sighed, gazing intently into Lu Yunze's eyes. This elixir is an ancient medicinal pill, potent in its effects. It even holds significance for cultivators in the core formation stage. If you could obtain this pill, with your innate talent, you would undoubtedly break through to mid-foundation establishment within 5 years. At this point, Xiong Wujie clenched his fist in excitement. He was acutely aware that he likely had only 50 or 60 years left to live. Once he passed, those scheming for his intangible escape method would undoubtedly pounce without hesitation, tearing Lu Yunze to shreds. If Lu Yunze could successfully form his core before his demise, or even reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, albeit in a false core state, it would suffice to safeguard his legacy. Heaven has favored me. After years of hardship, I have finally obtained this millennium-old spiritual herb. Xiong Wujie caressed the wooden box, his eyes glistening with moisture. If you could bring back more spiritual herbs from this trial in the Forbidden Grounds, I could request the remaining materials for the elixir from the sect, allowing us to refine the Huayuan Dan and facilitate your advancement. He lifted his gaze, looking at Lu Yunze with a complex expression. Disciple, regardless of your extraordinary talent, without achieving the great Tao, all is in vain. Do you understand? Lu Yunze lowered his head in silence for a while before bowing deeply. The disciple will heed your teachings. Good, good, good. Xiong Wujie laughed heartily 3 times, then retrieved a crimson flag and a talisman inscribed with 7 colored needles from his storage pouch. This crimson flame flag is a reward from the sect for your participation in the trials, a true masterpiece among top-tier artifacts. And this talisman is for your protection. Keep it on you just in case. Xiong Wujie handed the flag and talisman to Lu Yunze, a look of satisfaction gracing his greasy face. You have 1 month. What you do is your own business. However, I need you to ensure that you enter the Forbidden Grounds in peak condition after a month. The weight of the artifact and talisman pressed heavily in Lu Yunze's hands. Rest assured, master. Lu Yunze flashed an exceedingly confident smile, declaring that this time he would return with the first place. The Yue Kingdom borders the Yue Kingdom, classified as a medium-sized nation in the vicinity. The kingdom's renowned sects, the Divine Weapon Sect, the Wanmiao Pavilion, and the Tianxing Sect, excel in weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation techniques, respectively, giving rise to a bustling marketplace. A few years prior, while constructing the Victory Flying Swallow, Lu Yunze had chosen to outsource part of the extensive forging work due to the enormity of the project. However, at that time, Xiong Wujie had already communicated with the sect's blacksmiths, explicitly forbidding Lu Yunze from engaging in such intricate techniques. Left with no other options, he was compelled to seek help outside the sect, venturing to the marketplace of Yue Kingdom in search of fortune. To his surprise, he indeed found an exceptionally skilled blacksmith. Armed with Lu Yunze's design blueprints, the two embarked on several months of collaboration. Initially, they exchanged harsh words, but gradually they reached a mutual understanding, developing a camaraderie and enjoying each other as company. Their correspondence continued even during Lu Yunze's 2 years of confinement. This time, Lu Yunze had new inspirations and specifically traveled to Yue Kingdom to seek out his friend. Standing before the expansive, leveled land of over 100 acres, Lu Yunze donned an ordinary flying artifact and grinned unabashedly. Qi Yinxiao, I'm ready to entertain guests. Chapter 14, Ambush Bang. In the hollow below, several white stone houses were situated, and with a muffled sound, a plume of black smoke erupted from one of them. A stout young man stumbled out, covered in black soot. Lu Yunze, you again. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man doubled over, coughing violently. Lu Yunze wrinkled his nose, unable to suppress a smirk. I told you long ago that without the purple jade as a stabilizer, the blazing stone would certainly explode. Nonsense. As long as the temperature can be controlled. Before he could finish, Qi Yinxiao caught sight of the devastation within the stone house. In this moment, no matter what he said, it lacked any persuasive power. Hurry, open the formation. I have something marvelous to show you. Lu Yunze waved his jade slip, his expression brimming with excitement. Qi Yinxiao rolled his eyes and raised his hand to disable the surrounding restrictions. Isn't the second Victory Flying Swallow you mentioned last time, is it? Qi Yinxiao looked at him skeptically. The second machine can wait. First, take a look at this. As soon as Lu Yunze landed, he eagerly tossed the jade slip to Qi Yinxiao. Taking the jade slip, Qi Yinxiao muttered to himself while probing with his divine sense. It's not the second machine. It must be. Qi Yunxiao abruptly halted, his focus entirely captivated by Lu Yunze's design. Wind control technique, godly movement technique, swift movement law, clear wind spell, all defensive attacks and flying abilities have been abandoned in favor of speed. Qi Yunxiao's expression turned conflicted. Concentrating so many functions into a single machine would render it cumbersome. It would be better to streamline it, focusing on explosive speed, physical protection, and agility. Qi Yunxiao made adjustments to the design, and Lu Yunze didn't mind. In terms of forging techniques, Qi Yunxiao was still his superior, and he had brought the design for his input. The defense doesn't need to be excessively high. It should merely withstand the pressure generated by high-speed movement. Lu Yunze spoke up. Agility should be enhanced, but the primary focus should still be on boosting explosive speed. There's no need to worry excessively about material strength. Let us create several spare parts for easy replacement and repair. Lu Yunze received the design, understanding that high-speed combat occurs in the blink of an eye. So there was no need to overly consider the burden and durability of the materials. The priority was to enhance the explosive capability. Alright, but then there's no need to add armor. We can simply use defensive spells instead. That works. Lu Yunze's mind sparked with inspiration. Let us do it this way. The two sat down on the ground, engrossed in discussing various materials and designs. After deliberating for most of the day, they finally settled on the design. They then entered the formal production phase. 10 days later, Lu Yunze soared on a flying sword directly to the Tianqing Sect's marketplace. The latest model of the artifact had been completed, and the process was even smoother than Lu Yunze had anticipated. According to Qi Yunxiao, this was likely due to Lu Yunze's progress in forging techniques. The two individuals tested the power of a new magical artifact, and the results were quite gratifying. This version of the artifact forsook all offensive and defensive capabilities in exchange for a speed that could be described as otherworldly. In a state of rapid motion, Qi Yunxiao could scarcely perceive its shadow. Beyond its unparalleled speed, the artifact also exhibited commendable sturdiness, though certain joints regrettably became consumables. Lu Yunze was now headed to the market to procure some common materials for refining, intending to create several additional sets of parts for convenient replacements. This process was somewhat sluggish, and Lu Yunze felt a pang of regret for having exchanged the cloud-piercing shuttle with Han Li. Having grown accustomed to the swift victory flying swallow, the sudden transition to this flying sword inevitably left him feeling a sense of loss. However, there was no alternative. The victory flying swallow was too ostentatious and could inadvertently bring trouble to Qi Yunxiao. He wondered how Han Li was faring in the Yellow Maple Valley. Perhaps he should check on him soon and inquire about the blood-forbidden trial. Lu Yunze was certain that Han Li would undoubtedly have a hand in this matter, as such trials were clearly designed as early-stage quests for protagonists. For Lu Yunze, this was a fortunate situation. After all, early-stage quests for protagonists were generally not perilous. He speculated that even if this trial proved dangerous, it would not exceed the realm of Qi refinement, and at worst, it would only involve foundation establishment. With the victory flying swallow at his disposal, he felt invincible within. Just as Lu Yunze was conjecturing the future plot trajectory, based on his limited experiences and unashamedly marking his territory, 5 beams of light suddenly surged upward from below. Another encounter? Lu Yunze cursed inwardly and conjured a circular shield to protect himself. Why were there bandits lurking everywhere? The law and order in the cultivation world seemed absurdly poor. He glanced around and realized he had flown over a dense forest. The 5 beams of light emanated from within the forest, subtly forming a 5-element formation that ensnared him. I wonder which esteemed friend is conducting affairs here. I am Lu Yunze of the Inuit sect, and I apologize for the intrusion. He pressed down on his flying sword and swiftly descended to the ground. The forest was deep and silent, devoid of any sound. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow and expanded his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Having introduced himself, he received no response, nor was there any indication that the formation would be dispelled. This was rather peculiar. Typically, low-level cultivators targeting treasures would not dare to provoke disciples from prestigious sects like Lu Yunze unless they were confident in their abilities. Frowning, Lu Yunze turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest. Dear fellow cultivator, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths merely to rob, would you? From the depths of the forest, a figure shrouded in a black robe slowly emerged. Judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, they possessed a cultivation level of 12 layers of Qi refinement. Lu Yunze raised his hands, offering a friendly smile. Suddenly, a slender blue light erupted from behind the figure, hurtling towards the back of Lu Yunze's head. With a hum, a golden barrier flickered into existence, effortlessly deflecting the blue light. The figure lifted their head, their gaze obscured by the black robe, emanating a chilling aura filled with murderous intent. It was as though countless vengeful spirits were manifesting before Lu Yunze, wailing and seeking to drag him into the depths of hell. In a daze, Lu Yunze felt as if he could see all the souls he had slain. They lamented, laughed maniacally, and reached out with ghastly claws, intent on tearing him apart. "Begone!" Lu Yunze roared, unleashing a surge of spiritual sense comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, forcibly dispelling the illusions before him. Just as he regained his clarity, without a moment's hesitation, he expanded his circular shield to several times its original size, resembling an impenetrable fortress before him. A blinding light radiated forth. 5 crescent-shaped blades, glowing with a pale luminosity, came rushing toward him, only to be intercepted by the suddenly enlarged shield. The shield trembled, its surface etched with 5 deep gashes from the attack. "What?" Lu Yunze and the black-robed figure exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yunze regarded the figure with caution. While he could wield 5 magical artifacts simultaneously, it was due to his extraordinary spiritual sense from his 2 lifetimes. What manner of individual was this? Chapter 15. 7 Fiends Locking Soul Technique. The black-robed figure, equally astonished that Lu Yunze could break free from the aura of malevolence, intensified their assault with their magical artifacts. As the shield began to falter, Lu Yunze clenched his teeth and released 3 gleaming blue flying daggers that arced around the shield, slicing through the air. At the same moment, a slender blue light shot forth again from beneath the black-robed figure, who vanished in a flash of black mist, reappearing several zhang away. The 5 blades that had been relentlessly attacking the shield now circled around, intercepting the 3 flying daggers. As the situation reached a stalemate, the 2 exchanged a glance and simultaneously resolved to end the conflict swiftly. Suddenly, a thick haze of gray emanated from the black-robed figure, mingled with the mournful cries of vengeful spirits. Lu Yunze also tapped his storage bag, summoning the colossal steel giant, transformed from the victory flying swallow, which crashed heavily to the ground. As the gray mist dissipated and the cabin closed, 2 pressures, rivaling those of Foundation establishment cultivators, surged into the sky. The 2 exchanged another glance, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "If you were this formidable, why not say so earlier? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" The black-robed figure raised a hand, and the 5 blades glowed with white spiritual light, effortlessly deflecting the flying daggers and shooting toward the victory flying swallow with far greater power and speed than before. With a whoosh, the victory flying swallow soared upward, unleashing a golden sword beam. The 5 flying daggers deftly scattered, evading the sword beam and simultaneously launching an attack from all directions. The victory flying swallow split its massive sword into 2, and the twin blades danced, their dazzling golden light repelling all the blades. Realizing that relying solely on this set of magical artifacts would not suffice to subdue Lu Yunze, the black-robed figure hesitated and reached for their storage bag. However, Lu Yunze had been locking onto them with his spiritual sense, seeing them prepare to launch another attack. He disregarded the entanglement of blades and transformed into the victory flying swallow, manifesting as a nearly 10 zhang long golden light blade, whistling through the air with an earth-shattering momentum. The distance between them was merely 10 zhang, a negligible span for the victory flying swallow. In the blink of an eye, the colossal light blade was upon the black-robed figure. The air tore apart, producing a deafening explosion. Before the radiant golden light, the black-robed figure appeared diminutive and insignificant. They gazed upon the blindingly brilliant giant, as if confronting a golden tempest, and in the next moment, it seemed they would be swept away and crushed like an ant. Yet, this scenario did not unfold. Just as the black-robed figure was about to be obliterated by the light blade, the fleeting golden barrier reappeared. The tempest collided with a towering mountain that had withstood the test of eons, and the piercing golden light blade could not even stir a ripple upon the barrier. Within the golden light, Lu Yunze seemed to catch sight of a golden talisman unfurling upon the black-robed figure's chest. With a hum, the golden light erupted. The victory flying swallow was sent hurtling away by an overwhelming force, tumbling several dozen zhang away. The black-robed figure remained stationary, enveloped in a golden light shield, their eyes beneath the hood radiating a chilling murderous intent. They summoned back the 5 blades and then transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing beyond the horizon. The speed of their escape rivaled that of a core formation cultivator. Within the victory flying swallow, Lu Yunze, who was reeling from the disorientation, witnessed this scene. Who was this person? What was their origin? In a desolate mountain several hundred li away, the black-robed figure pondered the same question as Lu Yunze. A voice, aged and unexpected, echoed from the disciple of the Moon Concealment Sect. Were there a third person present, they might have thought they were witnessing a ghostly apparition. The puppet, formidable in its own right, had bested you. Yet such a seamless integration of puppet and technique had never been witnessed before. Could it be a unique inheritance from the southern realms? The tone carried a hint of perplexity. Upon closer inspection, the voice emanated from the chest of a figure cloaked in black. When the figure lifted their hood, a youthful countenance emerged. The individual was merely a lad of 13 or 14 years. To possess the cultivation level of the 12th layer of chi refinement at such a tender age was utterly astonishing. The boy leapt down, abruptly reducing his height by a foot, and then produced 2 small stilts from beneath his robe. Master, even you cannot discern the true nature of that individual? The boy inquired gravely, his brow furrowed with dissatisfaction. The human realm is vast, and the myriad of extraordinary skills and techniques is beyond comprehension. How could I possibly know it all? However, you, young one, do you still harbor thoughts of revenge? The aged voice replied with a hint of amusement. You should be aware that had I not expended my soul energy to shield you earlier, you would have perished twice over. With downcast eyes, the boy maintained a humble demeanor. I am well aware of that, and I am not one to act recklessly. But master, are you truly well? Do not worry. I am not in immediate danger of death. The old voice sighed lightly. The boy clenched his jaw in frustration, recalling how, during his previous escapade in the kingdom of Yue, he had inadvertently slain a member of the Great Sword sect. To evade the sect's pursuit, he had sought refuge in the Yue Kingdom, only to encounter members of the 7 sects once again, and a particularly formidable opponent at that. What is there to fear? The 7 Fiends soul-locking technique I imparted to you was acquired from a demonic friend of mine long ago, and it remains one of the most advanced soul rituals even in the Great Gene. In this remote region of Tai Nan, who could possibly discern your flaws? Your fellow cultivators in the core formation stage have scrutinized you countless times, yet found nothing amiss, have they? The aged voice scoffed. If you are truly concerned, then participate in the blood-forbidden trial. Once you reclaim my legacy, you can advance to foundation establishment, and at that point, you need not fear anyone. The boy's expression fluctuated between hope and doubt, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, Master, it is not that I wish to avoid this. However, I am not yet 14 years old. Would it not raise suspicion for someone of my age to partake in the blood-forbidden trial? Humph, suspicion? And what of it? The old voice retorted with disdain. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Should you advance to foundation establishment after the trial, what would it matter if you openly acknowledge these events? They are merely a collection of low-tier rogue cultivators. Who would dare to confront a foundation establishment cultivator for their sake? The voice shifted, continuing, at worst, you would relinquish the 7 Fiends soul-locking technique. Once you officially inherit my legacy, that demonic art will hold no further value for you. The boy furrowed his brow, recalling the tempestuous golden blade that had once flashed through his mind, a terror that still caused his hands to tremble. Very well, I shall venture into that forbidden ground, he declared resolutely. Exactly. Now you resemble my disciple. The aged voice expressed deep satisfaction. Master, there is one more matter I must request your assistance with. The boy said solemnly. I have already revealed my whereabouts in the Yue Kingdom and must return to the kingdom of Yue swiftly. With more than half a month remaining before the blood-forbidden trial, I cannot afford to be caught at this juncture. The old voice fell silent for a moment before issuing a heavy sigh. Very well, I shall expend my soul energy to assist you once more, at worst. I shall merely enter a period of slumber. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations in the future, the boy replied, his entire being engulfed in a radiant golden light, his black robe instantly torn to shreds. Beneath that robe, he revealed the standard attire of Huangfeng Valley. The boy raised his head, and in the next moment, a golden streak of light shot through the air. Chapter 16. Strange Tales of Huangfeng Valley. At this moment, Lu Yunze remained unaware that the upcoming expedition into the Forbidden Ground would soon encounter unforeseen complications. He sorrowfully stored away the victory swallow and changed his direction, soaring for several dozen miles to conceal himself. He sat cross-legged to restore his magical energy and subsequently began repairing the victory swallow. The recent burst of golden light had nearly breached the protective barrier, and it took him 5 full days to complete the repairs. Afterward, he set off once more towards the Tianqing sex market. This time, no further incidents occurred, and Lu Yunze successfully procured the materials he needed. He also gathered the materials required to upgrade the victory swallow, preparing to enhance it upon his return. He aimed to fortify it to the late foundation establishment level before the blood-forbidden trial. After completing his purchases, Lu Yunze headed straight for Huangfeng Valley. In the 100 Herb Garden, Han Li lay tossing and turning in the thatched cottage. Half a month prior, he had received startling news. The blood trial's forbidden ground would temporarily close for 60 years 5 years hence, during which time the seven sects would jointly supervise, forbidding anyone from entering to gather herbs. This revelation completely disrupted all his plans. He currently possessed 2 foundation establishment pills, yet with only half a month remaining until the next forbidden ground trial. There was insufficient time for him to complete his foundation establishment. Now he faced a choice. Either consume the foundation establishment pills and forsake the blood forbidden trial entirely, or temporarily set them aside until after the blood trial had concluded. Han Li was acutely aware of his own strength, while he possessed several top-tier magical artifacts. He was merely a small expert among the lower-tier disciples. However, who could predict whether there might be those cunning individuals capable of hiding their true power? Equipped with formidable artifacts or concealed strengths during the blood forbidden trial? Should he encounter such individuals, his fate would be sealed. Not to mention, Lu Yunze's ability to dispatch chi refinement cultivators as if they were mere vegetables was something Han Li had witnessed firsthand. Who could say whether there were others among the great sects with comparable prowess? As Han Li grappled with his dilemma, a transmission talisman whizzed into the 100 herb garden. He frowned, as visitors were rare in this secluded place. After receiving the talisman, he listened intently, and a bemused expression crept across his face. Upon dispelling the barrier, Lu Yunze stood outside with a cheerful grin. "Old Han, how have you been?" Observing his carefree demeanor, Han Li could not help but roll his eyes. "Not too great." "Heh." Lu Yunze grinned unabashedly. "Come in and chat. What brings the esteemed disciple of the Moon Concealment Sect to Huangfeng Valley? Surely you're not here to purchase spirit herbs again?" Han Li inquired with a calm demeanor, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Having spent over 2 years living alone in the 100 herb garden, Han Li was genuinely pleased to have a friend visit, even if he did not voice it. As Lu Yunze followed him into the barrier, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. "Old Han, are you aware of the blood forbidden trial occurring in half a month?" Han Li's expression grew grave as he nodded. "Do you have any special news regarding it?" Lu Yunze asked, believing that Han Li, as a central figure, would be privy to insights about the trial. If any unexpected events were to transpire, Han Li should be among the first to notice. At the very least, there should be some signs. Han Li turned to him, a look of helplessness etched on his face. "You, a prominent disciple of the Moon Concealment Sect in the core formation stage, come to me, a mere servant of Huangfeng Valley, to inquire about the forbidden ground? What are you thinking?" Lu Yunze waved his hand dismissively. "I just happened to pass by Huangfeng Valley while purchasing supplies, so I thought I would ask. If you don't know, then so be it." Han Li shot him a glare of exasperation. "Happened to pass by? I'd be more inclined to believe pigs could fly." A disciple of the Moon Concealment Sect sought to enter the Yellow Maple Valley in search of someone. Even though his master was a formidable figure in the core formation stage, it was unlikely to be a straightforward endeavor. "Speaking of which, Old Han, from what I gathered in the Yellow Maple Valley, you have been quite severely bullied, even losing your foundation establishment pill." Lu Yunze chuckled with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "What do you say? Do you need assistance?" Lu Yunze inquired earnestly. A mere foundation establishment cultivator from the Yi family was not something he regarded with much concern. Han Li felt a warmth in his heart, but replied, "Don't meddle. I have my own plans." "Really?" Lu Yunze raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." Han Li smiled calmly and assured him, "Rest assured, my possessions are not so easily devoured." Lu Yunze nodded, believing his words. Although he had known Han Li for a short time, he was convinced that this man was truly formidable, with a mind sharper than a monk's. "Old Han, has anything unusual occurred in the Yellow Maple Valley recently?" Lu Yunze continued to inquire, somewhat stubbornly. Han Li furrowed his brow. "Your question is timely, as there have indeed been recent incidents." "What kind of incidents?" Lu Yunze's heart skipped a beat. "I knew it. Wherever the protagonist treads, not a blade of grass grows. There must be some trickery in this trial. Just days ago, several low-ranking disciples from the Yellow Maple Valley mysteriously disappeared. Due to the involvement of an exceptionally gifted disciple from a prominent family, the situation escalated significantly, even alarming the sect leader. Han Li's expression turned grave. Master Zhong had nearly investigated all the low-ranking disciples within the sect. Were it not for his long-standing reclusive nature and low profile within the sect, he might have been caught up in this matter as well. The thought of it sent shivers down Han Li's spine. His hands were not clean. The body of that brother Lu with the extraordinary spiritual root had yet to cool. The disappearance of low-ranking disciples made Lu Yunze frown. Could this be related to the bloodband trial? "Why do you ask?" Han Li couldn't help but question. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the 7 sects seem somewhat unsettled lately," Lu Yunze replied, shaking his head. "Let us not discuss that. Will you participate in this bloodband trial? Han Li hesitated before responding. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Yunze could surmise his apprehensions. Old Han, if you wish to advance further on the path of cultivation, the Foundation Establishment Pill is indispensable. Lu Yunze patted Han Li on the shoulder, reminding him that the 7 sects had a rule: every 10 spirit herbs exchanged for 1 Foundation Establishment Pill. If this opportunity were missed, it would be hard to come by again. Han Li smiled wryly. Though Lu Yunze did not know he possessed 2 Foundation Establishment Pills, his words struck a chord. To advance further, the Foundation Establishment Pill was indeed essential. Given his aptitude, the odds of successfully establishing a foundation with just 2 pills were tragically slim. Brother Lu, with my qualifications, what difference would obtaining 1 Foundation Establishment Pill make? The chance of success remains nearly non-existent, Han Li lamented. Lu Yunze's lips curled into a subtle smile. Saying nothing, Han Li was taken aback, realizing that Lu Yunze knew him quite well. His habitual lamentations fell on deaf ears with Lu Yunze. Old Han, I must participate in this bloodband trial, Lu Yunze declared, producing a porcelain vial and placing it before Han Li. This is a qi-nourishing powder my master prepared for me. It is beneficial for those below Foundation Establishment. Don't say I'm forcing you. The choice is yours. With that, Lu Yunze turned and left the herb garden without a backward glance. Han Li stared at the porcelain vial in his hand, his emotions swirling in complexity. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yunze's lips. Do your best, protagonist. If anything truly goes awry, it will ultimately depend on you. Chapter 17. The Forbidden Land opens in the northern region of Jianzhou, on a desolate mountain bordering the kingdom of Yue and the Yue Kingdom. 2 groups faced each other, each comprising dozens of individuals. One group donned yellow fur robes, encompassing men, women, and children. The other group, clad in Taoist robes, consisted entirely of men. At the forefront stood a dignified elder appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, alongside a slender middle-aged Taoist. The 2 were engaged in hushed conversation, the elder's expression dark while the Taoist wore a seemingly cheerful demeanor. Have you made up your mind, Master Li? The inner core of the bloodline flood dragon is a treasure from a 5th-tier beast. Its value surpasses even those 2 pieces of iron essence you possess. Such a rare wager, and you truly do not wish to partake? The Taoist inquired with a grin. Han Li, amidst the crowd, felt his lips twitch at the thought of his fate being wagered by these 2 core formation cultivators, leaving him with a mix of emotions. The Taoist, known as Floating Cloudzi, was the leader of the Qingshu sect for this trial, while the elder was Li Huayuan, leading the Yellow Maple Valley's contingent. Very well. I accept the bet. Li Huayuan gritted his teeth in agreement. As per the previous rules, we will first see which side collects the most spirit herbs, then evaluate their quality, and finally, count how many emerge alive from the Forbidden Land. Of course, everything remains unchanged. Floating Cloudzi exclaimed with delight, extending a hand for a shake to solidify the wager. With a crisp sound, the impact was not between Li Huayuan's outstretched hand, but rather a filthy hand that inexplicably appeared between them, greasy and grimy, evidently untouched by water for quite some time. The expressions of both men froze instantly. Senior Qiong, what do you mean by senior? The 7 sects have always been united. Why the formality between you 2? The teasing voice of Qiong Wuji chimed in, and like a phantom, he materialized between the 2. As fellow core formation cultivators, the 2 men had not sensed Qiong Wuji's proximity, a testament to his exceptional cultivation and elusive techniques. Since it is a wager, wouldn't it be rather dull with just the 2 of you? Count me in, Qiong Wuji said with a grin, his gaze never leaving the bloodline flood dragon's inner core. The 2 men dared not accept his challenge. The strength of the Moon Concealment sect surpassed that of the Kingdom of Yu significantly, and even the most confident disciples would not engage in such a clearly unfavorable bet. Unperturbed, Qiong Wuji proposed that if their combined scores exceeded that of the Moon Concealment sect, he would concede. He also produced 2 intangible needle talismans as a reward. Li Huayuan and Floating Cloudzi exchanged glances, both recognizing the flicker of temptation in each other's eyes. These were the intangible needles cultivated by the old monster Qiong over hundreds of years. Infused with Qiong Wuji's elusive techniques, even a nascent soul cultivator would find them troublesome. Among core formation cultivators, they were nearly unbeatable. Such a powerful treasure, even if it possessed only a fraction of its full power, would be beyond the reach of ordinary core formation cultivators. It could serve as a trump card to save lives in critical moments. With a resolute determination, the 2 agreed to the wager. As it turned out, gamblers never learn. Senior, what brings you here? Are you leading the Moon Concealment sect? Once the bet was set, Floating Cloudzi suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. Of course not. The one leading is the girl in Aichong. I'm merely here to observe and to send off my disciple, Xiong Wuji replied with a chuckle, pulling someone seemingly from thin air. Come, greet your two seniors. As he spoke, he kicked Lu Yunze's leg. With a graceful and fluid motion, Lu Yunze knelt down. Junior Lu Yunze, greeting the two seniors. This was a genuine greeting. Lu Yunze's head nearly struck the ground. No need for formalities. Floating Cloudsy quickly helped him up. This child is far too earnest, just like his master. Lu Yunze raised his head, his innocent and clear eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at the two. Li Huayuan and Floating Cloudsy shivered under that gaze. Lu Yunze had accomplished a significant feat in his life. He had managed to leave two core formation stage cultivators speechless. Ahem. Floating Cloudsy could no longer bear it and cleared his throat. Since he is a distinguished disciple of Qiong, we, as seniors on the cultivation path, ought to offer some assistance. He clapped his storage bag and produced a yellow talisman. This artifact, which I stumbled upon in my youth, possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. I gift it to you for your protection, young friend Lu. Thank you, Elder Floating Cloudsy. Lu Yunze sincerely expressed. Recently, he had lost a defensive artifact, and this one was a perfect replacement. Qiong Wujing nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Li Huayuan. Li Huayuan was internally cursing Floating Cloudsy. Why bring out such a fine artifact? Does it make you appear wealthy? He was generous only at the gambling table. Ordinarily, he would not part with a single coin. Today, being compelled to present a gift felt more painful than a death sentence. Elder Floating Cloudsy, you truly possess great wealth, Li Huayuan hesitantly remarked after a long pause. I must admit that I am financially constrained and do not possess artifacts as fine as yours. Seeing Qiong Wujing's expression change, Li Huayuan quickly added, however, I happen to have a mid-level would escape talisman. If young friend Lu encounters danger in the forbidden area, this item could save your life. Qiong Wujing's expression eased, and Lu Yunze happily accepted the wood escape talisman. His gaze instinctively flickered towards Huangfeng Valley, where he caught a glimpse of Han Li grinning at him. At that moment, Han Li had reached the 12th layer of qi refinement. Lu Yunze smiled back, but felt a twinge of suspicion. Has he consumed the entire bottle of qi nourishing powder? That was meant to last a month. Just then, Lu Yunze's gaze shifted, and his smile abruptly froze. Among the crowd from Huangfeng Valley, a boy who appeared no older than 13 or 14 stood out conspicuously. Lu Yunze's heart sank. Has Huangfeng Valley truly descended to such madness? Even children are not spared? The boy lifted his head and met Lu Yunze's sympathetic gaze, causing a wave of dread to wash over him. Master, what is happening? Does he recognize me? It shouldn't be. Better to observe for now. The boy shot Lu Yunze a cold glance and promptly closed his eyes to meditate. Qiong Wujing, following Lu Yunze's gaze, noticed the boy in the crowd and his eyes lit up. He addressed Li Huayuan. I have heard tales of a prodigy from Huangfeng Valley who reached the 12th layer of qi refinement at the age of 13, without consuming any pills. I thought it was mere boasting, but today I see the real deal. It seems Huangfeng Valley has indeed invested heavily this time. Li Huayuan sighed helplessly. Elder, you jest. If we could, we certainly would not allow such talent to be placed in peril. However, his father is gravely ill and urgently needs spiritual herbs from the forbidden area to prolong his life. Although we cultivators defy the heavens in pursuit of longevity, we are not heartless. When filial duty calls, we elders cannot say much. Li Huayuan sighed. He genuinely felt regretful. Had the boy not rejected the offers from the Chun and Wang families, he would not have to risk his life for mere spiritual herbs. Qiong Wujing squinted and nodded. A dutiful child indeed. While saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yunze. What is his name? Reporting to the elder, this child is named Li Wuyo. Hailing from a small family in Jianzhou. Qiong Wujing nodded, saying no more. Soon after, the remaining 5 sects arrived in succession. Qiong Wujing led Lu Yunze in greeting each of the leaders from the other 4 sects, receiving numerous valuable gifts. The leaders of the Blade Forge and Heaven's Peak Fortress each bestowed upon Lu Yunze a high-grade artifact. Though they were rather common offensive artifacts, Lu Yunze did not mind. The more, the merrier. The leader of the Great Sword sect seemed quite familiar with Qiong Wujing and generously offered Lu Yunze a Great Sword talisman without a blink. The leader of Spirit Beast Mountain was the most peculiar of all. He presented Lu Yunze with a demonic beast egg, purportedly from a 4th-level beast known as the Golden-Eyed Lynx. Although this beast had average combat capabilities, it inherently possessed the ability to break illusions, making it a highly rare creature. While Lu Yunze had little knowledge of demonic beasts, judging by Qiong Wujing's gleeful expression, this gift was likely the finest he received today. Amidst this atmosphere of harmony and camaraderie, the time to open the forbidden area arrived. The 7 core formation cultivators displayed their skills. combining their powers to create a circular passage approximately a foot high in the forbidden area's barrier. The disciples of the seven sects, not daring to delay, entered the passage in batches. Lu Yunze followed at the back of the crowd, hearing two voices transmit messages to him. Disciple, safety first. Preserving your life is paramount. Do not be careless. Lu Yunze, do not forget to come to me for your primordial crystal after you exit the forbidden area. Lu Yunze smiled and nodded, then leaped into the depths of the forbidden area. Chapter 18. Ambush. The black-scaled wetlands lie to the north of the forbidden area, a swamp spanning several miles. This area is perpetually shrouded in black miasma. Ordinary chi refinement disciples dare not approach without protective spells. At the center of the miasma is a vast black pool, roughly the size of several dozen feet. Sinister and grotesque trees take root in the pool, while a greasy, dark substance floats upon the water's surface, occasionally releasing foul bubbles that burst, emitting more black miasma. This miasma is thick and murky, reeking of decay. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a massive, slippery creature subtly writhing within the miasma. In this seemingly desolate place, today there came an unexpected visitor. A figure descended from the sky, plummeting straight into the black pool with a resounding, "What the?" For a brief moment, silence enveloped the black pool, before erupting into chaos as over 20 massive, scaleless snakes, each 6 meters long, surged from all directions. Their dark, slippery bodies intertwined, and their gaping mouths, filled with jagged teeth, could easily swallow a cow. The hideous snakes fixated their blood-red, slitted eyes on the unwelcome guest. In the next moment, a burst of flames ignited. Lu Yunze wielded the crimson flame banner, and torrents of blazing red fire spiraled forth, engulfing all the scaleless giants within. The flames evaporated a vast expanse of black water, revealing countless scattered white bones beneath. Soon, the flames clashed with the miasma, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left all chi refinement disciples in the northern part of the forbidden area in shock. Among them was Li Wuyo from Huangfeng Valley, who now wore a grave expression as he gazed toward the black-scaled wetlands, where several bisected white wolves lay at his feet. Who caused such a ruckus? Could it be someone from the Yue sect? Li Wuyo frowned, filled with apprehension. Not necessarily, an ancient voice echoed in his heart. You lot truly harbor hidden talents in this blood trial. Besides that puppet user, the Yue sect team also has a girl whose aura indicates she possesses a treasure. Certainly not an ordinary chi refinement disciple. A treasure? Li Wuyo's eyes widened in a mixture of shock and fury. Wasn't this the realm reserved for cultivators above the foundation building stage? It seemed that the young girl had employed some secret technique to suppress her cultivation below that level. Yet her already refined magical treasures remained unaffected. The aged voice grew solemn, speaking with grave concern. Be cautious. The seven fiends soul-locking technique can only be used once more to forcibly elevate your cultivation, and it will only take you to the initial stage of foundation building at best. If you encounter that girl wielding magical treasures, your life may not be spared. How cursed can I be? Li Wuyo growled in frustration. This trial has introduced far too many unpredictable variables. Fear not, you spineless wretch. The old voice suddenly turned stern. Are you so easily intimidated by a mere foundation-building cultivator and a chi refinement stage puppet? Do not forget, you are my disciple of the golden talisman. Li Wuyo's expression shifted, and he quickly clarified. Master, I am not afraid. I simply, what is there to explain? The path to immortality is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will retreat. If you do not fight for that fleeting opportunity, you will forever be trampled underfoot. Have you not endured enough days where you cannot even lift your head? Recalling something, Li Wuyo clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Master, I was wrong, he declared in a low voice, a fierce glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. I shall head to the central area to retrieve your legacy. If I do not encounter them, that would be splendid, but should those two dare to strike at me? Li Wuyo let out a cold laugh. Then let us see whose prowess prevails. Now you are speaking sense. The golden talisman master burst into hearty laughter. Do not worry, if matters truly become dire. I will protect you at all costs, even if it means risking my very soul. After all, he sighed deeply, you are the last hope of my heavenly talisman sect. Rest assured, master, once I advance in cultivation, I shall surely revitalize the heavenly talisman sect. Li Wuyo declared without hesitation. Very well. Then I can also rest easy knowing I have honored my senior brother. The golden talisman master expressed his satisfaction with a warm smile. Li Wuyo turned, gazing towards the heart of the forbidden area, his eyes revealing unmasked avarice. At that moment, the black-scale wetlands had transformed into a sea of flames. Emerging from the inferno was Lu Yunze, holding a rui, cloaked in golden light, his expression exceedingly grim. What kind of hellish start is this? How unlucky can one be? Lu Yunze sighed and oriented himself before heading towards the central area, navigating through dense foliage and passing a chilling pond. He reached a valley not far from the central area in just over half a day's time. Perhaps the previous explosion had been so thunderous that Lu Yunze had not encountered a single soul along the way. Both cultivators and beasts seemed to vanish without a trace, as if they had conspired to disappear. Seeing the path so peaceful, Lu Yunze let out a sigh of relief, preparing to restore his energy. At that moment, he suddenly felt a shift in the air. Turning to the valley's entrance, he noticed a depression. "Gentlemen, do you still wish to hide?" No sooner had he spoken than 3 young men clad in yellow robes emerged from the ground. Their bodies radiated a brilliant yellow light, having utilized the rare earth escape talismans typical of the chi refinement stage. Simultaneously, 3 others appeared from different directions in the valley. One shimmered with a blue hue, another wore a light blue veil, and the last exuded a subtle yet potent aura, suggesting superior cultivation techniques. The 6 formed a blockade, clearly having waited for Lu Yunze for quite some time. "What kind of misfortune have I stumbled into?" Lu Yunze grimaced, slapping his forehead, wishing he could return home and consult an almanac to discern if today was an ill-fated day for such endeavors. "Insane disciple of the moon-concealing sect. You might as well resign yourself to fate," spoke one of the Yellow Maple Valley disciples, the weakest among the 6, yet still at the 12th layer of chi refinement. The others were all at the peak of the 13th layer, exuding confidence and formidable presence. They were clearly elite low-tier disciples, confident in their ability to ambush Lu Yunze. Indeed, showing off one's wealth invites retribution, Lu Yunze sighed. The 6 exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their magical artifacts in a coordinated attack on Lu Yunze. Short swords, magical pearls, strange blades, spikes, staves, and colossal swords, each gleamed with piercing spiritual light, each a top-tier artifact. They had reached a consensus prior to ambushing Lu Yunze. Swift and decisive action was imperative, allowing no room for counterattack. However, being a hastily formed team, aside from the 3 from Yellow Maple Valley, the rest lacked any semblance of coordination. The speed of the artifacts varied, with the black giant sword wielded by the disciple from the giant sword sect surging ahead, slicing through the air towards Lu Yunze with astonishing force. With a flick of his rui, a burst of yellow light erupted, creating a thick veil to block the giant sword. Then, with a tap on his storage bag, an artifact that appeared extremely peculiar to the 6 enveloped Lu Yunze. It resembled a skeletal structure, yet had the quality of metal. It clung closely to his joints, as if it were a second skeleton formed outside his body. Had there been an opportunity, Lu Yunze would have gladly informed them that this was called an exoskeleton. Alas, neither side had the chance to exchange such pleasantries. The black giant sword struck first, delivering a blow that erupted with blinding black light. The yellow glow intensified, pushing the giant sword back several feet before it finally came to a halt. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 artifacts descended in succession, causing the yellow mist surrounding Lu Yunze to tremble violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. The disciple of the giant sword sect's expression contorted with malevolence as he formed a hand seal, commanding the black giant sword to spin in midair and charge at Lu Yunze once more. The myriad components of Lu Yunze's exoskeleton tightened and assembled, a fleeting azure-white light shimmering across his form. Runes ignited, resembling ancient battle tattoos that enveloped his body. A smile graced Lu Yunze's lips, pure and unadulterated joy, akin to a child discovering their cherished toy. With a flash of yellow light from his rui, the nearly collapsing yellow mist vanished in an instant, as the black giant sword and the other 5 artifacts bore down upon him without reservation. Chapter 19. Swift execution. Initially startled by the unusual developments surrounding Lu Yunze, the 6 soon felt exhilaration upon witnessing his lack of evasion. An indescribable thrill surged within them, to be struck simultaneously by 6 top-tier artifacts. Surely no extraordinary measures could save him. What significance did his esteemed status hold within this forbidden area? He was destined to perish at their hands. As thoughts of the treasures within Lu Yunze's storage bag flickered through their minds, the 6 quickly distanced themselves from one another. They all understood that after Lu Yunze's demise, a fierce battle would ensue among them, not merely for the spoils, but also to eliminate any witnesses. The 6 artifacts descended, unleashing a dazzling array of 6-colored spiritual light. The explosive energies collided, reminiscent of an unending series of detonations, sending shockwaves that pushed the 6 back several feet. As the spiritual light dissipated, the 6 hurriedly summoned their artifacts back. Before they had a chance to examine Lu Yunze's corpse, A piercing scream erupted from the disciple of the giant sword sect. The 5 individuals felt a sudden chill, instinctively turning their heads to gaze. The disciple of the great sword sect wore a contorted expression, disbelief flooding his eyes. A massive gaping wound marred his chest, allowing them to see the stone wall directly behind him, along with a remnant of his lung and the eerily absent heart. The disciple opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His pupils gradually lost focus in a fierce struggle against fate, his body collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. A ghastly sight indeed. Among the 6, the youngest was a disciple of Tianke Castle, appearing merely 17 or 18. Witnessing the horrific demise of the great sword sect disciple, he staggered back several steps, yearning to distance himself from the corpse. Suddenly, a rush of wind whistled past his ear. In the next instant, darkness enveloped his vision. The remaining 4 could only watch in horror as the top half of the Tianke disciples had vanished, as if a cold wind had swept through their very souls, rendering their blood nearly frozen. "Run!" A voice suddenly screeched, imbued with palpable terror. A disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain summoned a massive black panther, leaping onto its back. The 3 disciples from Huangfeng Valley flashed with golden light, merging into a streak of yellow, swiftly gliding close to the ground. The one with the lowest cultivation, at the 12th level of Qi refinement, glanced back in fear, only to witness the panther and its master being neatly severed in 2. A wave of icy dread surged within him, and he deeply regretted his greed for provoking such a calamity. Abruptly, he felt weightless, as if ascending into the sky. Puzzled, he furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation until he spotted 3 headless corpses, adorned in the distinctive yellow attire of Huangfeng Valley. "So I am dead," the disciple realized with a sudden clarity, before succumbing entirely to unconsciousness. Lu Yunze reappeared, his body radiating a dual hue of azure and white spiritual energy. Clad in runes that emitted a faint glow, he donned a pair of insect-like compound eyes and wielded an extraordinarily thin short sword, seemingly crafted from glass, alongside a pitch-black, rune-embellished hand dagger. The swift nature of the battle had yielded impressive results, yet as Lu Yunze removed his glasses and regarded the dismembered bodies of the 6, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "This is a bit too graphic." A familiar voice echoed from nearby. Han Li emerged from the shadows of the stone wall, surveying the blood-soaked scene without betraying a hint of discomfort. "Old Han, what brings you here?" Lu Yunze inquired curiously. Removing his exoskeleton, Han Li paused, slightly taken aback, then felt a stirring of gratitude within. Shortly after entering the forbidden area, he had fortuitously encountered the treasure-seeking Maiden of the Moon concealing sect and the wild man Feng Yu of Tianke Castle. After a fierce battle, he had even resorted to using a thunderbolt to survive. After that confrontation, Han Li had no desire to court further trouble, so upon hearing bursts of spiritual energy explosions nearby, he intended to avoid that treacherous locale. However, a fleeting glance revealed Lu Yunze ensnared in peril. Seeing his dire predicament, Han Li gritted his teeth, activating his Luo Yin step and the newly acquired boot artifact, clutching a recently obtained transparent thread, ready to join the fray. Initially, he planned to catch the 2 by surprise to afford Lu Yunze time to escape aboard the victorious Fian. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Yunze had already equipped himself and swiftly dispatched all 6 elite disciples. Han Li gazed at Lu Yunze, exasperated, his hands raised in resignation. "I came to assist, but it appears that won't be necessary." "Then allow me to express my gratitude," Lu Yunze grinned, deftly rummaging through the 6 bodies for storage bags. "Old Han, we are still quite a distance from the central area. Shall we team up?" Lu Yunze's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just glimpsed the arrival of a deity. "Very well, I shall entrust the next leg of our journey to you, Brother Lu," Han Li replied, smiling after a moment of contemplation. Having observed the scene of carnage, he had formed a rough assessment of Lu Yunze's capabilities. To him, Lu Yunze was an unparalleled force within the forbidden area. He even questioned whether there existed anyone capable of posing a threat to Lu Yunze. Partnering with such an individual ensured his safety. Not to mention Lu Yunze's character seemed reliable, alleviating any concerns about betrayal. "Brother Lu," Han Li suddenly recalled something. Smiling sheepishly at Lu Yunze, who was busy counting his spoils. "Do you still have any Qi nourishing pills? I would like to exchange for another vial." Lu Yunze's eyes widened in surprise. "You actually consumed the entire vial. That's not candy. Are you not worried about adverse effects?" Han Li clapped his storage bag, producing a lifelike puppet archer which he offered to Lu Yunze. "Brother Lu, I will trade this for the pills." With a swift motion, the puppet archer vanished from Han Li's grasp, replaced by a porcelain vial. Han Li grinned as he stored the vial, having traded an unusable puppet for a useful elixir. a transaction he deemed favorable. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze nearly drooled at the sight. With a flick of his wrist, the palm-sized puppet transformed into a life-sized, imposing archer. Its features exquisitely crafted, radiating an aura of formidable authority. Han Li was taken aback, while he was already aware of Lu Yunze's formidable spiritual consciousness. He was astonished to witness Lu Yunze able to split his consciousness to control the puppet, an ability reserved for foundation-building practitioners. Lu Yunze seemed oblivious to Han Li's astonishment, enraptured as he examined the puppet archer from every angle, his hands exploring its joints and design with fervor. Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. This craftsmanship, this articulation, this design is genius, Lu Yunze exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Resembling a dog that had just discovered a bone, eager to explore every detail. The materials are not merely enchanted. The entire puppet possesses sentience. Who conceived of such an idea? Lu Yunze was overjoyed, having thought himself alone in navigating the arduous path of crafting action figures in this unromantic reality. I am not solitary on this journey. With a swift motion, Lu Yunze produced 2 gleaming golden screwdrivers, panting with exhilaration. Old Han, wait for me. I must dismantle this to see what lies within. Chapter 20. Misaligned illusion. Ultimately, Lu Yunze was unable to dismantle his beloved puppet archer. With a single silver needle from Han Li, Lu Yunze's excitement was quelled. He reluctantly stored the puppet and joined Han Li as they made their way to the central area. Strangely enough, with the dreamlike duo of Lu Yunze and Han Li, it seemed improbable that they would encounter no incidents along their path, yet they traversed unharmed, with no unforeseen events befalling them. Half a day later, they found themselves exceedingly close to the central region, needing only to pass through a small thicket before reaching the outermost walls of the center. They did not rush ahead, but instead sought a concealed spot within the thicket to recover their spiritual energy, preparing themselves for the optimal state for what lay ahead. However, the two could not meditate for long when a chilling and piercing scream suddenly echoed from the edge of the dense forest. They both looked up simultaneously, exchanged a glance, and rushed out. As they emerged from the thicket, the sight that greeted Lu Yunze made his entire body shiver, goosebumps rising on his skin. A handsome young man in a green robe was humming a tune while employing an ice spike technique to pin a brocade-clad brute against the stone wall in the shape of a large character. Astonishingly, the brute was still alive, though utterly terrified, emitting pitiful wails. Beside him were 2 others, similarly affixed to the wall, their fates unknown, whether alive or dead. What a disturbing display of performance art. Lu Yunze felt a wave of unease wash over him. Although he, too, had the capacity to slice a person like sushi, he was not deranged. Such artistry was far too premature for him. Han Li observed the scene with an impassive expression, showing no signs of disturbance. He even took a moment to scrutinize the wounds on the 3 individuals. The young man in green frowned in displeasure, turning to regard the 2 who had suddenly appeared. Han Li seemed unbothered, but when the young man's gaze fell on Lu Yunze, his previously carefree smile abruptly froze. It turned out to be Lu Daoyu from the Hidden Moon sect. The young man in green smiled charmingly, exuding an unusually delicate aura, and bowed to Lu Yunze. Then, seemingly irritated by the brute's incessant cries, he furrowed his brow and released an ice spike that pierced the brute's throat. Lu Yunze's eyelids twitched, and with a grim expression, he inquired, "Do I know you?" The young man maintained his characteristic soft smile, revealing no sign of displeasure. "I am Han Tianya from the Han family of the Blade Workshop, and I have heard of you, Daoyu." "Not needed." Lu Yunze's brow furrowed as he raised his hand, unleashing a slender beam of blue light. Han Tianya's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily summoned 2 gleaming red flying daggers to shield himself. "Slow down, Daoyu. If you would let me off this time, I am willing to offer you all the treasures I have collected in this forbidden area. You would only need to wait a few days." "I said it's not needed." Lu Yunze flipped his hand, and the scarlet flame banner appeared, radiating a brilliant red light. An array of fiery meteors shot towards Han Tianya. Han Tianya turned to flee, not even having time to retrieve his accompanying magical artifacts. Just then, a dark-skinned man of ordinary appearance appeared before him. The man greeted him with a gentle smile, waving his hand as if in salutation. In an instant, darkness enveloped Han Tianya, and he fell silent. Lu Yunze retrieved the 2 flying daggers, absorbing the fiery meteor shower, and the blue light transformed back into slender blue needles, which he stored away. "We must leave quickly. I do not wish to linger in this cursed place for even a second." Goosebumps prickled Lu Yunze's skin as he pulled Han Li towards the ancient bronze doors not far from the stone wall. This copper door, a relic from years past, bore a unique and archaic design. adorned with mysterious ancient inscriptions resembling floral patterns. Upon passing through the door, they entered an area brimming with rare and exotic plants. This level was a garden specially arranged by the original owner of the Forbidden Land, intended for aesthetic pleasure rather than practical use. Consequently, disciples from various sects seldom wasted time in such places. "Old Han, let us part ways here," Lu Yunze said with resignation. He truly wished to venture into the central area with Han Li, as there might be opportunities to seize. Yet he bore a heavy responsibility and needed to reunite with the main force of the Hidden Moon sect. Thus, he reluctantly bid farewell. Han Li, though a bit reluctant to part with such a powerful ally, smiled and cupped his hands. "Brother Lu, take care on your journey." Although it felt as if Han Li had placed some kind of burden upon him, Lu Yunze dismissed such thoughts and earnestly said goodbye. Before departing, he gifted Han Li a glass short sword and a black hand. These two artifacts were consumables crafted specifically to work in tandem with mechanical exoskeletons. The short sword was exceptionally sharp but fragile and prone to breaking, while the black hand was a one-time use item designed to break various protective spells. The raw materials were inexpensive, costing no more than 15 spirit stones combined, but they were indeed well suited for Han Li. Han Li accepted them without hesitation and turned to enter the flower thicket. Lu Yunze changed direction and continued onward. After a while, a figure clad in vibrant colors cautiously peeked out from the thicket, fearfully wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What in the world are these people? Why is there such a commotion? The figure's eyes darted, and he concealed himself beneath a flowering tree, preparing to engage in some low-risk dealings. After walking several dozen paces, Lu Yunze confirmed that the area was clear and employed the summoning technique from within the sect. "Found you," he said with a slight smile. It seemed that the esteemed Nangong one was not too far from him. He had a favorable impression of this master Nangong prior to the blood-forbidden trial. They had arranged a meeting to discuss details regarding the expedition into the Forbidden Land. She struck him as a rather pretentious individual, yet surprisingly compatible with him. What a pity, if only it weren't so tortuous. Before Lu Yunze could finish his thought, he suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. In a void of nothingness, it was as though he transformed into a pure third-person perspective. He witnessed himself merging with the large contingent led by Nangong Wan. Arriving at a colossal stone hall, they then descended into the underground passage, where a black-scaled flood dragon unexpectedly evolved, catching everyone off guard. He piloted the Victory Swallow alongside Nangong Wan to confront the flood dragon, and then, inexplicably, the stone hall sealed shut, leading to a fierce battle against the creature. After a grueling struggle, they emerged victorious. Nangong Wan collected the dragon's soul while he approached to dissect the beast's corpse. Then, everything dissolved into nothingness. An illusion of cataclysmic proportions unfolded before Lu Yunze's eyes, with the flood dragon, the stone hall, Nangong Wan, and the entire contingent of the Hidden Moon sect collapsing into oblivion. This overwhelming force rendered Lu Yunze trembling until a flash of white light reappeared before him. Lu Yunze returned to reality, lifting his head to find himself amidst the same peculiar flowers and plants devoid of any apparent purpose. Time seemed to have distorted, and Lu Yunze stood in a daze until the echoes of the illusion gradually faded. What on earth? Is this a ghost? Chapter 21. The Xian clan. The central area of the Seven Sects Forbidden Zone is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is where Lu Yunze and the others currently find themselves. Although filled with exotic flowers and plants, they are mere ornamental specimens of little value, and no one would waste time here. The second layer comprises a vast circular mountain range, perpetually shrouded in impenetrable fog. Within this mountain, there exist natural spiritual lands such as caves, hidden valleys, and sheer cliffs, alongside artificial structures like stone houses and halls, where various spiritual herbs thrive. The fog in this mountain never dissipates, and cultivators who venture inside often become hopelessly lost within mere steps, while countless demonic beasts roam the circular mountain. Ranging from low-tier fire mice and wind-chasing rabbits to high-tier golden-scaled pythons and ice-fire wolves, encompassing nearly all varieties of low-tier demonic beasts known or unknown to the 7 sections. For lower-tier disciples to recklessly enter this area means navigating through the thick fog while simultaneously guarding against the attacks of lurking beasts, a near impossible feat. If it were not for the Moonlight sect's Moonlight Pearl dispelling the mists, the disciples of various sects would be relegated to gathering mere ordinary spiritual herbs at the outskirts of the forbidden area. Now, with only a day remaining until the Moonlight Pearl clears the fog, disciples of all sects are quietly conserving their energy, preparing to engage in the most brutal battle for dominance in the second layer of the Forbidden Zone. Here, At the apex of the circular mountain range in the central area of the Forbidden Grounds, an old man clad in yellow garments, bearing a sly expression, squints his eyes towards the towering 100-foot-tall treasure pagoda at the very heart of the Forbidden Zone. Surrounding the pagoda is a vast expanse of dense green forest, creating an impenetrable barrier around it. This is what is referred to as the third layer, the abode of the original master of the Forbidden Zone. The cunning old man, dressed in the attire of Huangfeng Valley, is merely a low-level disciple at around the 10th stage of qi refinement, a being that scarcely qualifies as cannon fodder even among the low-tier disciples of the Forbidden Area. Yet, this individual disregards the towering mists and the hidden ferocious beasts lurking within the circular mountain range. He ascends to the mountain's peak, untouched by any dust. Gazing at the 100-foot-high pagoda, he exhales deeply, murmuring to himself, "I hope this time it is not a mere illusion." With that, the old man leaps, astonishingly ignoring the formidable unknown barriers at the center's edge, swiftly vanishing into the verdant forest. Master, what exactly is the origin of the master of this Forbidden Zone? How could he have established such powerful barriers? In the outer layer of the central zone, a young disciple of Huangfeng Valley observes the heavy mist before him, communicating discreetly. "Ah, it's quite startling, isn't it? This master was a significant figure during the ancient times," the Golden Talisman's master says with a slight smile, reflecting wistfully. He was a renowned master of formations, and it is said that during his pinnacle, he had over 1,000 disciples. This Forbidden Zone was once his residence together with his followers. A master of formations? The young disciple furrows his brow, yet remains silent. Are you wondering why a practitioner of great renown from the Great Jin would venture to this remote southern land in search of an ancient master of formations? Even risking his life here? The young man awkwardly smiles, admitting he indeed has some questions. If you wish to know, I shall tell you, for I had no intention of keeping it a secret. The Golden Talisman's master speaks calmly, continuing, "In those days, my senior brother, the Celestial Talisman Real Person, founded the Heavenly Talisman sect, shaking the entire Great Jin with his 3 secret talismans. At one point, the sect boasted tens of thousands of disciples, dominating an entire province, even coming close to being among the top 10 righteous sects of that era. My senior brother had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and was among the most esteemed figures in the Great Jin. Alas, despite his remarkable talents, after exhausting his energy to create the 3 secret talismans and establishing the Heavenly Talisman sect, his remaining lifespan was insufficient for him to advance to the God transformation stage." The Golden Talisman's master sighs, lamenting, "My senior brother traversed the realms, yet when the time came, all was for naught. At that time, I was of similar cultivation and age to him. Following his passing, I too have less than a century left to live." His tone shifts to one of self-pity. "Looking back, I was indeed blinded by the false prestige of that sect. Had I not invested so much time and effort in establishing the sect and competing for territory alongside my brother, I might have had the opportunity to advance to the God transformation stage. Regrettably, I realized this too late. Faced with the impending end, in a moment of folly, I stole one of my brother's 3 secret talismans, the 6-ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, and exchanged the method of its creation for information that could aid my advancement to the God transformation stage from a family of formation masters in the Great Jin." The Golden Talisman's master's tone suddenly becomes fervent. "Do you know of the Lingmiao Garden?" "Lingmiao Garden?" The young man's face reveals confusion. Not knowing is quite normal. Even in the Great Jin, the existence of Lingmiao Garden is merely a legend. But I assure you, it is real. The young man's confusion deepens. "Master, what exactly is Lingmiao Garden?" "Hehe. It is a small realm opened by ancient practitioners using transcendent means. The spiritual energy there is far denser than in the human realm. A true paradise, a self-created realm." The young man is struck dumb by this astonishing revelation. Indeed, the powers of ancient practitioners surpass those of us later generations by a great deal, the Golden Talisman's master reflects, continuing. "According to the intelligence from that family of formation masters, there exists a Lingmiao Garden in the southern lands, and the master of this Forbidden Zone was involved in its creation. The formation family knows this so well because they are descendants of one of the master's disciples." The Golden Talisman's master expresses his sentiment. "I came to the southern lands and, after perusing numerous texts, finally pinpointed the location of this cave. With my cultivation at the late nascent soul stage, I managed to bypass the peculiar barriers suppressing cultivation outside the forbidden area and reach the base of the tower where the master once resided. Unfortunately, the master's formation skills were exceptionally formidable, and the barriers he left behind were not something I could break through with sheer force." Upon hearing this, the young disciple hurriedly inquires, "Master, You mentioned that your legacy lies within that tower, which means you must have deciphered the barriers there, correct? Deciphered? You overestimate my abilities. The golden talisman's master chuckles bitterly. I was blocked outside the tower, mere walls separating me from the clues to Lingmiao Garden. In desperation, I scoured the southern lands, seeking the descendants of that ancient master. Fate was not entirely unkind. While I did not find the master's direct descendants, I did encounter a family of formation masters named Xin. Chapter 22. Lost the golden talisman's master grins proudly. I barged into the Xin family and forced the family head to divulge his soul. It was then that I discovered the master was highly suspicious and had not passed down the method to break the barriers. Yet he permitted his direct disciples residing within the tower to leave a teleportation array leading to a cave somewhere in the circular mountain range. In my remaining time, I used that teleportation array to enter the tower's interior, but to my surprise, the master had fortified the tower even against his own disciples. Inside the tower, there were not only defensive barriers, but also incredibly powerful offensive barriers. In my carelessness, I triggered the tower's defenses and perished within. After an unknown duration, I gradually regained consciousness within this spirit-transforming talisman. Having recounted these bygone events, the golden talisman's master seems weary and falls silent. Lu Yunze sighs, feeling a burgeoning curiosity about that splendid ancient era. Young one, I am but a remnant soul now, with little attachment to this world. Yet, my senior brother treated me with immense kindness, and after his passing, I stole his secret techniques, abandoning the vast sect. Reflecting on this, the golden talisman's master refrains from continuing, only sighing deeply once more. Master, I promise you, I will revive the heavenly talisman sect in this lifetime, or I shall perish under the weight of my own demons. Lu Yunze declares resolutely. Well, the golden talisman's master remains silent for a moment. Your words alone suffice. The pair of master and disciple fall into silence, sharing the moment in stillness. Before long, a day has passed. With an astonishing surge of spiritual energy, all disciples within the forbidden area turn their gazes towards the southwestern direction. There, a white pillar of light shoots skyward, coalescing into a colossal sphere of light above the sea of mist. With a thunderous boom, the massive sphere detonates in midair, transforming into countless luminous specks that cascade down upon the towering mists. As the flickering light met the dense mist, the fog surged like a living creature. In an instant, it transformed into an ancient, formless behemoth, unleashing chaos that seemed capable of tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, causing rivers to flow backward. Its amorphous, menacing limbs writhed, creating a tumultuous spectacle akin to landslides and tsunamis. At last, the mist began to dissipate, revealing the formidable silhouette of a towering mountain for the first time to the onlookers. Lu Yunze gazed at the colossal peak, towering 1,000 zhang high, as if he could glimpse the magnificent tower at its center. Li Shidi, how have you been lately? A frivolous voice drifted from behind Lu Yunze. He turned to find 3 disciples clad in yellow robes from the Huangfeng Valley approaching with mocking smiles. Wang Xixiang, what brings you here? Lu Yunze inquired coldly. Of course, I have something to discuss. Wang Xixiang's eyes glinted with frost as a chilling smile crept across his lips. Li Shidi, I cannot fathom why someone of your caliber would partake in the bloodband trial, risking your life alongside us mere mortals. Lu Yunze lowered his gaze, remaining silent. If I recall correctly, it seems your Li family does not even possess a foundation establishment cultivator. You are the greatest hope of the Wang family. What would happen if something were to befall you? As they spoke, the 3 surrounded Lu Yunze. Another man, slightly older, furrowed his brow and interjected, Wang Xixiang. We must prioritize our main objective. Let us clarify the matter at hand. Lu Yunze's eyelids drooped, his hand resting on his storage pouch. Li Shidi, are you not known for your eloquence? Why the silence now? Wang Xixiang completely disregarded the elder's advice, smirking with mockery. Lu Yunze lifted his head, grinned, and replied, I find conversing with the dead rather inauspicious. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 crescent-shaped blades of white light shot forth. The trio was taken aback, but quickly retaliated with a short sword, a wooden shuttle, and a steel fork, each a genuine top-tier artifact. In a flash of white light, they were frozen in place, only to be silently severed into pieces. Lu Yunze observed the remnants of the trio with a cold smirk before leaping into the mountain's entrance. The scene was left littered with corpses and fragmented artifacts. Where's Lu Yunze? Nangong Wan inquired with a commanding presence, surveying the gathered disciples. The dozen or so young disciples of the Yue sect exchanged glances, and an elder female disciple stepped forward, speaking respectfully. Master Ancestor, we have not seen Uncle Lu. Nangong Wan frowned, deep in thought. Perhaps he has been delayed. Let us proceed. The group bowed in agreement and marched orderly into the depths of the central area. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze glared at the enormous corpse of a yellow python, cursing in frustration. Damn, this marks the 9th beast I have slain. Since earlier, it was as if he had activated an all-encompassing taunt, with powerful beasts charging at him one after another, the weakest among them at the upper-tier level, leaving Lu Yunze utterly exhausted. Moreover, a more bizarre incident had occurred. While several beasts had ambushed him simultaneously, Lu Yunze was caught off guard and had no choice but to retreat into a cave, using the terrain to fight back. After much effort, he managed to slay all the beasts, but upon regaining his senses, he discovered he could no longer find the exit. After wandering the cave for nearly a day, Lu Yunze reluctantly admitted that he was lost. Armed with the meticulously prepared map from his sect, and having specifically practiced the Yue sect's guiding technique, he still found himself hopelessly disoriented. This absurdity was almost laughable, yet it was happening to him. Lu Yunze couldn't help but recall the inexplicable illusions he had encountered earlier. As a modern individual, he had plenty of theories to explain the events, causality, parallel worlds, quantum mechanics, and so forth. Yet, none of these theories were of any practical use to him. In his current predicament, Lu Yunze could only surmise that some force was preventing him from joining the Yue sect's main force, or possibly from reuniting with Nangongwan. But why? He could not fathom. Could it be that the worlds will had a peculiar penchant for dead Lolis? If that were the case, this world would indeed hold no hope. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunze released the victory fian from his storage pouch. He could no longer afford to delay. He remembered promising Qiong Wujing that he would secure first place. If he remained trapped here, he wouldn't just miss first place. He might not even escape when the 7 sects sealed the forbidden area in a few days. That would spell disaster. I will carve my own path if I cannot find one. Let anyone who dares stop me try. Lu Yunze inhaled deeply, raised his middle finger to the sky, and turned to enter the cockpit. The fian's wings folded, transforming into a massive metal shuttle. With a golden flash, the victory fian shot towards the stone wall, penetrating it effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. Not long after, Lu Yunze sensed a tremendous resistance. It felt as if he had transitioned from tofu to iron sand, and it was increasingly becoming akin to a steel plate. Damn! Lu Yunze's consciousness extended outward, realizing he was now within a green-hued rock wall. The walls emitted a faint green glow, resembling exquisite jade upon closer inspection. What on earth is this place? Lu Yunze cursed internally as he maneuvered the fian to change direction and continue drilling forward. Chapter 23. Breaking the ban. What on earth is happening? Lu Yunze looked around at the jade-like walls, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No matter where he looked, up, down, left, or right, he was surrounded by these glowing green walls. Even when he turned to look back, he found the passage he had entered had silently vanished. Now, he felt akin to a small insect trapped in amber, ensnared within this green stone. At this point, Lu Yunze realized he had likely unwittingly activated some kind of restriction within the forbidden area, possibly triggered by that unknown force. Lu Yunze had only a modest understanding of formations, having learned a bit while constructing the fian, which required some knowledge of formations. His grasp of this subject was merely sufficient. He could only deduce that the restriction was likely of a wood or earth attribute, coupled with a spatial teleportation-like ability. This was indeed dire. Seeing his magical energy dwindling, the spirit stones in his storage pouch could hold out for a while longer, but at this rate, he would inevitably perish. Resolutely, Lu Yunze channeled a surge of energy into the fian. Simultaneously, he tapped his storage pouch, sending forth a dozen mid-tier spirit stones that fused into the fian. Previously, he had exhausted all his spirit stones while crafting mechanical exoskeletons and upgrading the victory fian. These mid-tier spirit stones were the last remnants from the storage pouches of 6 benevolent strangers. This was his final fortune. With a brilliant flash of gold, amidst the blinding radiance, the fian subtly transformed into a colossal golden sword. The sword trembled slightly, and hundreds of slender golden rays shot forth, swirling around him incessantly. The golden light intensified, ultimately merging into a single entity, resembling a massive golden cone. The jadeite wall was forcefully breached by a series of golden rays, creating a vast space. Lu Yunze bellowed, and the golden cone surged violently, transforming into a colossal golden tornado several dozen zhang in size. A large portion of the jadeite wall was instantaneously shattered, as Lu Yunze formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. The enormous golden sword at the center emitted a melodious chime. Under Lu Yunze's reckless and full-force urging, the giant sword morphed into a golden rainbow. cleaving through the jadeite wall alongside the tornado, carving out a massive passageway. Radiance erupted from the jadeite wall, and emerald strands of light surged from all directions, akin to a cataclysmic flood, overwhelming everything in their path. Countless azure strands, bearing a calamity-like momentum, collided fiercely with the golden tornado. The golden tornado let out a mournful cry, sustaining only a brief moment before being torn into fragments by the relentless strands of light. In that fleeting span, the giant sword, transformed from the fiend's ship, had already darted over 100 zhang away. With a reckless disregard for permanent damage to the craft, the victorious fiend reached an escape speed rivaling that of a core formation cultivator. Yet, it was still insufficient. An uncountable number of emerald strands surged forth like a tempest, conjuring colossal waves across the boundless sea. Strands of light were severed. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless emerald threads enveloped the golden sword, causing the fiend's speed to diminish and its golden glow to fade, akin to a candle flickering in the frigid wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Yunze's forehead, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. His formidable consciousness expanded, refusing to overlook any subtle changes. Knowledge of array formations he had studied informed him that even the most intricate and ancient formations must adhere to certain rules. Particularly, restrictions involving spatial displacement must meet specific conditions to activate their effects. Previously, when he had plunged into the jadeite wall, everything had seemed normal at first. But after he shifted direction and burrowed over 100 zhang, the passage behind him vanished. Lu Yunze boldly deduced that the restriction's range could not be extensive. If he burrowed over 100 zhang in one direction, he would reach the edge of the formation, subsequently triggering the spatial displacement and returning him to the center of the array. Thus, the moment the spatial displacement activated would be his sole opportunity to breach the formation. As the fiend struggled to advance over 10 zhang, the myriad emerald strands surrounding it suddenly trembled, beginning to turn translucent. At that instant, Lu Yunze swiftly pressed a button beside his seat. A dull thud echoed. The fiend's golden light retracted, and the entire cockpit was violently ejected. Lu Yunze formed hand seals, watching as the fiend was pierced by countless emerald strands, his eyes filled with a frenzied glint. Explode for me. Boom. The victorious fiend, crafted through years of painstaking effort and a myriad of precious materials, transformed into an enormous fireball. A vast expanse of emerald strands was instantly vaporized, and a powerful shockwave caused the jadeite wall to tremble slightly. In that moment of upheaval, the cockpit, propelled several zhang away by the shockwave, erupted once more. Clad in golden light, Lu Yunze was flung 7 or 8 zhang away. With no time to stabilize his form, he reached into his storage pouch, unleashing 8 top-tier magical artifacts that gleamed with various spiritual lights, all shooting off in the same direction. At the same time, the yellow talisman in his hand glimmered, releasing a vast expanse of radiant light. The emerald strands instantaneously regenerated, surging towards Lu Yunze. The yellow light from the talisman flickered twice before being easily torn apart. Crack! The yellow talisman in Lu Yunze's hand shattered into multiple pieces. Yet, that brief moment of respite was enough for Lu Yunze to execute his strategy. Explode. Lu Yunze's consciousness was strained, bloodshot eyes gleaming with a manic smile. The 8 top-tier artifacts let out a low hum before erupting into a violent explosion. The self-detonation's force repelled countless emerald strands, forcing a further 5 or 6 zhang distance through the jadeite wall. But it was still insufficient. Just a bit more. As the surrounding emerald light began to intensify once more, signaling the imminent activation of spatial displacement, Lu Yunze knew that without the fiend, being transported back to the center of the formation would mean certain death. At that moment, Lu Yunze produced a blue talisman. With a flash of azure light, Lu Yunze vanished without a trace. The spiritual light within the jadeite wall gradually dimmed, and the section he had breached began to restore at an astonishing speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, the jadeite wall returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Deep beneath the circular mountains, in a certain cave, a blue light emerged from the stone wall and landed on the ground. As the blue light dissipated, a blue talisman, having exhausted all its spiritual energy, spontaneously ignited and vanished. Lu Yunze collapsed on the ground, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, utterly unable to move. Thank you, Senior Li Huayuan, for your wood escape talisman. Lu Yunze exhaled deeply and then burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the vast cave. His consciousness had been damaged, his spiritual power depleted, and he had sacrificed the victorious fiend along with 9 top-tier artifacts and a wood escape talisman. Yet, he had survived. He had endured within this ancient restriction from who knows how many years ago. He had indeed bet correctly. That restriction was, after all, of the wood attribute. Exhausting all the spiritual energy of the wood escape talisman had barely allowed him to slip out over a dozen zhong. But it was sufficient to escape the confines of the restriction. Time passed, and Lu Yunze's laughter gradually faded. He moved his fingers, retrieving 2 low-grade spiritual stones from his storage pouch, slowly absorbing their spiritual energy. All of Lu Yunze's mid-tier spiritual stones had perished in the explosion of the victorious Fian, leaving him with only low-grade spiritual stones to make do. After another half a day, Lu Yunze had drained several low-grade spiritual stones, finally managing to regain some mobility. Although his head throbbed painfully, it was merely a residual effect of his drained consciousness, and with some recuperation, he would be fine. Struggling to his feet, Lu Yunze took a deep breath and suddenly froze. An incredibly rich fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air. Hastily, Lu Yunze produced a moonlight stone, and under its faint silvery glow, various herbs appeared before him. Jade marrow mushrooms, purple monkey flowers, heavenly spirit fruits, blazing sunflowers. Lu Yunze's gaze swept across the ground, filled with immensely rare spiritual herbs. By the heavens! Lu Yunze gasped, nearly choking. Happiness had arrived far too abruptly. He retrieved a medicinal shovel from his storage pouch, collecting the spiritual herbs one by one. As the herbs were harvested, bare azure stone slabs were revealed beneath. It was then that Lu Yunze realized he was in an abandoned stone hall, long neglected. The hall was small, distinctly different in style from other structures within the forbidden area, featuring only a few broken stone pillars and an expanse of ordinary azure stone bricks. Exuding an air of simplistic modesty, he wandered around but found no more spiritual herbs, though he did discover a peculiar hexagonal formation in one corner of the stone hall. A teleportation array? Chapter 24. A confrontation on a narrow path of faint azure light flickered within the cave. Li Wuyo, cloaked in golden light, emerged from the azure glow, his face appearing exceedingly pale. "Master, have we arrived?" he asked weakly. "Yes, right here." The voice of the golden talisman master was exceptionally excited. This was indeed the location of the teleportation array, without a doubt. Li Wuyo took a deep breath, clutching a mid-tier spiritual stone tightly in his hand. "Master, is this place truly devoid of danger? I have just depleted my vital energy and am severely weakened. Should I encounter a formidable foe here, my chances of victory are uncertain." The golden talisman's master chuckled softly. "You are still as timid as ever. Worry not. This locale is safeguarded by the Qinyuan Aurora Formation. Neither Qi refinement practitioners nor the first-tier beasts dwelling in the caverns can breach it." Recalling the perilous formation he had just traversed, Li Wuyo nodded in trepidation. That formation was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the augmentation of my power through the dark energy infusion and my master's guidance, I would have never made it through. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. This Qinyuan Aurora Formation, though not personally set by the ancient formation master, was crafted by one of his disciples. Attempting to breach it without expertise in formations would spell disaster, even for nascent soul cultivators. I, too, relied on my late-stage nascent soul cultivation and fragments of memory from the Exine family patriarch to force my way through, which considerably diminished the formation's power. Yet it remained sufficient to deter ordinary core formation practitioners. The golden talisman's master spoke with pride. "Considering your foundation establishment stage, bolstered by the dark energy infusion, gaining entry was no small feat. Any other cultivators attempting to breach this formation would face certain death." Hearing this, Li Wuyo felt a weight lift from his heart. "Master, let us proceed swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications." "Huh, are you anxious now?" The golden talisman's master teased. "In times of great importance, one must maintain composure. An unsettled mind can lead to calamity. You must remember." Suddenly, Li Wuyo halted, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Lu Yunze, his spiritual sense impaired, failed to detect the 2 uninvited guests. He was engrossed in contemplation of the teleportation array before him. With his understanding of formations, he could only discern that it was a short-distance teleportation array and nothing more. Where could this array lead? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yunze reluctantly shook his head. Given his current condition, no matter where the array connected, he could not afford the risk of advancing. Presently, he was likely incapable of defeating even the most mundane first-tier beast. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted behind Lu Yunze. Instinctively, he lunged forward, executing a lazy roll. Regardless of how it may have appeared, practicality was of utmost importance. He felt a chill as 2 glinting blades whizzed perilously close to his back. Rolling again, he managed to position himself against the stone wall. Before him stood Li Wuyo, whom he had previously encountered at Huangfeng Valley, staring intently, his eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. Indeed, you seem gravely injured, Li Wuyo sneered. Lu Yunze glanced at the blades, realization dawning. So it is you. I see you've recognized me. Li Wuyo beckoned, and the blades returned to hover before him. To think a young man would resort to highway robbery, Lu Yunze scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Li Wuyo's blades danced about him, his demeanor chillingly impassive. You too seem to bear wounds, Lu Yunze remarked with a mocking smile. The speed and power of your artifacts are significantly diminished compared to our last encounter. They barely rival even the most mediocre top-tier artifacts. If memory serves, you wielded 5 blades last time. Li Wuyo's eyes twitched, but he remained silent. Lu Yunze continued to smirk, though anxiety gnawed at him. Regardless of the severity of Li Wuyo's injuries, he was undoubtedly in a better position, as he could still command his artifacts. After a tense standoff, Li Wuyo suddenly erupted into laughter. Fellow Taoist Lu, I am quite fond of my life. As he spoke, he gestured, causing the blades to radiate a brilliant white light. Li Wuyo's complexion paled further, yet he continued with a sinister grin. Thus, you must not survive this encounter. Go. The blades carved through the air, hurtling towards Lu Yunze with fierce intent. With a cold snort, Lu Yunze drew forth a storage pouch, unleashing a flurry of talismans that transformed into fiery serpents to meet the white light. Indeed, you lack the strength to wield your artifacts. Li Wuyo bellowed with laughter as the blades hummed through the air, effortlessly shredding the serpents. The 2 beams of light converged, accelerating toward Lu Yunze at an alarming speed. There was no evading this strike. As the light drew nearer, his vision began to blur. Suddenly, a golden light shot forth, striking the blades aside. Master? Li Wuyo exclaimed in shock. Before Lu Yunze could comprehend the situation, he felt the golden light envelop him, binding him tightly. Li Wuyo's expression darkened. Master. What is the meaning of this? From the golden ropes came the aged voice of the golden talisman's master. If you wish to advance further in your cultivation, you must not take his life just yet. Li Wuyo pondered for a moment before slowly approaching Lu Yunze. Master, does this man harbor some unique secret? Secret may be too grand a term. Rather, his body holds potential for you, the golden talisman's master stated gravely. From our previous encounters, I sensed his remarkable rate of magical energy recovery, and the density of spiritual energy surrounding him is beyond that of ordinary cultivators. I can now confirm that he possesses a rare spirit-gathering body, a phenomenon seldom seen in the cultivation world for centuries. Do not forget, your spirit root attributes are merely trifling 3 spirit roots. Foundation establishment is manageable, but progressing further will be akin to climbing a treacherous mountain. The golden talisman's master smiled. Would you not desire such a rare spirit-gathering body for yourself? Li Wuyo's eyes sparkled with greed. Master, do you imply possession? Precisely. Once you inherit my legacy and accumulate enough dark energy by slaying more cultivators and beasts, you can reapply the dark energy infusion. At that point, with your foundation establishment cultivation, you will be able to seize this body for yourself. Not to mention, are you not intrigued by the invisible escape technique of the Yue sect? Its marvel is such that even I hold it in high regard. Li Wuyo crouched, his gaze hungrily sweeping over Lu Yunze's form. Indeed, the legacy of the Yue sect's foremost core formation practitioner is a far greater boon than my current status. Li Wuyo cast a cold smile at Lu Yunze, flipping a hand to affix 3 restriction talismans onto him. Instantly, Lu Yunze felt his magical energy stagnate, leaving him utterly powerless. The golden ropes morphed back into golden light talismans, shooting back to Li Wuyo's chest. Good, we shall teleport him directly to avoid any complications. The golden talisman's master stated, weariness evident in his voice. Li Wuyo frowned, applying 2 more restriction talismans to Lu Yunze. You are quite cautious, he remarked. Rest assured, the last time he escaped the dark energy's grasp was due to his formidable spiritual sense. These restriction talismans target his magical energy. With his chi refinement stage power, he will never break free. Li Wuyo chuckled softly. A little caution is always wise. Ha! Indeed. Li Wuyo chuckled alongside the golden talisman's master, hoisting the immobilized Lu Yunze into the teleportation array. Chapter 25. Dark eats dark. This is the interior of the tall tower. Li Wuyo surveyed his surroundings, astonishment nearly rendering him speechless. In his imagination, this place should have been resplendent with gold and jade, or at the very least, adorned with green bricks and steps of white jade, reflecting opulence. However, what lay before him was an unremarkable stone dwelling. furnished with merely a set of wooden tables and chairs, a white jade bed, and nothing else. It is perplexing, is it not? I felt the same way back then, and for a long time, I was consumed by suspicion. Eventually, I came to understand that the ancient master of formations was exceedingly wary, even cautious of his own disciples. This teleportation array was established by a disciple of the Xian surname for convenience, and naturally, it could not be placed in a vital position within the high tower. Ultimately relegated to his own quiet chamber. The golden talisman man spoke slowly. You will understand once you open the door. The formation master, in his distrust of his own disciple, even laid powerful prohibitions at the entrance of this quiet room. I fell victim to those very prohibitions when I was caught off guard. Lu Yunze nodded, cautiously pushing the door of the quiet room open. The scene outside matched the tower's exterior magnificently. It appeared to be a grand hall, with the floor paved in exquisite jade, and the walls shimmering in pure gold, seemingly forged from solid gold. Various rune-like patterns were intricately carved into the surface, subtly pulsating with five-colored spiritual light, making the entire hall radiate brilliance. 8 white jade pillars were arranged in a circular pattern, each adorned with lifelike carvings of true dragons and spiritual phoenixes, appearing almost alive under the ethereal glow. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Yunze discovered a skeleton, whose age was indeterminate, near the closest white jade pillar to the doorway. The golden talisman man sighed. Go ahead, just be careful. As long as you don't touch the white jade pillar, the prohibitions won't be triggered. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunze tossed the immobile Lu Yunze toward the skeleton. Lu Yunze landed beside the bones without any adverse reaction. Haha. The golden talisman man chuckled twice. Saying nothing further, Lu Yunze then felt reassured and walked slowly to the skeleton's side. A golden talisman floated from his chest, hovering before the bones. Remaining silent for a while. Master? It's nothing, just a bit of sentimentality. The golden talisman, embodying the golden talisman man, leaned forward and landed directly on the skeleton. Subsequently, the skeleton shimmered with golden light, and the golden talisman man fell silent. Lu Yunze frowned, unable to resist the urge to investigate further. At that moment, a blinding golden light erupted. Lu Yunze was flung several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall. The golden talisman shot out from the skeleton, its brilliance far surpassing before, revealing the faint outline of a diminutive, emaciated elder. As soon as the elder appeared, he charged towards Lu Yunze with an avaricious expression. Lu Yunze's eyes brimmed with rage, nearly materializing, yet he found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as the golden talisman man lunged toward him. Spare me. A fierce shout accompanied the launch of a fireball from Lu Yunze. The golden talisman man was taken aback, waving his hand to disperse the fireball while halting his advance. What a ruthless heart you possess, master. Lu Yunze leaned against the wall, his chest deeply indented, a cold smile gracing his lips as blood seeped from the corners. Beneath his tattered yellow robe lay a gleaming yellow-scaled armor. 2 prohibition talismans slipped from Lu Yunze's body, revealing 2 basic fireball talismans hidden beneath, one of which turned to ash upon exposure to light. The other talisman shimmered with spiritual energy, poised for activation, albeit affixed incorrectly. If Lu Yunze were to activate this talisman, the defenseless Lu Yunze would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Ah, truly, my admirable disciple. The golden talisman man smirked in fury. When did you suspect something was amiss? Lu Yunze opened his mouth, blood uncontrollably spilling forth. It's not that I sensed anything wrong. It's just that your kindness has been somewhat overwhelming, leaving me incredulous. Lu Yunze displayed a bitter smile, calmly inquiring, Master, had it not been for this rare gathering spirit body, would I have become your new vessel? Now that matters have reached this point, what is the purpose of such inquiries? The golden talisman man scoffed. Do you truly believe you can threaten me this way? I have just absorbed the residual soul power within this vessel. Killing you is but a thought away. This inner armor will not save you a second time. Then let us proceed. Lu Yunze smiled resignedly. For without you, I would have long since met my end at the hands of those so-called kin. This life is merely being returned to you. However, you shall not enjoy the gathering spirit body. The golden talisman man was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile crept across his face. Very well. You are indeed my worthy disciple. In that case, surrender your flesh to me. In a flash of gold, the golden talisman surged toward Lu Yunze's face. Lu Yunze slowly closed his eyes, adopting an expression of complete resignation. Just as the talisman was about to touch his face, the golden talisman man felt a surge of joy, not anticipating such ease in this endeavor. Although missing out on the gathering spirit body was unfortunate, at this juncture, it was merely a step away from resurrection. He must seize the opportunity to possess, for it was better than losing everything. Suddenly, Li Yunze opened his eyes, his gaze icy with murderous intent. He opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of white light that instantly pierced the golden talisman man's dazzling spirit light. This is impossible. The transformation talisman trembled slightly as the golden talisman man's soul was grievously injured, leaving only a transparent, emaciated head. The corporeal form was completely obliterated by the white light. Li Yunze bent slightly, retching, and expelled 2 eyeballs from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, within the eyeballs lay the spirit of a child around 10 years of age, curled up in extreme weakness. When you returned to Huangfeng Valley that day, you fell into a deep slumber. I suspected your eagerness in urging me to this 7-sect forbidden land was driven by a hidden agenda. Li Yunze grinned, his visage twisted like a beast. Thus, I sought out this Wang Shidi, born with the innate eye. His dazzling spirit light can subdue all spectral entities, a true nemesis for you. Naturally, given his chi refinement stage cultivation, he could not wield such powers. Therefore, I captured his spirit and combined it with the eye within my body, nurturing it with malevolent energy, transforming him into a small ghost. Li Yunze picked up the eyeball, stating with a smile, in this way, as long as I am willing to exhaust its source soul power, I can unleash a partial dazzling spirit light, sufficient to contend with you. Within the eyeball, the child's spirit was nearly non-existent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The remaining head of the golden talisman man also grew ethereal. The talisman's spiritual light flickering feebly, akin to a candle flame that might extinguish in the cold wind. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a dim golden light toward Li Yunze. Li Yunze's scaled armor gleamed with yellow light, and with a dull thud, the golden and yellow lights annihilated each other. The transformation talisman fell to the ground, and Li Yunze's armor shattered into fragments. Coughing, Li Yunze clutched his chest, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. The golden talisman man's desperate strike had indeed inflicted severe damage. Reluctantly, he swayed twice before collapsing to the ground, utterly silenced. The hall fell into a profound quietude. After a moment, Lu Yunze suddenly stirred slightly, the prohibition talismans igniting instantly, soon turning to nothingness. Damn it, Lu Yunze swore as he stood up. The moment he lifted his head, a beam of white light shot toward him. Chapter 26. Not entering reincarnation, you dare to feign death. You are hardly in a better position than I am. Lu Yunze and Li Yunze, one pretending to be restrained, waiting for an opportunity to strike, while the other feigns death to test the waters, almost succeeding in a sneak attack. This remarkable matchmaking mechanism has indeed brought these two together. Lu Yunze, with his spiritual sense impaired, could not wield magical artifacts, resorting only to casting talismans to launch attacks. Li Yunze, equally grievously injured, had severely depleted his magical energy, managing only to release a blade, engaging in a slow and protracted struggle with Lu Yunze. At this moment, both were gritting their teeth, enduring, to see whether Lu Yunze's talismans would run out first or if Li Yunze's magical energy would be exhausted. In comparison, Lu Yunze held a slight advantage, as Li Yunze's injuries were progressively worsening. As time slipped away, Li Yunze's complexion grew increasingly pallid. After about a quarter of an hour, he suddenly bit his tongue, a stream of vital blood shooting forth like a fierce arrow, enveloping the dimly glowing blade in a mist of crimson. An instant later, a resonant chime echoed. The blade emitted a blinding white light, effortlessly slicing through numerous spells, draining vital blood. You truly are reckless. Lu Yunze's face paled. Even if Li Yunze could triumph over him, he would not survive for long with such a self-destructive tactic. Li Yunze coughed weakly twice, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lu Yunze. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, he coldly commanded, "Go." The blade, surrounded by dazzling white light, slashed toward Lu Yunze. Several talismans whirled about, forming layers of shields to block the blade. Simultaneously, Lu Yunze slapped his storage bag, and his mechanical exoskeleton shimmered with a ghostly blue-white light. Ancient battle patterns re-emerging. Without the aid of spiritual sense, Lu Yunze found it nearly impossible to control this set of magical artifacts. However, the glasses on his face, reminiscent of insect compound eyes, provided him a glimmer of hope for a comeback. This artifact was crafted from the eyes of a certain first-tier demon insect, capable of enhancing the user's dynamic vision to an extraordinary level. With this artifact, Lu Yunze could manipulate the exoskeleton purely through magical energy, even if it only allowed him to run a short distance in a straight line and would leave him with unpredictable internal injuries afterward. At this moment, it was sufficient to turn the tide of battle. The blade hurtled through the air, and the layers of protective spells could only delay it momentarily. For Lu Yunze, that brief moment was more than enough. With a fleeting flash of blue-white light, Li Wuyo's vision blurred, and Lu Yunze's furious, twisted face was merely a fist's distance away. Instinctively, Li Wuyo attempted to retreat, but behind him loomed a wall. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but instead, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yunze's arm had pierced through his chest. "You are a madman. Do you truly wish to perish together with me?" Lu Yunze growled, his lips stained with blood. Li Wuyo coughed up another mouthful of blood, fragments of his insides mingling with it, as a sardonic smile graced his youthful, cherubic face. "This body matters not," Li Wuyo declared, seizing Lu Yunze's arm, his face smeared with blood, transformed into a visage of malevolence. "I have you now." His eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Lu Yunze, an overwhelming aura of malice surging forth. With Lu Yunze's spiritual sense already compromised, he was nearly powerless to resist as he was dragged into an illusion. The malevolent energy reigned in, and Li Wuyo's cultivation surged to the initial stage of foundation building. He had indeed deceived the golden talisman master, preserving an additional reserve of malevolence. "Lu Yunze, I shall take your body." Li Wuyo cackled madly, as a gray sphere of light shot forth from his forehead, directly entering Lu Yunze's crown. Within a bizarre, miniature realm, a multicolored sphere frolicked joyfully, occasionally striking poses and painting scenes of light. It was self-amusing, delightfully carefree. Suddenly, a gray sphere of similar size intruded. The gray sphere paused momentarily upon seeing the multicolored sphere's dimensions, before pouncing upon it with ferocity. Initially, the multicolored sphere merrily circled around the gray sphere, seemingly pleased to have a companion. But once the gray sphere revealed its menacing maw, the multicolored sphere realized the malice behind the visitor. "Wait, what is this creature?" The gray sphere appeared momentarily taken aback as the multicolored sphere transformed into a peculiar humanoid figure. Its body shimmered in red, blue, and silver, a gem-like substance at its chest radiating a soft blue glow. Its pearlescent eyes, reminiscent of Mithraea, were cast downward with a hint of divine compassion. The silver head was beautifully sculpted with sharp lines, and the crystal on its forehead sparkled as if a myth had descended. Upon its emergence, it bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent the gray sphere flying. This was followed by a torrent of light, interspersed with various punches and kicks, sending the gray sphere darting in disarray. Although such simple collisions inflicted no profound damage compared to a bite, the pain was undeniably real. After what felt like an eternity of pursuit, the gray sphere suddenly quivered, a plume of gray mist escaping from its form, dissipating into thin air. The gray sphere shrank considerably, just as the humanoid figure delivered another kick. Utilizing the force, the gray sphere shot out of that miniature realm. In reality, Lu Yunze opened his eyes, momentarily dazed as though awakening from a grand dream. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he hastily rose to his feet. Li Wuyo's corpse lay before him, a lingering grimace of manic laughter etched on his face. With a thud, Lu Yunze collapsed onto the ground, breathless and pounding his chest in an aftershock of fear. Li Wuyo was indeed the most formidable adversary he had encountered to date. Ruthless, fierce, decisive, cunning. Had it not been for Lu Yunze's 2 lifetimes of experience, he would have been the one laughing in the end. Lu Yunze cast his gaze around, finding the gray sphere behind Li Wuyo's corpse. The sphere trembled slightly, and Li Wuyo's feeble voice emerged from within. "It's impossible. There is no reason for this. How could I fail to seize a body with my foundation-building cultivation?" "Huh." Lu Yunze slumped to the ground, a smile of relief creeping onto his lips. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. You bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine, both ruthless, shrewd, and decisive. But alas, your greed has led to your demise. Otherwise, I would be the one lying here." The gray sphere quivered, hastily asserting, "Lu Yunze, I acknowledge my defeat. I will not beg for mercy. My parents lack spiritual roots. They are not to blame for my actions." Li Wuyo's voice trembled, his words rushed as if to etch them into Lu Yunze's memory. "My entire fortune is in my storage bag, as well as my master's. I will give it all to you. Just do not reveal what I have done. I implore you, spare me." "Help you?" Lu Yunze could not suppress a laugh, swiftly followed by uncontrollable fury. He seized the sphere, lifting it entirely. "Why should I assist you? Who are you to warrant my help? Open your eyes and look closely." Lu Yunze roared, thrusting 2 eyeballs before it. "Ask him. Ask if this child is willing to help you." Li Wuyo beheld the 10-year-old child, whose soul could shatter at any moment. "I deserve my fate. I know this. In my next life, I am willing." "Next life?" Lu Yunze burst into a furious laugh, casually tossing the gray sphere beside the golden talisman. "You may as well take a look for yourself. Lu Yunze found himself at a loss to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Anger? Undoubtedly. Relief? Perhaps. A tinge of melancholy might linger as well. It was astonishing that a mere 13-year-old had come to embody such a state of existence. How exhausting it must be to live in such a manner. On the blood-stained jade tiles lay a golden talisman, steeped in a pool of blood, yet still radiating an astonishing aura. Li Wuyo stared blankly at the scene, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. You wouldn't understand. A prolonged silence enveloped the two. Enough, Li Wuyo suddenly chuckled softly, his voice calm. I no longer wish for another life. Lu Yunze watched as a gray mist emanated from Li Wuyo's body. The glowing orb flickered twice before bursting into a brilliant explosion. A flash of spiritual light dissipated. The soul scattered, never to reincarnate. Lu Yunze picked up the talisman from the blood-soaked ground, momentarily at a loss for words. What a tragedy, he muttered through clenched teeth. Unsure whom he was cursing, he conjured a fireball, incinerating both Li Wuyo and the corpse of the golden talisman bearer into mere ashes. Only 2 storage bags remained, one to the left and one to the right, nestled amid the remnants. With a heavy sigh, Lu Yunze reflected on the myriad of unexpected events during this expedition into the forbidden grounds. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the tower's apex. The intricate patterns on the walls flickered with scintillating multicolored lights. The true dragons and phoenixes depicted on the 8 white jade pillars appeared to come to life, coiling around the columns and emitting resounding roars. Lu Yunze was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is happening?" At the tower's summit, the cunning elder from Huangfeng Valley echoed Lu Yunze's bewilderment. Within the tower, a surge of multicolored spiritual light rushed forth, encircling the elder. His aura flared, a violet mist forming a protective barrier to fend off the countless waves of strange lights. Yet, the multicolored brilliance seemed inexhaustible. Soon, the violet shield began to quiver, rippling like water. The elder's heart sank as he unleashed 2 beams of sword light, one gold and one red, akin to twin dragons charging toward the radiant assault. The colors erupted in a cacophony of brilliance. A fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze, aghast, hastily gathered his belongings and activated the wind control technique and divine movement skill, dashing toward the teleportation array, leaving behind the chaos. The ethereal figures of the true dragons and phoenixes surged toward him, propelled by the waves of multicolored light. Fortunately, Lu Yunze was but a few paces from the tranquil chamber housing the teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye, he burst through its door. 8 dragon phantoms opened their massive jaws, unleashing 8 silvery beams of light with astonishing speed, leaving Lu Yunze no time to react. Just as he seemed destined to be consumed by this overwhelming force, a brilliant blue light flashed within the chamber. Blue lotus flowers appeared at the entrance, their petals shimmering with azure light, miraculously absorbing the terrifying assault. Lu Yunze stood in stunned silence, then sighed with a mix of emotions. The bonds of master and disciple were not exclusive to Li Wuyo and the golden talisman bearer. Even among the ancient array master and his disciple within the tower, trust was elusive. Contemplating the golden talisman in his hand, a multitude of thoughts flooded Lu Yunze's mind. An idea stubbornly lodged itself in his consciousness. If Qiong Wujing were not nearing his end, if a cultivator's spirit could transcend the confines of mortality through possession, would Qiong Wujing regard him with the same sentiment as the golden talisman bearer did towards Li Wuyo? Lu Yunze chuckled bitterly, uncertain of the answer. Nor did he wish to seek it out. After casting one last glance at the fierce battle between the formidable prohibitions, he stepped into the teleportation array. Half an hour later, a flash of white light appeared at the edge of the central area of the forbidden grounds. The cunning elder materialized, looking disheveled and thoroughly disgruntled. What a loss. Decades of vitality squandered. He fumed, his frustration palpable, yet ultimately resigned to reality. Regrettably, he still had not discerned the fate of the ancient array master or his connection to the people of the Great Gene. The elder's gaze grew serious as he scrutinized the tower, an air of disdainful authority manifesting around him. Could it truly be related to the disappearance of Ling Miao Garden? Or did they harbor ulterior motives? Shaking his head in resignation, he decided to return to the Great Gene in search of clues. He had lingered in this southern land long enough. As he spoke, the formidable aura surrounding him dissipated, leaving only the cunning elder from Huangfeng Valley, lowly in cultivation yet sharp of tongue, unscathed and undeterred. In a blink, Lu Yunze found himself within a white jade pavilion. What is this? He wondered, glancing around before noticing the intricately designed tile beneath his feet. After scrutinizing the elaborate patterns for some time, he discerned the resemblance to a teleportation array. A stroke of genius, Lu Yunze exclaimed, recognizing it as a contingency left by the ancient array master's disciple. When the prohibitions within the tranquil chamber activated, the teleportation array would automatically connect to this location. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Yunze realized he was in an underground realm, towering at about 30 feet high and stretching for miles. All around him lay a quagmire, bubbling with dark waters, bordered by towering piles of black earth. The pavilion occupied the very center of this subterranean expanse. As he examined his surroundings, an odd expression crossed his face. This place was unmistakably beneath the Qingstone hall he had seen in a previous illusion. Yet, there should have been a massive golden chest suspended in mid-air within this pavilion in the vision. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yunze detected a faint whiff of blood amidst the swamp's putrid odor, suggesting a fierce battle had transpired here. He lightly tapped his toes and activated the wind control technique, leaping to the center of the mire. There, he discovered a bloodied corpse of a strange beast, gruesomely dismembered. A second-level ink dragon. Lu Yunze inhaled deeply, his expression shifting between hope and dread. Any lingering sense of fortunate coincidence vanished. He was now certain that his previous encounter was no mere illusion. But if it was not an illusion, then what was it? A parallel world? A branch in the timeline? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, ultimately deciding to sit down and sort through his spoils to regain his composure. Otherwise, he might drive himself to madness over this ordeal. Speaking of the ink dragon, why was there an underlying scent of heather in addition to the blood? Disgusted, Lu Yunze moved several paces back and laid out his acquisitions from this excursion into the forbidden grounds. The most prominent among them was the pair of Xianyin eyes. Renowned within the realm of cultivation for their ability to harness various mystical powers, the most notable being the Zhi Mu divine light, capable of vanquishing all malevolent spirits. He had previously heard that Huangfeng Valley had taken in a child from the Wang family, who possessed these innate eyes. And both the Wang family and Huangfeng Valley valued him highly, intending to nurture his potential. Yet, tragically, he ultimately fell victim to Li Wuyo's treachery. Half a month ago, the disappearance of the low-ranking disciples that sent ripples throughout Huangfeng Valley must have been attributed to him. Lu Yunze sighed, retrieving a jade box to carefully store the pair of Xianyin eyes. His gaze swept over the remaining items, eventually resting upon a golden talisman. Although the spirit of the person inscribed on the talisman had completely dissipated, the golden talisman still emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Just a slight attunement sent a shiver through him. This talisman was undoubtedly beyond his current capabilities. Reluctantly, he took out another jade box to secure it, applying 2 sealing talismans to prevent further leakage of its spiritual energy. Now came the main event, Li Wuyo's storage bag and that of the person associated with the golden talisman. Lu Yunze hesitated momentarily before picking up Li Wuyo's storage bag, flipping it over and spilling its contents onto the ground. The most conspicuous among them were over 30 mid-tier spirit stones. Upon seeing these spirit stones, Lu Yunze found it hard to breathe. How could this young disciple, sharing the same qi refining stage as him, possess such wealth? Even most foundation-building disciples would struggle to amass such a fortune. He hastily collected the spirit stones, already envisioning the new model of the victory swallow beckoning to him. His previously dampened spirits, due to the tragic loss of the first machine, lifted considerably. Next came the magical artifacts, 5 white blades, which were undeniably formidable. Lu Yunze had experienced their power firsthand. Additionally, there was a green umbrella and an ancient jade. The green umbrella was a top-tier defensive artifact, and based on its spiritual energy, it seemed no less effective than his own yellow auspicious object. However, Lu Yunze had recently faced a high attrition rate of his defensive artifacts, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy, worried he might have inadvertently attracted some kind of bane against protective gear. As for the ancient jade, Lu Yunze immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. A refreshing energy seeped from the jade, coursing through his meridians to his spiritual sea. He felt a clarity wash over him, alleviating the intense headache caused by his damaged consciousness. This was indeed a treasure capable of nurturing the soul and enhancing one's spiritual awareness. No wonder Li Wuyo's consciousness was so robust. After carefully storing these items, only a jade slip remained in Li Wuyo's storage bag. Lu Yunze pressed the slip to his forehead, beginning to read in silence. His consciousness was still severely impaired, but with the ancient jade's assistance, he could barely manage to read the slip. After a while, Lu Yunze raised his head, exhaling deeply. The slip contained writings from the person inscribed on the golden talisman, detailing not only Li Wuyo's 7 fiend soul-locking technique, but also the author's insights into the art of talismans and various secret talisman experiences. Among these, he particularly esteemed the 3 secret talismans created by his senior brother, the heavenly talisman True Man. However, the Jade Slip offered only vague information about the spirit summoning talisman, indicating that the author was not well versed in it. Conversely, the other 2 secret talismans, the Spirit Transformation Talisman and the Lu Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, were thoroughly detailed, including the methods of their creation, leaving Lu Yunze in deep contemplation. It seemed that to the author, Li Wuyo was more than just a spare vessel. He might have genuinely regarded him as a disciple. Yet, the bond of master and disciple ultimately paled in comparison to the allure of rebirth. From this Jade Slip, Lu Yunze also discovered the name of the Golden Talisman. It was the Spirit Transformation Talisman, a personal talisman of the late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He stored the slip away, finding himself less interested in the art of talismans for now, though he might consider studying it in the future. Now, he turned his attention to the storage bag of the Talisman Master. This bag was clearly distinct from those of Tai Nan, appearing more ancient and crafted from some high-grade beast skin, showing no signs of wear even after all these years. Lu Yunze turned the bag inside out, emptying its contents onto the ground. There were only 6 items, the most eye-catching of which was a 6-colored talisman. Lu Yunze recognized it immediately as the Lu Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, held in the highest regard by the Talisman Master. This talisman condensed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth into 6 protective layers. As long as the spiritual energy persisted, the 6-layered shield could continuously regenerate, making it one of the rare spells in the world that could manipulate the essence of heaven and earth without requiring a transformation into the god stage. Truly remarkable. Most importantly, anyone could wield this talisman if they could produce it. The efficacy of the talisman would depend entirely on the surrounding spiritual energy. This meant that, in theory, even a chi-refining cultivator like Lu Yunze could use this talisman. Of course, attempting to activate such a high-level talisman with his low cultivation would require considerable time. Nevertheless, it remained a vital life-saving card. Should he have the opportunity to deploy this talisman, he would stand invincible until its power was exhausted. Lu Yunze took a deep breath, calming his excitement before glancing at the other 4 treasures. They included a short azure dragon staff, a pair of black and white scissors, a pitch-black bagua mirror, and a blue fishing net. At first glance, these 4 treasures appeared exceedingly ordinary, even inferior to the simplest magical artifacts. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense an immense reservoir of spiritual power within them. Particularly, the black and white scissors and the dark bagua mirror were so formidable that, at Lu Yunze's current level, he dared not probe them lightly, lest he suffer a devastating backlash that could leave him a mere shell of his former self, or worse. As he contemplated these 4 items, the term ancient treasures suddenly flashed in Lu Yunze's mind. A wry smile crossed his face. These 4 treasures were likely powerful artifacts forged by ancient cultivators. While they were indeed remarkable items, for Lu Yunze, they would offer little utility for a considerable time. After all, even core formation cultivators would struggle to wield such powerful artifacts. As a chi-refining practitioner, possessing them would serve little purpose beyond momentary indulgence. Finally, there was the Jade Slip. Truthfully, Lu Yunze held the highest hopes for this item, as it likely contained the cultivation methods of the Talisman Master. He was on the verge of foundation establishment, and what he lacked most was a superior technique. Of course, he could opt to cultivate the method of Qiong Wuji. But given his humble beginnings, devoid of any influential backing or mentorship, he was left with limited options. Due to his personal circumstances and qualifications, no esteemed figure from the Zhongyu sect had deemed him worthy, and he had no dual cultivation partners. The Qiong Wuji of yesteryears had faced such hardships that any top-tier techniques were beyond his reach. The 5 spirits concealing chi technique he practiced was merely a stable method, facilitating easier breakthroughs. It was not until Qiong Wuji reached the core formation stage and developed his formless evasion technique that his life truly took flight. However, by that time, he was no longer in a position to switch to a top-tier technique. Lu Yunze had a certain vision for his life. If given the choice, he desired a powerful, top-tier technique. Placing the jade slip against his forehead, he slowly probed with his consciousness. To his surprise, the text within the slip was written in an ancient script from the Tai Nan region. This script was not overly complex. Many classical texts from Tai Nan were composed in it, and Lu Yunze was familiar with it. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Yunze concentrated all his mental faculties on the jade slip before him. Approximately a quarter of an hour passed, and he slowly raised his head, exhaling a deep breath. The jade slip contained not the techniques he had previously speculated about, but rather an experimental log penned by a disciple of the ancient formation master. It was likely that the master of the golden talismans had casually acquired it from the quiet room upon first entering the tower via the teleportation array. From this log, Lu Yunze grasped the purpose of the master of the golden talisman's presence here. According to the entries, the original owner of this forbidden land had once been a prominent figure in the Tiannan region, possessing profound knowledge of formations, and thus became involved in a project known as Ling Miao Garden. Following his participation in this endeavor, the formation master became consumed by ambition, seeking to attract and cultivate talent by accepting numerous disciples, with the intention of establishing his own Ling Miao Garden. The log's author, being his most trusted disciple, naturally shared a portion of the workload and began documenting daily progress and potential inspirations in the experimental log. As stated in the entries, this forbidden land was the resultant product of their futile attempts to replicate Ling Miao Garden. Not only did they fail, but the formation master also expended considerable time and energy, leading to his dwindling lifespan while his cultivation remained stagnant. In despair, he could only cling to the hope of successfully replicating the unattainable Ling Miao Garden. As the deadline approached, the formation master grew increasingly paranoid and extreme, ultimately losing trust even in his closest disciples. According to the log, the formation master was nearly driven mad before the deadline arrived. The final entry noted that replicating Ling Miao Garden was beyond their capabilities, and it also mentioned a cultivator named Tianjinren, seemingly in search of something from him. The log abruptly concluded there. Lu Yunze lifted his head and sighed deeply. How to put it? To claim that this log is useless would be misleading, as it indeed contained a wealth of ancient formation knowledge and experience, something that major sects would vie for if ever made public, possibly even serving as a treasured artifact for sects specializing in formations. Yet, in Lu Yunze's hands, it was merely a disorganized diary, poorly written and chaotic. It was akin to a Nobel laureate's research notes falling into the hands of an elementary school student. Impressive, yet incomprehensible. With a wry smile of resignation, Lu Yunze tucked the log away securely. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. This was not solely due to mental exhaustion, but also the culmination of a series of battles of wits that had left him utterly drained. Additionally, the inexplicable illusions continued to plague him. Han Li's visage flickered in his mind. He felt an inextricable link between this matter and the protagonist, Han Li. But what precisely was the connection? Was it a unique phenomenon that would emerge in the original storyline, or did this world conceal hidden settings? The more Lu Yunze pondered, the heavier his head felt, and he regretted not having finished that novel long ago. Alas, if clarity eludes him, perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Holding the ancient jade in his hand, the intense headache began to subside under the jade's spiritual nourishment, leaving only a faint throbbing ache. The remaining discomfort could not be resolved solely by the jade's miraculous properties. It required a period of quiet recuperation. Rising, Lu Yunze tapped his storage bag, and his mechanical exoskeleton, shimmering with azure and white light, enveloped him. This exoskeleton relied primarily on magical energy for operation, necessitating mental focus for maneuvers, speed adjustments, and control. Given his current condition, he could manage its use, albeit barely. With a slight movement of his feet, he vanished from his original position. Chapter 29. The gamble. On the fifth afternoon following their entry into the Forbidden Land, Qiong Wujing coldly observed the entrance, his aura pulsating with overwhelming energy that intimidated the other 7 core formation practitioners present, rendering them unable to breathe freely. Just an hour prior, the leaders of the 7 sects had once again collaborated to unlock the entrance, and their members were gradually emerging. Yet conspicuously absent were the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Up to this point, Qiong Wujing wore a satisfied expression, evidently confident in his apprentice and the leader of the Hidden Moon sect. However, that smile vanished instantaneously upon seeing Nangong Wan emerge with over 10 disciples from the Hidden Moon sect. Yet, Lu Yunze was nowhere to be found. After summoning Nangong Wan to clarify the situation, the complexion of this esteemed first disciple of the Hidden Moon sect darkened severely. As time slipped away and the entrance to the Forbidden Land threatened to close, Lu Yunze's absence became more alarming. Qiong Wujing's brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the entrance, his entire being radiating 5-colored spiritual light. If Lu Yunze failed to emerge before the entrance sealed, he would have to test the might of the ancient prohibitions today. The thought that Lu Yunze might have perished within the Forbidden Land had never crossed Qiong Wujing's mind. Master, no? Just as Fairy Nishang attempted to intervene, she suddenly spotted a figure at the entrance of the Forbidden Land. Master, Lu Yunze has emerged. At the entrance, a young man with sword-like brows and bright eyes slowly stepped out. It was indeed Lu Yunze. However, his complexion was pale, his eyes bloodshot. and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, presenting a stark contrast to his previously vibrant demeanor. Xiong Wujing instantly appeared beside Lu Yunze, gripping his wrist. What happened? How could you be so severely injured? He hastily retrieved a pill and placed it in Lu Yunze's mouth. Who did this? Lu Yunze swallowed the pill, intending to muster a smile, but upon seeing Xiong Wujing's greasy old face, a wave of inexplicable grievance surged within him, leaving him with nothing but a bitter smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Master, it's a long story. We can discuss it later. Let me tend to your wounds first. Xiong Wujing pulled Lu Yunze back toward the Hidden Moon sect. Nangong Wan and Fairy Nishang hurriedly approached to assess Lu Yunze's injuries. Upon witnessing Lu Yunze's emergence from the Forbidden Land, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. Then, Xiong Wujing's unabashed concern for Lu Yunze sparked a sense of envy within Han Li. The bond between master and disciple resembled that of father and son, a connection he perhaps would never experience in his lifetime. Well, it appears all disciples should have emerged now. The leader of the Spirit Beast Mountain, who had yet to leave the entrance, cleared his throat and began to speak. However, before he could finish, a figure stumbled out from the nearly sealed passage. It was the cunning elder from Huangfeng Valley. Brotherly, I never imagined your valley truly harbors such talent. Not only did the disciples of the 11th level manage to emerge from the forbidden grounds, but even those of the 10th level were able to preserve their lives. Truly, your esteemed sect excels in its teachings, and I am deeply impressed. The expression of the leader from the Great Sword sect darkened. Only one of his disciples had made it out of the forbidden area, making them the fewest survivors in this 7-sects trial. Witnessing that even 2 low-ranking disciples from Huangfeng Valley had escaped with their lives, he couldn't help but utter a few sarcastic remarks. Li Huayuan's countenance was also less than favorable, and he opened his mouth to retort. Enough. What is there to argue about? The fact that these juniors have survived is a remarkable achievement in itself. Do you wish to compel them to risk their lives for a few spiritual herbs? Seeing that Lu Yunze was gravely injured, Xiong Wujing's mood was understandably poor, and he coldly addressed the two. The members of the Great Sword sect and Li Huayuan exchanged glances, promptly falling silent. Xiong Wujing was in a decidedly foul mood and preferred not to provoke this formidable individual. With a huff, Xiong Wujing turned his attention away from them, gripping Lu Yunze's wrist as he slowly channeled his spiritual energy to assist him in refining the healing elixir. Suddenly, Lu Yunze opened his eyes and subtly blinked at Xiong Wujing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiong Wujing was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Li kid, hurry and check the results of the wager. I still need to take my disciple back to the cave for healing, Xiong Wujing said coldly. Yunze and Li Huayuan exchanged wry smiles and quickly summoned the disciples from the 3 sects who had emerged from the forbidden grounds, requesting each to present their harvests to determine the outcome of the wager. The first to step forward were the disciples of Qingshu sect. Only 4 Taoists from Qingshu Valley emerged from the forbidden area. The first to approach was a middle-aged Taoist with an ethereal demeanor. He smiled modestly and produced a handful of white light from his storage bag. As the light dissipated, 14 spiritual herbs were neatly arranged on the ground, astonishing all onlookers. Yunze nodded with a smile, feeling immensely satisfied. The remaining 3 Taoists stepped forward in turn, with the 2 older ones producing 9 and 11 spiritual herbs respectively. The youngest Taoist, seemingly unremarkable, surprisingly revealed 5 spiritual herbs. This prompted a chorus of admiration from the crowd, as the results far exceeded those of previous trials. In truth, they owed a debt of gratitude to Lu Yunze and Han Li. During this trial, Lu Yunze had single-handedly eliminated 6 elite disciples in the central zone, while Han Li, though having dispatched 3, had achieved a higher quality of defeat. The 3, Doubao Girl, Madman Feng Yu, and Han Tianya, were among the most distinguished figures among elite disciples. Their presence resulted in a significant reduction in the number of elite disciples, who would have otherwise fiercely contended for the spiritual herbs in the central zone, thus dramatically lowering the competition level for this trial. Furthermore, the deceased Li Huaya had also eliminated 3 elite members of Huangfeng Valley. Speaking of Huangfeng Valley, it would be remiss not to note its tragic fate. The once promising elite disciples had nearly all perished outside the central zone, leaving only the eldest of the Chun family as a flicker of hope. Li Huayuan glanced at the remaining 3. One, Chun Xiaoqian, was akin to a mere appendage, while the other 2, one at the 10th level and the other at the 12th, were of poor aptitude and lacked distinction, clearly having coasted through. A meteor streaked across the sky, symbolizing the 20 years Li Huayuan was about to lose. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, The next 2 decades would see him relegated to a life of unceasing toil, using his illustrious pure true fire to refine iron essence, only to watch as others enhance their artifacts with his labor. In a sense, this too was a form of sacrifice. As the Chun siblings stepped forward, they seemed to catch a glimpse of a glimmer in Li Huayuan's eye. Exchanging a glance, they quickly dismissed the notion as mere illusion. They promptly shook their storage bags, presenting 23 spiritual herbs. Li Huayuan's expression brightened considerably. Then he turned to Han Li and another cunning elder. The elder stepped forward, respectfully producing 2 purple monkey flowers. Li Huayuan nodded expressionlessly. He no longer harbored any hope of victory, merely contemplating whether he would lose to Fu Yunze or to Qiong Wuji. If given a choice, he would prefer to lose to Qiong Wuji, viewing it as a gesture of filial piety. Han Li observed Li Huayuan's grim expression and couldn't help but chuckle wryly, rubbing his nose. Without further delay, he emptied his storage bag, revealing a staggering 27 spiritual herbs spread across the ground. Hiss! Li Huayuan gasped, pulling at his beard in astonishment. What is this? Fu Yunze was momentarily stunned, his previously jubilant expression morphing into one of comical dismay. Li Huayuan, disregarding the pain in his beard, burst into hearty laughter. With this, Huangfeng Valley's total count of spiritual herbs soared to 52, far surpassing Qingxiu Sect's 39. Fu Yunze's gaze toward Han Li turned increasingly hostile. That was the inner core of a 5th-level dragon. Had he not been confident of overwhelming Huangfeng Valley, he would never have gambled such a treasure. Yet, who would have thought Fu Yunze's hands trembled with distress, and a hint of murderous intent crept into his gaze. Dao brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly intending to make things difficult for a junior? Li Huayuan swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Han Li, coldly inquiring. Fu Yunze, jolted from his thoughts, quickly waved his hands. You misunderstand, my apologies. It is merely that this young practitioner possesses such formidable skills at a tender age. I could not help but take a closer look. Li Huayuan scoffed, but chose not to press further. Next, it was the turn of the Moon Concealment Sect. A dozen male and female disciples from the Moon Concealment Sect stepped forward, displaying their spiritual herbs. The first few each produced only 3 or 4 spiritual herbs, their performance falling short of even that of the Taoists from Qingxiu Sect, and only marginally exceeding the results of the cunning elder from Huangfeng Valley. Qiong Wuji's expression grew colder, his eyes darkening. Lu Yunze, meditating to recover from his injuries, could not help but open his eyes to glance at these disciples. Something is amiss. How could there be so few when Nangong Wan is leading? His gaze swept over the latter disciples, who exhibited a markedly different demeanor, radiating confidence and even a hint of joy. Lu Yunze smirked quietly, resuming his meditation. He understood that while they had acted collectively, it did not imply an equitable distribution of the spiritual herbs. Those with connections would naturally receive a larger share. Indeed, as the latter disciples presented their findings, the number of spiritual herbs each disclosed began to increase dramatically, with each revealing a dozen or more. Meanwhile, Li Huayuan's expression shifted from elation to grave concern. When the final disciple revealed 12 spiritual herbs, Li Huayuan's joy erupted. The total for the Moon Concealment Sect reached 82, while Huangfeng Valley and Qingxiu Sect collectively totaled 91. In this round, he had actually triumphed. Ha! Li Huayuan could not restrain his laughter, but soon remembered Qiong Wuji's calculating nature, quickly suppressing his mirth with a cough. Though the smile on his face was impossible to hide. Qiong Senior, what do you think of this? Qiong Wuji cast a sidelong glance at him with a smile. What is the rush? We still have one more participant. Disciple, please present your spiritual herbs, he instructed. Lu Yunze rose, although pale and appearing disheveled. Confidence shone brightly in his eyes. The disciple obeys. Lu Yunze smiled mischievously at the crowd, and with a swift motion, he opened his storage bag, causing a plethora of spiritual herbs to cascade forth, forming a small mound at his feet. Among them were 5 mature sunfire flowers, 7 500-year-old celestial fruits, and 4 600-year-old jade spirit mushrooms. Li Huayuan's expression immediately froze. The herbs at Lu Yunze's feet totaled 38, nearly rivaling the entire stock of the Qingxiu Sect. Ha! Qiong Wuji laughed heartily, his joy palpable. My disciple has indeed secured a first place among the 7 sects. He turned to Fu Yunze. Quickly, present that bloodline serpent's inner elixir. I am eager to use it for alchemy. Fu Yunze wore a long face, forcing a smile as he attempted to articulate a response, but words failed him. What? Do you intend to renege? Qiong Wuji glared, his dissatisfaction evident. Predecessor, you misunderstand. How could I dare? Fu Yunze's face flushed with embarrassment as he stomped his foot and tossed a pale, round orb to Qiong Wuji. turning away in apparent anguish. It was indeed the bloodline serpent's inner elixir. Xiong Wuji caught the elixir, inspecting it closely before a grin spread across his face, though he muttered, "It seems the quality isn't quite optimal. The spiritual energy is rather lacking. I suppose it will have to suffice." Fu Yunze's face turned crimson at these words. Wishing to retaliate, but knowing he stood no chance, he could only bow his head in frustration and distance himself. "Li, my friend," Li Huayuan took a deep breath. Suppressing the urge to spit blood, "I shall ensure that 2 pieces of iron essence are delivered within 20 years. "Excellent," Xiong Wuji replied, "since that is the case. I would not wish to unduly delay you for 2 decades. This statement left the onlookers bewildered. What had caused this old man to change his tune? Xiong Wuji smiled slightly, his lips moving as he transmitted sound directly to Li Huayuan. Upon hearing he would not need to refine the iron essence himself, Li Huayuan's initial delight quickly gave way to a tempest of emotions. "Well, Li, are you willing to assist me with this matter?" Xiong Wuji asked with a grin. Li Huayuan hesitated, but ultimately, with a firm resolution, clasped his hands and replied, "Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort. You shall hear news within half a year at the latest." "Splendid. You are a straightforward man," Xiong Wuji exclaimed, brimming with delight. With a wave, he enveloped Lu Yunze in 5-colored spiritual light, and the two vanished from sight. The remaining crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what trickery the old man was up to. Only Li Huayuan and Fu Yunze shared a bitter smile, for the price Li would pay was not significantly less than that of Fu Yunze. High above, Xiong Wuji materialized with Lu Yunze, and with a swift motion, he produced a small spiritual vessel from his storage bag. What exactly transpired within the Forbidden Zone? I find it hard to believe that any low-tier cultivator among the 7 sects could inflict such injuries upon you. As they stepped onto the vessel, Xiong Wuji's impatience was palpable. Lu Yunze opened his mouth, prepared to divulge everything, but images of Li Wuyo and the golden talismans flashed through his mind, echoing with Li Wuyo's desperate pleas before his demise. "I was besieged by several demonic beasts within the Forbidden Zone. By chance, I triggered a certain restriction and narrowly escaped thanks to the self-destruction of the Victory Swift." He winced at the thought of the Victory Swift. "After breaking the restriction, I found myself in a cavern brimming with spiritual herbs. I gathered them and, after much searching, barely located the exit before the Forbidden Zone sealed." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wuji let out a long sigh of relief. "Good. You have certainly brought honor to your master this time." He patted Lu Yunze's shoulder. "Upon our return, I shall commence alchemical refinement for you. With this bloodline serpent's inner elixir, in addition to the Huayuan pill, I can concoct an even superior elixir. With these 2 elixirs to assist you, your innate talent will surely allow you to break through to the late foundation establishment stage within 20 years. Xiong Wuji's excitement was evident as he clenched his fist. "Let us return home." Lu Yunze exhaled, looking toward the direction of the Moonshadow sect. "It is time to go home." Chapter 31. Dual Cultivation of Life and Foundation Establishment. 5 months later, within Xiong Wuji's cave dwelling at the Moonshadow sect, Lu Yunze gazed contemplatively at the 2 blue elixirs before him, a smile gradually forming. With the aid of the nameless ancient jade, the damage to his consciousness had healed more swiftly than he anticipated, and he had fully recovered by now. Moreover, whether due to the ancient jade or not, Lu Yunze could distinctly feel an enhancement in his consciousness. This prompted him to reflect on his previous hypotheses regarding the foundation establishment of cultivators. In truth, he had realized during the incident in the Forbidden Zone, when Li Wuyo attempted to seize his body, that his research might have taken a misguided path. This was hardly surprising. Research is often a process of trial and error, and to select the correct path from countless possibilities in one fell swoop is not research, but rather a stroke of luck. Lu Yunze's erroneous direction stemmed primarily from the scientific mindset of his previous life, which led him to subconsciously overlook the existence of consciousness when studying foundation establishment. Reflecting now, if foundation establishment is indeed a process of refining and upgrading the dantian and meridians, then why does consciousness also seem to grow stronger? To investigate this question, Lu Yunze conducted various tests on himself over the past 5 months. He discovered that as his consciousness gradually recovered, while his magical power remained unaffected, its manipulation underwent significant changes. Initially, when his consciousness was damaged, he could only perform simple and crude magical releases, but later, he regained dexterity and even improved further. These observations underscored the importance of consciousness in the manipulation of magical power. Yet, this was puzzling. Magical power is stored in the dantian and flows through the meridians, leaving no room for consciousness to interfere in the process. This conundrum troubled Lu Yunze for more than 2 months, Until recently, while cultivating, he experienced a sudden revelation that also resolved a long-standing question. What is consciousness? Lu Yunze concluded that consciousness is merely a fade. The true essence lies in the primordial spirit. When a cultivator practices qi, a distinct transformation occurs upon reaching the fourth layer. Senses sharpen, reaction times quicken, and memory capabilities enhance to the point of photographic recall, even imparting a slight boost to intelligence. As cultivation continues, the so-called consciousness begins to manifest, allowing the cultivator to scan a small area around them like a radar, and even to attach their consciousness to magical tools for command and control. Once foundation establishment is achieved, a cultivator's consciousness can become powerful enough to employ the separation of spirit technique, enabling the manipulation of puppets or similar magical artifacts. On the surface, consciousness appears to be the source of strength. However, the true powerhouse is the primordial spirit. The evidence lies in the fact that when Li Wuyo attempted to seize Lu Yunze's body with his foundation establishment early-stage cultivation, Lu Yunze, despite only reaching the peak of qi refinement, possessed a primordial spirit that was no less formidable. The underlying reason was his reincarnation, and this manifested outwardly as a robust consciousness. Lu Yunze believed that the astonishing transformation seen at the fourth layer of qi refinement and the subsequent emergence of consciousness were fundamentally expressions of a powerful primordial spirit. The primordial spirit embodies awareness and soul, acting as the commander responsible for directing magical power during cultivation. Consequently, the essence of consciousness damage is, in fact, the weakness of the primordial spirit. Thus, Lu Yunze's magical power became exceedingly difficult to manipulate. Reflecting on the past, it becomes evident that Li Wuyan's malevolent aura had inherent limitations when forcibly elevating his cultivation. He could not rival a genuine foundation establishment practitioner, otherwise. With Lu Yunze's frail primordial spirit at that time, it would have been improbable for him to expel Li Wuyan. Upon grasping this notion, Lu Yunze quickly realized that the same principle applied to magical power. Previously, he believed that the enhancement of the dantian and meridians, human bodily organs, was solely to accommodate more magical power. However, he had inverted the causality. It is not the magical power that strengthens the physical body, but rather a robust physical form that engenders high-quality magical energy. To put it differently, what is the essence of a cultivator's physical body? Or what constitutes the foundation of a practitioner? The answer had always been before Lu Yunze's eyes. Only previously overlooked, it is the essence, alternatively referred to as true essence. Only by possessing sufficiently potent true essence can a cultivator attain higher quality dantian and meridians, thereby transforming magical energy into a superior quality. As he delved further into this inquiry, the essence of cultivation revealed itself. It is the dual cultivation of life and spirit. By absorbing spiritual energy and practicing techniques, one simultaneously strengthens their true essence and primordial spirit. Thus, the process of the foundation establishment pill washing the marrow and refining the channels is not merely about enhancing the physical body, but rather purging impurities from the cultivator's true essence. This allows the cultivator to possess higher quality true essence. Simultaneously, the transformation of the primordial spirit is of paramount importance. The process of liquidifying magical power for foundation establishment practitioners may not be the chemical reaction Lu Yunze had previously imagined, but rather a manifestation of the dual enhancement of the primordial spirit and true essence, allowing for a more refined and precise manipulation of magical energy. If this is indeed the case, then perhaps a single foundation establishment pill would suffice for my success in establishing a foundation. Lu Yunze mused as he picked up a blue foundation establishment pill, murmuring to himself. Having been reborn, his innate spiritual awareness was formidable, and his primordial spirit was stronger than that of other practitioners. If Lu Yunze's conjectures were correct, this advantage not only facilitated his foundation establishment, but also contributed to his earlier oversight regarding the direction of his research. After all, if his conclusion held true, it would imply that once the quality of magical power surpassed the strength of the primordial spirit, the practitioner would struggle to manipulate it freely, akin to a small pony attempting to pull a heavy cart. However, Lu Yunze's naturally robust primordial spirit had spared him from such a predicament, even as it nearly led him astray. In terms of enhancing the quality of true essence and primordial spirit, he need not worry about the latter. His true essence, having been meticulously compressed through magical energy and medicinal refinement over the years, should surpass that of many other practitioners. Theoretically, the deliberately compressed magical energy, not derived from conventional cultivation, would revert to its original quality once depleted. Yet, the quality of his magical energy remained stable. This could only signify that through these years of serendipitous endeavors, the purity of his true essence had indeed increased significantly. With a subtle smile, Lu Yunze swallowed a foundation establishment pill and began to refine its potency. If his hypothesis was accurate, this foundation establishment would prove even simpler than he had anticipated. The effects of the foundation establishment pill manifested swiftly. Within just a few hours, Lu Yunze sensed a warmth emanating from his dantian, while his limbs grew chillingly cold, creating a stark contrast of sensations. The true essence throughout his body converged towards the dantian. Indeed, I wasn't entirely mistaken. The quality of the dantian is indeed crucial, Lu Yunze thought, furrowing his brows and preparing himself. The enhancement of the physical body is a painful ordeal. After all, the strength of true essence must be realized through the body's organs, which necessitates a singular approach to eliminate the old version of the organs and regenerate new ones that align with the potent true essence. In simpler terms, it is a process of destruction followed by creation. As anticipated, a sharp pain akin to the simultaneous thrust of several daggers surged from his dantian. Remaining in a state of inner observation, Lu Yunze clearly witnessed his dantian grotesquely expanding, quickly developing fissures lined with blood, soon followed by new tissue rapidly filling the gaps. This transformation lasted less than 10 breaths, leaving his dantian scarred, yet brimming with nascent tissue, which continued to grow. Soon, this new tissue would replace the original dantian structure, forming a brand new and superior quality dantian. Before Lu Yunze could fully appreciate this strange transformation, the excruciating pain in his dantian suddenly morphed into a torrent of heat, coursing through his meridians and penetrating deep into his marrow. The heat transformed into an unbearable itch, akin to countless ants scuttling across his body. Even though Lu Yunze had braced himself for this, he could not suppress a groan, yearning to shed every inch of his skin and bone. This intolerable itch persisted for a mere quarter of an hour, yet it drove Lu Yunze to contemplate self-destruction. I have already enhanced my true essence as purity. Those who consume the foundation establishment pill directly must surely find this unbearable. He shivered at the thought. At that moment, Lu Yunze noticed that his entire body was enveloped in a sticky, gray substance, emitting an indescribable odor. Is this the impurity of true essence? Curiously, he pinched off a piece of the gray substance from his skin. How intriguing. I shall keep this. He carefully rolled the impurities from his true essence into dozens of small gray pellets, storing them with solemnity. He felt pleasantly warm all over, likely due to the residual potency of the foundation establishment pill still working its magic. Remarkably, he had indeed established his foundation. As he channeled his techniques, the liquid magical energy surged through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. 5 months after the bloodband trial, Lu Yunze successfully established his foundation. Chapter 32. The Celestial Maiden in Rainbow Attire Master. I have successfully established my foundation, Lu Yunze exclaimed with excitement as he exited the secluded chamber, eager to share his joyous news with Qiong Wujing. However, after wandering through the cave abode several times, he could not find him. Has he gone out? Upon reflection, Lu Yunze realized that having advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment, he could now attempt many previously unattainable feats. Furthermore, he was in possession of a considerable sum of spirit stones, ready to be spent. Lastly, Qiong Wujing was not home at present. Therefore, victory flying swallow number 2. Here I come. A streak of light shot from the cave, soaring across the sky. After a while, Lu Yunze arrived at a picturesque mountain gorge. He tidied his attire and groomed himself. Clearing his throat, he released a sound transmission talisman into the gorge. Not long after, a water curtain rose in the gorge, parting in the middle to reveal a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, complete with pavilions and towers. A rainbow bridge extended from the pavilion to where Lu Yunze stood. Come in, a melodious voice tinged with a hint of reluctance called out. Lu Yunze grinned widely and stepped onto the rainbow bridge. He marveled at the nature of this 7-colored bridge. Though it appeared ethereal like light and shadow, it possessed a tangible form. As he scanned with his spiritual awareness, it seemed to glide effortlessly, evading any sense of weight or substance. Standing upon the bridge, Lu Yunze could not help but marvel as it carried him through the water curtain, traversing a resplendent garden that resembled a celestial abode, filled with an array of exotic flowers and plants that dazzled his eyes. The rainbow bridge brought Lu Yunze directly to the hall. Upon entering, the bridge seamlessly transformed into a 7-colored satin, floating gracefully behind the celestial maiden. At this moment, she sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, adorned in a flowing white gown, complemented by a delicate lavender outer garment. Embroidered upon her collar was a peacock, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, while the seven-colored satin draped behind her made her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. Suddenly, the enchanting figure opened her eyes and regarded Lu Yunze with surprise. "Lu, my esteemed nephew, have you successfully established your foundation?" "Thanks to my esteemed master, I have indeed succeeded," Lu Yunze replied with a broad smile, feeling a genuine sense of gratitude toward his aunt, the enchanting figure. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "What do you thank me for?" "Dear aunt, during my breakthrough to foundation establishment, I was beset by a heart demon." The perilous situation was indeed harrowing, as the heart demon transformed into various manifestations in an attempt to disrupt my resolve. Lu Yunze explained earnestly. The enchanting figure's heart skipped a beat. The heart demon was an ordeal every cultivator faced, albeit manifesting in diverse forms. The dangers were universally grave, and a moment's carelessness could lead one to lose their sanity and become a mere slave to the heart demon. That heart demon is treacherously cunning. I nearly fell for its tricks. At one point, it audaciously morphed into your likeness, and upon seeing it, I could hardly suppress my laughter. A mere heart demon, no matter how adept at transformation, could never replicate even a fraction of your exquisite beauty, dear aunt. How could I possibly be deceived? I broke free from the illusion and successfully established my foundation. The enchanting figure stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before narrowing her eyes at him in frustration. "From this day forth, you are considered a senior in the cultivation world. Is this how you speak? Such words are utterly irksome." "Yes, yes, I shall amend my ways. Dear aunt, starting tomorrow, I will strive to become a mature and composed senior," Lu Yunze responded, rubbing his hands together with a cheerful demeanor. "Aunt, about that Hunyuan crystal we discussed last time, shouldn't it be time for you to give it to me?" With a sidelong glance, the enchanting figure feigned exaggerated surprise. "Oh, I had thought you, dear nephew, were of grand stature and would not concern yourself with such a trivial Hunyuan crystal." Lu Yunze clutched his heart dramatically, lowering his gaze. "No wonder you would question it. I have been so preoccupied with my training and recovery these past 6 months that I neglected to visit you. I truly am at fault." Rolling her eyes, the enchanting figure produced a yellowish crystal and tossed it to him. "This Hunyuan crystal is a material for crafting magical treasures. Make sure to utilize it well and do not squander it. Rest assured, dear aunt, I could never waste what you have bestowed upon me," Lu Yunze said, his smile radiant. "Speak not such foolishness. If it were not for the esteemed reputation of Master Qiong protecting you, you would have likely been dealt a harsh fate by now," she retorted, spitting in jest. "Aunt, you truly wrong me. When have you seen me behave in such a manner towards other female cultivators?" Lu Yunze stepped back slightly, feigning innocence. Ignoring him, the enchanting figure pointed behind him with her graceful finger. "If there is nothing else, be quick to leave and do not disrupt my focus. Dear aunt, please do not be so heartless. I actually have another favor to ask of you," Lu Yunze said with a sheepish grin. "Humph," she scoffed, closing her eyes to meditate. "I knew you would not come without ulterior motives. Upon entering, you showered me with flattery, clearly seeking something." Lu Yunze, placing a hand on his chest, declared earnestly, "Aunt, your words are unjust. My feelings for you are sincere." "Enough," she interjected, her face flushed as she cut him off. Fearing she might unleash her 7 rainbow silk upon him if he continued, she refrained from listening further. "Aunt, you possess vast connections among the 7 sects and have many acquaintances in the Yue Kingdom. I am currently in need of some rare materials. Could you assist me in locating them?" As he spoke, Lu Yunze handed her a jade slip. Fuming, the enchanting figure glared at him before taking the jade slip and probing its contents with her consciousness. "Oh, these materials are indeed not overly precious, but rather uncommon. You are not planning to craft another puppet, are you? Your perception is keen, dear aunt. My previous victory swallow was destroyed in the forbidden area, and I wish to create a new one. Hence, I seek your assistance," Lu Yunze explained, his earnestness evident. The enchanting figure sighed, her expression a mixture of resignation and concern. If Master Qiong were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. Lu Yunze quickly waved his hands. "No, the design is already finalized. The remaining tasks are merely laborious. It will not take much time. Aunt, you have been tirelessly aiding me. Please do not provoke his ire further," she said, rising with a heavy sigh. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, a small door on the side of the hall shimmered with light and opened. "Come in. I happen to have the materials you seek. Do not waste time elsewhere." Lu Yunze was overjoyed, nearly bursting into laughter. "Enough. If you flatter me further, I shall send you elsewhere." The enchanting figure shot him a playful glare. "And do not think you can take advantage of me here. Every spirit stone owed must be accounted for. Do you understand? Understood, Lu Yunze exclaimed, following her eagerly into the storeroom, his heart racing at the sight of various rare materials. Alas, only to feast his eyes upon them. He could not touch. He quickly shook his head. Do not rush. Everything requires a gradual approach. In the future, what are you thinking? She interrupted, playfully tapping his forehead. Take what you need and leave quickly. If Master Qiong finds you loitering, you will not enjoy the consequences. With a glint in his eye, Lu Yunze swiftly gathered the materials he required. The enchanting figure was unceremonious, taking his spirit stones and promptly ushering him out of her abode. Though slightly hurtful, Lu Yunze was undeterred. The victory swallow too was beckoning him. Comparatively women? Huh. Mounting his flying sword, he propelled himself at full speed, soon colliding with Qiong Wuji, who had just returned. Observing his disciple's jubilant demeanor and exaggerated gestures, Qiong Wuji understood. You rascal. Master, I acknowledge my mistakes. Inside the dwelling, Qiong Wuji glared at Lu Yunze, who knelt on the ground, his teeth clenched in frustration. 2 months. I have been gone for only 2 months. Could you not remain obedient? Seeing Lu Yunze's infuriating expression, Qiong Wuji's forehead throbbed with a vein, and he shattered a nearby chair in a fit of rage. Master. Lu Yunze gulped nervously, offering a sycophantic smile. But look, I have advanced in establishing my foundation. The previous cultivation method is no longer applicable. Staying in the cave would only waste time. It is better to venture out and connect with the elders of our sect. Bah, was that truly your intention? Qiong Wuji spat disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. No matter what you say today, it is of no use. I have just completed refining a batch of transformation pills. You will focus on your cultivation. You are not permitted to step outside until the pills are consumed. As he spoke, Qiong Wuji tossed 2 porcelain vials to Lu Yunze. These pills are hard-earned. Do not squander my efforts. Taking a deep breath, he managed to calm himself. A portion of the spiritual herbs you previously acquired in the forbidden area has been exchanged for materials to craft the transformation elixir, while the remainder was traded for an ancient formula and several other spiritual herbs, which will be utilized to refine the inner elixir of the bloodline serpent. Therefore, in the coming period, I shall seclude myself to study the alchemical formula, aiming to enhance the probability of successful elixir creation. After all, this 5th-grade bloodline serpent inner elixir is a rare and precious item that must not be squandered. Qiong Wuji snorted coldly and remarked with irritation during this time. You must diligently cultivate and refrain from engaging in any nonsensical activities. Lu Yunze shrugged his shoulders and responded with a wry smile. Master, I currently lack even a suitable cultivation method. What am I supposed to practice? Humph. Qiong Wuji shot him a glare and retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. Do you think I have been idle during the past 2 months? A smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he recounted the events. In the previous forbidden area wager, Li Huayuan lost to me. I did not demand his iron essence, but proposed another condition. Qiong Wuji chuckled, revealing his connection with the eccentric Elder Ning of the 9 Nations Alliance. After considerable effort, he managed to obtain the renowned cultivation method, the 5 elements escaping technique. Taking the jade slip from Qiong Wuji, Lu Yunze curiously probed into its contents with his consciousness. The moment his consciousness entered, a torrent of densely packed golden characters surged into his sea of consciousness, overwhelming him with a sharp pain, as if a mighty hammer was incessantly striking within his mind, causing his skull to throb violently. After an indeterminate period, when the golden characters had entirely infused into his mind, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Uncomfortable, isn't it? Qiong Wuji smirked maliciously. It's supposed to be. This indicates that the method is the most complete inheritance, untouched by Elder Ning's alterations. Noticing Lu Yunze's battered state, Qiong Wuji frowned and placed a hand upon his head. A wave of cool energy flowed into Lu Yunze's sea of consciousness, instantly relaxing his taut nerves and dispelling the fatigue from his spirit. The characters materialized in Lu Yunze's mind, appearing exceptionally clear. The 5 elements escaping technique, spanning from the 1st to the 13th layer, allows one to directly cultivate to the legendary God transformation stage, unchanged from beginning to end. Currently, the mainstream cultivation methods in the immortal realm can be categorized into 3 types. The first type is combat-oriented. These methods typically advance one's magical power at a slower pace, but are accompanied by formidable abilities and tactics for overcoming adversaries. Practitioners can gain significant advantages during battles, even facing opponents of a higher tier. Generally, those who believe they have no hope of achieving the golden core stage opt for such methods to avoid humiliation. In simpler terms, they demand more experience, are challenging to upgrade, yet possess powerful accompanying skills. The second type is cultivation-oriented. This method is easier to master, with a rapid advancement in magical power and a significantly lower difficulty in breaking through bottlenecks, enabling most foundation establishment practitioners to reach the golden core bottleneck in their lifetimes. However, the accompanying abilities of this method are often woefully inadequate, leading to a significant disadvantage in combat against practitioners of the same tier. Essentially, it requires less experience, is easy to upgrade, but has inferior accompanying skills. The final type is the legendary top-tier methods. These encompass all the advantages of the previous two types, allowing for rapid advancement and extraordinary abilities. However, they demand exceptionally high qualifications from the practitioner. If one lacks the necessary aptitude and forces themselves to practice such a method, they risk falling into madness and meeting a tragic end. The 5 spirits concealing chi technique, which Xiong Wuji practices, belongs to the second category, excelling in speed but lacking in abilities. Had he not created the formless escape technique after reaching the golden core stage, he would not have attained his current renowned status even after reaching the peak of the golden core stage. Lu Yunze's circumstances, however, are distinctly different. Firstly, he possesses a unique physique that meets the criteria for practicing top-tier methods. Secondly, he has a master, sparing him the plight of having to sift through a multitude of inferior methods, as Xiong Wuji once did. The 5 elements escaping technique is the top-tier method that Xiong Wuji painstakingly acquired for Lu Yunze after considerable deliberation. If successfully cultivated, this method will significantly enhance a practitioner's affinity with the spiritual energies of the 5 elements, not only accelerating their magical power cultivation, but also reducing the magical power required to cast 5-element spells or wield magical artifacts during battle. More importantly, upon mastering the 5 elements escaping technique, the practitioner will intuitively grasp the intricacies of the complex and profound 5-element escape techniques within the immortal realm, proving invaluable whether fleeing from peril or engaging in combat. It can be said that with this method to shield him, the vastness of the world is his to traverse. Xiong Wuji has long coveted this technique. His formless escape method evolved from the 5-element escape techniques. With this method's assistance, the formless escape technique will undoubtedly reach new heights. However, Elder Ning, possessing remarkable abilities and formidable magical power, is nearly his equal, and hailing from the 9 Nations Alliance's foremost sect, the task is not easily accomplished. It was only upon learning of Li Huayuan's past connections with Elder Ning that Xiong Wuji seized the opportunity. After considerable negotiation and payment, he successfully acquired this illustrious technique. Truth be told, had he not deemed the outcome of a confrontation with Elder Ning uncertain, Xiong Wuji would have preferred to seize the treasure through force. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze had finished assimilating the technique, his eyes alight with excitement. Xiong Wuji nodded approvingly, believing that if this technique could enable Lu Yunze to master the formless escape method and eventually improve it further, the price he paid would be more than justified. Lu Yunze bowed respectfully to Xiong Wuji, saying, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Indeed, Xiong Wuji nodded with a smile, then could not contain his laughter, the sound resonating throughout the entire cave residence. Holding the transformation elixir and the 5 elements escaping technique, Lu Yunze stepped into the secret chamber, sealing the door behind him for 3 years. Chapter 34. Master Alchemist 3.5 years later, within the confines of Huangfeng Valley. In a desolate mountain in the northwest of the Taiyue mountain range of the Yue Kingdom, a 5-colored escape light tore through the sky at incredible speed, reaching the desolate mountain in the blink of an eye. As the light dissipated, Lu Yunze hovered in midair, gazing down at the treacherous peaks below with an expression of utter bewilderment. What in the world is this place? Before long, Han Li, riding a cloud, approached. "Brother Lu, it has been a long time." Han Li smiled gently, emanating the aura of a foundation establishment practitioner. "Old Han." Lu Yunze regarded him with a complex gaze, wrestling with his thoughts before finally expressing, "If you were looking for me, you could have simply called me directly at the cave. Why go through all the trouble of sending messages and talismans? I ended up wandering around this desolate place 3 times, almost running into the neighboring Yue Kingdom. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? My master wouldn't have eaten you," Lu Yunze remarked, increasingly perplexed by Han Li's demeanor. If one were to claim he was socially anxious, there would be no faults found in his interactions with others. However, moments of oddity would occasionally surface, leaving Lu Yunze bewildered. Living in solitude all day long is not particularly strange among practitioners, yet his manner towards strangers resembled that of a wild beast, able to terrify anyone even under Xiong Wuji's watchful gaze. Lu Yunze increasingly suspected that Han Li harbored some childhood trauma. Yet, Han Li appeared unfazed, rolling his eyes in response. What are you doing here? Despite having reached the foundation establishment stage, you still reside in your master's cave dwelling. Don't you wish to venture out and establish your own abode? Indeed, I yearn for it. I dream of it. When the subject arises, Lu Yunze feels a twinge of grievance. Every day, under the watchful gaze of Qiong Wuji, even pursuing studies related to advanced mechas must be done in secrecy. Akin to hiding forbidden texts at home, exhilarating yet nerve-wracking. My master has stated that I may only move out once I reach the late foundation establishment stage. Lu Yunze sighed deeply, a hint of sorrow evident on his face. Han Li observed him with a mix of envy and amusement. He too had a master, but since becoming a disciple, his master had seemingly overlooked his existence entirely. The bond between Qiong Wuji and Lu Yunze was something he could only envy. Enough of this wasted time. Do you have any news regarding my request? Han Li, eager to shift topics, quickly inquired about his foremost concern. Rest assured, it's merely a matter of arranging formation tools. A friend of mine possesses several formidable sets. Let me take you there. Lu Yunze pressed a button on his storage bag, preparing to produce something. By the way, did you bring the Millennium Spirit Herb I asked for? My friend is in dire need of it. Han Li retrieved a nondescript wooden box from his storage bag and waved it in front of him. Good, you have it. A beam of yellow light burst forth from Lu Yunze's storage bag, gradually materializing in midair. It was a machine reminiscent of the now-defunct Victory Swallow No. 1. Yet it measured twice the length, nearly 10 zhong, and was broader and more robust, with sharp angles exuding formidable pressure and power. If the first machine was a yellow divine eagle soaring through the skies, this one was akin to a golden sword slicing through the heavens. Behold, the Victory Swallow No. 2. Lu Yunze's eyes sparkled with pride. How could he not feel proud? This second machine outperformed the first in nearly every aspect. And Lu Yunze had even enhanced its transformation capabilities, granting it multiple forms, thus increasing its versatility and practicality. In terms of strength, Lu Yunze felt confident piloting the second machine to confront peak foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li's lips twitched as he recalled some unpleasant memories. Old Han, do you want to? No. Han Li unhesitatingly took a seat in the back row. You drive. Lu Yunze pouted and settled into the pilot's seat. By the way, I've brought what you needed. Without turning back, Lu Yunze tossed 2 jade slips into Han Li's arms. One was called the Transformation Yuan Dan, and the other was the Qi Refining Powder. Both recipes were ancient formulations for foundation establishment pills, boasting considerable efficacy. Lu Yunze had practically demonstrated his point. A single batch of Transformation Yuan Dan had propelled him to the pinnacle of early foundation establishment, merely a step away from mid-foundation establishment. It could be said that he had saved himself over a decade of toil. Han Li accepted the pill recipes and, after examining them with his spiritual sense, stowed them away with satisfaction. As previously agreed, I will share a portion of the pills I refine with you to offset the value of these recipes. Han Li was quite pleased with this arrangement, with Lu Yunze collecting recipes on his behalf. He could avoid drawing attention while secretly refining pills and cultivating in his cave dwelling. It was the perfect situation for him. Lu Yunze gave a thumbs up without looking back, then activated the Victory Swallow No. 2, transforming it into a streak of astonishingly swift yellow light. By the way, how did you explain this to your master? Han Li asked curiously. Given the rarity of ancient pill recipes, even though Lu Yunze was Qiong Wuji's direct disciple, it was unlikely he could casually transcribe them for outsiders. What else could I say? I told him the truth, shrugged Lu Yunze nonchalantly. What? Han Li exclaimed, gripping Lu Yunze's shoulder, nearly popping his eyes out. Lu Yunze rolled his eyes. I told my master that I have a friend from Huangfeng Valley, a rare talent in alchemy, so I wanted to take 2 recipes to let him try. Did Qiong Senior really agree to this? Han Li's expression turned grave. The title of alchemy master could bring about endless troubles. Of course not. I assured him that I would provide the materials myself, and that I could at least refine 1 batch once I obtained the 2 recipes. If I fail, I will enter a life-and-death seclusion and not step out until I reach late foundation establishment. At this point, Lu Yunze's expression shifted, suddenly recalling something. By the way, what materials are needed for those 2 recipes? Let me see if I can gather some. I need at least enough materials for 1 recipe to refine a batch within 2 months, otherwise. Lu Yunze shivered, warning that Han Li wouldn't see him for at least 20 years. Han Li looked at the 2 recipes in his hand, his expression oddly complex. You certainly have faith in me. Lu Yunze scoffed, but didn't respond. What a joke. Even if you're not the protagonist, you're still formidable. If you can't even manage to refine a single batch of pills, then I. Calm down. Emoli. Lu Yunze trembled and quickly quelled his thoughts. Han Li tucked away the recipes, glancing out the window with a somewhat grim expression. Seeing this, Lu Yunze sighed in resignation. Don't worry. I told my master that my friend has a peculiar personality, is not good at socializing, and suffers from severe social anxiety, practically a model case of autism. Are you using this to insult me? In any case, Lu Yunze did not respond to Han Li's remark. My master is secretly pleased and will not disclose this matter. Han Li breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as only Cheong Wuji knew, it would be manageable. The second machine trembled slightly before coming to a halt in midair. We have arrived. Han Li was taken aback. It was so fast. Chapter 35. The reversal of the five elements formation. The market of Tianqing sect is quite extraordinary, centered around a colossal pavilion towering 20 to 30 zhang, with surrounding buildings only a tenth of its height, laid out in a radial circular pattern. Upon entering, Han Li caught sight of the enormous silver characters Xingqian Pavilion on the central structure, clearly the Tianqing sect's own establishment. Lu Yunze had no intention of taking Han Li there. Instead, he weaved through the market's periphery. Han Li curiously surveyed his surroundings and noted that the number of cultivators in the market seemed sparse, only about 20 or 30, far less bustling than the Huangfeng Valley market. In contrast, numerous shops within the market offered magical tools, spiritual talismans, medicinal pills, and even demon beasts for sale, appearing quite prosperous. It was unclear how such a lack of foot traffic could sustain so many stores. Han Li's gaze lingered on the magical tool shop and the spirit beast store, showing signs of interest. Would you like to go in and take a look? Lu Yunze asked with a smile. Han Li hesitated for a moment before nodding. He pointed to a shop that boasted the ability to craft everything from low-tier to top-tier magical tools and remarked on the owner's audacious claims, questioning their validity. Lu Yunze glanced over and recognized it as Old Su's store, noting that his crafting skills were quite impressive, having produced several renowned magical items. However, if one wished to customize a magical tool, there was no need to seek him out. Lu Yunze grinned confidently, proclaiming, I can craft magical tools too. Han Li regarded him with great skepticism. His doubt was not about Lu Yunze's skills, but rather his work ethic. Normally, he was fine, but once he got overly enthusiastic, he became uncontrollable. Han Li was genuinely apprehensive about handing over a plethora of high-grade materials to him, only to find himself the next day presented with a large, transformable robot. Although he was not entirely opposed to the idea as the principal party, it would be preferable for him to distance himself from a secondary party like Lu Yunze, who exhibited no regard for demands. What do you mean by that look? Lu Yunze was left utterly perplexed by his gaze. It's nothing of importance. Such trivial matters should not trouble Brother Lu. Han Li waved his hand dismissively, directing his attention towards a nearby spirit beast shop. Lu Yunze frowned, dissatisfied with Han Li's nonchalance. Don't bother looking. The spirit beasts sold in such shops are typically just first-tier common ones like the Azure Light Python and the Crimson Fire Wolf. They would serve little purpose if purchased. If you truly desire spirit beasts, I recommend visiting the market at Spirit Beast Mountain, where you will find a far more diverse selection. Han Li nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Lu Yunze then led Han Li on a lengthy detour, ultimately stopping in front of a seemingly ordinary magical artifact shop. Upon entering the front hall of the shop, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion hurriedly approached. Master Lu, my young master has been awaiting you for some time. Lu Yunze nodded, urging him to lead the way, estimating that his companion was likely growing impatient. Han Li followed closely behind, curiously observing the man, who exhibited no sign of spiritual energy and appeared to be an ordinary mortal. The trio traversed the hall and entered the backyard. The middle-aged man led the way. Despite the broad, straight path, he navigated it as if traversing a treacherous route, frequently turning left and right, and sometimes even stepping back. Lu Yunze followed without question, while Han Li speculated that there must be some concealed restrictions necessitating such a cumbersome entry. After a considerable effort, they finally arrived at a scenic courtyard. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and offered a somewhat obsequious smile. Esteemed masters, my young master is right here. Lu Yunze nodded and instructed. You may attend to your duties. We will call for you if needed. The middle-aged man quickly acquiesced and discreetly exited the courtyard. Qi Yinxiao. I have brought someone with me, Lu Yunze announced as he pushed open the door to a side room. Inside, Qi Yinxiao was pacing restlessly. Upon seeing Lu Yunze enter with Han Li, an uncontainable joy spread across his face. Brother Lu, is there truly news of the millennial spirit herb? Qi Yinxiao asked anxiously, momentarily neglecting Han Li's presence. However, Han Li was unconcerned, as he was intrigued by the furnishings within the room, including the magical artifacts and formation flags displayed upon a nearby bookshelf. Lu Yunze placed a calming hand on Qi Yunxiao's shoulder, encouraging him to compose himself, and subtly shifted to position Han Li in front. This is my friend, Han. He is the owner of the millennial spirit herb. Only then did Qi Yunxiao notice the previously silent Han Li, and he became flustered, repeatedly apologizing. Han Li smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he bore no ill will regarding the matter. Brother Qi, I am Han Li. I heard from Brother Lu that you are in urgent need of a millennial spirit herb. Coincidentally, I am also in search of a formidable formation artifact. Hence my request for Brother Lu to make an introduction. Qi Yunxiao, visibly anxious, rubbed his hands together. Rest assured, Senior Han. Should you be willing to part with the herb, you may select any of these formation flags and artifacts. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yunxiao produced a storage bag and deftly shook it. Several sets of formation artifacts, radiating potent spiritual energy, soared onto the table, shimmering with brilliant luster. Han Li leisurely picked up a few sets of formation tools, examining them meticulously. Qi Yunxiao, growing increasingly anxious, shot frantic glances at Lu Yunze. Lu Yunze responded with an expression of helplessness, then turned his attention to a landscape painting, feigning an intense interest in the depicted bamboo. As the moment approached, Han Li set down the formation artifacts, shaking his head in disappointment. Brother Qi, your formation artifacts are indeed commendable, but they still fall short of my requirements. Furthermore, in terms of value, these artifacts cannot compare to a millennial spirit herb. Qi Yunxiao's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly replied, You are correct, Senior. My formation artifacts do not measure up to the millennial spirit herb. However, if you grant me some time, I can certainly refine powerful formation artifacts. Without waiting for Han Li's response, he hastily grabbed a set of formation tools from the table. Please observe, this formation is the renowned reverse 5 elements formation. The reverse 5 elements formation. Han Li exclaimed in surprise. He was familiar with this famed minor forbidden array. While its coverage area might be limited and it lacked offensive capabilities, its ability to obscure and confuse enemies was not inferior to the protective arrays of major sections. If this were indeed the case, exchanging it for a millennial spirit herb would be more than reasonable. However, the spiritual energy emanating from this formation did not seem as astonishing as rumored. This is indeed the reverse 5 elements formation artifact, but it is not yet fully perfected, only capable of exerting 1/10 of its potential. Qi Yunxiao's voice trembled with urgency. If you would be willing to entrust me with this herb, I assure you that within a few years, I can enhance the power of these formation tools severalfold, potentially reaching at least half of their intended strength. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. To be honest, in his mind, the millennial spirit herb was already worth the unrefined version of the reverse 5 elements formation. At least, it would not be a loss for him. Now, with Qi Yunxiao promising to amplify its power, Han Li felt a stirring excitement. After glancing at Lu Yunze, Han Li declared, Very well, since Brother Qi exhibits such sincerity, I shall not be a miser. This spirit herb shall be entrusted to you. With a flourish, Han Li presented the wooden box containing the millennial spirit herb. Thank you, esteemed senior. Qi Yunxiao exclaimed with elation. Accepting the box and momentarily opening it before hastily closing it again, Han Li stored away the set of reverse 5 elements formation tools, beckoning Lu Yunze as they departed the shop together. Brother Lu, why is Qi Yunxiao so eager for that millennial spirit herb? Han Li inquired curiously as they strolled down the street of the market. Lu Yunze shook his head, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. What an enigma love is in this world. Chapter 36. The Red Luo Heavenly Furnace in Han Li's mind. After acquiring the formation artifacts, he should promptly return to his cave abode to set them up. However, Lu Yunze led him, rather mysteriously, to a solitary, dilapidated small house. The door was tightly shut, devoid of any markings, appearing exceedingly inconspicuous. Here, take this. Lu Yunze tossed Han Li a black hooded robe, then donned a matching one himself. Han Li lightly touched the fabric of the robe, discovering its material to be remarkably unique. Unlike ordinary cloth or beast hide, it resembled a peculiar kind of metal. It also bore a hint of spiritual energy, classifying it as a superior artifact. When he probed with his divine sense, the robe emitted a faint black light, forcefully repelling his spiritual inquiry. Han Li's eyes brightened. This was indeed a valuable item. Enough staring. Put it on quickly, Lu Yunze insisted. Enveloped in the black robe which concealed even his spiritual presence, Han Li donned the robe, gazing at him in confusion. What is your intention in bringing me here? And why must I wear such attire? Surely, it cannot be for something nefarious? All the scandalous deeds of my life have fallen squarely upon your shoulders. Lu Yunze rolled his eyes, speaking with irritation. I brought you here to broaden your horizons and purchase a small item. Do not casually insult my character." Han Li scoffed at this, ready to retort, when he suddenly noticed Lu Yunze stepping forward to rhythmically tap on the wooden door a few times. The door swung open, revealing a woman of approximately 30 years of age. Her looks were unremarkable, and her cultivation seemed to hover around the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement, making her appear quite inconspicuous. Yet, for some unknown reason, she displayed neither fear nor reverence towards the two foundation-building cultivators, instead offering them a charming smile. "May I inquire what brings the esteemed seniors to my humble establishment?" Lu Yunze stepped slightly forward, his spiritual energy flickering momentarily. The woman's expression shifted, her smile blossoming instantly. "Ah, esteemed seniors have arrived. Please come in." She quickly ushered the two into a small room cluttered with various inferior materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. Seemingly just an ordinary shop catering to low-level cultivators. Lu Yunze, however, paid no heed to this, following the woman to a corner of the room. With a flicker of yellow light from her hand, the ground split open, revealing a large pit. The woman then stood beside the pit, smiling as she watched the two. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunze fell silent upon arrival, failing to greet the woman before descending the stairs. Han Li hurried to follow, casting a strange glance at Lu Yunze. How could he act as if he were at home in the Yue Kingdom? The passage was only about 10 yards long, and before long, they came upon a modest stone door, flanked on either side by two men in black attire, each wearing a mask resembling a malevolent spirit. Han Li's gaze sharpened, noting one was at the initial stage of foundation building, while the other was at the mid-stage. What kind of establishment could this secret shop be? To employ foundation-building cultivators as gatekeepers? Lu Yunze remained silent, exuding an aura of a seasoned expert as he pushed the stone door open without a glance. The guards did not budge, seemingly either familiar with Lu Yunze or confident in their security. Upon entering, an opulent oval hall came into view. A red carpet adorned the floor, white jade formed the walls, and huge palace lanterns hung from the ceiling, illuminating the hall with a brightness befitting the wealth of the secular world. Han Li's heart tightened. From Tai Nan Valley to Huangfeng Valley, and now to this underground secret shop, he had come to realize the truth. Despite their claims of simplicity and devotion to the Tao, these cultivators were evidently obsessed with worldly wealth, all the while maintaining a facade of indifference. The hall, measuring several dozen yards in diameter, was furnished with 7 or 8 rows of wooden chairs, occupied by numerous cultivators of diverse appearances. Directly ahead stood an empty table accompanied by 3 sandalwood chairs. Upon seeing the two enter through the stone door, most of the cultivators turned their heads to look. Han Li felt a jolt of anxiety. Surprisingly, over half of the attendees were foundation-building cultivators. Yet, Lu Yunze seemed entirely unfazed by their presence, maintaining a cool demeanor as he led Han Li to 2 adjacent empty seats. Han Li observed that most of the cultivators wore masks and cloaks to conceal their identities. Only a rare few, like the two of them, employed magical artifacts to shield their consciousness. It seemed others either lacked such artifacts or believed there were no potent consciousnesses within the secret shop that could detect their probing. After 2 or 3 hours had passed, nearly all the chairs in the hall were occupied, yet a profound silence prevailed. Han Li, unsure of how to break the ice, subtly moved his lips to convey a message to Lu Yunze. What exactly is going on here? Lu Yunze's expression remained unchanged, his figure entirely still beneath the black robe, exuding an air of inscrutability. As you can see, this is a secret shop, specifically dealing with illicit goods from several surrounding nations. Lu Yunze's voice whispered in Han Li's ear. A few years ago, while gathering materials for the Victory Flying Swallow, I was recommended here by Qi Yunxiao. This shop has a decent reputation, so I attended a few meetings for the VIP treatment. If they have any particularly rare items for sale, they will contact me. Understanding dawned on Han Li, and he fell silent, contemplating. Before long, the wooden door behind the table swung open, and 3 individuals emerged. Their attire mirrored that of the black-clad guards at the stone door, even down to the identical malevolent masks. They positioned themselves behind the long table, with the one on the right speaking in a low, gravelly voice. "Welcome, fellow cultivators of the Immortal realm, to our shop's trading event. We have both returning clients and newcomers among us, but rest assured, all will be treated equally." As soon as the rightmost individual finished, the one on the left immediately chimed in. "The rules for this trading event remain unchanged. We will announce a base price in spirit stones, and participants may bid as they see fit. Those lacking sufficient spirit stones may offer equivalent items as collateral, the value of which will be assessed by the 3 of us. Ultimately, the highest bidder will secure the item. Once the auction concludes, There will be a period for free trading. Should anyone wish to exchange or sell items, feel free to present them. We will not interfere, merely providing the venue. Now, let the auction begin. The central figure's voice resonated powerfully, filling the hall. As they stepped aside, revealing the seats behind the table, a tall, lean middle-aged man emerged from the back, his expression shrewd. He approached the table, cleared his throat, and began. Today's auction will be presided over by myself. Our first item for bidding is the top-tier magic weapon, the Fire Cloud Sword. Crafted by a master artisan over several years, it is composed of the finest materials, including red sunstone and pure fire essence, along with precious ingredients like fiery stone, spirit sunfruit, and century-old purple jade. It comes with the fire cloud technique. Once unleashed, the scorching fire clouds can stretch for miles, easily reducing foes to ashes. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, stroking the fire cloud sword, which radiated a wave of heat, drying the throats of those present and filling them with awe. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones, fellow cultivators. Please place your bids. Immediately, 3 or 4 cultivators began bidding fervently, quickly raising the price of the weapon to over 300 spirit stones. Lu Yunze and Han Li exchanged glances, neither inclined to participate in the bidding. The Fire Cloud Sword was indeed commendable among top-tier artifacts, but ultimately, it merely represented a more common offensive weapon, and 300 spirit stones seemed exorbitant. Given their resources, neither felt the need to be the fool in this bidding war. However, not everyone possessed the same confidence as the two of them. Top-tier artifacts remained scarce for most cultivators. After a flurry of bids, a cultivator wearing a doll-faced mask secured the weapon for 400 spirit stones. The tall and slender man cleared his throat after receiving the artifact and proclaimed, "The second item for auction in our establishment is a favorite among artifact smiths, a top-tier red luo celestial furnace. This furnace has circulated through the hands of many master smiths and has produced numerous exquisite artifacts, such as the illusionary sound sword, the azure flood flag, and the black flame pearl, among others. It is said to provide a certain enhancement to the crafting of artifacts, though whether this is true, we cannot ascertain." As he spoke, the man retrieved a fiery red furnace from his storage bag and placed it on the table for all to admire. Lu Yunze straightened his posture suddenly, startling Han Li. "It's here." Lu Yunze gazed at the red luo celestial furnace with fervent eyes. "The starting price for this furnace is 400 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence." In the hall, although no one spoke loudly yet, the atmosphere instantly became charged. Many cultivators fixated their ardent gazes on the furnace, clearly coveting it just as much as Lu Yunze did. Han Li was taken aback by Lu Yunze's sudden excitement. He understood that this was the very purpose of their visit. However, he was utterly ignorant of artifact crafting and could not comprehend Lu Yunze's enthusiasm. It was merely a top-tier furnace. With his standing, could he not acquire a similar one? Fortunately, Lu Yunze was oblivious to Han Li's thoughts. Otherwise, he feared he might unleash a tirade akin to a Zhuan person, directing a relentless stream of insults at Han Li. In the realm of cultivation, auxiliary artifacts like talisman pens, crafting furnaces, and alchemical cauldrons were already scarce, and high-grade ones were even rarer. Such artifacts, even if merely upper tier, could be treated as treasures by mid-tier shops. Once sold, they commanded prices that rivaled those of top-tier artifacts, and their rarity could even surpass them. The red luo celestial furnace, however, was a top-tier crafting furnace, and a gem among the elite. The Zhangyue sect possessed only 2 such furnaces, which they cherished dearly, allowing only their 2 most distinguished master smiths the privilege of use. Whenever employed, it was either to forge exquisite top-tier artifacts or refine particularly difficult materials. In the eyes of smiths, the value of this red luo celestial furnace was hardly inferior to that of certain magical treasures. 405. 407. I bid 500 spirit stones. Naturally, Lu Yunze was not the only one with discerning eyes. The red luo celestial furnace quickly ascended to astronomical prices. 800 spirit stones. A female cultivator called out nonchalantly, silencing the surrounding cultivators. Lu Yunze clenched his fists in anxiety. Clearly, he was not alone in his pursuit of the furnace, and several others were likely family cultivators hoping to acquire it for their lineage. 850. A plump cultivator gritted his teeth and called out, glaring viciously at the female cultivator. 900 spirit stones. The female cultivator coolly countered with an outrageous bid, seemingly unfazed by the plump cultivator's threatening demeanor, radiating confidence. Lu Yunze noticed the fierce glint in the plump cultivator's eyes, yet he felt it was time to make his move. 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Yunze's calm voice resonated like a thunderclap in the hall. The other cultivators were numbed by the succession of high bids, Yet this did not deter them from reveling in the spectacle. The female cultivator shot a glance at Lu Yunze and declared, 1,100 spirit stones. 1,500. Lu Yunze shouted without hesitation, presenting a staggering offer. The female cultivator fell silent, her expression fluctuating beneath her veil, revealing signs of struggle. 1,500 spirit stones once. 1,500 spirit stones twice. Are there any other bids? This red luo celestial furnace is a true treasure. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when another top-tier crafting furnace will appear? The middle-aged man announced excitedly, his face flushed. The female cultivator continued to grapple with her decision, her silver teeth clenching audibly. Ultimately, she lowered her head in surrender, though a flicker of ferocity shone in her eyes. 1,500 spirit stones, third time. Sold. Lu Yunze let out a sigh of relief, his back damp with cold sweat. He truly had no more spirit stones left. Had the female cultivator raised her bid by even 100 spirit stones, he would have been forced to retreat, pretending this encounter had never transpired. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. The middle-aged man beamed, offering a slight bow to Lu Yunze. Lu Yunze stepped forward and placed 8 artifacts from his storage bag onto the table. Friend, I offer these artifacts in exchange for spirit stones. The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to the 3 individuals behind him. After a brief discussion among themselves, the middle-aged man transferred the 8 artifacts to the trio. They examined the artifacts thoroughly multiple times, whispering to each other for a quarter of an hour before finally reaching a consensus. 8 top-tier artifacts, valued at 1,500 spirit stones. The proclamation sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. In the realm of the Yue Kingdom, even foundation-building cultivators might not possess a single top-tier artifact. Yet, this individual had presented 8 at once. Even if they were all merely ordinary offensive artifacts, it was still an impressive feat. Lu Yunze felt relieved. The 8 artifacts were crafted from leftover materials he had used over the years to create the Victory Yin No. 2, and while their functionality was limited, their sheer quantity ensured he secured the red luo celestial furnace. Although he was aware that the artifacts were worth less than what they had been quoted, such secretive shops operated in this manner, and Lu Yunze had no grounds for dissatisfaction. With the red luo celestial furnace in hand, he gleefully returned to Han Li's side, who was now engulfed in inner conflict. Han Li could easily surmise that the 8 top-tier artifacts were crafted by Lu Yunze himself, which caused him to regard Lu Yunze's smithing skills in a new light. He found himself grappling with the dilemma of whether to enlist Lu Yunze's help in crafting artifacts. This individual was highly skilled and trustworthy. Most importantly, having him forge artifacts would save Han Li a significant amount of spirit stones. At worst, he would simply need to share a portion of the pills once they were refined, which was hardly a concern for Han Li. While Han Li was embroiled in his thoughts, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent, stimulated by the previous series of high bids. The once quiet ambience transformed into a vibrant frenzy as top-tier artifacts and rare materials were snatched up by eager cultivators. In the blink of an eye, over 20 items had been purchased, and the auction approached its conclusion. Upper-tier artifacts, a pair of puppet beasts, comparable in strength to a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Additionally, they are utterly loyal and fearless in battle. Acquiring them would mean having 2 personal bodyguards at your disposal. The starting bid is merely 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man announced loudly. Han Li furrowed his brow. How could artifacts of such caliber be presented at the near conclusion of the auction? Suddenly, Lu Yunze perked up. Han Li was startled once more, wondering what was wrong with this person, who seemed to be continually surprised. Lu Yunze paid no heed to Han Li's feelings. His gaze was solely fixed on the 2 dark puppet beasts. Neither lion nor tiger, they appeared as if forged from gold or wood, their eyes flashing like lightning and mouths gaping like blood-filled basins. Their sharp fangs and formidable claws exuded an imposing presence. Lu Yunze stared, nearly drooling in anticipation. Many guests may not have heard or have only a fleeting acquaintance with the art of puppetry and mechanisms. This discipline, which originates from the refinement of magical artifacts yet stands apart from them, is seldom known in our vicinity. However, in the far western lands, it flourishes remarkably, even giving rise to a sect known as the Qian's Hejio, which has dedicated itself to mastering this craft to an extraordinary level. It is said that top-tier puppeteers can rival cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment. Furthermore, classifying these mechanized beasts as high-tier artifacts is merely a private assessment of this establishment. Formally, according to the classification of mechanism arts, they ought to be referred to as second-tier puppet beasts. Seeing no one bidding, the man hurriedly recited the prepared information, hoping to pique the interest of the cultivators. He succeeded. Lu Yunze was nearly ecstatic, almost springing from his seat. I bid 100 spirit stones, he declared without hesitation as no one else contested. 100 spirit stones from this fellow cultivator. The middle-aged man sighed with relief and was about to bring down the hammer when suddenly another voice emerged from the corner. 200 spirit stones. Everyone turned to see that the bidder was the female cultivator who had previously competed with Lu Yunze for the red Luo Heaven Furnace. She shot Lu Yunze a cold glare, her eyes gleaming with a chilling malice that sent shivers down the spine. The crowd snickered inwardly, realizing she bore a grudge against the seemingly artifact-refining male cultivator, intent on thwarting his bid. Lu Yunze glared back at her with fury and declared, 300 spirit stones. 400. The female cultivator's eyes flickered with disdain as she upped her bid by 100 spirit stones. 500. 550. 600. The bidding war intensified, with the two of them locked in a fierce contest, driving the price of the puppet beast skyward. Han Li sighed in exasperation, wondering when this man would learn to control himself. He always lost his composure over such matters. 800 spirit stones. Lu Yunze's eyes burned with determination, his breath coming in heavy gasps. If it were a fine artifact or a rare material, he might not mind conceding it to her. But this was a mechanized puppet beast. Its design, joints, parts, craftsmanship, and the legendary Qian's Hejio. He had never heard of such a place in over 20 years since his arrival in this realm. It was a veritable paradise for artisans. 800 spirit stones. The female cultivator chuckled lightly, eyeing Lu Yunze. It seems you are indeed affluent, my friend. If so, I shall yield these two puppets to you. Lu Yunze was elated, but then his smile froze. Wait a moment. Where am I supposed to find 800 spirit stones? He turned his stiff neck, casting a pleading glance at Han Li. Han Li sighed resignedly, patting his storage bag to check if he had enough spirit stones. At that moment, a hoarse voice broke through the tension. 850 spirit stones. The crowd was taken aback, turning to see a hulking figure in a green cloak, arms crossed, sitting in the last row, seemingly oblivious to the astonished stares. 900 spirit stones. Another unfamiliar voice chimed in. The new bidder was a peculiar individual donning a cloth bag over his head, coldly regarding the pair of puppet beasts. 1,000 spirit stones. 1,100. 1,300. The two engaged in a fierce battle of bids, their fervor surpassing even that of Lu Yunze and the female cultivator. As the price climbed higher, Han Li's brows furrowed in concern, sensing something amiss. Lu Yunze shared a similar intuition. He had regained his composure, silently scrutinizing the two bidders. The hall was rife with suspicion. The earlier competition between Lu Yunze and the female cultivator was clearly driven by their pride. But what was the motivation for these two new contenders? Did the puppet beasts conceal some secret? Despite their musings, no one dared to bid. The price had soared to an outrageous height, far beyond what they could afford. I bid 1,500 spirit stones, plus this item. The burly figure, anxious, retrieved a dark, metallic object from his storage bag and placed it on the table. This is worth thousands of spirit stones. It should be more than sufficient to acquire these puppet beasts. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, then replied without hesitation, I advise you to remain calm. We will assess the value of your item, but for now, please return to your seat. Otherwise, we will consider your actions as an attempt to disrupt the auction, and we will take appropriate measures. Upon hearing the man's threat, the hulking figure initially fumed, but suddenly seemed to regain his composure, snorting disdainfully and returning to his seat. Lu Yunze's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the metallic object, and he quickly sent a thought transmission to Han Li. Something's not right. That's iron essence. Han Li's heart trembled. He was well acquainted with iron essence. This rare material could only be refined from a large quantity of pig iron by a core formation cultivator over a decade, making it a precious resource for crafting artifacts. A mere 3 or 4 taels of it could significantly enhance the power of a common artifact, possibly even elevating its tier. Likewise, there were gold essence, silver essence, copper essence, and tin essence, collectively known as the 5 essences of metal. In the realm of cultivation, they were renowned as top-tier materials for crafting artifacts. The legendary artifact, the invisible needle, was forged from these 5 essences, achieving tremendous renown in the kingdom of Yue for centuries. Such materials are rarely found in circulation, as they are typically incorporated into artifacts by core formation cultivators to amplify their power. It was improbable that they would be available for public auction. Thus, the hulking figure likely had a core formation cultivator backing him, or perhaps he himself was a core formation cultivator. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li shook his head. The likelihood of that was slim. If he were indeed a core formation cultivator, would he allow himself to be threatened so easily by this secretive establishment? He was more likely a direct disciple of a core formation cultivator, much like Lu Yunze. An exquisite piece of iron essence is valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man called out, his gaze flickering between the three of them. At that moment, the trio exchanged glances, each contemplating an exit strategy. The middle-aged man continued, "Is there anyone willing to bid above 3,500 spirit stones? If not, these puppet beasts will belong to this gentleman." The hall fell into a heavy silence. Setting aside whether they could muster such spirit stones, none dared to contend with a foundation establishment cultivator backed by a core formation practitioner. As the cloaked man received the puppet beasts, he immediately rose from his seat and headed for the stone door. However, upon reaching it, he found it inexplicably barred from the outside. He pushed against the door vigorously, but it did not budge. "What is the meaning of this?" the strange man inquired ominously. "This is the establishment's rule. No one may leave until the auction concludes," a figure clad in black remarked in a deep, gravelly voice that sent chills down the spine. "Surely, you can wait a short while longer?" The hulking figure initially bristled with anger, but suddenly seemed to recall something, snorting softly. "Of course, I can wait. Am I afraid of you?" With that, he swaggered back to his seat. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. The tension palpable as several foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, the previously calm scene now imbued with an undercurrent of unease. Lu Yunze cast a glance at the crowd, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Human greed is insatiable, akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. The middle-aged man, unfazed, produced several more items, yet all eyes remained fixed on the two puppet beasts from earlier. A handful of individuals, for reasons unknown, began scrutinizing Lu Yunze and Han Li, perhaps concocting some ulterior motive. In this atmosphere, the subsequent items went unsold, leaving the auctioneer in an awkward position, though fortunately, the auction was nearing its conclusion. The grand finale was at hand. A premier spiritual herb, a millennium-old Huangjingzi. The middle-aged man unveiled a jade box of emerald hue and surveyed the assembly. Without further ado, he announced that the base price for this item was 500 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Chapter 39. The ambush after a round of competitive bidding. The ancient herb was claimed by a foundation establishment cultivator who offered over 2,000 spirit stones. It was only natural that several onlookers shifted their focus to this individual. However, the cultivator remained remarkably composed, seemingly possessing some life-preserving trump card, undeterred by the scheming gazes directed at him. With the conclusion of the auction, the remaining time was designated for free trading among the attendees. Lu Yunze and Han Li exited the auction without hesitation, while the burly figure who purchased the puppet beasts, along with the purchaser of the spiritual herb, lingered in the hall, engaging in transactions with great interest. As the duo departed, several individuals in the hall began to stir. The female cultivator who had contended with Lu Yunze for the Hongluo Tiangu emitted a cold snort and followed after them with a glint of malice in her eyes. 3 others exchanged glances, rising simultaneously to exit the hall. Moments later, the burly figure emerged from the small room above the hall, casting a few derisive laughs behind him as he swaggered towards the market outskirts. Following him was the cultivator who had acquired the ancient herb, equally unperturbed, leaving without a backward glance. The two groups emerged from the small room almost concurrently, exchanging glances before pursuing the direction the two men had taken. On the market street, sensing the presence of pursuers behind him, Lu Yunze's expression darkened. "Are we being followed?" Han Li inquired. His spiritual sense was nowhere near Lu Yunze's caliber, and the 4 pursuers were exceedingly cautious, rendering Han Li incapable of detecting them for the moment. For in total, 2 at mid-stage, 2 at early stage. One of them is that female cultivator, likely after the Hongluo Tiangu, Lu Yunze sighed in resignation. "Every time I make a purchase in such places, I end up dealing with a few troublesome individuals. At this point, I've gained quite the experience." "Indeed, you have it rough," Han Li remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. At that moment, Han Li felt a surge of excitement. He had yet to engage with any foundation establishment cultivators and was curious about his standing among them. With Lu Yunze beside him ensuring his safety, he thought it prudent to practice his skills on these pursuers. A smile crept onto his face as he addressed Lu Yunze. "Leave one of the early foundation establishment cultivators for me." Lu Yunze cast him a disdainful glance. "You are the protagonist. Can't you show a bit more ambition?" The two strolled leisurely, occasionally meandering into roadside shops to select materials at a relaxed pace, exuding an air of nonchalance. After a while, they seemed to realize how absurd it was for 2 grown men to be window shopping. They hastily quickened their pace, swiftly departing the confines of the Tianqing sect's market. The 4 pursuers trailing behind nearly lost them in the sudden acceleration, But fortunately, as Foundation establishment cultivators, their heightened spiritual senses allowed them to quickly relocate the duo. Having exited the Tianqing sect's territory, Lu Yunze and Han Li now soared through the skies on their flying swords, moving at a leisurely pace. The female cultivator, who trailed closely behind, witnessed this suspicious scene, her expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Meanwhile, the three others, emboldened by their numbers, activated their flying artifacts without hesitation and surged past the female cultivator in pursuit of the two men. Two at mid-stage, one at early stage. The early one is yours, Lu Yunze said to Han Li, maintaining an air of casual amusement. He had dealt with such matters too many times to feel any alarm. Han Li nodded calmly, and with a swift motion, 6 golden blades shot forth from his possession. Lu Yunze also reached into his storage bag, producing the imposing victory flying swallow, its golden form shimmering in the air. Though Han Li's strike was fierce and rapid, the trio of pursuers possessed considerable combat experience and reacted almost instinctively, raising 3 shields that intercepted the golden blades. While these shields were merely upper-grade artifacts, the combined effort of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators rendered Han Li's blades ineffective. Just then, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from behind Han Li. With a slight smile, a massive golden beam shot forth from above him, crashing into the trio's shields. The shields emitted a piercing hum as their luminous essence dimmed. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the 3 cultivators scattered. In the next moment, the golden beam pierced through the shields and continued for hundreds of feet before gradually dissipating. The victory flying swallow retracted its visible cannons, and in a dazzling flash, it lunged toward one of the pursuers like a colossal sword of the heavens, ruthlessly colliding with him. The cultivator dared not face the assault head-on. Instead, a surge of azure light enveloped him, and translucent azure wings materialized behind him. With a flap, he transformed into a streak of blue light and fled. His speed was surprisingly comparable to that of the victory flying swallow. Lu Yunze, seated within the cockpit, erupted into uproarious laughter, dramatically pressing a red button. In an instant, fierce flames erupted from the rear of the flying swallow, its speed increasing by nearly half as it closed the distance to the fleeing cultivator. The cultivator barely had time to emit a scream before he was reduced to a mist of blood upon impact. The early-stage cultivator engaged with Han Li instinctively turned at the sound of the scream. A fierce glint flashed in Han Li's eyes as he released a white beam that effortlessly bypassed the cultivator's artifact, piercing through his heart. The cultivator gazed at Han Li in disbelief, his protective aura flickering before he crumpled to the ground. The white beam returned, transforming into a small white wooden shuttle that spiraled around Han Li incessantly. What now? One has escaped, Han Li mused, observing the fleeing light that had already retreated over 100 feet. The cultivator had acted decisively, abandoning his companions to make a hasty escape. Do not worry. He will not get far. The victory flying swallow's cannon once again rose, the blinding golden light converging into a massive beam nearly 10 feet in diameter. Vanishing into the air, the fleeing man was instantaneously reduced to ash, his protective artifact proving completely ineffectual. Not far off, the female cultivator witnessed the entire scene, her complexion draining of color as she raised her hand to summon a spiritual vessel to flee. Shall we pursue her? Han Li asked. Why bother? It would be a waste of time, Lu Yunze scoffed disdainfully. The two retrieved their storage bags and boarded the victory flying swallow, transforming once more into a streak of golden light as they ascended into the sky. Just then, several beams of light erupted in the distance, their formidable presence piercing the heavens. Lu Yunze stared in astonishment, steering the victory flying swallow toward the source to investigate. As soon as the consciousness of Lu Yunze probed the surroundings, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "What the hell?" Han Li's ears buzzed from the shock, and he couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. This man had no manners. Lu Yunze swallowed hard and piloted the victory's swift falcon into the sky. At high altitude, Han Li finally gained a clear view of the situation below. He gasped in astonishment, nearly dislocating his jaw. There were indeed people engaged in a brawl on the ground. 4 or 5 foundation-building cultivators were huddled together, being relentlessly suppressed by their opponents, unable to retaliate effectively. Their adversaries were lifeless automatons resembling tiger and leopard puppets, interspersed with some humanoid mechanical figures similar to the puppet archer in Han Li's possession. These puppets numbered over 100, encircling the cultivators completely. They unleashed massive beams of light, as wide as a bowl, while the humanoid puppets rained down a continuous barrage of colorful arrows, seemingly endless. Additionally, some melee puppets clad in heavy armor wielded weapons, threatening the protective barrier the foundation-building cultivators had erected. The cultivators gritted their teeth and retaliated, launching powerful magical artifacts during the opponent's attack intervals, destroying several puppets with each strike. However, no matter how many puppets they destroyed, new ones would emerge from the nearby woods, maintaining the relentless onslaught. The foundation-building cultivators grew increasingly desperate, until one of them suddenly enhanced their defenses with several layers of protective spells and waved a banner-like defensive artifact, breaking away from the barrier to flee. This action rendered the remaining protective barrier even more fragile. The few left behind cursed loudly, yet before they could express their grievances further, a massive beam of light shot out from the forest, striking the fleeing cultivator in an instant. Chapter 40. Escape Gasp. Inside the Victory Swift Falcon. Both Han Li and Lu Yunze inhaled sharply, raising the temperature in the cockpit considerably. Han Li's face turned grave as he looked at Lu Yunze, asking how the beam compared to the cannon on the Victory Swift Falcon. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunze delivered a shocking answer. It was hard to distinguish which was superior. A cold sweat trickled down Han Li's brow. The cannon aboard the Victory Swift Falcon was already Lu Yunze's most potent offensive capability, and yet that beam of light was equally formidable. Could it be that the individual manipulating the puppets on the ground was on par with Lu Yunze, or even superior? After all, excluding the Victory Swift Falcon, Han Li doubted Lu Yunze could contend with so many puppets. On the ground, the foundation-building cultivators were evidently shaken to the core, as they were the unfortunate ones facing that terrifying beam head-on. Although they continued to employ various magical artifacts, their offensive momentum had clearly waned, and they began to conserve their spiritual energy, contemplating an escape. This prompted a wave of curses among them, silently lamenting why the others couldn't fight back against that individual to create an opportunity for their own escape. An elder cultivator, his face grim, suddenly shouted towards the woods, "Are you truly intent on exterminating us? We are disciples of several sects from the Yue Kingdom. Killing us would mean offending the entire cultivation community of Yue. Do you not fear the consequences? What if I do offend your Yue Kingdom's cultivation community? I am not from your Yue Kingdom. Once this matter is concluded, I shall return to the extreme west. Do your sect elders intend to pursue me to the Qian Bamboo Sect's headquarters for justice? If so, I truly admire their audacity." A harsh, dry voice emerged from the woods, belonging to the burly man who had just left the secret shop. These individuals clearly aimed to replicate the earlier ambush against Lu Yunze and Han Li, seeking to kill for treasure and uncover the secrets behind those puppet beasts. Unbeknownst to them, wandering too far into the night would lead to meeting their doom. Their moment of greed had drawn upon them a grave calamity. As the elder cultivator shouted, he was the first to activate his magical artifact and charge at the puppets. However, although his display was brilliant and imposing, it appeared somewhat superficial in Lu Yunze's eyes. This man was clearly attempting to incite the others to fight while he made his escape. "Do you possess the qualifications to contend with me?" The burly man sneered. "Enough, I have toyed with you long enough. It is time for you to perish." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous rumble echoed from the woods, followed by a series of heavy footsteps approaching rapidly. Though the footsteps were heavy, they moved with astonishing speed, quickly reaching the edge of the forest. A giant puppet tiger, towering 5 to 6 meters high, slowly emerged, twisting its body to shatter several stout trees before stepping into the clearing. The burly man, draped in a cloak, sat atop the massive tiger's head, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He wasted no time with words, slapping the tiger's head. The giant puppet tiger slowly opened its jaw, gathering points of white light that swiftly coalesced into a sun-like white sphere, poised to unleash its might. The other puppets attacking the cultivators halted in unison, retreating a few steps to clear a path. The cultivators felt alarm bells ringing in their minds, realizing the severity of the situation. They hastily placed their hands against the barrier, pouring their spiritual energy into it without reservation. A colossal beam of light erupted from the tiger's mouth, the blinding brilliance nearly turning the heavens and earth pure white. The barrier shimmered brightly, resembling a sturdy reef, standing resolute against the impact of the white light. However, the cultivators within the barrier displayed no signs of relief. Their faces turned pale, with nearly half of their spiritual energy vanishing in an instant, continuously being drawn into the barrier. They could only hope that such a powerful attack could not be sustained, allowing them a slender chance of survival. Moments later, the beam of light dissipated. The barrier, though reduced to a thin layer, barely held firm against the terrifying strike. The cultivators, having survived the ordeal, revealed faint smiles on their pale faces. The burly man, witnessing this, chuckled coldly, and abruptly opened a hidden compartment on the tiger's forehead, tossing a mid-tier fire attribute spirit stone inside. In the eyes of the despairing cultivators, the white light that had previously dimmed within the giant tiger reignited. This scene not only sent the foundation-building cultivators into a frenzy, but also left Lu Yunze and Han Li above in shock. To unleash a full-powered attack, consuming a mid-tier spirit stone revealed that the Tianju sect's puppet technique was indeed a lavish expenditure. No wonder it was so incredibly powerful. Lu Yunze, feeling quite the genius, touched the control panel of the Victory Swift Falcon. He suddenly realized that, compared to the Tianju sect's puppet technique, he was surely more economical. After all, the Victory Swift Falcon was powered not by spirit stones, but by his own spiritual energy. While Lu Yunze reveled in his design, the foundation-building cultivators below finally reached their breaking point. They scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. The burly man observed their retreating figures, a cruel expression in his eyes. The giant puppet tiger opened its mouth wide, unleashing beams of light that swept down upon two of the fleeing cultivators. Meanwhile, two others managed to escape from the scene, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The robust man coldly gazed at their retreating figures, showing no inclination to pursue them. Having watched this spectacle for quite some time, isn't it about time for you to take action? He remarked icily. Without hesitation, Lu Yunze urged the Victory Swallow to accelerate, transforming it into a streak of golden light that vanished into the horizon. Only the perplexed robust man and the equally bewildered burlap figure remained below. As the Victory Swallow sped through the skies under Lu Yunze's full power, it returned to Han Li's cave dwelling in less than an hour. Quick, quick! Let us set up the reversed 5 elements formation. Lu Yunze exclaimed as he opened the hatch and jumped out. Han Li rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why the rush? What if he wasn't referring to us? Such things are uncertain. It could very well be us. Do you truly wish to engage that group of puppets in battle? Lu Yunze retorted, pursing his lips as he strode into Han Li's cave. Han Li had no further arguments. Raising his hand to retrieve the reversed 5 elements formation and the accompanying array jade slips from his storage pouch. Setting up the formation proved to be far simpler than Han Li had anticipated. It merely required placing the array flags and discs in their designated positions, burying them into the ground, and arranging several spiritual stones to form a miniature array at the core, thereby supplying ample spiritual energy to the entire formation. With a straightforward manipulation, Han Li could activate the major formation with the main array flag in hand, orchestrating various configurations to ensnare and confuse enemies. After conducting a brief test, layers of green bamboo and stone materialized, enveloping dozens of acres surrounding the cave, rendering it indistinguishable from the outside. Once the formation was complete, Han Li returned to the cave, feeling quite satisfied. However, upon entering, his heart jolted violently, nearly stopping. Chapter 41. Startled, there stood Lu Yunze in one corner of the cave, surrounded by a swirling vortex of gathered spiritual energy. He stared at the dark door before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Old Han, I'm not one to criticize, but while I know you're not one for extravagance, this is a bit too much. The cave lacks any decor or illumination, and the walls are uneven, resembling a hastily carved hole in the mountainside. And what is the situation with this dark door? I can sense spiritual energy emanating from within. Han Li sighed in relief, a wry smile forming on his lips. He realized he had been overly cautious. Compared to the secret of the small green vial he possessed, a small spiritual eye spring was hardly significant. With this thought, he approached and opened the dark door. Inside lay the disproportionately small spiritual eye spring, exuding astonishing spiritual energy. Lu Yunze inhaled sharply as the visible white spiritual energy swirled around him, resembling fledglings eager to return to their nest, anxiously seeking entry into Lu Yunze's body. A body that gathers spiritual energy truly is endowed with extraordinary gifts. Han Li thought enviously. Lu Yunze scrutinized the spiritual spring, ultimately exclaiming, "It's quite small." Thank goodness. Han Li, who typically had no habit of consuming pickled vegetables, thought to himself that had he uttered just those 3 words, one of them would have met a dire fate today. The existence of a spiritual eye in such a barren spiritual vein was indeed miraculous. That is a valid point, Lu Yunze remarked, glancing around. Old Han, how about we renovate this place? It feels awkward. Then continue feeling awkward, Han Li shot back, irritated, before adding, since you just acquired the Red Lotus Heaven Furnace. Come with me and lend a hand. What for? Lu Yunze asked cautiously. I have some materials here. Would you assist me in refining a few magical implements? Han Li inquired with a smile. Lu Yunze narrowed his eyes, his expression wary. You're not trying to get me to work for free, are you? Han Li, donning a knowing look, waved a jade slip in front of him. I purchased some materials from the Tianqing sex market, and I have just enough to refine qi elixirs. In a month, once I process these materials, we can begin refining. Once the pills are ready, I'll share a portion with you. Deal. Lu Yunze agreed without hesitation. The qi elixir was a genuine ancient pill, its effectiveness rivaling that of the transformation pill, given his current need for spiritual pills to break through a bottleneck. With the aid of the qi elixir, he would soon reach the mid-foundation stage. At that point, he could seek out Xiong Wujing for the bloodline inner Dan of the bloodline flood dragon to refine into pills. According to Xiong Wujing, the potency of such pills was incredibly strong. Consuming them without being at the mid-foundation stage would not only diminish some of their efficacy, but also subject the user to excruciating pain from ruptured meridians. Lu Yunze calculated briefly and realized that with the qi elixirs provided by Han Li, along with the pills from Xiong Wujing, he could confidently anticipate breaking through to the mid-foundation stage within a decade. In 10 years, he would only be in his early 30s. Compared to the average lifespan of 200 years for foundation stage cultivators, he would be exceedingly youthful. Brother Lu, take a look at these materials and see what magical implements we can create. Having decided to trust Lu Yunze, Han Li was no longer coy. He clapped his storage pouch, producing a plethora of monster materials acquired from the forbidden area. Lu Yunze's eyes widened in astonishment. Second-tier ink flood dragon. He gazed at Han Li with disbelief, realizing he had missed a significant portion of the narrative. Indeed, these ink flood dragon materials were obtained from that forbidden area. Han Li's gaze drifted as he recalled a cold, exquisite visage and the wild hours that ensued. Noticing Han Li's dreamy expression, Lu Yunze instantly recalled the scent of stoneflower near the remnants of the ink flood dragon, connecting this with the vivid imagery he had witnessed in the illusion. He was suddenly covered in goosebumps. He instinctively took several steps back, his face a mask of incredulity. Who would have thought? Lu Yunze exclaimed, "Old Han, you rugged fellow. Your tastes are surprisingly intense. And how could the usually dignified Nangong one engage so freely? What on earth did you do to the ink flood dragon's corpse? Did you ever consider the feelings of the ink flood dragon?" Lu Yunze gasped, nearly nauseated by the horrific imagery conjured by his imagination. I had thought the world of cultivation was simple and pure, but you two seem to indulge in far more depravity than those perverts from my previous life. Han Li, utterly baffled by this reaction, had no idea that this individual, steeped in internet culture, had deemed both him and Nangong Wan as deviants. Old Han, Lu Yunze gulped. After a moment of composure, decided to give Han Li a chance. Tell me the truth, were you forced into this? Considering Nangong Wan's overwhelming strength compared to Han Li, Lu Yunze had reason to believe Han Li might have been coerced by Nangong Wan near the bloody remains of the ink flood dragon. A shiver ran down Lu Yunze's spine. The thought was too horrifying. Forced? Han Li stared at him in confusion, struggling to grasp his insinuation. Just look at the ink flood dragon's corpse, Lu Yunze said, glancing at it. Nangong Wan. Han Li felt as if struck by lightning, his expression shifting drastically as he stepped back. Brother Lu, are you implying? Lu Yunze nodded gravely. Old Han, I understand that such matters might be embarrassing. But, enough, Han Li interrupted. Han Li's face flushed crimson, his expression filled with intense anger. Brother Lu, you are mistaken, he stammered, seemingly having cast aside his usual cleverness. I have no ties with Senior Nangong. His voice rose, and if not for his reddened face, there might have been some degree of persuasion in his words. What do you mean? Do you take me for a fool? The matter was intricate, and Han Li, blushing, struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Lu Yunze's eyelids twitched slightly, his gaze towards Han Li laden with complexity. If one were to arrange his emotions into a pie chart, it would consist of 1/3 astonishment, 1/4 sympathy, another 1/4 disgust, and the remaining 1/6 a silent accusation against the world. With that lascivious expression, are you two perhaps involved in the letter circle? Is the upper echelon of the Hidden Moon sect so chaotic, or is it just Nangong Wan? Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Han Li gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together, saying, Brother Lu, this matter concerns my life as well as Senior Nangong's reputation. I implore you to keep this secret. Lu Yunze nodded calmly, having given up on pondering. Whatever they do privately is of no concern to me. I will craft my own creations, and he will pursue his own interests. We both have bright futures ahead. However, he mused, but I have never heard this was an explicit book. Lu Yunze sighed deeply, cursing his youthful ignorance for not having read it fully. Brother Lu. Han Li's face was a canvas of embarrassment. Let us discuss the matter of the magical artifacts. Very well, Lu Yunze nodded, shaking off the remnants of his earlier thoughts and focusing on his area of expertise. Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily retrieving the materials from the inked dragon. These are the claws of the inked dragon. I wish to forge them into a pair of offensive artifacts. And these are the dragon's eyes. Chapter 42. An unwelcome guest. After hearing Han Li's request, Lu Yunze nodded seriously, indicating he could take on the task. Han Li's heart raced. Something about this felt too normal, bordering on abnormal. Nevertheless, he had no other choice but to trust him this once. Lu Yunze prepared, igniting the furnace that very night, and even assisted Han Li in clearing out a crafting room. The claws, the horn, the eyes, and the scales were all quite clean. Lu Yunze scrutinized the materials before him, muttering to himself, "What a pity, just ascended to the second level. The claws and horn are somewhat brittle." And what exactly transpired between Han Li and Nangongwan? He disdainfully picked out a shattered eyeball. "No matter, we can still forge it." Lu Yunze summoned the red Luo heavenly furnace from his storage pouch, transforming it into a massive crimson cauldron 3 yards in diameter. He exhaled a strand of true fire, a unique flame possessed by foundational cultivators. The flames drifted beneath the red Luo heavenly cauldron and gradually ignited. At the same time, runes began to appear on the cauldron, emanating a soft red glow. The spiritual energy flowed, amplifying, and the flames were perfectly guided. Lu Yunze felt elated, unable to restrain a hearty laugh. Finally, I no longer need to rely on the shabby crafting furnace of the 100 Machines Hall. He pulled the inked dragon's horn towards him. This horn was the hardest part of the dragon's body, surpassing even its sharp teeth and claws. Although this horn had only just begun to grow, with proper forging, it could become a powerful artifact. Han Li was lucky. Without the red Luo heavenly furnace, Lu Yunze might have only been able to forge it into a disposable item. Lu Yunze took out an empty jade slip and began diligently sketching a design. Just then, a streak of light rushed towards Han Li's cave, crashing recklessly into the inverted 5-element array at the entrance. Sensing an intruder, the array activated autonomously, manifesting layers of illusions while a multicolored light shield enveloped the entire formation, trapping the intruder within. The main flag of the inverted 5-element array quivered slightly, but Han Li, confident in the dual protection of the array and Lu Yunze, felt secure enough to drift into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze was engrossed in his crafting and design, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Though the inverted 5-element array operated without a master, it triggered numerous illusions. The intruder spiraled and crashed wildly, yet remained ensnared by the formation. As the light dissipated, a gray-clad elder appeared, his face darkened and features withered, seemingly poisoned and on the brink of death. "I am from Huangfeng Valley," he shouted hoarsely. But before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, this toxic fluid seeming to drain the last vestiges of life from him. The elder staggered, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, dying a tragically gruesome death. Inside the crafting room, Lu Yunze furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance towards the cave entrance. He thought he heard something. Instinctively, he released his spiritual sense, only to find it stifled, unable to extend beyond 10 yards. The inverted 5-element array has activated. Lu Yunze's heart raced, and he swiftly blew open the stone door, leaping out of the crafting room. Outside, layers of green bamboo rose with multicolored spiritual light, transforming into various illusions, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Not far from the cave's entrance, a figure lay motionless on the ground. Lu Yunze took a deep breath and shouted, "Han Li, we have visitors." Han Li, enjoying a long-awaited deep sleep, found himself lost in a sweet dream. In this dream, he returned to Qingyou town, to a small village by the mountains. His parents and brothers were there, eagerly rushing to help him with his luggage, chattering incessantly about his years away. "How have you been? Tired? Suffering?" His closest sister clung to his arm, chattering like a little bird about the changes at home. They had built a large tiled house and cultivated dozens of acres of irrigated fields. His brothers no longer faced hunger, nor had to crowd together on a single bed. He shed his adventurer's attire, donned a gentleman's robe, and spent his days feasting and frolicking with his family. His parents even arranged a match for him, leading to his marriage with the noble lady Nangongwan. On the wedding day, many guests arrived. Li Feiyu was determined to challenge him to a drinking contest, while Zhang Xiu'er urged him to drink less. Zhang Tai busily greeted guests, moving about tirelessly. And there was Lu Yunze, flitting around, teasing this lady and that, provoking ire from several with his antics. Eventually, he approached Han Li, clasping his shoulders and exclaiming, "Han Li, we have visitors." Han Li jolted awake, finding himself on a cold, hard stone bed, the darkness of the cave surrounding him. After a moment of confusion, his gaze sharpened. He rolled over, summoning the main flag of the inverted 5-element array with a single hand. Lu Yunze barely registered the flicker before Han Li appeared beside him. His expression as cold as ice, eyes glinting with menace. What is happening? Han Li asked in a deep voice. I don't know, but we are definitely in trouble. Lu Yunze sighed, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Despite having fled swiftly, they were still pursued. How had this person managed to catch up? With a swift motion, Han Li waved the formation flag, parting the grand array. The two then approached the figure before them. Lu Yunze raised his hand and cast a spell of restraint, lifting the individual into the air. At this moment, Han Li clearly discerned the person's face. Senior Brother Lin? He exclaimed in shock. Lu Yunze was momentarily taken aback. You know him? We have met once. Han Li's expression turned grim. This individual was a Foundation establishment cultivator from Huangfeng Valley. And now he lay dead at the entrance of Han Li's cave. Not to mention who could have killed him. Would they trace it back here? Such news alone would be troublesome. This toxin is rather potent, Lu Yunze remarked, observing the lifeless expression on Senior Brother Lin's face, clicking his tongue in wonder. Humph. Han Li snorted coldly and, raising his hand, unleashed a fireball, turning Senior Brother Lin to ashes. Within the remnants, a fleeting green light shimmered, accompanied by a barely audible wail. Lu Yunze jumped in surprise, bemusedly commenting, Your Huangfeng Valley truly embodies unity and camaraderie. Han Li scoffed, by your implication. Your Tsangyue sect is known for its virtuous conduct? Not exactly, but we generally refrain from direct violence. Lu Yunze recalled his fellow sect members, feeling a pang of discomfort. Just as Han Li was about to retort, Lu Yunze suddenly raised his hand, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Old Han, someone is coming. Chapter 43. Slaying the enemy several hundred zhang away from Han Li's cave. The burly man they had encountered earlier was forming a hand seal, his countenance unusually serious. Accompanying him were a man and a woman, along with 4 identical-looking men. The 6 of them wore grave expressions as they fixed their gazes upon him. Among them, the couple appeared particularly distressed. Moments later, a smile crept onto the man's face. Brother Huanglong, how is it? Have you found that person? The woman, strikingly beautiful, approached Huanglong eagerly, her voice melodious and delicate, seemingly penetrating the man's heart. We have found him. He lies motionless. It seems the black silk goo poison has taken effect. Huanglong, unfazed by the woman's subtle provocations, turned to the others with a look of excitement. Let us hasten and bring that corpse back to the sect for our reward. Brother, he fled so swiftly before. Could his sudden stillness be a ruse? The middle-aged man beside the woman frowned, asking in a low tone, casting a barely perceptible glare at her. Huanglong paused, then contemplated for a moment. That is possible. Everyone extend your spiritual sense and remain vigilant. Huanglong spoke calmly, revealing himself to be a meticulous and cautious individual, contrary to his appearance. The 7 of them simultaneously expanded their spiritual senses, which surpassed that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, reaching hundreds of zhang to Han Li's cave. Huanglong's expression shifted, and the other 6 furrowed their brows. There is indeed a problem. Our spiritual senses cannot penetrate. The middle-aged man wore a knowing expression, a hint of pride creeping onto his face, but he quickly suppressed his smile, adopting a facade of calm. Huanglong, however, paid no heed to the man's complex thoughts, merely nodding slightly. There is something amiss. It is likely that he has set up a formation to obstruct our spiritual senses. Moreover, when I attempted to probe earlier, I encountered another spiritual presence that seemed nearly on par with ours. What? The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. How can that be? Our guardians have cultivated the great transformation technique to the 2nd level, and our spiritual sense far exceeds that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. How could that person's spiritual sense rival ours? Could it be that Lin has leaked the great transformation technique? At this revelation, the faces of the group changed drastically. Huanglong's countenance darkened, and a murderous aura nearly erupted from him. It is not impossible, after all, that Lin possesses the first 4 layers of the great transformation technique and the complete set of the puppet true resolution, allowing him to establish his own sect, standing against ours. Upon hearing this, the other 6 exchanged glances. Under the unspoken agreement, one of the quadruplets spoke up reluctantly. Brother Huanglong, if Lin has indeed established a sect in the Yue Kingdom, we may not be able to subdue them with just us. Should we retreat to the main hall for reinforcements? Huanglong narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before breaking into a laugh. No need. I was mistaken earlier. If that person truly desires to establish a sect, the first to extinguish him would undoubtedly be Huangfeng Valley. A cold smile crept across Huanglong's face as he continued. The current balance of the 7 sects in the Yue Kingdom has been painstakingly formed over a millennium, Even with boundless audacity, Lin would not dare to disrupt this equilibrium. At most, he would discreetly recruit a few disciples. Such actions yield no significant outcome. Let us not forget that the sect leader has generously opened the treasury for us to arm ourselves with puppets. Furthermore, to prepare for contingencies, he bestowed upon us this formidable fourth-tier giant tiger puppet. We must not disappoint his earnest efforts. The final words were spoken with clarity and conviction. The group was taken aback, promptly lowering their heads in agreement, not daring to utter another word. Satisfied, Huanglong nodded and produced a large green bamboo raft from his storage bag. The seven leaped onto it, transforming into a streak of green light that swiftly traversed hundreds of zhang to hover above a bamboo forest. This is the spot, Huanglong declared, a sinister expression crossing his face as he gazed down at the bamboo grove. Attack! With Huanglong's commanding shout, hundreds of beams of white light shot forth, morphing into a multitude of puppets that densely filled the sky above the bamboo forest. In the next moment, torrents of light pillars and arrows descended like a torrential rain, carrying an overwhelming force that obliterated the bamboo grove into a crater. The group stared in confusion, eyes wide. What is happening? Where are Lin and his accomplices? As the ground below appeared utterly devoid of life, the middle-aged man stepped forward, respectfully inquiring, "Brother Huanglong, should we send the puppets down to investigate?" Huanglong nodded slightly and gestured forward. Under the control of the group, hundreds of puppets descended to the ground, commencing a meticulous search. Before long, one puppet suddenly split in two, and a five-colored light shield materialized out of thin air. Inside the shield lay senior brother Lin, his face blackened, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. He was unmistakably dead. Beside the corpse stood an ordinary-looking youth clad in yellow, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at the group. A brat from Huangfeng Valley. Huanglong stepped off the bamboo raft, casting a glance at the deceased senior brother Lin before shifting his focus back to the youth. It is just as I suspected. That Lin has indeed leaked our sect's supreme techniques. The middle-aged man's fury surged, his gaze fixated on the youth with malevolent intensity. Huanglong, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, addressed the terrified youth. Regardless of how you acquired our Tianzhu sect's supreme secret techniques from Lin, you must perish today. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of puppets readied their light spheres, bows drawn, poised to unleash a cataclysmic attack. Just then, the youth within the light shield suddenly smiled at the group. In an instant, the scene before them shifted, and the expansive bamboo forest reappeared. All around them were towering green bamboos, robust and reaching for the skies. This is not right. Heavens! Huanglong shouted, hastily leaping onto the bamboo raft. The man and woman who had been with him quickly followed suit. Wait! Huanglong's heart raced as he surveyed his surroundings. In the deep and silent bamboo grove, not a whisper could be heard, as if even the wind had vanished into the darkness. Senior brother, the Zhao brothers are missing. The voice of the middle-aged man trembled. The quadruplet brothers had been merely a few steps away, yet upon turning his head, they had completely disappeared. Heaven above, Huanglong bellowed, propelling the bamboo raft skyward. In mere breaths, he ascended to the canopy of the bamboo grove. Huanglong let out a quiet sigh of relief, glancing back with trepidation. The bamboo forest swayed gently, the towering green stalks reaching for the clouds. Silence enveloped the depths of the bamboo grove. Huanglong stared blankly at the scene, realizing he had returned to the grove once more. Something was amiss. It was an illusionary array. We must, Huanglong turned, but the sight before him stifled the rest of his words. Behind him stood only 2 headless corpses, a man and a woman, standing side by side in eerie harmony. In that moment, blood almost reversed its flow within Huanglong's veins. An uncontrollable fear surged through his mind. Show yourself. At the pinnacle of terror, rage erupted. Huanglong's eyes blazed crimson as he roared. Hundreds of puppets unleashed a barrage in all directions. Yet nothing transpired. The overwhelming columns of light failed to disturb even a single bamboo leaf. The bamboo grove stirred slightly, as if a gentle breeze had brushed past his ear. Darkness engulfed Huanglong's vision, and he could muster no strength. Just before the eternal night descended, he beheld a young man clad in bizarre artifacts standing behind him, his body adorned with runes resembling battle markings, as if he had traversed from the primordial chaos. A bitter smile was forever etched upon his face. Chapter 44. Armor. Lu Yunze retracted his exoskeleton, gazing at the 3 headless corpses before him, and with a hint of resignation, he slapped his forehead. This mechanical exoskeleton was indeed effective, but it left a gruesome mess of blood each time, far too inappropriate for the faint-hearted. Lu Yunze collected the storage bags of the 3 individuals, gathering the scattered hundreds of puppets, grinning like a simpleton who had stumbled upon a fortune. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Lu Yunze's consciousness swept through Huang Long's storage bag, and to his astonishment, he discovered the colossal tiger puppet. Lu Yunze looked toward the moon in the sky, his hands clasped in gratitude. Thank you, heavens, for this gift. The bamboo grove parted, clearing a path. Han Li approached, illuminated by moonlight, one hand bearing 4 identical human heads. It seems you've also finished your task. Han Li tossed the heads to the ground, and then produced a jade slip, offering it to Lu Yunze. Take this. I just found it in senior brother Lin's storage bag, Han Li said with a smile. The moment he laid eyes on this item, Han Li knew Lu Yunze would be thrilled. Lu Yunze pressed the jade slip to his forehead, slowly delving into its contents with his consciousness. Time passed for a quarter of an hour, and Lu Yunze remained motionless in his contemplation. Han Li deemed this behavior normal and paid him no mind. After half an incense stick's time had elapsed, Lu Yunze still did not stir. Though Han Li felt it was within the realm of normalcy, he began to grow anxious. After half an hour, Lu Yunze remained unresponsive. Han Li could no longer endure the silence and approached, shaking his shoulder. Lu Yunze, what's wrong? Lu Yunze slowly lowered the jade slip, cradling it in his arms with profound affection. Old Han, under the radiant moonlight. Tears streamed down Lu Yunze's face. I feel like the happiest person in the world right now. Oh no, this person has completely lost his mind. Han Li's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. The jade slip contained the first 4 layers of the Tianzhu sect's ultimate technique. The Dayanju. This was a method specifically designed to enhance one's consciousness. Mastering it would not only significantly amplify one's awareness, but also enable practitioners to allocate a substantial portion of their consciousness to manipulate puppets. The 7 guardians of the Tianzhu sect had attained the second layer of the Dayanju, allowing them to divide their consciousness into hundreds of parts to control numerous puppets. Of course, merely a technique for enhancing consciousness could not have provoked such a reaction in Lu Yunze. The latter part of the jade slip, titled Puppet True Resolution, detailed the manufacturing methods for various puppets, serving as an extraordinarily comprehensive compendium on puppet creation. It was this very content that had sent Lu Yunze's mental state into a frenzy. Having traversed over 2 decades, Lu Yunze had, through his fervent passion for high-end models and his innate talent, painstakingly constructed 2 models of the Victory Flying Swallow from scratch. The toil and tribulations he endured were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Countless obstacles had loomed before him, leaving him with a plethora of ideas yet no means to actualize them, relying solely on talent and perseverance. Time and again he faced bottlenecks, surveying his surroundings but finding no references or assistance, forcing him to grit his teeth and press on alone. Now, a mature and complete puppet system lay before him. So, this is how components can be assembled. This is how energy transfer can be innovatively approached. One need not rely solely on material strength, but can circumvent issues with variations of runes. Each of these realizations unraveled long-standing dilemmas, bursting forth like a dazzling display of fireworks in his mind, transforming into an eternal, unquenchable starlit sky. A brand new door had swung wide open before him. Countless inspirations flooded Lu Yunze's mind in an instant, dancing wildly upon every nerve within his cerebral cortex. In simpler terms, this was it. Old Han, bring me a blank jade slip. Lu Yunze felt an overwhelming rush of ideas surging forth, eager to be expressed. Han Li was startled by his fervor and quickly handed over a blank jade slip. Lu Yunze took the slip and began to pour forth his inspirations, transcribing them into written words. A full incense stick's time passed before he finally set down the jade slip, a satisfied smile gracing his features. These were merely nascent ideas, still requiring wisdom, perseverance, knowledge, and a plethora of spirit stones to transform them into tangible creations. Fortunately, he lacked none of these essentials. He took a deep breath, calming the excitement within him. Han Li observed with trepidation. Lu Yunze, if you continue like this, you may easily encounter a mental demon. The realm of cultivation held little understanding of mental demons. It was known only that they were trials every cultivator would face. They would exploit any cracks in one's resolve, laying down layers of temptation and obstacles. If a cultivator faltered for even a moment, they would be irrevocably lost, leading to their demise. After years of research across generations, the cultivation world still lacked clarity on the true nature of mental demons, but had grasped some of their rules. One such rule stated that those excessively fixated on a particular thing would almost certainly encounter mental demons. Given Lu Yunze's obsession with puppets, His lack of an encounter with mental demons thus far was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yunze nodded silently, stowing away the jade slip. He indeed needed to stabilize his mental state. Otherwise, encountering a mental demon would not be a trivial matter. Let us go. We should first prepare your artifacts. Lu Yunze exhaled, as if shedding an immense burden. Han Li nodded, casting a few fireball spells to reduce the remains of the corpses to ashes. As the evening breeze blew, no trace was left behind. Han Li let out a sigh of relief. It was merely an ordinary evening. He had spent the entire day sleeping within his cave dwelling, with the esteemed disciple of the Yin Yu sect, Qiong Wuji, as a witness to his alibi. Should any doubts arise, one could seek confirmation from Qiong Wuji at the sect. With this thought, Han Li felt considerably lighter. He turned back to his dwelling, intending to indulge in another brief slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze returned to the artifact forging chamber, resolutely continuing his work on the blueprints. Half a month later, Han Li gazed quizzically at several magical artifacts laid before him. Is this what you have crafted? He inquired. Indeed, all in accordance with your specifications, Lu Yunze responded, lifting a pair of claw-like artifacts. These are the offensive artifacts you requested. I have named them the Dragon's Grasp. Not only do they serve for attack, but they can also restrain and even directly seize the opponent's artifacts. With a flourish, Lu Yunze sent the artifacts spinning, transforming into two streaks of astonishingly swift black light darting back and forth. He then executed another spell, causing the claws to unfurl, their sharp edges glinting menacingly. Additionally, as per your request for a stealth artifact, I have refined the eyes of the ink serpent into two separate artifacts, named King Luozang and Hai Yunyan. Lu Yunze placed the Dragon's Grasp aside and picked up the two orbs, one black and one green. King Luozang releases a toxic green mist. A moment's carelessness could leave the enemy severely poisoned, while Hai Yunyan, though devoid of poison, emits a dark smoke that can obscure a vast area and impede divine awareness. Han Li examined the two artifacts and remarked, these are quite impressive, but I distinctly recall requesting a defensive artifact as well. How could I possibly forget such a trivial matter? Lu Yunze replied, handing Han Li a belt. Here, this is the defensive artifact you desired. Han Li's eyelids twitched. Is this it? Don't underestimate it. I incorporated the remaining scales, bones, and fins of the serpent into its design. Lu Yunze grinned proudly, raising an eyebrow at Han Li. Aside from the victory swift, this artifact represents the pinnacle of my recent creations. Its power is beyond what you can imagine. Han Li's brow furrowed in doubt as he rubbed his chin. How does one utilize this artifact? Quite simple, Lu Yunze declared, placing his hands on his hips with conviction. First, hold the belt as I do. Han Li mimicked the action, finding the motion rather amusing. Then, you must shout with confidence and conviction. Lu Yunze inhaled deeply, bellowing. Armor unite. What now? Shout. Han Li felt a surge of irritation. Old Han, you should have a bit of faith in me. This artifact is rather exceptional. You'll realize it once you give it a try. Han Li regarded him silently. Lu Yunze began to feel uneasy under his gaze and quickly added, come on, old Han. Be practical. How can you know if the artifact is good or not without trying it? Reluctantly, Han Li grasped the belt, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Lu Yunze stepped closer, patting Han Li's shoulder. This artifact is the culmination of my efforts, tailored specifically for you. It is fully functional and immensely powerful. I assure you, once you employ this artifact, even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator will not stand a chance against you. You must trust in my skills. Han Li pursed his lips, casting a peculiar gaze filled with resentment and sorrow towards Lu Yunze. Is that the only phrase? He asked quietly. Rest assured, that is the only one, Lu Yunze replied, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Han Li took a deep breath. Armor, no? Too quiet. Lu Yunze interjected confidently, hands on his hips. Louder. Shout with confidence. Armor unite. Han Li shouted, surrendering to the moment. In the next instant, a burst of black light erupted. Countless components shot forth from his storage pouch, enveloping Han Li momentarily. The parts assembled, the scale armor morphed, and silver-gray battle patterns emerged, intertwining on the black armor. The imposing black battle armor enveloped Han Li, adorned with spiral silver-gray patterns that conveyed both elegance and strength. A pair of insect-like compound eyes extended crystalline antennae from the helm, one blue and one red, casting a faint glow. Lu Yunze watched with excitement, feeling a surge of emotion akin to that experienced the first time he boarded the Victory Swift. This is a living black battle armor. He retrieved a full-length mirror from his storage pouch and placed it before Han Li, eagerly exclaiming, Look, isn't it magnificent? Han Li gazed into the mirror at the harmonious blend of strength and beauty of the black armor. glancing at his arm and feeling an exhilarating surge of power with a simple fist clench. It was worth it. The earlier embarrassment faded away, leaving only a long-buried fervor and excitement. Come, let us test this armor. Lu Yunze retreated several paces, providing Han Li ample space to demonstrate. With a quick motion, Han Li vanished from sight. Moments later, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air, yet no figure was visible. After a brief interval, Han Li reappeared, unable to contain his exhilaration. This armor completely negated the burden of the Lu Yunze step on his body, and even provided a measure of enhancement. Furthermore, his dynamic vision had been elevated to an unimaginable level, allowing for greater agility during high-speed movement. Lu Yunze nodded in satisfaction and released 3 emerald green flying daggers from his storage pouch. Old Han, stand still. Let us test the armor's defensive capabilities. Han Li complied, allowing the 3 top-tier daggers to dart around him, producing a series of ringing sounds. Lu Yunze beamed with pride. The armor, forged from the ink serpent's scales, bones, and tail fins, indeed demonstrated remarkable defensive capabilities, able to withstand even the mightiest of artifacts. Next, let us assess its offensive potential, Lu Yunze directed, gesturing towards Han Li's belt. Press that button again. Han Li looked down, discovering a button on the side of the belt. Upon pressing it, the armor on his left arm transformed, revealing a spiraled spear. This is the Dragon Piercer, crafted from the ink serpent's horn, specifically designed to penetrate various defensive spells and artifacts. Lu Yunze conjured a yellowish round shield to protect himself. Han Li understood the cue, vanishing once more. With a sharp crack, the Dragon Piercer pierced through the shield effortlessly. Han Li hardly felt any resistance. Though another artifact had been rendered useless, Lu Yunze remained unfazed. From the initial trials of the mechanical exoskeleton to the current iteration of the battle armor, the near-perfect results indicated that he had overcome significant challenges. His ability to create armor had matured. This meant that Lu Yunze could now commence designing and crafting a truly refined set of armor artifacts for himself. With this thought, Lu Yunze was overwhelmed with excitement. He gestured, and both King Luozhang and Hai Yunyan flew forth, embedding themselves into the chest of the battle armor. The 2 dragons' grasp were also affixed to the armor's shoulders, transforming into a pair of formidable pauldrons. As Han Li regarded the complete set of artifacts adorning him, he fell into contemplation. Thus, Lu Yunze had indeed fashioned a transforming robot for him, albeit a personal one. With a resigned sigh, Han Li acknowledged that this armor was precisely to his liking, rendering further complaint unnecessary. He pressed his belt once more, and his entire armor disassembled into parts, which were then stored in his bag. Thank you. After refining the Qi-gathering elixir, I will allocate you 40% from the first 5 batches. Han Li, filled with excitement, displayed a rare moment of generosity. Lu Yunze grinned with satisfaction. Deal? When will the first batch of pills be ready? Han Li calculated the time needed for the spiritual herbs to mature and extended a finger towards Lu Yunze. Within a month, it will definitely be ready. Lu Yunze paused momentarily, a figure flashing through his mind. A month sounds good. I have some matters to attend to, but I will certainly return within that time. He exited the cave and summoned the Victory Swift. Han Li nodded and inquired, where are you headed? To visit a rival's home. Lu Yunze's gaze turned somewhat desolate as he settled into the cockpit. The Victory Swift transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, leaving Han Li with an unusually perplexed expression. 2 hours later, the Victory Swift hovered above a small mountain. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow, extending his powerful consciousness downward. Hidden within the mist of the deep mountains was a modest villa. At first, Lu Yunze assumed it was merely ordinary mountain fog until he detected faint ripples of spiritual energy, realizing it was a low-level illusion array. However, the array was so simplistic that it could barely deter mortals. Even those with slight cultivation would not be hindered by such tactics. Beneath the illusion, the villa contained merely a dozen or so houses, which appeared elegant yet lacked inhabitants, with only a handful of qi refiners present. Additionally, there were dozens of mortals serving as menials. This was the Li family of Xiaomang Mountain in Jianzhou, the very place where Li Wuyo hailed from. Lu Yunze's expression grew complex. The villa below was indeed the Li family. When Lu Yunze first arrived, he thought he had come to the wrong location. The quality of the spiritual vein here was dismally poor and painfully small. If he hadn't specifically sought it out, he would never have discovered its existence. However, considering the Li family's strength, Lu Yunze began to understand. If the quality of the spiritual vein were even slightly better, the Li family would have likely been ousted by more powerful sects long ago. In the southern regions, resources were scarce, and possessing a single spiritual vein was already commendable. With a sigh, Lu Yunze retracted the victory's swift and descended gracefully. His purpose for coming here was not to eradicate the roots or seek restitution from Li Wuyo's family. He was here to investigate a matter of great significance. He needed to uncover how the figure on the golden talisman transcended the limitations of lifespan, retaining a fragment of their soul even after tens of thousands of years, capable of seizing a new life. Until he unraveled this mystery, Lu Yunze could never find peace. Chapter 46. The young girl of the Li family. Inside the woodshed of the Li family, a girl of about 10 years clutched a dirty rag, aimlessly wiping at her clothing. "Inger, are you there?" A youthful voice called from outside the shed, startling the girl and causing her to inadvertently tear a small piece from her coarse attire. "Don't come in, brother," she cried, her voice tinged with tears that flowed uncontrollably. "Inger, what happened?" The door to the woodshed burst open as a boy, clad in fine garments and appearing around 13 or 14, rushed in. Despite his youthful appearance, his aura was already marked by the 5th layer of chi refinement, which was commendable for his age. The girl turned her back, covering her face. The boy, increasingly anxious, moved forward and forcefully pulled her hands away. A large bruise marred her delicate face, almost covering half of it. "Was it them again?" he exclaimed, his anger palpable. "When your brother was here, they were all submissive. Now that he is gone, they bully you at will. They may lack talent in cultivation, but they excel at stepping on others. What has become of our Li family?" The boy slammed a fist against the wall, frustration evident on his face. "Inger, don't say such things." He tenderly stroked her hair. But then his gaze sharpened upon noticing the girl's tattered clothing. "What happened?" he asked, his voice growing cold. The girl tightened her grip on her clothing, biting her lip in distress, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to fall. The boy's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddening as he ground his teeth in anger. "It's the 3rd branch's young master Ming. He wants me to become his concubine in a couple of years." The girl looked up, her tear-filled eyes searching the boy's face. "Brother." The boy lowered his head, his fury resembling that of a ravenous beast. "That scoundrel." He spun around, a murderous intent radiating from him as he stormed out of the woodshed. "Brother." The girl suddenly leaped forward, embracing him from behind. "Young Master Ming is 19 this year and already at the 7th layer of chi refinement. It would be dangerous for you to confront him." She choked on her words. "I don't want you to risk yourself for someone like me, a mortal without spiritual roots." The boy stood frozen, silent. "If young Master Ming truly desires me, I have no choice but to comply, but I do not wish to be with him," the girl pleaded, clinging tightly to her brother. "Please, brother, take me with you." Taking a deep breath, the boy turned to her, his voice softening. "Inger, return home for today. I will speak with father and have him move you to my quarters." He gently wiped away her tears. "Do not worry, I will handle everything." The girl nodded vigorously, her face brightening with innocent joy. The boy smiled back and strode purposefully towards the center of the villa, his youthful form standing tall and proud, akin to a steadfast man. As the girl watched him walk away, her admiration faltered, and she swiftly wiped her tears away, turning to descend the mountain. Moments later, Lu Yunze's figure materialized in the air, astonished as he gazed in the direction the girl had departed. "I cannot comprehend, yet I am profoundly moved." Lu Yunze cast a sympathetic glance at the boy's retreating form before vanishing without a trace, enveloped in a fleeting flash of multicolored spiritual light. This was not the formless evasion of the Qiongwu technique, which he could only master upon reaching the core formation stage. Instead, this technique, known as the 5 elements concealment method, was one of the few secret arts within the 5 elements escape technique that could be cultivated during the foundation establishment stage. It primarily served to mask one's presence and conceal one's form, proving quite effective for dealing with chi refiners of this level. Lu Yunze stealthily trailed behind the girl, observing as she traversed several miles of rugged mountain paths with remarkable steadiness and agility, revealing a solid foundation in martial arts. Eventually, she reached a seemingly ordinary village nestled among the trees. This village housed around 100 families, all residing in remarkably humble stone dwellings, devoid of any spiritual energy. "Father, mother, I'm back." The girl entered the village, expressionless as she knocked on the door of one of the stone houses, met with the fearful gazes of other children. The door creaked open, revealing a stern-looking middle-aged man who scrutinized her without expression. "Did you succeed?" he asked coldly. "I succeeded." "Good." The man finally revealed a smile. And the child's mother, having prepared food and drink, exclaimed, "Tonight, we shall celebrate in style." A middle-aged woman rushed out of the stone house, joyfully embracing the girl in her arms, repeatedly murmuring, "Wonderful. My daughter Ing has finally entered young Master Wen's room." The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, turning his gaze around. Stop dawdling. Come inside and speak, he beckoned, welcoming the mother and daughter into the house. As soon as the door closed, the man's excitement was palpable as he said to them, "It seems we have made the right choice. Young Master Ming from the third house is far too old and does not fancy Ying. Young Master One from the second house is much more innocent." The girl, smiling brightly, touched her belly and said, "In 2 or 3 years, I will be of age to become a mother. By then, I shall surely give birth to a child with spiritual roots, a cultivator." "Ha ha ha, splendid." The man laughed heartily. "I still have a few spring spirit pills. When the time comes, you can secretly give one to young Master Wen to significantly increase the chances of conception." At the mention of this, the middle-aged woman cast a shy glance at her husband, suddenly recalling something that brought tears to her eyes. "What a pity. If only your brother hadn't participated in that blood trial. We could have chosen from all the cultivators of the Li family without such effort to align with young Master Wen." The man's previously jubilant expression froze instantly, and after a long silence, he coldly replied to his wife, "Do not speak of such things. It is fate. If Yahweh had not perished, we would not have had to move to this hillside Li village, nor endure the disdain of others." The man could not suppress a long sigh, lamenting how heaven seemed to forsake their family, allowing the only bearer of spiritual roots to die an untimely death. The girl, with unwavering determination in her eyes, assured her parents, "Do not worry, my brother will not be the only cultivator in our family. My future children shall also tread the path of cultivation and bring honor to our lineage." The couple nodded, moved, and just as they were about to speak, they heard applause from above. "Well, that's truly splendid." Chapter 47. Li Family Village. The Li family is divided into 2 parts. Cultivators with spiritual roots reside atop the small Mang Mountain in Li Family Village, where all provisions are provided by the family. Their sole duty is to cultivate and intervene when the family's interests are threatened. In contrast, the Li village halfway up the mountain is inhabited by the mundane members of the Li family, who sustain the entire clan through various means, including farming, commerce, herding, and even banditry. Do not be misled into thinking that cultivators truly distance themselves from the mundane world. Just look at Tai Nan Valley, the 7 major sects, and the marketplaces throughout, where cultivators indulge in worldly pleasures, often surpassing mundane desires. True ascetics like Han Li are a rarity among cultivators. The Li family itself is merely a small clan, far removed from markets and the trade of spirit stones. To maintain the dignified lives of cultivators, they must exploit the mundane members of the family. The Li Wuyihe family once lived in Li Family Village, enjoying a privileged status due to Li Wuyihe's identity as a disciple of a major sect, placing them at the pinnacle of the clan. However, after Li Wuyihe fell during the blood trial, they were relegated to the hillside. So that is how it is. Lu Yunze rubbed his forehead, beginning to comprehend the situation. At that moment, the imposing middle-aged man knelt before Lu Yunze, trembling, nearly burying his head in the ground, while his wife and daughter knelt behind him, not daring to lift their heads. "What does your family typically do?" Lu Yunze asked calmly, replying to the immortal master, "Our family, due to our once special status, does not have to engage in manual labor. We primarily handle commerce with the outside world, earning silver for the family's use," the man replied, trembling. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow. "You may rise. I have no ill intentions here." The man, keeping his head down, forced a bitter smile and did not respond. Lu Yunze sighed, feeling helpless. "I have some acquaintance with Li Wuyihe. I came here primarily to fulfill his last request." The 3 kneeling figures trembled, the middle-aged woman collapsing weakly to the ground. "Is what the immortal master says true?" the middle-aged woman asked cautiously, tears glistening in her eyes. "Indeed, it is true. I have no reason to deceive you," Lu Yunze replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Li Inger, her eyes sparkling, stood up and helped her parents to their feet. "Father, Mother, rise. The immortal master has come all this way to honor my brother's last wish. He must be a man of great integrity and virtue. He will not blame us." Lu Yunze felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The wonders of genetics are indeed remarkable. Li Wuyihe was cunning and resourceful, and his sister showed no less aptitude. If this girl possessed spiritual roots, she would surely follow in her brother's footsteps. The couple, trembling, stood up but still dared not meet Lu Yunze's gaze. "Do not be so anxious. Share more about your daily lives," Lu Yunze suggested, noting their nervousness, which made it difficult for him to express his intended words. "You mentioned you engage in commerce. What do you trade? How much silver do you earn?" Lu Yunze probed, genuinely curious, as he had begun cultivating at the age of 10 and had little experience in the mundane world, leaving him with many questions about it. Given the immense resources consumed by cultivators, one must ponder, what do these mundanes rely on? Once the resources are exhausted by cultivators, will there be enough left for them? In response to the Immortal Master, I primarily traverse between the Yue Kingdom and the Yue Kingdom, trading salt and ironware. The earnings are decent. Approximately over 1,000 taels of silver each month, the middle-aged man answered respectfully. Lu Yunze was taken aback. I must say, you have quite an enterprise. Over 1,000 taels each month. He surveyed the surroundings and the couple's coarse clothing. If you earn so much, why not provide your family with better attire? The man chuckled wryly. Immortal Master, no matter how much I earn, it is still the family's money. My share is merely 20 taels a month. While that is not insignificant, my daughter serves the Immortal Master at the estate, and some social obligations are unavoidable, leaving little room for savings. His frame appeared even more stooped as he spoke. Lu Yunze leaned back in his chair, fingers pressed against his temples, gazing curiously at the three before him. Suddenly, he hesitated, intending to address the middle-aged man as uncle or brother, but fearing it might frighten him. The middle-aged man hastily said, I am Li Wu. If the Immortal Master does not mind, please feel free to call me by my name. Very well, Li Wu, Lu Yunze replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he shifted in his chair. Considering your ability to smuggle salt and ironware at the borders of Yue Kingdom and Yue Kingdom, you must possess considerable skill. If so, why remain here? And what of your daughter? Lu Yunze glanced at the 10-year-old Li Yunze, finding it difficult to continue. The Immortal Master chuckled, stating that he was inherently a member of the Li family and could not simply abandon his kin. Furthermore, lacking spiritual roots, where could he possibly go if he left the Li family? It was hardly feasible to mingle with the mundane crowd outside. Lu Yunze widened his eyes in astonishment. He scrutinized Li Wu, noting the unwavering determination in his gaze and the absence of any unnatural expression. It was evident that he genuinely believed that even as a mortal without spiritual roots, he was far superior to the ordinary people outside. With a sigh, Lu Yunze awkwardly diverted his gaze and placed down a dozen spirit stones. I was entrusted by Li Wu to check on you. Now that I see you are all safe, I shall take my leave. Li Wu, along with his wife and daughter, immediately bowed and expressed, we respectfully send off the Immortal Master. Not so fast, do you recognize this? Lu Yunze produced an unremarkable small leather pouch and handed it to Li Wu. The couple looked at the item in confusion, utterly perplexed. However, Li Yunze gasped, this is my brother's possession. I have seen him wear it around his neck. Refusing to let anyone touch it, the couple stared in shock at the leather pouch, with tears welling up in Mrs. Li's eyes. Indeed, this is a relic of Li Wu. Lu Yunze stepped closer, addressing the diminutive Li Yunze, who barely reached his waist. Do you know when Li Wu began wearing this pouch? Li Yunze instinctively avoided his gaze, clutching her garment tightly. I can't quite recall, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Lu Yunze sighed in disappointment. Very well, then I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. Wait, Li Yunze called out hastily. May I ask for your name? Immortal Master? Li Wu's face paled, and he bellowed. Yunze, you are being too presumptuous. Li Yunze remained silent, her bright, clear eyes fixed on Lu Yunze. Observing her expression, Lu Yunze felt a shift in his thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle lightly before vanishing from sight. Chapter 48. The Breaking of Illusions. The moon hung high in the sky, unblemished by clouds. In the darkness, Li Yunze opened her eyes. She quietly sat up, her blanket slipping off to reveal the night clothes she had unknowingly donned. Seizing the cover of night, she stealthily slithered out of the window like a serpent. Outside, Lu Yunze had been waiting for some time. The Immortal Master caused Li Yunze to pause, her mouth opening to speak. Lu Yunze abruptly raised a hand to silence her, then formed a hand seal, enveloping them both in a faint, translucent barrier. Now you may speak, he stated calmly. Li Yunze gazed at the protective shield beside her. Her eyes filled with fascination as she reached out to touch it. It felt soft and cool, akin to a layer of pliable water. You sneaked out in the middle of the night to see me perform magic, didn't you? Lu Yunze teased with a smile. Li Yunge's cheeks flushed as she realized her error and quickly bowed in respect. Immortal Master, I merely... Enough, just tell me directly. Why have you sought me out? Lu Yunze interrupted, aware of the girl's cunning nature and unwilling to let her dictate the pace of their conversation. Li Yunze bit her lip, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Yet she continued, Immortal Master, actually, before my brother participated in the blood-forbidden trial, he left me something. He specifically instructed me that if he encountered any mishaps, I should give this item to any cultivator who came looking for us. Regardless of their intentions, whether good or ill, I must hand it over. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Show me the item. He extended a hand before Li Yunze. Lowering her head, she replied softly. That item is not with me at the moment. Lu Yunze regarded the 10-year-old girl with a complex mix of emotions. I left it at the Li family estate for safekeeping. Perhaps I should take the Immortal Master to see it. Li Yunze slightly raised her head. In the moonlight, Lu Yunze's handsome features glowed with a pure, silvery light, his starry eyes reflecting the most brilliant starlight in the night sky. For a moment, Li Yunze was entranced. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the summer night breeze stirring the wind chime under the eaves, delivering a captivating melody to the heart. Tell me, where is it? Behind the wall of the woodshed at the Li family estate. I hid it beneath a brick, Li Yunze replied, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Feeling that everything was worthwhile for him, even if it meant abandoning her plan to wreak havoc at the Li family, or forsaking the opportunity to showcase herself before the Li family's cultivators, or even handing over her greatest bargaining chip. As long as he was happy, all was worth it. Very well. The voice gradually faded away. After an indeterminate time, a chilling night breeze swept through. Li Yunze shivered violently, drenched in cold sweat, as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. After a while, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing softly. Meanwhile, Lu Yunze stood outside the Li family estate's woodshed, removing a broken brick to uncover what Li Wuyo had left behind, a black jade slip. A smile crept onto Lu Yunze's lips. As a foundation cultivator from the Inuit sect, it was effortless to use superficial charms on a mere mortal. Even if Li Yunze possessed a profound scheme, facing such a disparity in power, she could only capitulate. Gazing at the jade slip, Lu Yunze hesitated for a moment, but ultimately probed his consciousness into it. Aside from wishing to understand how the golden talisman's bearer transcended the limitations of life, allowing the spirit to seize control and reincarnate after thousands of years, he was equally curious about the final trump card Li Wuyo had left for his family. Words began to manifest within the jade slip. I am Li Wuyo. Since my friend has found this jade slip, it indicates that I have met my demise at your hands. I harbor no resentment towards you. After all, I have taken countless lives, my hands stained with blood. Regardless of how tragically I meet my end, it is a fitting consequence. Even if you are unsatisfied after killing me and seek to annihilate my entire clan, I have no words to utter. However, my younger sister is innocent and lacks spiritual roots, destined to remain immortal throughout her life. I implore you to spare her. As a token of gratitude, I wish to divulge my greatest secret. It lies within an inconspicuous cave in the northern part of Xiaomang Mountain, where a tremendous opportunity awaits. Lu Yunze set the jade slip aside, contemplating for a long while. Innocent, do you possess a misunderstanding of this term? What do you truly mean by leaving this message? This operation was somewhat perplexing. Not to mention, if I were truly seeking revenge, would I give Li Yunze the chance to retrieve this item? To think that such a meager token could persuade someone to spare his sister is rather naive. It does not resemble the actions of someone like Li Wuyo. Could this be a ruse? With this thought, Lu Yunze furrowed his brow and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. The massive form of the victory flying swallow appeared high above. With it, Lu Yunze felt confident that Li Wuyo's contingency plan would be of no consequence to him. Even if he could not prevail, he could certainly escape. The location left by Li Wuyo was not particularly far, remaining within the bounds of Xiaomang Mountain. It was a cave concealed by an unknown illusion within a steep rock face. Lu Yunze gazed at the narrow stone cave before him, furrowing his brow as he retracted the victory swallow and tapped his storage bag. The mechanical exoskeleton enveloped him in a shimmering aura of azure and white light. This place seemed shrouded by some unknown restriction, as even Lu Yunze's divine sense could not penetrate it. Reluctantly, he donned the mechanical exoskeleton for precautionary measures. After equipping the exoskeleton, Lu Yunze did not immediately enter but instead tapped his waist pouch, releasing a small, pitch-black kitten the size of a palm. As soon as the kitten emerged, it clung tightly to Lu Yunze's collar, nuzzling its fluffy little head against his chin and purring loudly. The feline bore an appearance unlike that of any common cat or leopard. Its long, sharp ears resembled those of a lynx, yet it sported a long, leopard-like tail that was nearly half its body length. Most striking were its golden eyes, radiant as if forged from pure gold, and as bright as a blazing torch. This was the golden-eyed lynx, which Lu Yunze had acquired from a core formation cultivator in the Spirit Beast Mountain. Over 3 years ago, it had been but an egg, nurtured in the fountain of spiritual eyes in the realm of Cheong Wujing, hatching a year prior. Lu Yunze still could not fathom the reproductive mechanisms of the spirit beasts in the world of cultivation. Why, for instance, was a feline creature hatched from an egg? Given his lack of biological knowledge, he wisely chose to abandon this line of inquiry. He stroked the kitten's fluffy head, reminded that he had not released the golden-eyed lynx merely for its adorability. The lynx, with its tiny paws gripping Lu Yunze's fingers, turned around and, at his command, emitted a beam of golden light from its eyes. This was its innate illusion-breaking ability, the dispersing mythical light. The golden beam penetrated the stone cave, dissolving the layers of obstruction within. Moments later, the narrow stone cave revealed its true form, transforming into a wide azure stone corridor. The corridor was paved with azure bricks, and its ceiling was embedded with luminous pearls. Both sides of the passage were adorned with exquisite jade, interspersed with runes that interconnected, creating a dazzling array of glowing patterns. Lu Yunze frowned. The architectural style of this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the ruins found within the seven-faction Forbidden Grounds. The azure stone corridor was as bright as day, illuminated by pearls the size of fists, radiating a brilliant yet gentle light. Lu Yunze strolled through the corridor, with the golden-eyed lynx playfully batting at its own tail atop his shoulder. The corridor was not long, spanning only a little over 100 zhang. After cautiously traversing for half an hour, Lu Yunze arrived at the corridor's end. Before him lay an ancient and elegant azure stone hall, constructed from massive bricks intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs. In each corner stood four crystal-clear stone pillars, glistening with a lush green hue, resembling magnificent blocks of natural jade. Looking up, Lu Yunze discovered that the source of illumination was not the corridor's pearls, but rather a colossal, smooth crystal ball, 5 to 6 zhang in diameter, embedded in the ceiling. The owner of this place possessed quite a taste, Lu Yunze mused, stroking his chin, contemplating replicating such a design for his future dwelling. The hall, illuminated by the crystal, was exceptionally spacious. In the expansive area, there was only a plain stone table placed at the center, devoid of any other furnishings. Approaching the stone table, Lu Yunze was momentarily taken aback. It was covered with countless unfamiliar runes, intricately connecting to form an extraordinarily complex and exquisite formation. At the center of the formation was a strangely shaped blank space. Lu Yunze studied it meticulously for a long time, even retrieving the notes on talismans from the Golden Talisman Master to identify and combine the runes. However, he could not comprehend its complexity, feeling a headache coming on. This intricate formation was clearly beyond his current capabilities to decipher, though he could vaguely discern that it appeared to possess the effects of gathering souls and spirits. Amidst his headache, Lu Yunze gazed at the blank space at the center of the formation, feeling an odd sense of familiarity regarding its size and shape. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He tapped his storage bag and retrieved a jade box sealed with a restriction talisman. With a breath, he blew gently, causing the restriction talisman to fall away. A surge of exceptionally pure and potent golden spiritual energy erupted forth. Opening the jade box, he revealed a gleaming talisman, the transformation talisman of the Golden Talisman Master. Before Lu Yunze could make any move, the talisman, as if possessing a spirit of its own, flew out of the box and settled into the blank space at the center of the formation. Lu Yunze stared, momentarily stunned, as the center was now filled by the transformation talisman, yet still lacked a few components. A wry smile crept across his lips. "Teacher Zhou, I was wrong. Geometry truly is a profound subject." He earnestly apologized to his past mathematics teacher, then drew out an extraordinary ancient jade from his bosom and placed it atop the transformation talisman. It fit perfectly, leaving no gaps. The runes on the formation ignited, transforming into a shimmering six-colored aura that pulsated gently. Waves of pure natural spiritual energy surged forth, flowing directly into the ancient jade through the formation. Lu Yunze's eyelids twitched as he inhaled sharply, whispering, "What a brilliant maneuver." He grasped the situation. If his deductions were correct, this ancient jade had once been a rather ordinary artifact for enhancing spiritual awareness and nourishing the soul, thousands of years ago. Though it was considered a treasure in the hands of cultivators below the core formation stage, it became relatively inconsequential to higher-ranking cultivators. However, in the hands of the Golden Talisman Master, it had facilitated an astonishingly outrageous maneuver. Before entering the seven-faction Forbidden Grounds, he had carefully cultivated the transformation talisman for hundreds of years, allowing it to resonate with the ancient jade here. Subsequently, he had laid down a formation, derived from the six-ding heavenly armor talisman, capable of attracting natural spiritual energy. Even after his demise, the formation continued to operate autonomously, infusing vast amounts of natural spiritual energy into the ancient jade, transforming it into a treasure after millennia of nurturing. During this process, the spirit within the transformation talisman, influenced by the jade's extraordinary properties, gradually awakened its intelligence. Since this talisman was intrinsically linked to the life of the Golden Talisman Master, once it gained sentience, It naturally inherited a portion of his memories and emotions. In simpler terms, the Golden Talisman Master had indeed perished, and what remained was a sentient talisman imbued with fragments of his consciousness and feelings. The Golden Talisman Master had successfully transcended the limitations of mortality and achieved a form of rebirth after thousands of years. This explained his urgent quest to locate his own corpse within the Forbidden Grounds. Reflecting on it now, the fact that remnants of soul energy persisted within a corpse from millennia ago suggested that the Golden Talisman Master had undoubtedly made alterations to his body as well. When the transformation talisman absorbed the lingering soul energy, it transformed from an incorporeal spirit into the visage of the Golden Talisman Master in life. If Lu Yunze's conjectures were accurate, he had likely regained all his memories and self-awareness, successfully resurrecting thousands of years later. What an ingenious operation! Lu Yunze marveled sincerely. The audacity of the Golden Talisman Master and the brilliance of his approach evoked a sense of kinship within Lu Yunze, simultaneously alleviating the anxiety that had long burdened him. Though this set of maneuvers seemed straightforward, the reality was that it was exceedingly complex and meticulous, wholly irreplicable. Years had passed since their expedition to the seven-faction Forbidden Grounds, and Lu Yunze had continually harbored a fear of such secret techniques that could transcend the limits of life and death, facilitating reincarnation. He could not help but ponder the potential consequences if the secret technique were to fall into the hands of Wuji. The ensuing events were too dreadful for Lu Yunze to contemplate. However, he could finally set his mind at ease, for Wuji remained his esteemed master, and he, still the brilliant disciple. Lu Yunze raised his hand to store the ancient jade and the spirit transformation talisman, only to reconsider and also stow away the stone table inscribed with intricate talismanic arrays into his storage bag. Although it might not be of immediate use, its research value was undeniably high, and he could study it at leisure in the future. As he gathered his belongings, a wave of relaxation washed over him, as though a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. He took a moment to survey the grand hall around him. The blue stone hall was indeed expansive, flanked by two inconspicuous small doors, barely sufficient for a single person to pass through. A serious expression crossed Lu Yunze's face. Li Wei was no trifling adversary. He estimated that the likelihood of danger in this place was as high as 90%, with the remaining 10% indicating severe peril. Given Li Wei's nefarious inclinations, it was likely he believed that if enemies were to come knocking, his family would face certain death. Hence the traps set to ensure that the perpetrators would pay with their lives. With this thought in mind, Lu Yunze swiftly summoned the golden-eyed beast that had been playing with his tail back into the spirit beast bag, layering himself with multiple protective spiritual lights while not forgetting to don the insect compound eyes glasses associated with his mechanical exoskeleton. With these preparations complete, Lu Yunze inhaled deeply, and the mechanical exoskeleton propelled him swiftly to the entrance. Armed with a cerulean umbrella in one hand and a primary upper-tier golden blade talisman in the other, he stood ready as the exoskeleton awaited activation. With utmost caution, Lu Yunze pushed open the stone door. Chapter 50. The Forbidden God Tablet. There were no prohibitive wards upon the stone door, allowing Lu Yunze to push it open with ease, revealing a pitch-black chamber within. Unlike the outside, this room was devoid of illumination. Frowning, Lu Yunze retrieved several moonlight stones from his storage bag and cast them inside. A soft white glow illuminated the dark room, which was not particularly spacious and contained little of note. The only visible object was an offering table facing the door, upon which lay 3 shattered tablets. Opposite the table sat a decayed mat in a state of disrepair. Cautiously, Lu Yunze stepped inside, crossing over the mat to approach the offering table. The 3 tablets, composed of an unknown material, remained remarkably pristine despite having endured millennia, though they were completely cracked, with the faint inscriptions of Xin Fan Li discernible upon them. After scrutinizing them for some time, Lu Yunze discerned several runes behind the tablets. The Forbidden God Tablet. He was taken aback. Such malevolent artifacts were typically wielded by practitioners of the demonic path, being a byproduct of the Forbidden God technique, a spell that could only be cultivated by nascent soul practitioners. This spell allowed the practitioner to separate a portion of their nascent soul and infuse it into the tablet, thereby placing their very life in the hands of the casting nascent soul practitioner. Should the practitioner destroy the tablet, the separated nascent soul would either plunge into madness or perish on the spot. Such items had become exceedingly rare, given their connection to another's life. It was no simple task for outsiders to even glimpse them. Lu Yunze recognized this object because he possessed a similar one, known as the Nascent Soul Tablet. This was formed from a small fragment of his own nascent soul, residing under the watch of Wuji. In moments of peril, he could invoke this item to seek assistance from Qiong Wuji, who could ascertain his fate and location should he perish, facilitating future retrieval and vengeance. Typically, close disciples or progeny of high-ranking practitioners possessed similar items. Lu Yunze's gaze lingered on the tablet inscribed with the character Xian. Undoubtedly, these forbidden god tablets had been destroyed by the practitioners themselves, rather than shattering upon their demise. Considering the decor of this place, reminiscent of the Seven Sects' forbidden grounds, and the presence of the Xian character tablet, Lu Yunze surmised that this must have once belonged to the previous master of the Seven Sects' forbidden grounds, later usurped by the Golden Symbol Master, transforming it into a sanctuary for his own survival measures. This presented an intriguing conundrum. If the forbidden god tablets were shattered, then even if the Xian disciple had not died on the spot, they should have succumbed to madness. However, based on the experimental notes he had found, this Xian disciple harbored no fear of their master and seemingly managed to escape the forbidden grounds, ensuring the continuation of their legacy. How could this be possible? How had they achieved this? Was there a technique capable of breaking the forbidden god spell? For a moment, Lu Yunze found himself perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled the mention of the Taiyin Jinren in the notes, sensing an uncanny connection between these events and himself. A headache surged through him, prompting him to dismiss the matter. What relevance did ancient events hold for him? Surely nothing from that era could resurface to wreak havoc today? If that were the case, then those ancient practitioners were truly incompetent. No longer entangled in these thoughts, Lu Yunze followed Li Weire's instructions and cautiously reached beneath the offering table. After a moment of exploration, he slowly extracted a thin, gossamer-like silken cloth. This item appeared to be woven from the silk of some rare insect. While exceedingly light, it possessed remarkable resilience, having remained unchanged for millennia in this place. By the glow of the moonlight stones, Lu Yunze unfurled the cloth to reveal a map with undulating contours, a topographical representation of mountains. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow. This was indeed a map. Moreover, it was an ancient cartographic depiction reliant on the contours of mountain ranges to indicate locations. The Taiwa Mountains, the Chonglu River, and the southeastern moon viewing peak were all marked. Given the age of the map, many geographical features had altered significantly, making it difficult for Lu Yunze to comprehend. He could only vaguely identify it as a map of a certain area in the ancient Yue Kingdom. I cannot continue like this. My eyes will surely suffer. It would be prudent to return to the sect and seek ancient maps of the Yue Kingdom. Lu Yunze temporarily removed the compound eyes glasses, rubbing his dry eyes. Despite the strain, he discerned from the illustrations that the map pointed to a complex hexagonal formation. An ancient teleportation array. Yue Kingdom possessed such artifacts. Lu Yunze exhaled in relief. With this alone, his visit today was not in vain. If he could find an ancient map of the Yue Kingdom in the sect and compare it with this mountain range map, there remained hope of locating this ancient teleportation array. Turning his gaze to the stone door on the opposite side of the hall, he realized he had thoroughly searched this chamber and gleaned considerable insight, yet remained curious about the contents of the other room. According to Li Weire's jade slip, he had been unable to enter due to insufficient cultivation, thus never having ventured inside. With the map secured, Lu Yunze moved with a slight motion, instantly traversing several dozen zhang to arrive at the stone door. A barrier? Where could this barrier be? Looking at the unremarkable stone door, Lu Yunze furrowed his brow in confusion. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped, evading a distance of over 10 zhang. Just then, the golden-eyed beast within his spirit beast bag had emitted a warning, quivering in terror as if it had encountered something exceedingly dreadful. What was happening? What secrets lay hidden in this place? Lu Yunze felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his formidable consciousness meticulously scanned the hall, yielding no signs of anything amiss. Stay calm. There must be something here. I simply cannot perceive it at the moment. Lu Yunze swallowed hard and donned his compound eyes glasses. Li Weiyo must be aware of this entity's existence, which is why he has lured me here. The hall was eerily silent, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Yet, in Lu Yunze's eyes, the hall seemed shrouded in an invisible aura of lethal intent. Whatever could instill such fear in the golden-eyed beast must surely be a formidable foe, a creature of dire threat. The void-breaking divine light. A spark of realization ignited in Lu Yunze's mind. He had overlooked an important detail. Within Li Weiyo's jade slip, it was explicitly stated that this place is safeguarded by an illusion array. Indeed, Lu Yunze had just witnessed the external illusion and had easily summoned the golden-eyed beast to shatter it. The void-breaking divine light of the golden-eyed beast was indeed a nemesis to illusions, yet it was merely a low-level beast. its divine light could only counter rudimentary illusions. Was the illusion array here truly so deficient? Or had I been ensnared in an illusion all along? Suddenly, Lu Yunze looked up sharply. The crystal sphere illuminating the entire hall was subtly writhing, revealing layers of crimson scales. Then, the massive body, coiled into a sphere, began to unfurl. Beneath that twisted, boneless, cold-blooded form lay the true source of illumination, a colossal blood-red vertical pupil. Chapter 51. The monstrous serpent within the Li family estate. Li Wen knelt in the ancestral hall, defiantly tilting his head upward, his gaze resolute. Watching his son's demeanor, Li Yuan could not help but let out a deep sigh. For the sake of a mortal maid, you brazenly defy your father and conspire against your kin. Li Wen, do you not recognize your error? Li Wen pressed his lips tightly together. Despite his youthful frame bending to the ground, he held himself upright. Father, I do not comprehend. I have never asked anything of you. All I desire now is a mortal maid. Why can you not grant me this? Because she is the sister of that Li Wuyo. Li Yuan's eyes nearly bulged with fury. Seated in the chief position of the ancestral hall, he clenched his hands tightly, forcing himself to suppress the rising anger. Were it not for the fear of giving others cause to speak, I would have exterminated that entire family long ago. Li Yuan slammed the table and stood abruptly. Wonder, have you forgotten? When Li Wuyo was alive, how wretchedly we lived in the main branch of the Li family. Seeing his son's bewildered expression, Li Yuan shook his head in disappointment. That Li Wuyo relied on his profound cultivation and extraordinary talent. He never regarded me, the clan leader, with any respect. Nor did he see you and your peers as equals. Had he not perished in the blood-forbidden trial, the position of the Li family head would have long since changed hands. Fuming, Li Yuan flicked his sleeve. That Li Wuyo came from an external lineage, and for 3 generations, his family bore no spirit roots. Yet, because of his singular emergence, he sought to usurp my rightful position as the family head. Wonder, do you find this fair? Certainly not fair. Li Wen's face flushed crimson as he replied hastily. Such a bloodline. How can it ensure that the descendants possess spirit roots as well? If he were to become the family head, would the future generations of the Li family not become a source of ridicule? At last, Li Yuan revealed a look of satisfaction, patting his son's shoulder as he said, I am pleased to hear you think this way. That Li Ying'er, no matter how charming, is but a mere mortal. You are endowed with 3 spirit roots, destined to embark on the path of cultivation. Individuals like your Ming Gu and Tian Gu are the ones you should befriend and associate with. How can you progress on the path of cultivation if you are always mingling with those insignificant mortals dwelling halfway up the mountain? How can you inherit my position as the family head? Li Wen's eyes brightened with excitement as he gazed at Li Yuan. Li Yuan sighed, of course. If you truly like her, it would be all right for me to place Li Ying'er in your quarters, but do so only for your desires. Do not take it seriously. Also, remember to apologize to your Ming Gu. Your actions this time were too rash. I shall heed my father's teachings. Li Wen's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, Father, why not have Li Ying'er move to my quarters first, and I shall then present her to Ming Gu? Oh. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tell me, why do you propose this? Li Wen scoffed lightly. Who in the Li family estate is unaware of the closeness between Li Ying'er and me? I did intend to bring her into my quarters, but she is still too young, and rumors could easily circulate, which I would not wish to burden my father with for a mortal maid. Moreover, that Li Ming's deliberate advances are clearly a provocation. If he truly takes Li Ying'er into his quarters, I would become the laughingstock of the entire estate. As he spoke, a flicker of ferocity appeared on Li Wen's face. I dare to offer her. Let us see if he dares to accept. If he does, it would imply ulterior motives. If he refuses, I shall strike down Li Ying'er before him. Li Wen grinned confidently, declaring, First, as an apology, we cannot allow a mere mortal to jeopardize our brotherly bond. Second, to intimidate him, to let him witness my demeanor. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with approval as he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly my son. But can you bear to do it? After all, she is just a mortal. What is there to be reluctant about? Li Wen replied with a smile. There are plenty of beautiful and charming mortal women. My interaction with her is merely playful, and if need be, I can always find another later. That is the spirit. Wait, what sound is that? Both Li Yuan and Li Wen froze simultaneously. Beneath their feet, from an unfathomable depth, a series of muffled rumblings echoed, akin to the sound of thunderous roars erupting from the earth. Initially, it was merely noise, but soon the entire Little Mang mountain began to tremble slightly. The earth dragon stirs. Li Yuan's heart raced. He hastily urged Li Wen to flee the ancestral hall. The earth dragon stirs. Everyone, swiftly ascend to the skies. Li Yuan bellowed, releasing a flying sword and pulling Li Yuan onto it. Just then, the ground split open, and a crimson beam of light burst forth from the earth. Li Yuan dodged desperately, yet the beam grazed past him, instantly evaporating one of his arms. Ah! Li Yuan cried out in pain, plummeting from the flying sword. Li Yuan reached out to grasp him, but suddenly faced a calamity. His legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. He could only watch as his father, the master of life and death within the Li family, fell to the ground, crushed by a large stone. He died like an insignificant insect. Meanwhile, deep within Little Mang Mountain, Lu Yunze unfurled his azure umbrella, emitting a verdant protective shield, only to be struck back several dozen feet by a colossal claw. The creature before him was 10 zhang long, resembling a gigantic serpent with a pair of menacing claws protruding from its abdomen. Its head bore a single blood-red eye, continuously unleashing crimson beams of light, wielding immense power while conjuring numerous illusions to disturb the mind. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yunze resisted. Golden light erupting from his eyes as he channeled his consciousness to connect with the golden-eyed beast, using its innate divine ability to counter the illusions. The creature was massive and extraordinarily powerful, and as it engaged, it dismantled the entire cave dwelling. Lu Yunze intended to flee the cave to shift the battlefield outside. With ample space, he had myriad means at his disposal. Yet, to his surprise, the creature, possessing considerable intelligence, relentlessly drove him deeper into the mountain's core. Lu Yunze narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his storage bag, from which 5 pale blades shot forth. The creature's gigantic eye shifted, and it swiftly swatted away the 5 blades with a single claw, even as a blurred shadow surged towards him. Lu Yunze felt his treasured umbrella shudder slightly, and the wide canopy split apart in an instant. Subsequently, he was struck by an overwhelming force, sending him crashing against the rugged stone wall. The monster coiled itself, its elongated, sharp tail wrapping in front of it, vibrating at an imperceptible speed and producing a low, buzzing sound. Just moments ago, this creature had effortlessly sent Lu Yunze flying, even rendering one of his top-tier magical artifacts useless. Cough. Lu Yunze spat out a mouthful of blood, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A mere pinnacle-level 4th-grade beast. Did it truly believe I would fear it? Lu Yunze cast aside the remnants of his treasured umbrella and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come. At Xiaomong Mountain, a dozen streaks of escape light shot into the sky. Xiaowen, what happened? Where's the clan leader? A middle-aged cultivator, around the 10th level, hurriedly approached Li Yuan upon seeing him. Father, Li Yuan had already lost his composure, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. What are you panicking for? It's just an earth dragon turning over. What can it do to us cultivators? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, angrily rebuking him. No, this is... Before Li Yuan could finish, the entire peak of Xiaomong Mountain erupted with a deafening roar. Countless tons of debris, mixed with shattered ancient trees, shot into the sky like cannonballs. The cultivators of the Li family had yet to deploy their defenses when 7 or 8 of them were swept away, leaving no trace behind, including the middle-aged man before Li Yuan. Fortunately, Li Yuan was spared. His flying sword had shielded him from the incoming boulders, though it was quickly smashed to pieces, buying him precious time to escape. The ground roiled violently, tens of thousands of pounds of rubble piercing through the clouds. In this apocalyptic scene, Li Yuan fled down the mountain at breakneck speed. His magical artifact was destroyed, and his remaining mana was scant, forcing him to rely solely on his legs as he ran frantically down the trembling pathway. He could not recall how many times he fell. His once splendid attire was now tattered, stained with mud and blood. He ran until he reached the mountainside, finally spotting the familiar Li family village, where he collapsed, gasping for breath. Is that young Master One? Li Wu stared in panic at Li Yuan, surrounded by villagers. Young Master One, what has happened? Li Yuan opened his mouth but could utter no words, merely turning his gaze toward the summit of Xiaomong Mountain. At that moment, the mountain had been severed in half, the upper section completely obliterated. Under the bright moonlight, a formidable, 10-zhang-tall golden-armored warrior rose from the billowing smoke. Opposite him was a colossal, crimson-scaled serpent. Li Yuan lay in the mud, staring up at the 2 colossal beings alongside the villagers of the Li family. Chapter 52. The mortal path. Lu Yunze sat in the cockpit of the Victory Swallow, his lips curling into an uncontrollable grin as he erupted into maniacal laughter. Piloting a colossal mecha to slay monsters was the ultimate dream of all mech enthusiasts. On Lu Yunze's life checklist, this ambition ranked just below becoming light itself. He observed as the golden-armored warrior's iron wings folded together, transforming into a gigantic golden sword that soared into the sky. The serpent's singular eye focused unleashing a blood-red beam directly toward the gigantic sword. Just then, a massive fist landed squarely on its face. The beam was forcibly deflected, carving a deep trench into the ground. Within the cockpit, Lu Yunze laughed unabashedly, reveling in madness. What a joke. Did you think I came here to duel with you? The golden giant pressed down on the serpent's right claw with one arm, while gripping its slender neck with the other, exerting force that slammed it into the ground. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as the entire Xiaomong mountain trembled twice, leaving the remaining half of the mountain riddled with deep fissures. The serpent thrashed its enormous body, attempting to escape, only to be met with a punch from the golden giant. The sheer force collapsed the entire Xiaomong mountain. The earth split, and dust rose like a cataclysm. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, the remaining members of the Li family fled down the mountain like wild horses breaking free, their panic palpable. A few cultivators mingled among the mortals, indistinguishable in their disarray, their appearances even bearing a striking resemblance. Clang! Lu Yunze felt the machine shudder as the serpent's rapidly vibrating tail struck the victory swallow, leaving a deep gash. The golden giant trembled slightly, suddenly raising a hand as the golden sword descended from the heavens, flying into his grasp to strike at the serpent's long tail. The serpent opened its massive jaws, emitting a strange howl, its single eye gleaming with bloodlust. The golden giant suddenly bowed, delivering a headbutt to the serpent's eye. Blood erupted. Red, white, and black sprayed forth. Lu Yunze scoffed disdainfully. Who do you think you're looking down on? In a life-and-death moment, the serpent roared, its massive tail, despite the agony, coiling around the giant's neck from an impossible angle. With a surge of strength, the 10-jong-tall golden giant was flung away. Lu Yunze was taken aback. This beast was no ordinary creature. Its innate gifts and physical strength were formidable. Fortunately, this was the second model of the victory swallow. Lu Yunze pressed a button, and the golden giant transformed mid-air, reshaping into a golden eagle. The gigantic sword shot forth, splitting into a pair of steel wings. A massive four-winged eagle, seemingly forged of gold, soared into the sky, twisting to pierce the clouds. The serpent unleashed a thunderous roar, its mouth shimmering with blood. Even with its eye destroyed, this aberrant serpent retained its long-range attack capabilities. At that moment, the four-winged eagle spread its wings high above, releasing blinding golden light that transformed into hundreds of golden blades, cascading down like shooting stars. The serpent howled in agony, its body torn and drenched in blood by the barrage of light blades. The four-winged eagle dove down, reassembling into the golden giant mid-air, wielding the massive sword, and struck down, with its vision obscured and heavily injured. The serpent could only let out a reluctant roar as the golden giant severed its head. As the serpent's headless corpse collapsed, Lu Yunze finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The battle concluded, yet Xiaomong Mountain had vanished forever. This clash, far surpassing the ordinary foundation building level, had reduced the mountain to mere flatland. Lu Yunze turned to observe a group of roughly 100 refugees fleeing in a frenzy nearby. The initial casualties were among the Li family's cultivators at the mountain's peak, while the mortals dwelling mid-slope had managed to escape swiftly, suffering minimal losses. Lu Yunze's heart, which had been racing with excitement, sank at the sight. Without uttering another word, he retrieved the serpent's corpse and piloted the victory swallow away from the scene. After today, the Li family would likely vanish from the ranks of numerous cultivator clans. Lu Yunze felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he directed the victory swallow toward Han Li's cave abode. Old Han, are you still alive? Lu Yunze barged into Han Li's cave, prompting a desire to punch him. Han Li emerged with a solemn expression, glancing at the rising sun in the distance, and inquired, "What has happened to you?" Lu Yunze opened his mouth, spat, and sighed. "Never mind. Let's go inside. I'll explain everything. Do you have any wine here?" The two entered the cave, engaging in conversation for much of the day, recounting tales from the Li family, their night expedition to the cave, and the climactic battle with the serpent. Lu Yunze had not intended to share so much, but once he started, he could not stop, eventually finding himself parched and reaching for the teapot for a hearty drink. Indeed, Han Li found himself in a place devoid of wine, sipping tea that bore the stale taste of time. He remained a silent listener, fully aware that what Lu Yunze needed most at that moment was someone to hear him out. Reflecting on it now, it was clear that Li Wuyo's target from the very beginning was the cultivators of the Li family residing in Li Family Village, and he had merely served as a tool for that purpose. In a fit of anger, Lu Yunze struck the stone chair with his fist, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. "Damn it," he exclaimed, taking another large gulp of tea, unable to continue his thoughts. "Brother Lu," Han Li said, holding his teacup thoughtfully, "do you know how many people I have killed?" Lu Yunze shook his head in confusion. You don't know? Han Li chuckled softly. To be honest, even I have lost count. The number is beyond reckoning, and I dare not even try. As I reflect upon my journey, I recognize that I have committed both good and bad deeds in my pursuit of immortality, sacrificing countless things along the way. Lu Yunze opened his mouth, recalling Li Wuyo, Li Ying, and those villagers of the Li family who would rather endure servitude than return to the mundane world. After a prolonged silence, he quietly asked, Aren't you tired? Exhausted? How could I not be? Han Li smiled faintly. But being a powerless individual who cannot even control their own fate is far more wearisome. He continued to smile gently, gazing at Lu Yunze with a mix of sentiment and self-deprecation. You may find it hard to comprehend, but for individuals like us, mere existence is a laborious affair. The notion of ease has never been associated with our kind. He patted his chest and added thus, I am grateful for my identity as a cultivator, for it has at least provided me with a path to seize my destiny and a glimmer of hope. Lu Yunze, you possess extraordinary talent and are the foremost disciple of the Yin sect. There are many things you were born with. We are different. Everything we possess must be exchanged for benefits, fought for with our lives. Just like during the bloodband trial. To you, Foundation establishment may seem a given, allowing you to plan your subsequent steps leisurely. The bloodband trial is merely a stepping stone for you. Trivial if successful, inconsequential if not. Yet for me, it represented a slim chance for survival, a gamble with my life. You do everything out of desire, while I act solely to survive. Han Li clapped Lu Yunze on the shoulder and confessed, truth be told, I find it hard to grasp your feelings. And I believe you struggle to understand mine as well. I cannot afford to ponder the fates of those I have slain, those I have used, those I have abandoned. For I am already fatigued, lacking the emotional bandwidth to contemplate such matters. Do you understand? Lu Yunze opened his mouth, feeling a lump form in his throat, stifling the words he wished to express. Old Han Lu Yunze leaned back, surveying Han Li's nearly unadorned cave dwelling. Am I being rather pretentious? To be honest, indeed. Han Li chuckled, pulling him back up. But it's understandable. Who among us is without flaws? Lu Yunze sighed, recalling the anxiety he had felt upon learning of the existence of the golden talisman over the past few years. And he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Heaven has chosen? Nonsense. We are all mere mortals struggling to survive. Not reincarnations of celestial beings or ancient sages. There are no true prodigies among us. We are all on our journeys. Perhaps I have had a smoother path than you. Yet in the end, we are still fellow travelers. Lu Yunze exhaled deeply, smiling as he said, Let us strive to live on, hoping that one day we can both embody the selves we desire. Let us not become like those of the Li family. Han Li was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. As fellow travelers, may we one day live as our true selves. Chapter 53. The Gift of Medicine. A month later. Above the peak known as Wangyue in the mountain range where the Yin sect resided, a five-colored light streaked through the sky. As the light dissipated, Lu Yunze gazed at the mountain before him, his expression a mix of turmoil. Just a day prior, after countless failures, Han Li had finally succeeded in refining a batch of chi-refining pills. It must be said, when it came to alchemy, Han Li was indeed exceptional. While others counted their failed pills by the piece, he counted his by the batch. The thought alone made Lu Yunze's head throb. Truly impressive, he thought. Of course, Han Li had prepared all the materials, so Lu Yunze felt no burden. After successfully refining his first batch of chi-refining pills, Lu Yunze had taken his agreed share and planned to return in 6 months for the remaining 4 batches. However, just before he left, Han Li hesitantly handed him an additional 2 portions of the pills to be delivered to Nangongwan. He estimated that the efficacy of these pills would also be beneficial to core formation cultivators. After all, Nangongwan had suffered a significant loss in her cultivation over the decades spent in the forbidden area, making her in dire need of suitable spiritual medicine. This revelation startled Lu Yunze. He wondered how fiercely they had played with their cultivation. Noticing Lu Yunze's peculiar expression, Han Li instantly realized he was misinterpreting the situation and, worried that Nangongwan might hold him accountable, could only vaguely assert that it was all a matter of chance. That both he and Nangongwan were victims of circumstance. If anyone was to blame, it was the Mo Jiao. They bore full responsibility. Lu Yunze was momentarily bewildered but at least grasped that he had misunderstood. With no other option, he took Han Li's medicinal pills to Wangyue Peak. Lu Yunze seeks an audience with Master Nangong. Outside Wangyue Peak, a dense fog rolled in, obscuring visibility entirely, parting before Lu Yunze to reveal a pathway. Come in. A cold voice resonated in his ears. With a resigned heart, Lu Yunze transformed into a five-colored light and flew inside. To his surprise, Nangongwan's abode was quite simple, merely an ordinary cave dwelling. Though equipped with various facilities, its appearance was somewhat austere, lacking adornments. A few oddly shaped stones, coupled with luminous pearls embedded in the cave walls, lent it a unique charm. Upon entering the main hall of the cave, Lu Yunze found Nangongwan seated cross-legged on a mat, her cold and pure gaze unchanged upon seeing him. "Did you come for something, Master Nephew?" Nangongwan inquired coolly. Lu Yunze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had long since discerned this woman's character. Though she appeared aloof and dignified, she was quite mischievous, inherently restless. As for how Lu Yunze had recognized this, it could only be attributed to the adage that birds of a feather flock together. Ancient wisdom holds its truth. "Master Nangong, I've recently made a friend, an extraordinary talent in alchemy rarely seen in a century." Lu Yunze pondered for a moment, deciding to lend Hanli a hand. "This individual seems to have long admired you, and he has just refined a batch of chi-refining pills, asking me to bring some to you, along with a few kind words on his behalf." Nangongwan frowned, her tone growing colder. "Nephew Lu, how can you be so reckless? These chi-refining pills are incredibly precious. I have never met this person, so how could I accept them? Return the items at once, and do not mention this matter again." "Master Nangong, he claims to have met you once." Lu Yunze raised an eyebrow, nearly laughing aloud. "His name is Han Li, a foundation-building cultivator from Huangfeng Valley." "What?" Nangongwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaped from the cushion in excitement. "Who is that person?" she inquired incredulously. Lu Yunze's lips twitched slightly. "Master, you are not wearing shoes." Upon glancing down, Nangongwan noticed her fair, delicate feet exposed without any footwear, and her 10 toes, resembling white jade, seemed to have a mind of their own as they wiggled playfully. Her face flushed crimson, and she shot an angry glare at Lu Yunze before turning to retrieve a pair of shoes from beneath the cushion. Clearing her throat, she settled back into a cross-legged position, attempting to act as if nothing had transpired. "Junior Lu, did you say your talented alchemist friend is named Hanli?" Lu Yunze bent slightly, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Indeed, that person is called Hanli. He has met Master in the Forbidden Grounds." A hint of crimson crossed Nangongwan's cheeks, a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. "Bring it here," she commanded, extending her hand with an air of authority. Lu Yunze rolled his eyes discreetly and retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his storage bag, handing them over. Nangongwan snatched them eagerly, hastily opening one to inhale the fragrant aroma of the herbs. Your friend's alchemy is mediocre at best. It's barely usable," she remarked, tucking the vial into her sleeve with remarkable speed. "No, I mustn't laugh. If I do, this woman will surely retaliate." "Junior Lu, did you say your friend has already established his foundation?" Nangongwan asked, her gaze subtly shifting as if casually curious. "Indeed, this individual possesses average cultivation talent. Yet he is a true genius in alchemy, capable of refining ancient elixirs like the chi-dispelling pill in a single batch." Lu Yunze's sincerity was so palpable that he nearly convinced himself. "Is that so?" Nangongwan murmured, lowering her head. "Master, I believe my friend harbors feelings for you." Lu Yunze chuckled. "Of course, he is merely a toad wishing to eat swan meat. I have sternly reprimanded him, ensuring he will not dare to act presumptuously again." Lu Yunze spoke earnestly. To his surprise, Nangongwan did not react, remaining silent with her head bowed. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow in confusion. "If Master feels unsatisfied, I can go to Yellow Maple Valley to settle the score with him, hanging that scoundrel up for 3 days and nights to vent your frustration." Nangongwan shot him a glare. "Smooth talker, how much did he tell you about our matters?" Lu Yunze scratched the back of his head, sheepishly smiling. "Master, have you figured it out? I knew this approach wouldn't work on you." Nangongwan rolled her eyes and fell silent once more. After a long moment, she resumed speaking. "Has he truly established his foundation?" "Certainly," Lu Yunze affirmed with a serious nod. "How likely do you think he is to form a core?" Nangongwan continued her inquiry. Lu Yunze wished to declare 100% certainty, for how could the protagonist possibly fail? "In my estimation, Hanli has a significant chance of successfully forming a core." "Is that so?" Nangongwan replied softly, yet her expression conveyed skepticism. "In truth, Master, if you truly have any intentions, why not simply invite him over for a discussion? Why the convoluted approach?" Lu Yunze could not help but voice his thoughts. Nangongwan regarded him coldly, then sighed deeply. Chapter 54. The agreement: things are not as simple as you perceive. Nangongwan instinctively retorted, only to suddenly realize she might have revealed too much. Her face turning beet red. "Master, stop hiding your feelings. It's not good for your health." Lu Yunze sat on the ground casually, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Sometimes, I genuinely fail to comprehend why you all insist on complicating something that is quite straightforward. Nan Gongwan sighed, her brows furrowing deeply. Her previously calm demeanor now tinged with a hint of ferocity. I harbor no such feelings for that person. If anything, I only wish to crush him to dust. Lu Yunze nodded in understanding, retrieving a handful of candies from his storage bag and offering them to her. Nan Gongwan accepted them naturally, but soon found herself ensnared in indecision. Should she eat the candies or not? Who can possibly be conflicted over a few pieces of candy? Lu Yunze mused. Master, can you please express your concerns clearly? Nan Gongwan pouted, hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth wide, stuffing all the candies into her mouth. Resembling a hamster, as if shedding an invisible burden, she relaxed entirely, mimicking Lu Yunze's posture, her back slouched, utterly devoid of any grace or decorum. Your friend has an average appearance, subpar aptitude, and low cultivation. I cannot even ascertain his character. Nan Gongwan appeared to slip into a state of reckless abandon. Fuming like a petulant girl, her tiny fists clenched in indignation. Do you think I should kill him? Lu Yunze nodded knowingly. Understood, you are not interested in Han Li. So, Master, are you suggesting we pretend this never happened? Or shall we secretly eliminate him? Lu Yunze inquired tentatively. Nan Gongwan opened her mouth, her expression so pitiful that she seemed on the verge of tears. Do not worry. Today's conversation shall remain between us. No third party will know. Lu Yunze declared enthusiastically, his gaze earnest. I must admit, I feel somewhat ashamed. In my past life, I was known as a friend to women, a counselor of romance. The couples I brought together numbered in the dozens, making me the bane of guidance counselors. The only flaw was that despite my expertise, I could never find a girlfriend. Remaining single for 3 years. I had hoped university would change my luck, but before classes even began, I found myself transported to another world. Reflecting on it now, it seems the heavens would go to great lengths to keep me from finding love. He sighed softly, then shifted the topic. I wish to forget all of this, but I cannot. Lu Yunze pressed his temples in frustration. Master, how can you forget when you do not even know his character or integrity? You wouldn't understand. Nan Gongwan said, her cheeks tinged with red as she evaded Lu Yunze's gaze. For some reason, Lu Yunze felt a sudden sense of offense. Master, I suggest you two have an open conversation. At the very least, try to get to know each other. If it seems promising, proceed with the normal dual cultivation process. There are no regulations stipulating that the cultivation levels of dual cultivation partners must align. In this era, how many male cultivators at the core formation stage are paired with female cultivators at merely the foundation establishment stage? Yet, no one has dared to voice any objections. Lu Yunze counted on his fingers, enumerating, like Senior Li from Huangfeng Valley, our Master Lu from the Hidden Moon sect, and Senior Zhou from Tianke Fortress. But all of these are male cultivators. Nan Gongwan interjected. So what? They are at the core formation stage, and so are you. Even if you were to choose a partner with a lower cultivation level, who would dare to speak ill of it? Lu Yunze shrugged, continuing. If someone is truly foolish enough to do so, you could simply confront them. If you can't defeat them, just disregard their existence and focus on your cultivation until you can surpass them. Why complicate such a straightforward matter? Nan Gongwan's lips parted slightly, her eyes widening in surprise, before a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth as if she had envisioned something. Wait. She suddenly closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously. What you're saying is incorrect. I am a core formation elder of the Hidden Moon sect, while he is merely a foundation establishment cultivator from Huangfeng Valley. Moreover, he possesses mediocre talent and an ordinary appearance. Nan Gongwan then launched into a tirade about Han Li, who was far away in Huangfeng Valley. Lu Yunze sighed as he observed her demeanor. After all this discussion, she still held no regard for Han Li. As their conversation progressed, Nan Gongwan abruptly fell silent, her expression becoming quite complex. Lu Yunze tilted his head and tentatively asked, Master Ant, may I pose a question? He leaned in slightly. What do you feel about Han Li? Nan Gongwan was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she furrowed her brow and replied, I am not quite sure. Lu Yunze nodded. Generally speaking, such admissions could indicate stability in the matter. Excellent. Han Li's life is thus preserved. Isn't he your friend? Why not share your thoughts on what kind of person he is? Nan Gongwan inquired curiously. Lu Yunze let out a sigh. Master Ant, even if you ask me, I can only speak of the positives. Some matters require your own judgment. Nan Gongwan offered a bitter smile. How can I judge? We have only met once and barely exchanged a few words. Then create an opportunity. How about this? If the chance arises, I will take you out, Lu Yunze declared, his gaze resolute as he patted his chest. Take me out? Nangongwan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, if you feel that using your own identity is inappropriate, simply adopt another one. Lu Yunze gave a thumbs up and smiled. I assure you, this will remain between the two of us. You can judge for yourself what kind of person Han Li truly is. Nangongwan lowered her head, torn between temptation and hesitation. Reflecting on her life over the past century, it seemed to revolve solely around cultivation. The prospect of experiencing the vast world outside appeared rather appealing. Lu Yunze observed her calmly, having discerned the nature of the relationship between Nangongwan and Han Li. To put it plainly, the two may not harbor any genuine feelings for each other, and at present, Nangongwan's sentiments toward Han Li were predominantly tinged with resentment. However, the long-standing cultural conditioning had led them to subconsciously place each other in a special position. The situation was similarly complex for Nangongwan. Cultivators in this world often appeared aloof and transcendent, yet they were subtly influenced and assimilated by the cultural trends of the mundane world. Growing up under such cultural influences, Nangongwan naturally believed she must embody the persona of a dignified and aloof elder, even at the cost of suppressing her true nature. Thus, Han Li held a complicated place in her heart. On one hand, he represented her first act of breaking free from constraints, the sole excitement in her otherwise monotonous life. On the other hand, her upbringing taught her that their disparities were too great for them to be together. Yet, she had also been indoctrinated with notions of loyalty and the idea of not marrying multiple partners. This internal conflict led her to question the validity of the education she had received. Rather than having any particular feelings for Han Li, it would be more accurate to say that he symbolized her rebellion against the constraints imposed upon her and her reluctant compromise. Master Nangong, your life is yours to dictate. Others cannot make decisions for you. Lu Yunze rose, chuckling softly. Thus, make your own choices. Whether it concerns Han Li or yourself, this is ultimately beneficial. After all, a forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. It ultimately comes down to whether you genuinely desire it. Nangongwan lowered her head and exhaled softly. Junior Lu, why are you so eager to assist me? She asked, perplexed. Because it is intriguing. Lu Yunze replied with a smile. After all, who among us is not seeking a bit of amusement? With that, he waved goodbye, cheerfully humming a tune as he transformed into a streak of colorful light, soaring away. Left behind, Nangongwan sat in a daze, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Chapter 55. Advancement transformed into a five-colored light. Lu Yunze returned to the Qiangweji cave, holding a bag of qi refinement powder, intending to impress Qiangweji and perhaps acquire a couple of alchemical formulas. However, after circling the cave for a few times, he found no one there. Only 3 porcelain vials and a note. 3 vials of blood dragon pills, made primarily from the 5th-level bloodline serpent's inner core, supplemented with various spiritual herbs. Potent effects, used with caution. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow. Sensing that Qiangweji seemed unusually busy in recent years, often leaving without a word and returning only after a month or two, he dared not inquire about his whereabouts. But observing Qiangweji's increasingly serious demeanor gave Lu Yunze an unsettling premonition of impending storms. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunze entered the closed-door cultivation chamber. Regardless of what was to come, enhancing his own strength was always prudent. Furthermore, he was eager to delve into the newly acquired puppet True Resolution. Upon entering the chamber, Lu Yunze did not immediately begin his training. Instead, he sat cross-legged, meticulously recalling everything that had transpired during this period. From Dianju and puppet True Resolution to his experiences with the Li family, and from his heartfelt exchanges with Han Li to conversations with Nangongwan, scenes flashed through his mind. His emotions fluctuated from joy to heaviness, then from annoyance to tranquility. Eventually, Lu Yunze's mind settled like still water, and under the chilling aura emitted by the ancient jade, all his emotions returned to their origin, leaving only the purest essence of his heart. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunze picked up a pouch of qi refinement powder, hesitating briefly before pouring half of it into his mouth. In that instant, an explosion of spiritual energy surged through his body, expanding his meridians to their limits with excruciating pain that drew cold sweat from him. Startled, Lu Yunze swiftly activated the 5 elements escape sky technique to refine this overwhelming spiritual energy. Several hours later, the pain in his meridians gradually subsided, and Lu Yunze exhaled in relief, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. After catching his breath, Lu Yunze raised his right hand, with 5-colored spiritual light flickering at his fingertips, causing the surrounding 5 elements of spiritual energy to waver slightly. Unbeknownst to him, He had successfully cultivated to the 5th layer of the 5 elements escape sky technique, advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Wow! Lu Yunze turned, astonished as he regarded the qi refinement powder. The potency of this substance is astonishing. Even the spirit transformation pill cannot compare. He was, of course, unaware that the alchemical spirit pills crafted by Qiong Wuji required several auxiliary herbs that were nearly impossible to procure due to their age. Left with no other choice, he resorted to using herbs of lesser vintage, which inevitably diminished the efficacy of the pills. In contrast, Han Li's refining of the qi-dispelling powder was markedly different. In a fervent pursuit of potency, he had audaciously elevated the ages of several primary ingredients and generously supplemented the auxiliary herbs. As a result, the effects were nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Yunze's cultivation was on the cusp of mid-foundation establishment, and with the stimulation of this enhanced qi-dispelling powder, his advancement to the mid-foundation stage was thus a natural progression. Reflecting on the near explosion of his meridians earlier, Lu Yunze felt immense gratitude for his foresight in consuming only half a packet. However, witnessing the remarkable effects of the qi-dispelling powder sparked a flicker of ambition within him. He still had a considerable supply of the powder at his disposal, and in 6 months, he could retrieve another 4 batches from Han Li, coupled with the 3 vials of blood dragon pills he possessed. The prospect of advancing to the late foundation stage seemed increasingly feasible. Initially, he had estimated a decade for such a progression, but given the potency of these pills, it appeared that merely 5 years would suffice. And in 5 years, I would be merely 30 years old. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Yunze's brow as he suddenly realized that he might be advancing too swiftly. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that he would encounter inner demons. Glancing at the qi-dispelling powder in his hand, Lu Yunze hesitated for a moment before decisively consuming the remaining half packet, resuming his cultivation of the 5 elements escape technique. As he felt the surging spiritual energy within his body, he couldn't help but contemplate his current situation. Within the concealed moon sect, many coveted Qiong Wuji's formless escape technique. When Qiong Wuji was alive, they naturally dared not act recklessly. However, once his time was up, if Lu Yunze had not yet advanced to the core formation stage, these individuals would undoubtedly pounce upon him, skinning him alive and devouring him whole. Such a time might not be far off. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in Lu Yunze's eyes, but he quickly reined in his thoughts, silently refining the spiritual energy within him. Thus, for years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, above a certain mountain range in the northwestern part of the state of Yue, a golden light streaked through the sky like a bolt of lightning. This golden light moved with astonishing speed, and before long, it gracefully landed atop a peak. "Old Han, hurry and open the door," Lu Yunze called out without a shred of politeness. "Split the 5 elements formation to clear a path." Han Li emerged with a heavy expression, and upon seeing Lu Yunze, he lowered his head with a sigh, clearly exasperated. "What's with that attitude?" Lu Yunze retorted, nonchalantly stepping into Han Li's cave dwelling. "Old Han, are you really not going to repair this cave? It's rather unacceptable." Just as Lu Yunze was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly frowned. "What is going on with your cultivation? It hasn't improved at all in these 2 years?" Han Li forced a bitter smile, saying, "This matter is rather lengthy." Initially, when Han Li consumed the qi-dispelling powder, everything progressed normally, and the potent effects elevated him to the peak of the early foundation stage within 2 years. However, since then, the powder's efficacy had been steadily diminishing, until it eventually rendered no effect at all. Listening to Han Li's complaints, Lu Yunze felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unsure of how to respond. With your approach to spirit herbs, it's only natural to encounter issues. The current situation is actually rather favorable. At least there are no lingering side effects. "Old Lu, have you experienced any drug resistance in these past few years?" Han Li inquired curiously. Lu Yunze reflected on his experiences over the last 4 years. Throughout this time, he had consumed spirit herbs while cultivating the 5 elements escape technique, and simultaneously practiced the Da Yin technique, which enhanced his spiritual perception. The 5 elements escape technique was undoubtedly a top-tier method, and it resonated perfectly with Lu Yunze's constitution, allowing for an exceptionally smooth cultivation process. Furthermore, his spirit-gathering physique and the affinity of the 5 elements escape technique for elemental spiritual energy enabled him to refine the potency of the spirit herbs at an accelerated pace. He had scarcely needed any time to reach the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. As for the Da Yin technique, whether it was due to Lu Yunze's innate strong spiritual perception or the assistance of the ancient jade treasure, the progress was so seamless that Lu Yunze himself found it hard to believe. After effortlessly mastering the 1st layer, He was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer. Over these 4 years, Lu Yunze's journey could be summed up in one word: smooth. It was uncertain whether this was due to the 5 elements escape technique's control over elemental spiritual energy or the spirit gathering physique's efficient utilization of spiritual energy. But Lu Yunze had not experienced any drug resistance, as Han Li had mentioned. Of course, it could also simply be that Lu Yunze had not indulged in pills as recklessly as Han Li. After hearing Lu Yunze's words, Han Li let out a deep sigh. Having experienced the sensation of a sudden surge in spiritual power, Han Li was truly reluctant to continue his slow, tortuous cultivation. Old Han, there's always a way out. I'll fetch you 2 more pill recipes, don't worry. Lu Yunze clapped Han Li on the shoulder, just as he finished the chi dispelling powder and was left with only 2 vials of blood dragon pills. Then I thank you. Han Li rolled his eyes and tossed a storage bag to him. Here's what you wanted. Take it. Lu Yunze eagerly accepted it and probed within with his spiritual sense. Chapter 56. Qing Yuanzi gazing at the contents within the storage bag. Lu Yunze's lips curled into a genuine smile. The last time it was the facial refinement pill, and now it's Millennium Ironwood. Your requests keep becoming more extravagant. Han Li shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Old Han, you make it sound as if I'm a freeloader. Am I that kind of person? Just look at my handsome face. It's clear I've never been one to take advantage of others. Lu Yunze shamelessly tucked the storage bag into his robe. Do you know the effort I expended to investigate the matter of Qing Yuanzi? Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes brightened. You found out about Qing Yuanzi? This individual, Qing Yuanzi, was an ancient cultivator from many years ago in Tiannan. The primary technique he currently practiced, the Qing Yuan sword technique, was indeed created by him. Han Li was quite intrigued by his history, not only because the technique originated from this person, but also due to the fact that he had included an auxiliary technique named 3 transformations of the weight essence within the Qing Yuan sword technique. According to legend, this technique possessed miraculous efficacy in bypassing the core formation bottleneck. However, it required one to undergo 3 consecutive rounds of dispersing and refining one's spiritual power during the late foundation stage to compress and condense the true essence, thus circumventing the bottleneck of core formation. To be honest, Han Li was somewhat skeptical of this claim. On one hand, the esteemed cultivator had stated that he had successfully reached core formation long before he created this technique, so he was unaware of its effectiveness, viewing it merely as an unrefined concept. On the other hand, Han Li had to acknowledge that given his current drug resistance, it was nearly impossible for someone of his aptitude to accomplish the feat of 3 rounds of dispersing and refining within his lifetime. Even with Lu Yunze's assistance in gathering pill recipes, it would still be a daunting task. Consequently, should he decide to cultivate the 3 transformations of the weight essence, Han Li would essentially have no path of retreat. After months of contemplation, Han Li resolved to first investigate the past of this venerable Qing Yuanzi, seeking to ascertain what manner of person he was, in order to gauge the credibility of the 3 transformations of the weight essence. This formidable task was naturally entrusted to Lu Yunze. After all, having the foremost core formation master of the concealed moon sect made any undertaking far more convenient than for Han Li. You cannot fathom the extent of the trouble this matter entails. With a slight curl of his lip, Lu Yunze began to lament. It appears that your Huangfeng Valley resorted to some dubious tactics back in the day, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire Shankai sect. Consequently, these years, Huangfeng Valley has tightly sealed off any history regarding the Shankai sect, leaving virtually no information to surface. At this point, Lu Yunze took a hearty sip from the teapot. To be fair, this tea is quite pleasant, at least devoid of the musty taste from last time. Han Li, meanwhile, cleaned his ears and patiently awaited Lu Yunze's continuation. Fortunately, as fellow sword cultivators, the Great Sword sect had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with the Shankai sect, and their library retained quite extensive records. A thought struck Han Li. The complete volume of the Qing Yuan sword technique he possessed had been acquired from a disciple of the Great Sword sect during the Bloodband trial. It seems the relationship between the Great Sword sect and the Shankai sect was rather intricate. I paid a visit to a core formation elder from the Great Sword sect, and through his recommendation, I gained access to their library, which indeed revealed some intriguing information. Lu Yunze stroked his chin, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. It turns out that the Shankai sect, at its inception, enjoyed a period of great prosperity, even coming perilously close to unifying the entire southern region at one point. What? Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. This seemed implausible. Lu Yunze waved his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Initially, I thought it was nonsense until I discovered that the founding patriarch of the Shankai sect, Qing Yuanzi, was among the few verifiable nascent soul cultivators in the southern region. Moreover, Lu Yunze lifted the teapot, gazing intently into Han Li's eyes as he continued. He is also the only figure in the history of the southern region documented to have ascended to the higher realms. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by excitement. He never anticipated he would be connected to such a figure. It now seems the credibility of the San Juan, Chong Yuan Gong cannot be doubted. Old Han, it's about time you disclosed your intentions behind researching this individual. Lu Yunze inquired, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his expression transformed dramatically. Old Han. Lu Yunze leaned in closer to Han Li. Lowering his voice, you don't happen to possess clues about Qing Yuanzi's secret cave or his legacy, do you? Given Han Li's prominent role, Lu Yunze felt that such a possibility was quite plausible. If that were the case, things would certainly become thrilling. Han Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're overthinking it. Then you ought to provide me with some clarity. Lu Yunze languidly reclined in his stone chair, exhibiting none of the qualities expected of a disciple of a great master. Han Li pondered momentarily before letting out a resigned sigh. Actually, sharing this with you is of little consequence, but just keep it under wraps. Han Li began to succinctly convey the principles of the San Juan, Chong Yuan Gong along with his conjectures about Qing Yuanzi to Lu Yunze. According to Qing Yuanzi's hypothesis, the golden core is essentially formed from solidified true essence. After undergoing 3 rounds of scattered cultivation and reformation, the cultivator naturally acquires a state akin to solid true essence. Building upon this foundation for golden core formation would be effortless. Lu Yunze, what do you think? Nonsense. Lu Yunze scoffed, interrupting Han Li. Han Li, taken aback, could hardly believe that Lu Yunze would dismiss such conjectures about a venerable figure with such disdain. First and foremost, Qing Yuanzi's assertion that the golden core is solid true essence cannot be entirely dismissed, but if one were to genuinely believe it, they would surely be led astray. Let me put it this way. Lu Yunze extended a hand, vibrant multicolored light emanating from it. My 5 elements escape technique is a rare 5-element attribute cultivation method. Hence my mana manifests in 5 colors. Han Li, your Qing Yuan sword technique is purely a wood attribute method, thus your mana appears in a verdant hue. Am I correct? Han Li nodded curiously, preparing to hear more. If, as Qing Yuanzi posits, the golden core is indeed solid true essence, then should you ever succeed in forming your golden core, it ought to reflect the same color as your mana, a pure green. Do you understand? Han Li nodded. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he sensed that Lu Yunze's tone was somewhat patronizing. However, in reality, if you were to successfully form your golden core, it would only manifest in shades of green, blue, red, or yellow. Do you know why? Han Li was momentarily stunned, then fell into contemplation. Lu Yunze glanced at him and took a generous sip of tea, confident that Han Li would eventually grasp the concept. Chapter 57, Golden Core. As time ticked away, Han Li's brow furrowed deeper. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that he raised his head, a grave expression forming as he uttered 2 words, spirit root? Snap. Lu Yunze snapped his fingers. Correct. It is indeed due to the spirit root. Mana surged within Lu Yunze as he manifested a vision of 5 energies rising before Han Li. The essence of cultivation is fundamentally about the dual refinement of life, elevating one's soul and body, transforming them into the most suitable forms for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Grasping Han Li's arm, Lu Yunze gently infused mana into him, guiding Han Li to circulate his own mana throughout his meridians, ultimately returning it to his dantian. Han Li observed his dantian, where the viscous liquid-like mana flowed slowly. The meridians and dantian are crucial organs for a cultivator's mana circulation and storage, as well as the key to refining true essence. The mortal body has its limits, which is why there are foundation establishment pills for cleansing marrow and refining veins, elevating true essence. Yet even the body of a foundation establishment cultivator has its limitations. Lu Yunze raised both hands, encouraging Han Li to closely sense the changes in his mana. The inherent limitations of the human body dictate that relying solely on oneself to strengthen true essence can only elevate one to the peak of foundation establishment. This has little to do with other factors. It is primarily because the dantian, functioning as a true essence transformer and mana reservoir, can only be enhanced to this extent. Placing a hand on his abdomen, Lu Yunze explained, as a human organ, this is the limit of the dantian. Therefore, to advance further, one must relinquish the dantian and recreate a powerful organ with the same functions. Facing Han Li's astonished gaze, Lu Yunze grinned. Indeed, the golden core is not merely solid true essence. Its essence is actually an acquired human organ, designed to replace the dantian that has reached its limits. However, due to the inherent restrictions of the human body, this powerful organ cannot be generated on its own, which is why the predecessors in the cultivation world began to utilize external materials. Lu Yunze patted Han Li on the shoulder, signaling him to close his mouth. I have inquired with several elders about the process of forming a golden core, and their responses were remarkably consistent. First, the true essence begins to solidify, followed by an influx of vast amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which, while cleansing the marrow and refining the veins, merges with the true essence, ultimately resulting in the convergence of dragon and tiger, culminating in the formation of the golden core. Lu Yunze flashed a broad smile. Now do you understand? The golden core is essentially a product of the amalgamation of abundant spiritual energy and pure true essence, an acquired human organ generated through the power of heaven and earth. Thus, the golden core will reflect the color corresponding to the spirit root attribute, as that is the type of spiritual energy you can attract. Qing Yuanzi's judgments can only be deemed partially correct. If you were to follow his words blindly, you might not even know how you perished in the future. Observing the exuberant Lu Yunze, Han Li felt a myriad of emotions. There are always individuals who profoundly remind you that your existence in this world might merely be a matter of numbers. After contemplating for quite some time, Han Li let out a wry smile. So, according to you, this 3 transformations of the primordial essence is actually of little use? Lu Yunze pondered seriously for a moment. Theoretically speaking, repeatedly dispersing and refining one's energy can indeed enhance the quality and purity of the essence. High purity essence is indeed a critical component of the golden core. If one were to cultivate according to this 3 transformations of the primordial essence, it might increase the probability of forming a golden core, though certainly not to the extent he claimed. At this point, Lu Yunze suddenly realized that both Qing Yuzi and himself had made a similar error. In his earlier days, his judgment during the foundation establishment stage was clouded by the inertia of materialistic thinking from his previous life, causing him to overlook the significance of the primordial spirit. It seems that Qing Yuzi might have fallen into a similar pattern of thought, neglecting the potential of the golden core as an organ of the human body. Perhaps, like himself, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the correct method through erroneous reasoning. It was indeed a curious coincidence that 2 prodigies, separated by years, committed the same mistake for the same reason. Han Li lowered his head, appearing quite dejected. Deep down, he understood that, given his aptitude, the chances of forming a golden core were nearly non-existent. Now, it seemed that the 3 transformations of the primordial essence he had obtained by chance might not be as reliable as he had hoped. He needed to thoroughly plan his future cultivation path. Old Han, if you wish to increase your chances of forming a golden core, I suggest you try cultivating the Great Transformation method, Lu Yunze said, observing Han Li's despondent demeanor with a hint of helplessness. The Great Transformation method. Han Li was taken aback. He indeed had a copy of this remarkable technique. However, he was puzzled about how this method, which reinforced one's consciousness, related to golden core formation. As I mentioned, the golden core is essentially a fusion of the celestial spiritual energy and the purest essence. Therefore, the key to forming a golden core lies in 2 main aspects. First, the purest essence. Only sufficiently pure and potent human essence can solidify during cultivation and merge with the celestial spiritual energy. Second, one must draw the celestial spiritual energy into the body. This requires a considerable affinity for the celestial spiritual energy, in a sense. This is also why those with heavenly roots can bypass the bottleneck of golden core formation. My gathering spirit body has some advantages in this regard. Yet my root attribute is rather mediocre, making golden core formation a significant challenge for me. Lu Yunze shrugged, then continued. Your constitution is nothing particularly special, and your root is merely a pseudo-root of the 4 attributes. Therefore, to enhance your affinity with the celestial spiritual energy, you must work on your primordial spirit. The Great Transformation method superficially strengthens one's consciousness, but actually refines the cultivator's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit is sufficiently powerful, the ability to control spiritual power will similarly become strong, naturally enhancing your affinity with the celestial spiritual energy. Han Li's eyes flickered, and he cautiously asked, if I cultivate both the Great Transformation method and the 3 transformations of the primordial essence together, would my chances of forming a golden core increase? Theoretically speaking, yes. Lu Yunze pondered for a moment and realized this was indeed a sound approach. After all, for cultivators, their lives are at stake. As long as both methods are elevated to a certain level, the so-called bottleneck would cease to exist. However, it would require cultivating both techniques to a very high level. Which, given your current situation, Lu Yunze scrutinized Han Li for a moment and sighed deeply. You still need more elixirs. I'll ask my master how many are left. Han Li grimaced, feeling a bit of a headache. Please don't just raid your master's library. He would definitely hold me accountable. Lu Yunze smirked. Having indeed considered such an audacious act, Han Li shook his head with a chuckle, speaking calmly. Thank you for this. I'll consider this Millennium Ironwood as my tuition fee, which is quite worth it. Lu Yunze dramatically clasped his heart, his gaze filled with feigned sorrow. I never imagined I would be so cheap in your eyes. Get lost. Han Li shot him a glare. Lu Yunze shifted slightly, adopting a more comfortable position. Old Han. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Besides, you not only have willpower, but also determination. The Great Transformation Method and the 3 transformations of the primordial essence shouldn't pose any challenge for you. There's no need to look like someone who just had their kidneys removed. Upon hearing Lu Yunze's bizarre description, Han Li's face turned even more sour, as if he had indeed lost 2 kidneys. Forget it. Realizing that engaging with Lu Yunze would only lower his own IQ, Han Li sighed and changed the subject, asking with a grim expression, have you heard of Dong Xianu? Chapter 58, Dong Xianu. Dong Xianu? Lu Yunze furrowed his brows, trying to recall. That name sounded quite familiar. He felt he had heard it somewhere before. Han Li shot him a strange glance, remaining silent. Dong Xianu was the dual cultivation partner his master intended to introduce to him recently. Possessing stunning looks and a profound background, she would normally be considered a good match. However, Han Li felt he had too many secrets and dared not add another person to his intimate circle. Furthermore, Dong Xianu had a notoriously poor reputation within the sect, often entangled with handsome male cultivators of the same generation. That was even more unacceptable. Being a traditional man, he simply could not tolerate such unconventional stimuli. With this thought, Han Li thoughtfully refilled Lu Yunze's teapot. Among the 7 factions, he only knew Lu Yunze, who was exceptionally handsome, extraordinarily gifted, and had an impressive background. Upon reflection, aside from his slightly unusual intellect, Lu Yunze seemed to meet most of Dong Xianu's selection criteria. If this situation was truly unavoidable, he would have to find a way to push Lu Yunze forward as a buffer. After all, Han Li's treasured facial enhancement pill was not easily obtained. With this in mind, Han Li's gaze towards Lu Yunze softened. Dong Xianu Lu Yunze furrowed his brows tightly and finally managed to connect the dots in his memory. I remember now. She is indeed the direct disciple of the esteemed Hong Fu from Huangfeng Valley. Lu Yunze finally understood why the name sounded so familiar. She had been quite a celebrity back in the day, when Lu Yunze was still in the qi refinement stage. He had heard that a newly admitted female disciple from Huangfeng Valley had achieved an unprecedented feat that hadn't been accomplished in over a millennium, stealing away a male disciple from the Hidden Moon sect. Lu Yunze wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, but he knew that during that time, the lower-ranked female cultivators within the sect seemed to have formed a peculiar alliance, and it became a common occurrence for them to scorningly denounce Huangfeng Valley's vixen whenever they met. However, this paragon of the romantic world and a notorious figure in emotional matters suddenly vanished for some unknown reason, leaving behind only a legend that continued to circulate among the lower-ranked female cultivators in the country. You know Dong Xianu? Han Li's brows furrowed. This is bad. This is going to be difficult to maneuver. Yes, I know quite a bit about her. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yunze's lips. He admired her, after all. He was well aware of the cunning tactics employed by the female cultivators of the Hidden Moon sect. The fact that Dong Xianu could snatch a meal from these professional competitors spoke volumes about her prowess. What's wrong? Do you know her? Lu Yunze scrutinized Han Li with a puzzled expression. It wasn't that he looked down on Han Li. It was simply that Han Li lacked the appeal that would typically attract someone like Dong Xianu, who would not likely consider him within her range of targets. Could it be that this esteemed individual, accustomed to the robust flavors of fresh seafood and sumptuous meats, yearns for something more delicate? Han Li let out a resigned chuckle, revealing that his master wished to facilitate a union between the two of them. Ha ha ha, then I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Lu Yunze laughed boisterously while playfully slapping Han Li on the shoulder. Rest assured, on your joyous day, I shall present you with a generous red envelope. And when your child reaches their 100th day, I will certainly be there, ready to assist with naming and other such matters. By the way, does your son require a godfather? Han Li, unperturbed, replied, not surprising, not in the least. Over the years, he had come to see Lu Yunze for the type of scoundrel he truly was. Don't celebrate too early. Han Li shot him a fierce glare. The reputation of that Dong Xianu was indeed scandalous, and even his master feared the repercussions on their own standing, as this matter had already progressed significantly. He wondered who the next unfortunate soul would be. Han Li cast a sly glance at Lu Yunze, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. Huh. What a joke. Would I be intimidated by such a matter? Lu Yunze scoffed dismissively. He was not one to boast, but given his looks, qualifications, and background, he had managed to maintain his virtue amidst a sea of temptations at the Inuit sect. Not to mention, in the realm of being disliked, Lu Yunze had ample confidence. When it came to disreputable fame, Dong Xianer had no right to stand before him or his master, Xiong Wuji. If one doubted this, they could inquire around the 7 factions, in the vast realm of the Yue Kingdom's cultivation world, who was unaware of his master's questionable character and his own troubled intellect. Anyone daring to use such tactics against Lu Yunze could only suggest that Han Li had lost his senses. With this thought, Lu Yunze raised an eyebrow at Han Li, feeling quite pleased with himself. Although he was unsure what exactly he felt proud about, Han Li understood that relying on Lu Yunze to deflect trouble was futile. Just then, a transmission talisman soared through the air, halted by the inverted 5 elements array at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand to part the array, retrieving the talisman and beginning to listen intently. Within a quarter of an hour, Lu Yunze bore witness to an impressive array of expressions on Han Li's face, ranging from stoicism to astonishment, then to grievance, ultimately culminating in a defeated demeanor akin to a despondent fish. What has transpired? Lu Yunze inquired, astonished. Han Li, wearing an expression of existential weariness, let his dead fish-like gaze drift across Lu Yunze's face before he sighed deeply. The sect has issued a decree, commanding me to attend the Yin family's treasure-seeking event with Dong Xianer in half a month. Your master has certainly given this considerable thought, Lu Yunze remarked earnestly. Han Li buried his face in his hands, collapsing onto the stone chair like a fish that had suddenly lost all aspirations. You need not be so disheartened, Lu Yunze said sympathetically, observing Han Li's desolate appearance. Though they had just exchanged barbs, the gravity of the situation had shifted dramatically for Han Li. Your master hasn't forced you, has he? At worst, you can take a stroll, engage in some casual sparring, and then return to declare that your personalities clash. Surely your master cannot compel you into a marriage chamber. As the topic unfolded, Lu Yunze too felt a twinge of anxiety. In these times, parental commands and matchmaking were the norm. Even cultivators, who were somewhat freer, were not entirely immune to this societal pressure. If Li Huayuan were adamant about Han Li marrying Dong Xianer, Han Li's only recourse might be to secretly eliminate her and scatter her ashes, thereby embracing the title of a widower. Should it come to that, Lu Yunze could only assist Han Li in covering his tracks and perhaps even forge a false alibi afterward. Brother Lu, Han Li's voice was low as he spoke. Shall we attend the treasure-seeking event together in half a month? His gaze implored Lu Yunze, the meaning behind it crystal clear, a plea for assistance. A call for brotherly solidarity. Lu Yunze fell silent at once. You mean to say you want me to seduce Dong Xianer? He instinctively recoiled. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Let us not use such a strong term. Merely drawing her attention would suffice, Han Li replied earnestly, placing 7 or 8 porcelain vials before him. All the qi refinement pills are right here. Brother Lu, please lend me a hand. Lu Yunze's lips twitched at the sight of Han Li offering him something he had no use for, but he couldn't help but appreciate the gesture. Very well. He gathered the qi refinement pills and solemnly assured, Fear not, old Han. This is my specialty. I assure you Dong Xianer will not spare you a glance throughout the journey. Han Li nodded, finding his promise reassuring, though it sounded somewhat awkward. All right. I shall not intrude further. Until we meet again in half a month. Lu Yunze transformed into a flash of multicolored light, soaring out of Han Li's cave dwelling and heading straight for the Inuit sect. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yunze did not go home directly, but instead ascended to the skies above Wanyue Peak. Is Master Nangong present? Chapter 59, Companions half a month later. A streak of golden light, moving at an astonishing speed, cut through the skies above the Inuit sect, heading directly toward the Jianzhou of the Yue Kingdom. Within the golden glow, Lu Yunze sat in the cockpit of the Victory Swallow, his expression serious and unwavering. Brother Lu, this magical tool is remarkably swift. It rivals even some inferior artifacts. Brother Lu, what are all these buttons for? Brother Lu, why are you so silent? Brother Lu Yunze glanced at the voluptuous and strikingly beautiful female cultivator beside him and sighed deeply from the heart. Master Nangong, I understand that it is not easy for you to let loose while out, but could you kindly remain quiet? We are not on a leisurely outing. Indeed, the woman in question was none other than Nangong Wan, having altered her appearance. Half a month prior, upon returning to the Inuit sect, Lu Yunze had rushed directly to her cave dwelling. He sought no ulterior motive. He merely remembered his promise to allow Nan Gongwan to see Han Li's true character. Moreover, upon reflection, the treasure-seeking event was clearly intended for Han Li's benefit. Lu Yunze could easily envision the ensuing narrative. Han Li would undoubtedly display exceptional prowess, defeating various challengers in the treasure-seeking event and, in the process, capturing Dong Xian'er's heart. Subsequently, some unforeseen twist would likely occur, perhaps involving scheming by the Yin family or a serendipitous opportunity presenting itself to Han Li, while it was unlikely to lead to any major disasters. Considering the last trial with Li Wuyo and Jin Fu, Lu Yunze resolved to play it safe and bring along a core formation cultivator as a bodyguard, just in case. In summary, bringing Nan Gongwan along was purely an act of goodwill and respect for the challenges within this world's narrative. He absolutely had no intention of merely watching Han Li's spectacle. Yet, as he considered the meeting of Nan Gongwan, Han Li, and Dong Xian'er, he couldn't help but chuckle. As Nan Gongwan finally had a chance to let loose, her serious demeanor faded, and she appeared as though she were a youthful maiden once more. Even as she watched Lu Yunze pilot the Victory Swallow, she found it difficult to restrain her hands, eagerly requesting to take a turn at the controls. However, after a brief attempt, she quickly lost interest. In her words, after becoming accustomed to the speed of magical artifacts, the Victory Swallow seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Lu Yunze's heart endured a blow that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Within the Victory Swallow, a man and a woman find themselves in contrasting states. The man is withdrawn while the woman spirals into madness. Meanwhile, atop a small hill in a certain area of the Yue Kingdom, another man and woman share a similar fate. The man gazes skyward, while the woman continues her descent into insanity. Dong Xian'er, in a fit of rage, unleashes her frustrations upon the stones beneath her feet, silently muttering to herself. Having engaged in countless beyond friendship encounters with Han Li's ancestors, Han Li, with a slight smirk on his lips, lifts his gaze to the heavens, entirely indifferent to the captivating beauty behind him. It seems these two are fated rivals. The resolute man harbors no interest in the woman's scandalous demeanor, while the infatuated woman feels no attraction to the ordinary-looking man. One might lament that their forebears were blind to the improbability of their union. Hey, how much longer must we wait? Dong Xian'er exclaimed, channeling her energy to reduce the stones to powder. Han Li, without even glancing at her, replied coldly, not much longer. My friend is usually punctual. Punctual? With your lackluster qualifications and demeanor, what sort of respectable friend could you possibly have? Dong Xian'er rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with disdain. I can only imagine he'll be as unremarkable as you, a blight on my eyes. Han Li remained unfazed, responding calmly, indeed. My abilities are subpar. I relied on a foundation-building pill to advance, unlike your extraordinary talents, Sister Dong. Dong Xian'er's expression darkened, and she huffed in irritation. She herself struggled to succeed in her foundation with 3 pills, and in terms of aptitude, she hardly surpassed Han Li. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Han Li shifted the conversation. There's no need for such enmity, Sister Dong. We are merely fulfilling our sect's mandate. Once this matter is resolved, we shall have no further ties. Is that so? She retorted coldly, suddenly leaping before him. In that moment, Han Li caught a glimpse of something radiant. With a delicate leap, her alabaster skin shimmered in the sunlight, accentuating her graceful form. Her every movement exuded an enchanting allure, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze or flowing waters, captivating in every smile and frown. Brother Han, a beauty like me stands so close. Yet I can only flit through your life. Are you truly content with that? Dong Xian'er's smile was beguiling, yet her eyes revealed a chilling demeanor. Huh? Han Li scoffed, uninterested in her advances. Dong Xian'er's expression stiffened, her foot stamping in frustration. Best temper your emotions, sister. Let us not forget Master Hongfu's instructions. At this remark, Dong Xian'er felt a chill in her heart, her anger dissipating. Do not despair, sister. My friend is a true paragon among the 7 sects, possessing unparalleled talent and prestige. Han Li continued with a smile. Instead of squandering time here, perhaps you should focus on him. It might turn out to be a fortunate match. Humph. If he were truly such a figure, how could he associate with you? She retorted dismissively. Han Li smiled faintly, unfazed. Sister, have you heard of Lu Yunze from the Moon Concealing Sect? Gasp. Dong Xian'er exclaimed, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. The little madman from the Moon Concealing Sect. You know him? Han Li frowned. This is bad. Lu Yunze's reputation must be worse than I thought. You've heard of Lu Yunze? He asked, Curiosity piqued despite his sinking heart. Regrettably, yes. He is the disciple of the infamous elder from the moon-concealing sect. He acts with impunity, bullying not just outsiders, but even his own peers. As she spoke, Dong Xinyan turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Han Li's brow furrowed. While Lu Yunze was indeed eccentric, the accusations of him being tyrannical seemed excessive. How could such absurd rumors have spread? Just as he was about to inquire further, a streak of golden light raced across the sky. "They're here," Han Li murmured. Dong Xinyan gasped, her legs trembling at the thought of escape. Yet fear held her fast. As the golden light faded, the massive form of the victory swallow emerged. The cockpit slowly opened, revealing a man and a woman who stepped out. The man, with sharp features, wore a gloomy expression, while the woman, strikingly beautiful, briefly surveyed Han Li and Dong Xinyan before smirking coldly. Chapter 60. Yinliang Mountain. The Yin family, the foremost clan in Yue Kingdom, is rooted in the unremarkable Linzhou, which houses the ordinary city of Qingliang. Yinliang Mountain, nearby, boasts nothing but decent scenery and lacks any distinguishing features. Even among cultivators, this mountain harbors only a mediocre spiritual vein. Yet, the Yin family's stronghold, Yinling Fort, lies within its bounds. It seems the Yin family has mastered the art of discretion, perhaps explaining why the seven sects tacitly acknowledge their status as the premier cultivation family in Yue Kingdom. At this moment, Lu Yunze and Han Li each held an invitation to the treasure-seizing conference, the venue being Yinling Fort. Standing side by side on a nearby peak, they were enveloped by the sounds of the wind and distant chatter. "Old Lu, who is the female cultivator you brought?" Han Li inquired, his brow furrowing. He had been holding this question in for quite some time. "I already told you. She is my senior sister, Nangongyu. She is also attending the treasure-seizing conference. So I gave her a ride," Lu Yunze replied, his eyes unwavering as he spoke with conviction, effectively silencing Han Li's lingering doubts. For some reason, Lu Yunze's senior sister seemed to hold him in disdain, having offered no kindness throughout their journey. However, Han Li was less concerned with her attitude and more with the surname Nangong, which struck a familiar chord with him. The laughter around them rose in pitch, and the two men exchanged glances, both sighing. Initially, Nangong had shown no warmth towards either of them, yet inexplicably, she had struck up a conversation with Dong Xinyan. Two women who had little in common aside from their beauty, quickly becoming chummy and even referring to each other as sisters. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yunze resignedly approached the two women. There was no other choice. Han Li was effectively invisible in their presence. "Sister Nangong, Sister Dong. We've been waiting here for a while, and still no Yin family cultivators have arrived. Perhaps we should return and try again tomorrow?" At the sight of Lu Yunze, Dong Xinyan stiffened, instinctively retreating behind Nangong. Nangong, however, was gracious and pondered for a moment. "Let us wait a little longer. The Yin family cultivators must have been delayed by some matter." Lu Yunze nodded, indifferent. With Nangong present, he felt assured even if unexpected events were to occur. The chasm between the foundation establishment and the core formation stages is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mid to low-level cultivators. Lu Yunze can now assert, without hesitation, that as long as no core formation cultivator intervenes, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would be doomed to perish, without exception. Even if the difficulty of this instance is exceedingly high, should a core formation cultivator emerge, Nangong could easily entangle the opponent, allowing a few to retreat unscathed, and then slip away. At their level, while defeating or injuring a fellow cultivator is manageable, taking the life of one of the same rank is a formidable challenge. With this thought, Lu Yunze felt an instant sense of relief. "This is secure." Dong Xinyan, hiding behind Nangong, discreetly observed Lu Yunze. To be frank, Lu Yunze's looks, background, and talents perfectly align with Dong Xinyan's ideals for a partner. Had it not been for his intimidating reputation, he would indeed be the match Han Li spoke of. Throughout their journey, Dong Xinyan had scarcely taken her eyes off Lu Yunze. His behavior was surprisingly normal, though he occasionally made minor blunders, such as yelling at an oddly shaped magical artifact. These were trivial, especially in light of his striking appearance. At least, they were not issues for Dong Xinyan. As they approached the Yin family, Dong Xinyan gazed at Lu Yunze's handsome features, her heart fluttering with anticipation. "Senior Lu," she softly began, "I have yet to express my gratitude for your care along this journey. It is most remiss of me." Lu Yunze cast a puzzled glance at Nangong. What was wrong with this woman? Nangong shot him a glare, then turned her gaze toward Han Li in the distance, a surge of indignation rising within her, and haughtily turned her head away. Seeing this, Dong Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle softly, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Yunze. Senior Lu is quite renowned in the state of you. I have long admired you and always wished for a chance to meet you. However, being in your presence these past few days has made me rather nervous, and I find myself at a loss for words. I hope you will not think ill of me. Not at all, Lu Yunze replied, bemusedly observing Dong Xianying, amusement dancing in his eyes. Junior sister Dong. If my memory serves me correctly, my reputation is rather tarnished. While not outright infamous, it is certainly notorious. You admire me. That seems quite disingenuous. Dong Xianying shook her head. Senior, you are mistaken. I am not one to follow the crowd. Besides, her voice suddenly faltered, her cat-like eyes widening as if recalling something. Lu Yunze looked at her in confusion, watching as her lips struggled to form words, finally curving into a smile tinged with a hint of bitterness, yet somehow more sincere. Moreover, is what others say truly the truth? The words slipped from Dong Xianying's lips like ethereal wisps of smoke, unclear to whom they were directed. Indeed, Lu Yunze exclaimed, his hands gesturing broadly, a roguish smile gracing his lips. The world is rife with those who blindly follow the opinions of others. It is rare to find a junior sister with such discernment. Dong Xianying shook her head, replying, Senior, you jest. In my eyes, you are the truly open-minded one. They say rumors can be deadly, yet you remain unfazed. With a carefree laugh, Lu Yunze added, rumors? Huh, my magical artifact can slay as well. He pointed toward the victory-swallowing bird behind him. Shall we test it, junior sister? Let us capture a so-called virtuous gentleman who wields the sword of words, and see whether his rhetoric is sharper than my artifact. Han Li, a short distance away, could only smile wryly, realizing how Lu Yunze's poor reputation had come to be. Dong Xianying tilted her head, her face aglow with laughter. All right, but I shall be the one to capture him. Nangong Wan, exasperated, smacked her arm. Your antics are one thing, but why must you join in? What if you tarnish the reputation of Senior Hongfu? At the mention of this, Dong Xianying's expression paled, and she quickly lowered her head in silence. Just then, a dark silhouette appeared in the sky. An ugly bird with two heads gradually approached. Two figures barely discernible on its back. The Yin family has arrived. Chapter 61. The Ghost Spirit Sect. I sincerely apologize for the wait. I am Yin Yu, and this is my younger sister Yinling. We have come to escort you to Yinling Fortress. The ugly bird landed on the mountain peak, and two figures leaped down. The older young man immediately expressed his apologies with a cupped fist. Han Li returned the gesture with a smile, saying, No worries. We have only just arrived ourselves. Upon hearing Han Li's considerate words, Yin Yu's embarrassment deepened. In truth, there were Yin family disciples waiting here for esteemed guests. However, the disciple who was to receive you encountered an unexpected incident, which led to this oversight. Lu Yunze's eyes flickered, and he leaned closer to inquire, What sort of incident? Do you require assistance? No. Our esteemed guests have traveled from afar. It is our Yin family who has failed in hospitality. How could we shamelessly ask for your help? Yin Yu hastily replied, his tone growing even more respectful. It was unavoidable. Among the Foundation establishment cultivators receiving invitations to this treasure-seeking event, many had a core formation expert backing them. Although the Yin family also had a core formation ancestor, with so many esteemed guests, they simply could not afford to offend anyone. Moreover, Yin Yu was familiar with one such guest, the notorious madman from the Hidden Moon sect, a disciple of the infamous Quan Elder. This individual was known for being exceedingly domineering. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, our Yin family has made ample preparations for this treasure-seeking event, and it will not affect our esteemed guests in any way. The four exchanged glances, and Nangong Wan stepped forward. Then please lead the way. Yin Yu offered a slight, apologetic smile before adding, Before escorting you four, I must check your invitation letters as a formality. I hope you esteemed guests will not mind. Not at all. That is only proper. Lu Yunze waved his hand, presenting his and Nangong Wan's invitation letters. This took Yin Yu by surprise. He had not expected the madman from the Hidden Moon sect to be so reasonable. Han Li and Dong Xianying followed suit, handing over their invitations as well. Upon receiving the invitations, Yin Yu looked up and found himself locking eyes with Dong Xianying. In that moment, he felt a dizzying haze, as if he were gazing at a celestial fairy, a heavenly Chang'e. Dong Xianying, noticing his expression, smiled radiantly, her eyes curving enchantingly, as though she could draw forth his very soul. For a moment, Yin Yu was entranced, unable to regain his composure, and the invitation letter slipped from his grasp, on the verge of falling to the ground. Thankfully, his sister Yinling, standing behind him, swiftly stepped forward to catch it, simultaneously delivering a discreet jab to his side. Humph! Yin Yu's face paled, his posture momentarily slumping before he straightened up. Yinling shot him an admonishing glare. then lowered her head to inspect the invitation in her hand. It appears to be from Senior Han of Huangfeng Valley and Senior Sister Dong, alongside Senior Lu of the Hidden Moon sect. Yin Ling cast a curious glance at Lu Yunze, then cupped her hands in greeting. There are no issues with the invitations. Please, follow us. Yin Ling returned the invitation to the group and pulled her visibly flustered brother, Yin Yu, to join her atop the back of the two-headed beast. Dong Xianyuan chuckled softly, her gaze briefly flitting to Lu Yunze. Noticing his unperturbed expression as he curiously examined the two-headed monster bird, a wave of irritation surged within her. Could it be that my allure pales in comparison to that of a mere bird? Lu Yunze remained oblivious to Dong Xianyuan's glances, engrossed in his study of the peculiar creature, which was indeed a rare sight. The two-headed monster bird, feeling the intensity of his gaze, fluffed up its feathers and took flight, returning at a speed several times greater than its arrival. The four promptly followed, traversing dozens of miles before arriving at a concealed spot nestled between mountain peaks. Upon arrival, Yin Yu produced a token from his possession, gripping it firmly and channeling his spiritual energy into it. The token trembled slightly, emanating a broad beam of yellow light that illuminated the previously barren area, revealing a dazzling array of colorful spiritual lights. Before the four, a magnificently grand ancient castle appeared amidst the formerly empty mountain ridge. Gazing at the towering 30 to 40 zhang high city walls and the countless grand ancient structures within, all were left in awe. This is the Yin family stronghold, Yinling Castle. We warmly welcome our esteemed guests, Yin Yu stated with a serious expression. At that moment, both Lu Yunze and Nangong Wan's expressions shifted as they turned to a particular area within the castle. The others followed their gaze, discovering two men dressed in distinct attire confronting each other on a platform at the castle's corner. One was a burly man clad in the Yin family's brown garb, while the other was a peculiar figure with a face adorned with curly facial hair, gray eyes, and yellow hair, dressed in a green robe, giving off an unsettling aura. Below the platform stood two distinct groups, one dressed in Yin family attire, organized and orderly, while the other clad in green robes, mostly sharing the same gray eyes and yellow hair, interspersed with a few ordinary faces. Lu Yunze raised an eyebrow, inquiring with surprise, "Foreign cultivators?" Yin Yu and Yin Ling's expressions instantly shifted to one of discomfort, with Yin Ling clenching her fist, unable to suppress her words. It's those people again. They are utterly insufferable. Nangong Wan's countenance grew serious as she turned to Yin Yu, asking, "Are these individuals also here to participate in the treasure competition?" "Certainly not. These ruffians are intruders. They arrived and injured our disciples who were welcoming guests, insisting on participating in the treasure competition. I cannot fathom why several elders agreed to their demands." Yin Yu began, but before he could finish, Yin Ling interjected. Lu Yunze stroked his chin, realization dawning upon him. "So it was these individuals who caused us to endure the cold winds atop the mountain for half the day." Han Li shot him a glance before turning to the Yin siblings. "Might you share further details? Perhaps we four can be of some assistance." Sighing, Yin Yu replied, "It's not a secret worth hiding. These individuals arrived this morning at Yinling Castle, attempting to force their way in and injuring two of our disciples. When other disciples arrived to assist, they initially intended to teach these intruders a harsh lesson. However, they unexpectedly produced letters and tokens. The leading elders, for reasons unknown, swallowed their pride and invited them inside. Yet, upon entering, these individuals immediately demanded a competition against the Yin family. After some deliberation, the elders seemed intent on showing them a lesson, agreeing to their challenge. And it is a total of 10 matches, all conducted by our Foundation establishment disciples. Before I came to fetch you both, several matches had already taken place." Yin Yu lightly shook his head, his expression dimming, clearly indicating that the Yin family was at a disadvantage. "I see." Nangong Wan's gaze flickered, fixating on the group of green-robed cultivators with an unusually grave expression. "Brother Yin, I have a question." Lu Yunze indicated toward the green-robed cultivators. "Are they practicing demonic cultivation techniques?" Yin Yu's expression shifted instantly as he replied, "Indeed. We know not their origins, but their techniques are ruthless and insidious, wielding immense power. Our Yin family's disciples find it exceedingly challenging to contend with them. One misstep, and they either succumb to poison or inexplicably faint. Even treatment poses a daunting challenge." Lu Yunze nodded, turning to the solemn-faced Nangong Wan. "Sister, do you agree?" "Yes, but I cannot be certain yet." Yin Yu and Yin Ling exchanged puzzled glances at the two, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in demeanor. "Esteemed friends, might we observe the competition?" Nangong Wan casually regarded Yin Yu. Yin Yu opened his mouth, about to respond, but upon meeting Nangong Wan's gaze, he felt a chill envelop him, as if doused in cold water, rendering him unable to move. He instinctively uttered, "Of course. Please, feel free." Hanli observed Nangongwan, his brow furrowing slightly, as if formulating a conjecture but saying nothing, remaining composed as he followed the others to the vicinity of the platform. At that moment, the battle atop the platform escalated dramatically. Yin family cultivators radiated golden light, summoning massive stones that hurtled toward the green-robed adversaries. Simultaneously, they wielded a triangular yellow banner, conjuring a gust of yellow wind that enveloped them in formidable protection. Conversely, the green-robed cultivators exhibited a more astonishing display, emitting dark, inky clouds that swirled like venomous serpents, effortlessly deflecting the oncoming stones. As the standoff persisted, a shadow of gloom crossed the faces of the Yin family cultivators. One raised a hand to his storage pouch, solemnly retrieving a yellow-green paper fan, swinging it forcefully. Instantly, a wave of purple mist surged toward the green-robed opponent, resembling a tidal wave of violet, emanating a tremendous force. Yin Yu's expression shifted. The bone transformation fan. My cousin dares to employ such a treasure. Before the crowd could marvel at its might, the opposing green-robed figure erupted in laughter. Foolish boy, do you think a mere mist of poison can impress me? You are utterly unaware of your own folly. We are the ancestors of poison. With that, the green-robed figure unleashed several white, ghastly skulls. As they emerged, they ballooned to the size of wheels, greedily inhaling the vast purple mist. The Yin family cultivators' faces paled as they attempted to retract the mist, only to see the green-robed figure cackle, lightly gesturing, causing the skulls to open wide and release black beams of light that coalesced midair, swiftly penetrating the protective golden winds of the Yin cultivators. Suddenly, 5 beams of white light shot forth, effortlessly intercepting the black beams, revealing 5 crescent-shaped, glimmering blades. The crowd gasped in surprise, and before they could react, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp brows and bright eyes appeared on the platform. "Are you a cultivator from the ghost spirit sect?" Lu Yunze remarked, lifting his gaze and offering a slight smile to the green-robed figure. "I've long heard of the infamous reputation of the 6 demonic sects. Today, I see it is truly well-deserved. I am Lu Yunze from the Hidden Moon sect, and I wish to engage in a discussion with you, if you would be so kind." Beneath the platform, Nangongwan's cold gaze rested on a mysterious figure among the ghost spirit sect, adorned with a silver ghost mask. Chapter 62. Provocation. Several skulls, shrouded in ominous black mist, flitted through the air, exuding dense black gas from their mouths, enveloping the entire platform in an eerie shroud, reminiscent of a ghostly nightmare. Amidst the swirling darkness, 5 beams of white light danced like ethereal dragons, undeterred by the oppressive black mist as they cleaved through it effortlessly. The green-robed cultivator on the arena displayed a fierce glint in his eyes, his hands weaving intricate gestures as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, the black mist surged forward, resembling a colossal inverted bowl descending upon him. The 5 blades emitted a resonant hum, only to be swiftly subdued by the encroaching darkness, rendering them immobile. A smirk appeared at the corner of the green-robed cultivator's mouth as he prepared to utter a few derisive remarks. However, a brilliant crimson light erupted from within the dark bowl, and flames shot skyward, instantly incinerating all traces of the black mist. The expression on the green-robed cultivator's face changed dramatically, yet he failed to notice a slender blue light darting towards him at incredible speed, piercing through his chest. Blood gushed forth as he fell to one knee, clutching his wound. Cheers erupted from the crowd below, with the voices of the Yin clan disciples ringing the loudest, their enthusiasm palpable. It appeared that Brother Lu had triumphed once more. Yin Yu, standing beneath the arena, laughed heartily. As the flames dissipated, the figure of Lu Yunze emerged, holding the crimson flame banner. He cast a fleeting glance at the dejected green-robed cultivator, nonchalantly digging at his ear. This marked the 3rd ghostly disciple from the ghost spirit sect he had defeated. Previously, he had heard tales of the formidable necromantic arts of the ghost spirit sect, renowned for their adeptness in summoning spirits and employing poison and shadow techniques. Today's encounter truly confirmed their prowess. Though his words may seem complimentary, the scene was difficult to interpret as anything but mockery. The disciples of the ghost spirit sect glared with fierce intent, itching to rush the stage and exact vengeance upon Lu Yunze. Yet, as time passed, none dared to ascend. Lu Yunze's gaze flickered towards a mysterious figure among the ghost spirit sect, a man donning a silver ghost mask. This individual exuded profound energy and pure spiritual essence, clearly of an extraordinary caliber, standing apart from his peers. Yet, despite the provocation, the masked man remained unmoved, and the Yin clan offered no response, which struck Lu Yunze as peculiar. Contemplating this, he exchanged a glance with Nan Gongwan, feeling somewhat reassured. With a core formation cultivator like Nan Gongwan present, coupled with the hidden cards he had retained, Lu Yunze felt confident in preserving his life even in the direst circumstances. He had long heard of Lu Yunze's astonishing abilities in the cultivation world of the state of Yue, and today's display was certainly living up to the reputation. Below the arena, the masked man spoke calmly. It seems our side has merely bested a few Yin clan disciples, and yet they've become arrogant and careless, underestimating the cultivators of Yue. I must express my gratitude to Lu Daoist for awakening them. As he concluded his statement, the masked man's voice sharpened, causing the ghost spirit sect disciples to lower their heads in trepidation. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow, although the man appeared to be at the mid-stage of foundation building. He had instilled such fear in his similarly ranked peers, suggesting either hidden prowess or a position of considerable influence. This raised suspicions about the true intentions of the ghost spirit sect as they approached the Yin clan fortress. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Yunze discreetly surveyed the Yin disciples below. Upon the masked man's words, many Yin disciples flushed with embarrassment and anger. Their gratitude towards Lu Yunze diminished significantly. Some narrow-minded individuals might even harbor resentment towards him. However, Lu Yunze was unconcerned. He had come to garner favor. Under the masked man's flattery, it would have been prudent for him to graciously accept the compliment. But did Lu Yunze care about his pride? A glance at Nan Gongwan and the ghost spirit sect confirmed his belief that he could forego it. After all, in Lu Yunze's world, pride was a dispensable commodity. To the masked man, Lu Yunze flashed a sincere and warm smile, though his words were less than civilized. I see your spiritual essence is pure, unlike these rabble. Why not join me for a spar? Impudent. Before the masked man could respond, a green-robed giant roared, exuding a dark aura as he prepared to confront Lu Yunze. Yet, despite his intimidating presence, the giant hesitated on the brink of the arena, causing an awkward silence to envelop the crowd. Enough! The masked man bellowed in anger. The green-robed giant recoiled, his fury simmering as he stepped back. Your control over the dark arts is commendable. Perhaps refrain from practicing further. The masked man shot him a cold glare before addressing Lu Yunze. Why the haste, Daoist Lu? Perhaps it won't be long before we can engage in earnest. I shall await that day, Lu Yunze replied, his smile radiant, as he gracefully leaped down from the arena. Brother Lu is indeed formidable. With but a few moves, he has instilled such fear in these dark cultivators that they dare not approach the stage. Today has truly opened my eyes. As soon as he steadied himself, Dong Xian'er rushed forward, startling him. Behind her stood a strikingly handsome young man, glaring at Lu Yunze with palpable animosity. And you are? The young man, with an icy demeanor, introduced himself. Feng Xian of the Feng clan. I've heard much of you, Brother Lu. Lu Yunze cast a puzzled glance at Han Li, who returned a helpless expression. Before he could grasp the situation, an elderly Yin clan elder approached, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Daoist Lu, for your timely assistance. I express the Yin clan's gratitude on their behalf. Too kind, Lu Yunze replied, returning the gesture. The elder smiled warmly and turned to the masked man, saying, the ghost spirit sect's techniques are exquisite. We, the Yin clan, must concede our inferiority. However, with 5 matches remaining, do you wish to continue? Or shall we wait for the disciples of the Yin clan's death hall to arrive? Let us hold off. We can continue once the disciples arrive. I have long heard of the esteemed blood cultivators of the Yin clan. The masked man responded with courtesy. Very well. If the young master truly wishes to engage, we of the Yin clan shall oblige until the end, the elder replied coolly, his brow furrowed. Young master? Lu Yunze raised an eyebrow, feeling considerably relieved. He had feared the masked man might be a hidden core formation cultivator, but it now appeared he commanded respect solely due to his status. As long as he wasn't at the core formation stage, Lu Yunze felt no need for alarm. After all, even if he was the young master of the ghost spirit sect, it was unlikely he could command the elders of the sect to confront him. As these thoughts traversed his mind, he felt a mix of unease and admiration for his foresight. Had he not brought Nan Gongwan along, he would have been contemplating an escape route by now. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your assistance. As the crowd began to disperse, Yin Yu approached with a complex expression, bowing deeply. Upon noticing Dong Xian'er beside Lu Yunze, her expression darkened, and she swiftly turned to vanish among the crowd. Yin Ling, witnessing her brother's demeanor, rolled her eyes and clasped her hands towards Lu Yunze. My brother isn't the brightest. Please forgive any offense. Not at all. I understand, Lu Yunze replied. not inclined to burden himself over the folly of one so foolish. Today, the kindness shown by Taoist Lu is forever etched in Yinling's heart. With a lively and cheerful smile, Yinling glanced around at the four newcomers. Since they are still unfamiliar with Yin family fortress, how about I take them on a tour to extend the hospitality of the host? After a brief exchange, the four divided into two groups. Nangong Wan and Dong Xinyuan followed Yinling to explore the fortress, while Lu Yunze and Han Li wandered off on their own. As they walked along the cobblestone path of the Yin family fortress, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yunze and calmly inquired, "What has come over you today? Why the sudden willingness to stand for the Yin family?" Lu Yunze shrugged. "I don't even know them. What do you mean by standing for them? I merely acted to test the intentions of those from the Ghost Spirit sect. If something goes awry, we ought to be prepared." "The Ghost Spirit sect?" Han Li furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. "If I recall correctly, you mentioned it ranks at the bottom among the 6 demon sects of the Devil Path, right?" "Indeed," Lu Yunze replied, his expression growing serious. "It is the lowest among the 6 demon sects of Tianluo Kingdom, yet its power can still easily overshadow our moon-concealing sect. The young master of the Ghost Spirit sect leading such a large group into Yu country surely has grand ambitions. We must clarify this matter." Han Li still looked perplexed, struggling to grasp the significance of the situation. Seeing his bewilderment, Lu Yunze patiently explained, "The 6 demon sects of Tianluo Kingdom are the foremost power in the southern region, far surpassing the moderate forces of our Yu country's 7 sections. Aside from the Righteous Alliance of Fengdu and the 9 Nations Alliance at the southern border, other countries' cultivation forces cannot withstand their invasion alone. For many years, the 6 demon sects have sought to annex surrounding nations to expand their influence. However, they have been restrained by the Righteous Alliance and the wartime alliance formed by several moderate nations to collectively resist the demonic incursions. This is why they have remained docile within Tianluo Kingdom. Yu country is sandwiched between the smaller nations of Jiang and Cheki, which, despite their size, possess formidable cultivation powers and have long united to fend off demon invasions, fiercely opposing the demon cultivators with an ironclad principle of eliminating them on sight. Now, do you understand? The young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, leading such a large entourage, daringly crossed over Jiang and Cheki to arrive directly at Yin family fortress, which indicates that his intentions are far from trivial." Lu Yunze scoffed. "For a mere treasure-hunting event, it hardly warrants such an effort. There must be something more significant at play." Realization dawned on Han Li, and he uneasily asked, "If we ascertain that they harbor ulterior motives, then this visit to Yin family fortress could lead to unforeseen complications. Why provoke the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect?" Lu Yunze smiled slightly. "To be honest, if it weren't for Nangong Wan's presence, I would have left already. Despite her seemingly unimpressive record, her Snu reincarnation technique is a genuine top-tier method, and she is proficient in several potent secret arts of the moon-concealing sect. Her combat prowess is not something typical cultivators of the same realm can compare with. As a disciple of the moon-concealing sect, I feel compelled to investigate matters that arise. Trust me, Han, no matter how dire the situation, I am confident in preserving our lives." Han Li's gaze shifted, and a smile crept onto his lips. "Now I see why you've been dragging me around all this time." Lu Yunze chuckled silently. As someone who had only skimmed the beginning of the story, he truly had no idea what kind of trouble awaited them at Yin family fortress. However, it mattered little. He had a living task trigger by his side, so finding clues would not be an issue. Meanwhile, as the two continued their stroll, heated arguments suddenly erupted from a nearby shop, accompanied by a man's furious shout. A woman dressed as a young matron stormed out, nearly colliding with them on the stone street. "Miss, watch your step, you old Han," Lu Yunze began, but abruptly halted as he noticed Han Li had turned to stone, his eyes fixed on the matron in a trance. "Old Han, this is excessive. We cultivators must maintain our decorum. You cannot behave like this." Lu Yunze grasped Han Li's shoulder and vigorously shook him. Who knows how wide Nangong Wan's perception range is? If she were to catch him in such a predicament, it would spell trouble. Dong Xinyuan, a female cultivator who clearly had no chance with Han Li, approached Nangong Wan, hoping to merely enjoy the spectacle without any real concern. But this situation was different. If Han Li were to make a fundamental mistake, it could lead to dire consequences. Initially, the matron was irritated by Han Li's unabashed gaze, but upon being interrupted by Lu Yunze, she instinctively looked up. With just that glance, her eyes became transfixed. "Senior brother Han?" Her voice trembled, disbelief washing over her as she covered her mouth in shock. Tears streamed down her weathered cheeks, cascading down to her fingers, mingling with a bittersweet saltiness. "Junior sister." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, pushing Lu Yunze aside, his expression one of astonishment. Wow. Lu Yunze staggered back a few steps, his gaze darting between the two, his eyes growing wider as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He truly did not expect this broad-shouldered, thick-browed fellow to be entangled in such a dramatic encounter. How outrageous. He hadn't even brought a recording orb. Lu Yunze lamented deeply, wishing he could pause the moment, rush back to his dwelling, and retrieve his recording equipment to document this rare scene. Just imagine, if Hanli ever holds a dual cultivation ceremony in the future, and he is invited to attend, presenting this segment during the celebration would be immensely thrilling. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around the trio, comprising both mortals and cultivators. They witnessed 2 men and 1 woman standing in the middle of the street, with a beautiful matron weeping before one of the men, while the other gazed skyward, a look of regret etched on his face. If a mediocre writer were to witness this scene, they could easily spin it into a 20,000-word narrative. Hanli clearly noticed the commotion and quickly addressed the matron, junior sister. Let us find a more suitable place for a detailed conversation. This does not seem like the right setting. With tears streaming down her face, the matron nodded obediently. Yes. I will follow your lead, senior brother. Upon hearing her words, Hanli hesitated, gazing at her enchanting face, his expression softening. Though he could not fathom why, Lu Yunze suddenly felt like an unwarranted presence in this moment. Senior brother, shall we go to my home? My mother is there too, the matron suggested. Turning to Lu Yunze, may I ask who this immortal master is? He is nobody special, merely a passerby. Lu Yunze waved his hand, turning to Hanli. Aren't you busy? Why are you still standing here? Well done. Truly commendable. Lu Yunze thought to himself, relishing this unexpected report. As the moon hung high in the sky, a massive dark cloud obscured the silvery moonlight. The deepening night gradually enveloped the entire Yanling fortress. Within the tallest building, the Feiyun Pavilion at the heart of the fortress, an elderly man with a head of fiery red hair paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. Not far in front of him, 3 elderly men clad in gray stood with their hands clasped, their expressions reflecting an extraordinary reverence. Among them was the elder from the Yin family, who had previously expressed gratitude to Lu Yunze by the arena during the day. Did that boy from the ghost spirit sect truly say he would come to see me tonight? The red-haired elder inquired, his face devoid of emotion. The Yin elder stepped forward respectfully, bowing his head as he replied, Indeed, ancestor. The young master of the ghost spirit sect conveyed such a message to me privately after the competition. The red-haired elder remained silent, his features set in a stony expression that betrayed no hint of emotion. At that moment, a middle-aged man in black entered, bowing respectfully as he announced, Ancestor, esteemed elders. The guest has arrived and has been settled in the hall. However, his 2 bodyguards refused to wait outside, having subdued the iron guards. It appears they are cultivators of the core formation stage. How should we respond? I humbly seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder snorted coldly, a flash of anger crossing his face. It was not surprising. How could the young master of the ghost spirit sect venture into perilous territory alone? The sect leader must have made ample preparations to allow him to enter the kingdom of Yue. As he pondered this, his brow furrowed slightly, suppressing his internal rage. Let us go and witness the character of this elusive young master. As they entered the hall, they beheld a mysterious youth adorned with a silver demon mask, sitting motionless in the guest seat. Behind him stood 2 figures, one old and one young. The elder had a head full of white hair, his face marked with layers of wrinkles, suggesting he was at least a century old. The younger one, with rosy lips and white teeth, sported 2 small braids and appeared to be no more than 10 years old. The red-haired elder's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. It turned out to be the renowned Li brothers, which explained why the leader of the ghost spirit sect was so at ease, allowing his own son to venture into danger. The reputation of the Li brothers was immense. Even in the kingdom of Yue, their tales had reached far and wide. Rumor had it that they practiced an extremely rare magical technique that required both to cultivate together. The conditions for this technique were exceedingly strict, demanding that the practitioners be blood relatives and that their elemental affinities align perfectly. Once mastered, the power unleashed was formidable. When the brothers joined forces, even cultivators of a higher level would struggle against them. Despite the red-haired elder having reached the pinnacle of the mid-core formation stage, he felt no confidence in facing this pair. I never imagined our names would carry such weight, even reaching the ears of the Yin family's ancestor. It is truly humbling, the younger boy chuckled, his voice rasping and deep, reminiscent of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. However, it is not us who are in charge of this matter. We are merely here to ensure the young master's safety. The specific details must be discussed between Brother Yin and the young master. The red-haired elder nodded slightly, but a storm of thoughts churned within him. In the realm of cultivators, strength reigned supreme. The young master of the ghost spirit sect was merely at the mid-foundation establishment level, yet he had the infamous Li brothers, renowned even among core formation cultivators, protecting him without a hint of complaint. If this individual possessed extraordinary abilities, or if the leader of the ghost spirit sect maintained an exceptional level of control over his subordinates, it would bode ill for the Yin family. He turned to the enigmatic young man and calmly inquired, "Why does the illustrious young master of the ghost spirit sect conceal his face with a mask?" The young master chuckled softly, replying with serene composure, "I wear this mask for reasons that are not as sinister as they may seem. If you wish to see my face, I would be more than willing to remove it for you." "Enough," the red-haired elder retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. "You people from the ghost spirit sect have traveled far to our Yin family and insist on meeting with me. Now that I am here, state your purpose directly. Without concealing anything from you, I come at my father's behest to deliver a letter," the young master of the ghost spirit sect replied with a smile, retrieving an envelope from his robe and presenting it to the elder. The red-haired elder glanced at them coldly before casually tearing open the envelope. After a few moments of reading, his expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock, radiating an aura of suppressed fury. After a prolonged silence, he retracted the letter, his face darkening as he fixed his gaze on the young master. "Who else is aware of this matter?" The young master of the ghost spirit sect smiled at this inquiry. "Aside from myself, no one knows the contents of this letter, including the two elderly." The red-haired elder scrutinized the Li brothers behind him, noticing their composed expressions, which suggested they tacitly acknowledged the situation. "Are you certain the information has not leaked?" he asked, his tone icy. The young master of the ghost spirit sect furrowed his brow slightly, as if recalling something. His demeanor returned to normal. "Are you concerned about that boy from the moon concealment sect?" The elder snorted. "That individual is a direct disciple of the formidable elder Qiong from the moon concealment sect. It is said he is being groomed as the successor. If he uncovers any clues and alerts that old monster, the entire Yin family, along with you ghost spirit sect cultivators, will have no chance of escape." "Oh, is Elder Qiong truly that formidable?" The elderly, resembling an aged man, raised an eyebrow, sounding somewhat unconvinced. The red-haired elder frowned, noting that the individual's voice was weak, as if he could fall at any moment. Moreover, his tone seemed somewhat arrogant, as if he regarded the world's heroes with disdain. "Do not underestimate him, friends. I have witnessed Elder Qiong's elusive techniques firsthand. For core formation cultivators lost their lives without ever laying eyes on him." The elder took a sip of tea, his tone laced with trepidation. "Under his invisible technique, we core formation cultivators are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. If we cannot even locate him, how can we hope to contend?" The red-haired elder cast a meaningful glance at the Li brothers. For many years, Elder Qiong had been regarded as equal to the Yuaning elders of various sects in the kingdom of Yu. Other core formation cultivators acknowledged him as their senior upon encountering him. Do you comprehend why? Let us not forget that in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. The Li brothers exchanged surprised glances, falling silent. "Do not worry, Senior Yin," the young master of the ghost spirit sect reassured with a light laugh, his expression tranquil. "I can guarantee that this matter has not been disclosed in the slightest. That lad named Lu may have only detected some hints, but it is far from alarming Elder Qiong. Besides, he is far away in the moon concealment sect. Even if he received word, it would be of no consequence. By the time he arrives, we will likely have moved on." The young master's gaze swept across the other members of the Yin family, and then he fell silent. The red-haired elder lowered his head to sip his tea, remaining uncommunicative. "If you are truly concerned, why not let us capture him first? In this way, regardless of whether Elder Qiong knows of this, we will be in an unbeatable position." The red-haired elder slowly rose. "This matter requires further discussion. Come with me." Before the gathered Yin disciples, the Yin ancestor led the young master of the ghost spirit sect into a secret chamber fortified with numerous protective barriers. They remained there for an entire night. Chapter 65. Yin and Lu Yunze walked alone along the cobblestone path of Yin Fortress, flanked by shops that had already adorned themselves with bright red lanterns, illuminating the night with their warm glow. In the brilliant light, certain individuals appeared solitary and pitiable. After a whole day had passed, there was still no sign of anyone attempting to obstruct me. Are these practitioners from the ghostly spirit sect truly so composed? Lu Yunze had intended to bait them into action, yet they appeared utterly indifferent to his provocation. As for Han Li, after he departed with that lady, he vanished without a trace, leaving one to wonder where he had gone. Such camaraderie. It seems I cannot refrain from filing a report, Lu Yunze resolved within himself. Just then, a flash of pink light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a familiar voice shouting, "Do not let that lecher escape." Lu Yunze's spirits lifted. The pent-up frustration finally had an outlet. 5 ethereal blades transformed into 5 shimmering rainbows, slashing upwards in a crisscross motion. The pink light abruptly halted, revealing a beautiful figure clad in a man's attire. Lu Yunze was momentarily taken aback. This is the lecher? Which fortunate fellow has attracted her attention? A beam of white light flickered, and Nangong Wan, her eyes gleaming with menace, hovered in midair. The beauty furrowed her delicate brows and spoke in a man's voice. "Dear friend, my sister Xianyuan willingly wishes to engage in dual cultivation with Tian. Why must you resort to violence and act as the villain in this tale?" "Bah!" Nangong Wan spat, her face flushed with indignation. "You audacious lecher! How dare you employ enchantments on disciples of the 7 sects? Today, I shall turn you to dust." Lu Yunze quietly approached Nangong Wan. His eyes filled with intrigue as he inquired, "Sister, who has this lecher bewitched?" "Who else but Sister Xianyuan?" Nangong Wan glared fiercely at the stunning figure. Her silver teeth nearly ground to the point of drawing blood. Each time Lu Yunze heard her refer to sister, a chill ran down his spine. After all, the notion of a youthful maiden over 100 years old referring to a woman barely in her 20s as a sister was quite a challenge to his sensibilities. The alluring figure let out a faint sigh, saying, "Dear friend, one must speak with evidence. When have I ever employed enchantments? I am unaware of such actions." "Huh." Lu Yunze could not suppress his laughter, playfully retorting, "Dear lecher, can you truly not see it even now?" He subtly raised his hand, summoning 5 ethereal blades. 3 blue and 2 red, a total of 10 magical artifacts ascending from below, blocking every possible escape route for the beautiful figure. "We are not here to reason with you." A cold smile graced Lu Yunze's lips as the 10 artifacts shimmered with tricolored spiritual light, swirling like a tempest of blades. The beautiful figure's expression shifted dramatically. Pink mist enveloped her, and she began to spin rapidly, transforming into a massive pink orb several yards in diameter, deflecting the 10 formidable artifacts. "Oh!" Lu Yunze's eyes widened in surprise as he pointed with a flick of his hand, directing the 10 artifacts to encircle the pink orb, relentlessly assaulting it. Inside the orb, the beautiful figure felt a surge of anxiety, despite confidence in her magical prowess. She doubted her ability to withstand such a ferocious onslaught for long. Though she had other means at her disposal, she could not afford to expose her roots before the public eye. As the orb began to tremble, flashing intermittently, it seemed on the verge of collapse under the barrage of artifacts. Suddenly, several streaks of light emerged from various locations within Yinling Fortress, racing towards them. "The Yin family Iron Guards are here. Who dares to cause trouble within Yinling Fortress?" Lu Yunze cast a glance at them, hesitating for a moment before retracting his artifacts. The beautiful figure sighed in relief but dared not dissipate the orb, instead calling out from within, "Dear friends of the Yin family, I am a contestant in the treasure-seizing event, and I was nearly killed by these 2 for no reason tonight. I implore you for justice." The lights converged around the 3, revealing 7 or 8 foundation-building cultivators, all clad in black, with stern faces. Nangong Wan frowned, preparing to speak, but Lu Yunze interjected, saying, "Esteemed friends of the Yin family, I am Lu Yunze from the Qianyu sect, and one of my companions fell victim to this demon's enchantment, nearly losing her virtue. My sister was present at the time, and in a moment of fury, she acted in defense. I ask that you discern the truth." The Yin cultivators exchanged glances, and one burly man suddenly chuckled, bowing to Lu Yunze. "Ah, it is you, Lu Daoyu. I did not recognize you in my haste. I am Yin Nan, and I thank you for your earlier assistance to my younger brother." Lu Yunze tilted his head in confusion. "Might I inquire who your brother is?" "My brother, Yin Bei, would have perished at the hands of that demon if not for your timely intervention," Yin Nan expressed with gratitude. The beautiful figure within the pink orb felt a sense of foreboding. "Oh, no need for such courtesy, Yin Daoyu. My actions were merely a matter of chance." Lu Yunze responded with an amiable smile. If only his fellow disciples from Qianyu sect could witness such a demeanor, they might faint from shock. "Lu Daoyu, you are too modest. How can such a great favor go unacknowledged?" Yin Nan's tone suddenly shifted to one of fury. Just as he began to speak, the beautiful figure, sensing the peril, employed some secret technique, transforming the orb into a red-crowned crane. With a flap of its wings, it shot forth like a crimson streak, escaping at remarkable speed. In the moment of distraction, the gathered crowd allowed her to flee. Nangong Wan arched an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Yunze. Just moments ago, he had subtly halted her from intervening, allowing the beautiful figure to escape right before their eyes. Lu Yunze approached the yin cultivators, engaging in pleasantries. Meanwhile, Nangong received a transmission from Lu Yunze. Something feels amiss. The timing of their appearance is too precise. There must be a hidden agenda. Her expression remained inscrutable, floating gracefully in the air, embodying the essence of an ice-cold beauty. The yin cultivators, sensing her frosty demeanor, ceased their attempts to engage her, continuing their conversation with Lu Yunze instead. As night deepened and clouds gathered overhead, the yin cultivators reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Yunze, promising to extend their hospitality the following morning. "You seem to be enjoying yourselves," Nangong remarked with a playful smile, her expression reminiscent of a cunning fox eyeing a plump chicken. Lu Yunze rolled his eyes. "Stop gazing at me. I should return to check on Dong Xianyuan." Nangong suddenly recalled the matter at hand, hastily transforming into a streak of white light, heading towards the Feng Yue Inn where everyone was staying. Inside her room, Dong Xianyuan sat with her arms tightly wrapped around herself, her pallid face devoid of color, trembling uncontrollably. Yin Ling was beside her, softly offering comfort. Their bond seemed to have strengthened significantly during their time apart. What transpired? Nangong inquired as she pushed the door open and approached Dong Xianyuan. In an instant, Dong Xianyuan found an outlet for her emotions, collapsing into Nangong's embrace and sobbing uncontrollably. There, it's all right," Nangong soothed, gently stroking Dong Xianyuan's hair. Yin Ling sighed in relief, bounding over to Lu Yunze. "Big brother Lu, did you capture that lecher?" Lu Yunze spread his hands in resignation, replying, "We were so close to capturing him, but we encountered your Yin family's iron guards, and in the chaos, he managed to escape." Upon hearing the words, Yin Ling was instantly incensed, her feet stamping in agitation as she exclaimed, "Which iron guard is so blind? How could they let that lecher escape?" Lu Yunze let out a bitter laugh, replying, "He claimed to be the brother of the man I rescued during the day, named Yin Nan." Yin Nan? Yin Ling froze momentarily at the mention of the name. "What? Do you know him?" Lu Yunze inquired casually. "I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him," Yin Ling responded, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. "Yet he is clearly a blood cultivator of our Yin family's life and death hall. How has he become an iron guard?" Chapter 66. Blood cultivators. When the terms Yin family, life and death hall, and blood cultivators coalesce, most cultivators in the kingdom of Yu would instinctively feel a chill run down their spines and hasten to put as much distance between themselves and the notion. This elite cadre of cultivators, secretly nurtured by the Yin family, had, for an extended period, become synonymous with death in the realm of cultivation within Yu. It was said that centuries ago, the Yin family solidified its status as the foremost family in Yu by employing these nearly lethal machines, only to subsequently conceal them from the world. For the next few hundred years, the blood cultivators of the Yin family transformed into a terrifying legend, glimpsed only in whispered tales of horror. The perception of outsiders had dwindled to mere shadows of mystery, power, and terror, with few living cultivators having ever interacted with them. TSK. Lu Yunze gazed out at the waning moon, his tongue clicking in dismay. This could spell significant trouble, although he was confident that no one beneath the core formation stage could slay him. The emergence of blood cultivators signified a different concern. The Yin family might have allied themselves with the ghost spirit sect. This was no matter a mere foundation establishment cultivator could entangle himself within. As he contemplated the potential repercussions of this development, Lu Yunze's expression darkened. He began to speculate whether the events at Yinling Fortress truly mirrored the narrative of that original novel, and how Han Li, without his and Nangong's assistance, managed to extricate himself from such a formidable dilemma. Or perhaps, his presence had induced a butterfly effect, rendering the original circumstances far less dire than they currently appeared. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Although he had shared his suspicions with Nangong, he felt she was not particularly reliable. What happened? A familiar voice called from outside, and a nondescript face peeked into Lu Yunze's room. "Dong Xianer, why are you crying so fiercely all of a sudden?" Han Li, with a furrowed brow, looked at Lu Yunze in confusion. "I can't shake the feeling that your senior sister harbors a strong dislike for me, and it seems she has been concealing something throughout our journey. Lu Yunze, is there something you haven't told me?" Letting out a sigh, Lu Yunze turned to face Han Li with resignation. I forgot to file a report. Old Han, it's not that I wish to withhold information. The situation has grown rather complicated, and I cannot be certain." Lu Yunze glanced out the window, his formidable spiritual sense rivaling that of a core formation cultivator, enveloping the vicinity. Sure enough, 5 or 6 spiritual presences surrounded the inn tightly, 2 of which were notably strong, likely late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Old Han, I need to impart some matters to you, so listen carefully. Lu Yunze closed the window and turned to grasp Han Li's shoulders, his expression grave. Tomorrow morning, I must venture out. I may or may not return. If I do not return, take Dong Xiner and Nangang Yu to participate in the treasure-seeking event. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not leave Nangang Yu's side for even a moment. As long as you remain near her, you will be absolutely safe. Han Li's eyes widened in shock. Old Lu, what on earth is happening? Is there some unforeseen trouble at the treasure-seeking event? Lu Yunze waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. There will be over 200 foundation establishment cultivators at the event. They are either elite members of the 7 sects or esteemed guests from other nations. Even these bold individuals would not dare to act against you. Upon hearing this, Han Li's face darkened as he pondered deeply before finally asking, do you need any assistance? Lu Yunze flashed a reassuring smile. Fear not, the Yin family cannot hold me back. Meanwhile, within the Yin family's Feiyun Pavilion, a highly confidential clan meeting was being convened. The Yin family's elders sat in the principal seat, flanked by the clan's powerful managers and elders, each bearing expressions of various emotions. The conditions proposed by the Ghost Spirit sect for the Yin family's return were exceptionally generous. They were willing to lend the 10,000 spirits true scripture for our perusal and even offered the position of deputy sect leader to a member of our Yin family. Their only demand was that we must marry Yinner to their young sect leader, allowing them to cultivate the blood spirit great method together, with the future head of the Yin family being determined by the offspring of their union. A condition that would also apply to the sect leader position of the Ghost Spirit sect. Let us hear your opinions. The future direction of the Yin family hinges on today's decision. As these words echoed, the assembled individuals exchanged glances, each falling silent. What? Have you all lost your tongues? The elder furrowed his brow, his tone sharp. To his left, a pallid elder hesitated before speaking. Elder, I have a question that I do not understand. I hope you will enlighten me. Speak freely. Today's meeting permits open discourse without concern, the elder responded calmly, nodding at the elder. Since the esteemed elder has broached the subject, I shall ask directly. Is it not overly generous of the Ghost Spirit sect to offer such terms? The pale elder breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. The 10,000 spirits true scripture is the foundation of the Ghost Spirit sect, and the deputy sect leader position wields immense power. Although our Yin family holds considerable influence in the kingdom of Yu, we are still far inferior to the Ghost Spirit sect. Why would they propose such favorable terms? Is there some hidden agenda? As soon as the elder finished speaking, the assembly erupted into murmurs of discussion. Silence, the elder commanded, surveying the crowd with a smile. Indeed, the concerns of our young friend are not without merit, but I have gathered ample intelligence. The 6 demonic sects of the Tianluo nation will invade the kingdom of Yu in 5 days. Meanwhile, the Jiang nation and the Cheki nation fell a fortnight ago, with most of their sects obliterated and a small portion capitulated, becoming vassals to the 6 demonic sects. In order to gain an advantage in this impending war and seize territory in the kingdom of Yu, the Ghost Spirit sect sought our Yin family's aid. After all, the Yin family has operated in the kingdom of Yu for many years. With our assistance, their chances of conquering this land are significantly heightened. Before the assembly could fully digest the shocking news, the elder continued. Moreover, the Ghost Spirit sect is currently not in a favorable position either. The various demonic sects within the Tianluo nation are restless, all eyeing the Ghost Spirit sect's position among the 6 demonic sects. Should they fail to secure a nation in this conflict, the Ghost Spirit sect, already at the bottom of the 6, may lose even that status. At this point, the elder let out a cold laugh. Do not be deceived by this string of generous offers. In the realm of demonic cultivators, strength is paramount. If that leader of the Ghost Spirit sect did not possess nascent soul cultivation, how could he maintain his position? Our Yin family, despite our strengths, is still insufficient. Even if they truly granted us the deputy sect leader position, we would be unable to maintain it. Regarding the marriage alliance between the Yin family and the Wang family, it merely serves to firmly tether our Yin family to their war chariot, compelling us to devote ourselves to their endeavors. In summary, the most significant benefit we could derive from this arrangement is the Book of All Spirits and the opportunity to join the Wang family's Ghost Spirit sect. Any other conditions are best left unconsidered. The assembly fell into a profound silence, with everyone pondering the pros and cons while secretly cursing the treachery of the Wang family. The patriarch of the Yin family, furrowing his brow, turned to a middle-aged scholar seated in the 3rd position on the right. Jinyi, what is your perspective on this matter? You are our family strategist. and this pertains to our very survival. Please analyze it with utmost care." The scholar, not daring to show any negligence, rose and replied, "Your command is my duty." An hour later, the members of the Yin family began to disperse in small groups, leaving only the patriarch and Mr. Xian Yi in the council hall. Shortly thereafter, the young master of the ghost spirit sect and Yin Rian entered the hall. "Now that our Yin family has resolved to return to the ghost spirit sect, does the young master have any further instructions?" The patriarch's tone was notably gentler than before, clearly acknowledging that the Yin family would henceforth be a part of the ghost spirit sect. "There's no need for such formality, Elder Yin. Now that Miss Rian and I have sworn a life and death oath, we are bound to share our fates henceforth. This can be regarded as a betrothal. Henceforth, you may simply refer to me as Wang Chan. There is no need for young master," Wang Chan said with a graceful bow, exuding elegance. "That is unacceptable. Until you and Rian are officially wed, it would be quite disrespectful for me to call you young master, especially since the Yin family is soon to become a part of the ghost spirit sect." The patriarch, expressionless, stroked his short beard and shook his head in disapproval. Wang Chan, upon hearing this, did not press the issue further. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "In truth, I came to inquire how the elder plans to fulfill the agreement. Additionally, how should we address the over 200 foundation-building cultivators currently gathered in the Yin family?" At this, both Mr. Xian Yi and the patriarch's expressions shifted noticeably. "What does the young master imply?" the patriarch asked cautiously. Wang Chan smiled lightly and replied, "The practice of the blood spirit great method requires the souls of cultivators for blood sacrifices to commence successfully. Why not use the Yin fire great formation of my ghost spirit sect to refine the bodies of these cultivators, leaving only their souls for Miss Rian's foundation building?" The patriarch felt a chill in his heart and gravely responded, "That is indeed a brilliant suggestion, young master. If we were to proceed in such a manner, though the world is vast, there would be no place for the Yin family to exist any longer." Slowly rising, the patriarch fixed his gaze upon Wang Chan and declared with firmness, "The Yin family will not actively harm the invited cultivators within the fortress. However, I can gather the cultivators from the 7 sects in one location. As for how to deal with them and whether we can capture so many, that will depend entirely on the capabilities of your esteemed sect." Wang Chan's eyes flickered with intrigue, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Since the elder has spoken thus, let us take on the role of the villains this time. However, among the 7 sects, there are a few who may prove troublesome. Should they manage to escape inadvertently, it could lead to significant complications." The patriarch stroked his beard lightly and inquired with a smile, "Are you referring to the disciple of that old monster Chiom?" "Precisely. The art of formless evasion is exceedingly profound. One cannot guarantee that the lad surnamed Lu hasn't gleaned some of its essence. If by chance he were to escape, the ghost spirit sect would not fear the consequences, but the Yin family might encounter grave troubles," Wang Chan stated calmly, a flicker of bloodlust crossing his eyes. "There is no need for concern, young master." The patriarch waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. "The Yin family has its own arrangements for this individual. It will not hinder your important matters." "Oh," Wang Chan was taken aback for a moment, then casually remarked, "In that case, I shall rest easy. Please inform me later of the location where the 7 sects will gather. For now, Wang Chan will take his leave." With an air of grace, Wang Chan bowed and exited the Yin family's council hall. As he stepped through the door, 2 ghostly figures appeared behind him, none other than the Li brothers. Why does the young master place such importance on that lad surnamed Lu? Has he perhaps taken a liking to the formless evasion technique of the old monster Chiom? The youthful Li brothers exchanged glances, their voices raspy with curiosity. Wang Chan smiled and nodded. "The reputation of the formless evasion is indeed formidable. Naturally, I have an interest. However, since the Yin family has already taken him in, it would be inappropriate for me to voice any objections. Let them have him for now. After all, everything belonging to the Yin family will ultimately become mine." Gazing at the waning moon in the sky, Wang Chan let out a soft sigh. "What a pity. I cannot confront that lad surnamed Lu. I am quite curious about his true capabilities." The Li brothers exchanged knowing looks and erupted into a discordant laughter. By this time, the clouds had cleared, and the pale moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint blood-red hue. The next morning, a bold and resounding voice echoed from the windy joy in below. "Are the Lu brothers present? I have come to fetch you." Inside the room, Lu Yunze opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged in meditation. A fleeting brilliance of 5 colors shimmered in his pupils, exuding an ethereal and unpredictable aura, as if he were about to merge with the very essence of the world. "Has Brother Yannin arrived?" Lu Yunze rose and pushed open the door, laughing heartily with a tone brimming with warmth. It is indeed I. Yan Nan clapped his chest and flashed a grin at Lu Yunze. Two similarly robust men followed closely behind him, both at the mid-foundation stage as well. Brother Lu, as we agreed last night, let me extend my hospitality before the treasure-seeking event commences. Yan Nan's face was lit with excitement. Just then, Han Li and his companions also opened their door, casting peculiar glances at Yan Nan and his companions. If you are not confident, do not engage. I can take you away from Yinling Fortress directly. Nan Gongwan's voice whispered in Lu Yunze's ear. Without turning his head, Lu Yunze subtly gestured with his hand and laughed heartily, following the three men toward an inconspicuous corner of Yinling Fortress. Along the way, Yan Nan enthusiastically pointed out the shops lining the bluestone path, introducing Lu Yunze to Qin's medicinal herbs, Master Wu's artifacts, and the tavern run by Widow Lu, along with several unmarked houses with half-closed doors, their laughter echoing as they moved further away. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a tavern named Qinyan Xian. Brother Lu, this is the tavern I mentioned. Their secret brew, the Heavenly Jade Spirit Wine, is a closely guarded secret of our Yin family and is never disclosed to outsiders. Yan Nan explained eagerly, standing beside Lu Yunze. The other two slightly dispersed, positioning themselves behind Lu Yunze on either side. This Heavenly Jade Spirit Wine possesses miraculous effects for us foundation-building cultivators, assisting in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Had it not been for Brother Lu's support for our Yin family, I would never have been able to share even a drop of this spirit wine with you, Yan Nan said earnestly. I see. I am truly overwhelmed by your generosity. Lu Yunze responded, letting out a sigh. What a pity indeed. Yan Nan, somewhat perplexed, stroked his chin and inquired, Brother Lu, what is there to lament? What a pity. If only it were true, Lu Yunze replied with a subtle smile, his gaze piercing with an icy intensity, as if he were carving deep into the essence of one's soul. Yan Nan's smile faltered, confusion overtaking his expression. What do you mean by that, Brother Lu? I seem to be a bit lost. The conversation had reached a critical juncture, rendering any pretense of ignorance utterly pointless. Lu Yunze narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the restaurant before him. An impressive illusion array, nearly capable of deceiving my senses. Yan Nan's expression shifted dramatically, as his entire right arm transformed into a grotesque, blood-red claw, lunging menacingly at Lu Yunze. A slender blue light flickered between them, causing Yan Nan to stagger back in disbelief, clutching his bleeding neck, his face awash with terror. I suspected you had ulterior motives last night. Today, I merely sought to ascertain the Yin family's stance, and indeed, it startled me. Does your family intend to leave no room for negotiation? Lu Yunze observed the pale-faced Yan Nan, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The Yin family's blood cultivators have quite the reputation. Yet, the very fact that I dared to come here alone indicates that I am thoroughly prepared. How could you not have anticipated this, Brother Yan? Lu Yunze squinted, his cold gaze sweeping over the three individuals before him, as a blue needle hovered beside him, emanating a faint azure glow. And you three, how long do you intend to conceal yourselves? Let us engage together. The restaurant dissipated like a fleeting illusion, revealing three blood-clad cultivators from the Yin family. Chapter 68, Malevolent Spirits, Armored Beasts, 6 foundational cultivators, 4 in mid-stage, 2 in late-stage. In this illusion array, the Yin family certainly regards me highly. Lu Yunze scoffed derisively. Humph, that Yin Wu is truly inept. He cannot even manage an illusion array, yet claims that no one below the core formation stage can detect its flaws. Utter nonsense. One of the late-stage foundational cultivators retorted angrily, completely disregarding Lu Yunze's implications. In his view, Lu Yunze was merely a mid-stage foundational cultivator, no matter how strong he was. He could only be on par with himself. The Yin family had dispatched 6 blood cultivators to capture Lu Yunze, and no matter how remarkable his abilities, he was but a caged bird, unable to take flight. Lu Yunze raised an eyebrow, displaying no signs of anger, instead focusing his attention on Yan Nan. At this moment, Yan Nan radiated a blood-red aura, dazzlingly bright. One could faintly discern blood-red scales the size of coins on his skin, and the wound on his throat, previously pierced by the blue needle, had astonishingly healed. Everyone resolved this swiftly. The late-stage foundational cultivator bellowed, and simultaneously, the 6 individuals were enveloped in a crimson glow, a scent of blood and iron wafting through the air. In unison, they raised their hands, unleashing 6 beams of blood light aimed directly at Lu Yunze. With a flash of yellow light, Lu Yunze abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing several feet away. Earth escape technique? The 6 exchanged uneasy glances, sensing a grave turn of events. The five-element escape techniques in the cultivation world are profoundly intricate. While the most basic forms could theoretically be learned by any foundational cultivator, the requirements for comprehension are exceedingly high. Without the requisite talent, even the oldest of nascent soul practitioners would struggle to master the simplest earth escape technique. Mastering the five-element escape techniques is merely the first step on a vast path. Further study and practice are essential. It is said that, at the pinnacle of mastery, one can traverse vast distances in an instant, and some may even achieve the legendary state of being impervious to the five elements, utilizing objects to escape. Thus, one stands on an unassailable foundation. Regrettably, mastering the five-element escape techniques is a daunting task, and given the limited lifespan of human cultivators, they seldom have the luxury of time to invest in this endeavor. Conversely, high-level demonic beasts possess ample lifespans, allowing them to refine the five-element escape techniques to perfection, a truly lamentable situation. At Lu Yunze's age, it is improbable that he has mastered the earth escape technique to a significant degree. Yet, for foundational cultivators, he has already reached a near-invincible state. With this realization, the members of the Yin family felt increasingly cornered. Should this individual wish to flee, they would be at a loss for solutions. Observing their expressions, Lu Yunze's lips curled into a mocking smile. I never anticipated that the blood cultivators of the Life and Death Hall practiced such dark arts. It appears your family has deep connections with the ghost spirit sect. Lu Yunze stood there with a smile, harboring no intention of fleeing. They could not fathom that the technique he practiced, the five elements escape technique, serves as a supreme method that allows him to inherently grasp the escape arts while cultivating. Having mastered the fifth layer, Lu Yunze had become proficient in all five-element escape techniques. He could depart at will, and none below the core formation stage could impede his escape. This capability was the very foundation of his audacity to challenge the heir of the ghost spirit sect. Speaking of the five elements escape technique, it is rather peculiar. It not only requires the practitioner to possess all five elemental roots, but also necessitates the ability to intake and expel a significant amount of spiritual energy. Failure to do so would result in a chaotic depletion of the five elements within, leading to a most tragic demise. According to Qiongwujia, this technique likely dates back to ancient times, from an era rich in spiritual energy. In this modern age, where spiritual energy is waning, it has become somewhat obsolete. The fact that the sinister old man of the Transformation Intent sect was willing to trade this technique with him likely stemmed from his desire to preserve its legacy. After all, he too had reached an age nearing his end, with no successor in sight. While Lu Yunze's mind wandered, the six blood cultivators of the Yin family seemed to come to a resolute decision. Their bodies radiated a fierce blood glow, gradually transforming into six towering, blood-red malevolent spirits. So you have finally decided to get serious? Lu Yunze was momentarily startled by this phenomenon, but soon a look of keen interest enveloped his face. You are far too arrogant. The voice of the transformed blood cultivators became shrill and piercing, reminiscent of sharp objects scraping against smooth surfaces. The six blood-red spirits, with four of them glaring with crimson light and hunched figures, wore ferocious, bloodthirsty visages, evidently having lost much of their rationality. Only the two late-stage foundational cultivators retained a semblance of self-awareness, even capable of speech. It is not arrogance. Rather, I have recently crafted something and was seeking a venue for testing it. Who would have thought I would encounter you? Lu Yunze chuckled with excitement, unable to suppress the grin on his face, much like a child who has just received their most cherished toy. What a fortunate opportunity to witness the debut of this remarkable creation. Nonsense. The leading blood-red spirit's eyes blazed with crimson light, and an overwhelming stench of blood emanated from its body. Attack! Tear him apart. With a thunderous command, the six malevolent spirits transformed into streaks of shadow, ferociously lunging forward. However, beams of red light shot forth, intertwining around Lu Yunze, as 12 claws, more formidable than the finest artifacts, collided with the beams of light, effortlessly repelled. The six malevolent spirits were sent staggering back several feet, struggling to regain their composure before looking up. Before them hovered beams of red light, gradually revealing their true forms. Helmets, face guards, arm guards, shoulder pieces, chest plates, and battle boots, each glimmered with radiant red light, exuding an intensely heated aura. Lu Yunze spread his arms wide and bellowed, flame dragon armor. Dozens of armor pieces converged at the center, joining, transforming, and reshaping until a searing blaze erupted, painting the heavens in crimson hues. Amidst this fiery inferno, the magnificent and powerful red armor emerged, reminiscent of a dragon in its glory. It was worth dismantling an entire giant serpent to gather these materials. This sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Lu Yunze tightened his fist, unleashing a tempest of flames that sent the 6 malevolent spirits reeling back 10 feet. Are you prepared? Lu Yunze cackled with delight. In the next moment, a blazing red light left a searing afterimage in the eyes of the malevolent spirits. 2 blood-red demons, still clinging to their sanity, slowly turned their heads, while their 4 companions stood behind them, staring blankly. As the blood energy dissipated, the 4 returned to their human forms, silently opening their mouths. Soon after, their heads slipped away soundlessly. In their final moments, transformed back into human shapes, they seemed to regain some semblance of reason, yet were rendered incapable of uttering a single word. The flame dragon armor turned its head, revealing a chilling intent beneath its blue goggles. The weapon in hand, resembling a cosmic blade, extended its pale edges, vibrating at an imperceptibly high frequency. The 2 demons understood that they had encountered a true harbinger of death today. Chapter 69. Escape above Yinling Fortress. Where the 7 factions congregated, Wang Chan gazed down at the dozens of foundation-building cultivators, her lips curling into a graceful smile. How are things? Has the temporary Yin fire formation weakened enough to still be effective? She inquired softly. Rest assured, young master, there is absolutely no cause for concern. Although it is merely a temporary formation, with our brothers overseeing it, its ability to restrain the enemy will still manifest to some extent. Of course, if there are late-stage foundation-building cultivators within the formation, or if they wield particularly formidable artifacts, that is another matter altogether. However, the vast majority of cultivators will undoubtedly lack the capacity to escape, replied the elder of the Li brothers, stroking his beard and smiling. Wang Chan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, being able to trap the majority is sufficient. If any fish slip through the net, we shall leave them to the 12 ghostly guards. The Li brothers exchanged a glance, their faces alight with pride. Were it not for the need to preserve the integrity of the souls, with their cultivation levels, a mere handful of foundation-building cultivators could be extinguished with a mere flick of their fingers, and there would be no need to exert such effort in setting up the Yin fire formation. At that moment, over 30 cultivators from the 7 factions had gathered. Han Li, Dong Xianer, and Nangong Wan were huddled together, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Nangong, can you discern the foundation of this formation? Han Li asked, his unease growing as he observed the enormous array beneath him, sensing an ominous presence within. I have little knowledge of formations, Nangong Wan replied coldly, her gaze seemingly drifting through the air, her previously placid expression gradually turning grave. There are 2 early-stage core formation cultivators, just like me. Han Li's brow furrowed deeply. From the moment the 7 faction cultivators were called out individually, he sensed that something significant was about to unfold. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yunze had not yet made an appearance, Han Li would have likely fled by now, without any intention of participating in this treasure-seeking assembly. Unexpectedly, Dong Xianer remained surprisingly composed. She neither flirted with any handsome male cultivators nor displayed any signs of panic. Instead, she stood calmly beside the 2, saying, "You 2 are drawing unnecessary attention. Can't you be a bit more discreet?" Nangong Wan offered a bitter smile. Discreet? What good would that do? It seems the Yin family has completely aligned with the ghostly sect. This matter must be reported at once. The thought of leaving without seeing Lu Yunze crossed her mind, yet she felt unable to simply depart without resolution. Lu Shizhi, you have miscalculated this time. The situation is far more dire than you anticipated. Nangong Wan sighed deeply, feeling the Zhuke ring within her stir slightly. If all else failed, she would have to contend with those 2 early-stage demon cultivators above. As time passed, nearly all the cultivators from the 7 factions had assembled. Han Li's foreboding grew ever stronger, while beads of sweat began to form on Nangong Wan's forehead. Even the seemingly most composed Dong Xianer could not help but clench her hands, trembling slightly. The other 7 faction cultivators remained blissfully unaware, merrily gathering in groups, creating a lively atmosphere. Young master, a few individuals are still missing. Should we wait a little longer? A ghostly sect cultivator reported to Wang Chan atop the high platform enveloped by the formation. Wang Chan narrowed her eyes, hesitating slightly. At that moment, a blinding firelight erupted from another end of Yinling Fortress. Everyone turned their heads in unison, sensing the violent surge of fire's spiritual energy even from this distance. What is happening? Is there a conflict within the Yinling Fortress? I'm not sure. From the intensity of the aura, it doesn't seem like foundation-building cultivators, one replied. Not foundation-building? Could they be core formation cultivators? It doesn't seem so. Panic ensued among the crowd, their expressions uneasy as they debated. A few impatient souls had already summoned their flying artifacts, intending to investigate the commotion. Wang Chan's eyes glinted with ferocity. Immediately inform the elders to open the formation. For those who have yet to arrive, send the 12 guards to intercept and ensure not a single soul from the 7 factions escapes. Understood. The ghostly sect cultivator acknowledged before departing. Inside the formation, Han Li was sweating profusely, yet Nangong Wan forcibly dragged him inside. Don't act recklessly, she scolded. Her brow furrowed. Then, her expression softened slightly as she explained to the agitated Han Li. This temporary formation won't be too powerful. The real trouble lies with the 2 early-stage core formation demon cultivators overseeing it. We must allow them to activate the formation and take advantage of their distraction to flee. Core formation demon cultivators? Han Li nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing his shocked expression, Nangong Wan felt a surge of frustration rising within her, wishing to strike him down. At that moment, the formation beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Waves of dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive black curtain that enveloped the expansive plaza within 100 zhang. A scorching mist accompanied by waves of oppressive heat surged forth, prompting Han Li to instinctively activate the Qingyuan sword shield, enveloping himself in a protective azure glow. Nangong Wan shimmered with white light as a protective barrier enveloped all 3 of them. Outside the shield, dense fog billowed, and they could faintly discern a foundation-building cultivator caught unawares, directly exposed within the murky haze. Soon, his body began to rot and decay, black-red flames erupting from within, incinerating him in mere moments. This sight sent chills down the spines of the 3, and Nangong Wan's expression shifted dramatically as the Zhuke ring within her was on the verge of unleashing its power. Just then, a blinding golden light pierced through the air. The golden light was so swift that it reached the Yin fire formation in an instant, crashing into it with tremendous force. Wang Chan's expression changed drastically. Realizing that the dazzling golden light was an enormous, sword-like artifact, the Yin fire formation trembled violently under the impact, and the black curtain of the formation tore open a massive gap. Lu Yunze opened the hatch and called to the 3, "What are you waiting for? Get on." Without a moment's hesitation, the trio soared into the cockpit. Lu Yunze fired a shot at the remaining half of the curtain, witnessing several beams of escape light shoot forth from within the formation, before he urged the victorious flying swallow to burst forth in a blaze of golden light. Intercept them. Not a single one must escape. Wang Chan roared in fury, her eyes filled with bloodlust, resembling a beast more than a human. 12 beams of black escape light shot into the sky, pursuing the fleeing individuals. The Li brothers infused their entire magical energy into the formation, and the black curtain quickly mended, ensnaring the remaining dozens of foundation-building cultivators within. Wang Chan's face turned ashen, blood mist enveloping her entire being. At that moment, a pink escape light streaked across the sky, chasing after Lu Yunze and the others. After the pink escape light, 7 or 8 more lights pursued with astonishing speed. A sweep of divine perception revealed that none were below the mid-foundation stage. Wang Chan's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Tian Buke? How is he here?" It was astonishing to find an entire team of Hehuan's sect lurking within Yinling Fortress, their purpose unknown. Wang Chan's demeanor darkened further, resembling a fierce beast. In the sky, Lu Yunze piloted the Victory Swallow at breakneck speed. The pink light behind him relentlessly pursued, seemingly even faster than the Victory Swallow itself. Damn, are these people insane? So many have fled. Why are they chasing us? Lu Yunze cursed, urging the Victory Swallow onwards. Nangong Wan extended her divine sense to probe the pursuing lights and saw a familiar figure, the lecher from the previous night. Anger surged within her as she clenched her silver teeth. Next to her, Dong Xianyuan's complexion changed, her eyes wide with terror. Only Han Li remained oblivious, entirely unaware of their conversation. "Sister, how far have we run?" Lu Yunze suddenly asked. Nangong Wan paused slightly before replying. "About 100 miles away. No foundation stage cultivators. Right? None." Lu Yunze abruptly slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing everyone off balance. "If that's the case, we can deal with them." Chapter 70, A Formidable Faux Stop. With a single command from Tian Buke, the pink escape light halted instantly, revealing 8 foundation stage cultivators. Observing the peculiar artifact before him, Tian Buke's exquisite brow furrowed. Realizing the predicament he faced, this artifact's speed was nearly rivaling that of a core formation cultivator's treasure. He and his 7 subordinates had combined their powers to catch up. Fortunately, the occupants of the artifact seemed to have exhausted their powers, or for some other reason, they had abandoned their escape. If they continued to pursue and ventured deep into the territory of the Yue Kingdom, the mission would become troublesome. A shiver ran down Tian Buke's spine at the thought of failing the mission. Despite his noble origins and strong backing, he feared that if he angered the one who issued the task, no one could shield him from the consequences. Friends over there, this is Lu Yunze from the Victory Swallow. Lu Yunze's voice echoed from the ship. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Tian Buke's face paled momentarily, his astonishment quickly morphing into rage, as if a fire ignited within him, reddening his face. Stay calm. This person is out of power, cornered. If we can complete the mission without bloodshed, that would be best. There will be other opportunities when the 6 sects invade the Yue Kingdom. You know where your mother is buried? Can I dig it up for a visit? Bang! A string in Tian Buke's mind seemed to snap, and an uncontrollable fury ignited every nerve within him. Kill them! He bellowed, summoning 3 azure flying forks, their dark green, ghostly flames flaring up dramatically. The other 7 foundation stage cultivators, equally enraged, summoned their artifacts and launched them towards the Victory Swallow. The Victory Swallow flashed golden light and plummeted, evading numerous artifact attacks while swiftly morphing into a 4-winged divine eagle. The agility of the golden eagle far surpassed that of the Victory Swallow, as it veered close to the ground, easily leaving the pursuing artifacts behind. The others quickly cast several spells to control their artifacts in pursuit. But the golden eagle spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of golden light from below, transforming into a magnificent golden flood. In their haste, Tian Buke and the others erected a pink barrier, but the barrage of golden light struck it with a series of explosive sounds, illuminating the world in a brilliant gold. Seizing the moment when their vision was obscured, the cockpit of the eagle opened, and Nangong Wan gestured, enveloping many artifacts in a faint white mist. As the mist permeated, the artifacts emitted a soft spiritual glow before silently plummeting to the ground. Amidst the golden rain, Tian Buke and his companions changed countenance as their connection to their artifacts was severed. Go all out. Quick and decisive. Tian Buke roared, and all 8 cultivators simultaneously channeled their full power, the pink mist rapidly overpowering the golden light and spreading towards the 4-winged eagle. Inside the cockpit, Nangong Wan's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she unleashed a crimson ribbon. Upon contact, the pink mist and crimson ribbon ignited bizarrely, transforming into a sea of crimson flames that engulfed the 8. As the fiery ocean roared, several spiritual lights exploded, and Tian Buke surged from the flames, clutching a pink crystal ball above his head. Humph! Nangong Wan scoffed, as the crimson ribbon shot from the inferno, circling Tian Buke before, in the next instant, his body was severed, his remains consumed by the flames. Lu Yunze sighed in relief. If they were on the ground, he could perhaps rely on the high maneuverability and aggression of the flame dragon armor to contend with these foes. But facing 8 foundation stage cultivators in the air with the Victory Swallow was somewhat daunting. Moreover, both the flame dragon armor and the Victory Swallow were significant consumers of power, and now he had less than half of his remaining energy. While he could manage a burst, any extended conflict would lead to dire consequences. Thankfully, he had brought along a core formation cultivator just in case. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unthinkable. With this thought, Lu Yunze relaxed slightly, casting a peculiar glance at Han Li. The difficulty of this mission was absurd. How had he managed to pass it alone with Dong Xianyuan? Nangong Wan and Dong Xianyuan stared wide-eyed, astonished as if meeting her for the first time. Nangong Wan smiled gently at her before turning serious, addressing Lu Yunze. Nephew Lu, the events concerning the Yin family are of great significance. We must report to the sect immediately. Lu Yunze nodded, his expression turning grave. I understand. The Yin family and the Ghost Spirit sect dared to eliminate dozens of foundation stage cultivators from the 7 sects. There must be some unforeseen circumstances at play. Han Li observed the two, his face devoid of expression, remaining silent. He harbored a rather ominous suspicion. Suddenly, Nangong Wan and Lu Yunze's expressions shifted. A massive black escape light tore through the sky, descending upon them in an instant. As the light dissipated, Wang Chan floated above, her gaze icy as she surveyed the group. Behind her trailed 2 peculiar figures, one old and one young, their bodies shrouded in dark mist, exuding the overwhelming spiritual pressure of core formation cultivators. They were none other than the Li brothers. The faces of the group darkened, especially Lu Yunze, whose expression was as grim as a stormy sky. During the last Qi refining phase's bloodband trial, he had faced Li Wuyue and Jin Fu Shangren with his foundation stage Victory Swallow. This time, he had brought along a core formation cultivator for protection. Yet 2 core formation demon cultivators had emerged instead. What kind of absurd matching mechanism was this? Nangong Wan's brows furrowed tightly. The formidable spiritual energy of a nascent core cultivator erupting without concealment. The Li brothers exchanged astonished glances. Wang Chan was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What is happening? How did this female cultivator in the core formation stage emerge?" The childlike Li brothers scrutinized Nangong Wan and replied, "It seems that this friend's cultivation technique is extraordinary. Our oversight has led us to underestimate her true abilities." Wang Chan cast a discontented glance at him and asked, "Are you confident you can subdue her?" The elderly brother smiled slightly, his wrinkled face contorting into a ghastly visage. "Do not worry. She is but one person and cannot possibly contend with us." Nangong Wan soared from the victory swallow, her expression grave. "I cannot hold them off for long. You must leave quickly and report today's events to the seven sects." The three heard her voice resonating in their minds. As they listened to the familiar sound, Han Li suddenly understood everything. He seized Lu Yunze by the collar. Fury surging through him, blood rushing to his head, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Lu Yunze. Chapter 71. The terrifying might of demons. Observing Han Li on the brink of losing his sanity, Lu Yunze sighed, a mix of helplessness and sorrow washing over him. "Old Han, at this point, I can no longer explain anything." He gently patted Han Li's arm and spoke softly, "Take Dong Xianer and flee as swiftly as possible. Deliver the message to the upper echelons of the seven sects." Han Li froze, his rage extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving behind an icy void. Dong Xianer stood still, initially shocked by Han Li's sudden aggression towards Lu Yunze, and before she could react, she heard Lu Yunze's near farewell words. "I must stay and assist Nangong Wan, otherwise she will undoubtedly perish." Lu Yunze pressed Han Li's arm, gently pushing him away. "Remember, the faster you run, the safer we will be. Do you understand?" With reddening eyes, Dong Xianer stepped forward, desperate to say something. But Han Li restrained her with an outstretched hand. He gazed into Lu Yunze's calm eyes, his heart a tumult of emotions, ultimately managing to utter, "Don't die." "Very well." Lu Yunze nodded with a smile. Han Li pulled Dong Xianer close and released the cloud-piercing shuttle. He glanced at Nangong Wan in the sky, his gaze sharp as a steel blade, sweeping over the three from the ghost spirit sect, finally resting on Wang Chan. With a surge of energy, Han Li propelled the cloud-piercing shuttle, transforming it into a streak of white light that pierced through the air. Quite intriguing. Wang Chan felt her anger rise at Han Li's frigid gaze and sneered coldly, a flash of bloodlust flickering in her eyes. "I'll leave these two to the elders. I shall pursue the fleeing ones," Wang Chan stated calmly. The childlike Li brother frowned slightly. "Young master." Wang Chan raised a hand, cutting him off. "We cannot allow a single cultivator from the seven sects to escape today. Rest assured, two early-stage foundation establishment cultivators are no match for me." No sooner had she spoken than Wang Chan transformed into a streak of blood light, chasing after Han Li and the others with astonishing speed, surpassing even the cloud-piercing shuttle. Lu Yunze made no attempt to stop her, recognizing that a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator's ambition to capture Han Li was a foolish dream. Nangong Wan paid no heed to his thoughts. Aside from a fleeting disappointment when Han Li chose to leave, no further emotion was revealed. Faced with two formidable opponents skilled in demonic arts, she had to remain utterly focused, without the slightest error. At that moment, Lu Yunze's voice echoed in her mind. Before she could respond, a blinding golden light erupted, shooting past her. The victory swallow, in its most basic giant sword form, charged towards the elderly brother. "Overestimating yourselves." The elder scoffed, his entire body enveloped in black energy, coalescing into a massive long blade aimed at the victory swallow. The golden light clashed with the black energy, and in a mere instant, the dark blade sliced through the golden radiance, penetrating the vessel's hull inch by inch. The elder smiled faintly, redirecting his attention to Nangong Wan. A mere puppet at the peak of foundation establishment cannot withstand this demonic blade. Nangong Wan gritted her teeth, extending her hands to unleash a white light wheel towards the two. The Li brothers' black energy surged, effortlessly dispelling the wheel, and they unleashed two black flying knives, crossing them in a deadly arc towards Nangong Wan. At that moment, the black long blade nearly cleaved the victory swallow in two. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yunze watched the approaching blade, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, the vast disparity between foundation establishment and core formation was not easily bridged. The blade continued its advance, mere feet from the cockpit. Lu Yunze lowered his head, a manic grin spreading across his face, akin to a feral beast baring its fangs. "Split!" Lu Yunze bellowed. The victory swallow instantly separated into two golden long blades, flying towards the elder with greater speed. The golden light erupted forth, resembling two glowing orbs trailing long golden rainbows, charging toward the elder. Amidst the blinding radiance, the elder slightly turned his head, yet his form remained unmoving. A faint smile playing on his lips. A layer of black shield enveloped him, effortlessly blocking the victory swallow. Suspended in the air. Lu Yunze gazed at the towering demon cultivator above, a smile of indescribable satisfaction gracing his features. Explode. The dazzling golden light erupted forth, the heavens illuminated with a second sun. Amidst the raging spiritual energy, the elder was sent flying several yards away, his fury palpable. You young whelp. The black energy surged, transforming into a monstrous shadow that wreaked havoc. Though this strike had only shattered his protective spell without inflicting any harm, it left him humiliated, yearning to extract Lu Yunze's soul in retribution for this grievance. At that moment, a piercing red light suddenly shot forth from the explosion. This red light moved with incredible speed, and before the elder could react, it traversed the distance and pierced through him. Nangongwan beckoned, and the red light swiftly returned to her, transforming into the trembling vermilion bird ring. Just moments ago, Nangongwan had concealed her life treasure, the vermilion bird ring, within the victory swallow, using its tremendous momentum and spiritual energy to launch a fatal strike once the elder was repelled by the self-detonation. Second brother. The childlikely cultivator roared in fury, his youthful visage aging in an instant, resembling the deceased elder. You have killed my brother, destroyed my demonic arts. The elder's voice trembled with rage, his overwhelming demonic energy swirling like a primordial beast, engulfing the world in darkness. The chaotic black energy surged, forming countless long swords suspended in the air, creating an endless rain of blades. I will take your lives. The elder, now transformed, pressed down with one hand, and the rain of swords descended like falling stars, bearing an apocalyptic momentum toward the two. Nangongwan's expression turned grave. She summoned the vermilion bird ring and gently pointed it, transforming it into a colossal ring several feet wide to shield her. Lu Yunze employed the golden escape technique, soaring through the golden light to join Nangongwan. What now? Is it just you left, and are you confident? Lu Yunze inquired hastily. The vermilion bird ring radiated a brilliant red light, remaining steadfast like a rock amidst a tempest. Sweat beaded on Nangongwan's forehead as she turned to Lu Yunze. That person has been backlashed by the demonic arts and is now fighting desperately. At this moment, if I were to take the plunge, the odds of victory would likely be 3-7 against me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunze finally breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't this rather good? Why do you wear such a solemn expression? 7 parts are in their favor. Sister, is it true that you are so weak? Beneath the rain of swords, the enlarged vermilion bird ring suddenly emitted a clear chirp, and the red light on its surface began to flicker incessantly, gradually being pushed back by the sword ring. This is bad. The vermilion bird ring cannot hold on any longer. Nangongwan's face changed dramatically as her entire magical energy surged into the vermilion bird ring, barely stabilizing it. Yet the red light on the surface continued to flicker, evidently unable to last much longer. Sigh. In light of this scene, Lu Yunze could not help but exhale deeply. Master Uncle, do you think if I were to perish alongside you, Han Li would be so enraged that he would exhume my remains and whip them? No worries. Before I die, I would ensure you are turned to ash first, so that I wouldn't have to endure the sight of your face after death. Nangongwan retorted with a roll of her eyes, expressing her disdain. Do you have any grievances against my face? Just as the two were nearly hopeless and prepared for a desperate struggle, a beam of white light dashed from the horizon. The three turned their heads to see the white light retract, revealing Han Li, covered in wounds, holding the unconscious Wang Chan. Stop. Han Li expressionlessly held Wang Chan in front of him. Otherwise, I will kill him right now. Chapter 72. Slaying the demon. The torrential rain of swords abruptly halted, leaving Nangongwan, Lu Yunze, and the Li clan cultivators stunned in place. Wang Chan, the young master of the ghost spirit sect, had been directly captured alive by Han Li. You young one, how audacious you are. The Li clan cultivator's teeth clenched in anger, his eyes wide, almost spewing fire. Han Li let out a cold laugh, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You honor me with your praise, but my courage is quite modest. If you were to be any more ferocious, I might accidentally cause the young master of the ghost spirit sect to lose his life. Hearing this, the Li clan cultivator was infuriated, bellowing, Do you dare to threaten me? Do you understand what you are doing? If you truly harm him, not even the Yellow Maple Valley can protect you. Thousands of disciples from the ghost spirit sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth. They will grind you to dust. Han Li regarded the Li clan cultivator with a blank expression, then suddenly broke into a smile, as if struck by an idea. Several streams of azure, sword energy instantly pierced through Wang Chan's limbs. The Li clan cultivator trembled with rage, but regardless of his fury, he dared not act recklessly. If Wang Chan truly perished at the hands of this young one, the ensuing calamity would be his own misfortune. The thought of the ghost spirit sect's ruthless leader sent a chill through him, extinguishing much of his wrath. I implore you, senior, to withdraw your demonic powers and allow us to leave. Wang Chan, unaware of the means Han Li had employed, showed no signs of awakening despite his limbs being rendered useless. Han Li, gripping him by the nape, cast a glance at Nangong Wan and Lu Yunze not far away. Then continued, I vow upon my heart's demons, should you allow us to depart, I will not harm this individual in the slightest. Young one, do you take me for a fool? The Li clan cultivator scoffed coldly. If you leave and do not return, what will happen to our young master as a hostage? Will I venture deep into the country to seek you out for retribution? Han Li was about to respond when something caught his peripheral vision, prompting him to alter his words. Senior, currently, your distrust in me makes it difficult for me to trust you. Why not do this? You first withdraw your demonic powers. We will both descend to the ground and have a proper discussion. This way, even if we attempt to flee, you can intercept us in time, and we can converse without trepidation. The Li clan cultivator stared fixedly at Han Li, remaining silent. To be frank, senior, I am gravely injured and can barely hold up your sect's young master, Han Li said with a smile. Surely, you do not wish for any mishap to befall your young master, do you? Humph. The Li clan cultivator, left with no choice, suppressed his fury and dispersed the rain of swords. The group floated down, and as soon as the Li clan cultivator touched the ground, he hastily inquired, Speak quickly. What must be done for you to release our young master? Han Li's eyes twinkled as he cheerfully replied, Senior, actually, be careful. The Li clan cultivator's heart tightened, yet he remained motionless, even mocking Han Li internally for attempting such trivial tricks against a cultivator at the core formation stage. But then, Han Li suddenly tossed the barely conscious Wang Chan. The Li clan cultivator's face changed drastically. Without time to think, he quickly reached out to catch him. Nangong Wan did not hesitate, raising her hand to shoot the vermilion bird ring straight toward Wang Chan. The Li clan cultivator was startled. One hand caught Wang Chan while the other gathered dark energy, preparing to employ some means to block the vermilion bird ring. At that moment, a seven-colored needle appeared silently at the back of his head, vanishing in an instant. The Li clan cultivator froze, confusedly reaching up to touch the top of his head. A small blood hole had formed at the center of his forehead. The invisible needle, filled with bewilderment and shock. The Li clan cultivator swayed twice before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Lu Yunze breathed a sigh of relief as a seven-colored needle abruptly appeared in his palm, transforming into a talisman. It was indeed the invisible needle talisman bestowed upon him by Qiong Wujing for self-defense. Lu Yunze gazed in astonishment at the talisman in his hand, instinctively taking a step forward. With a loud thud, he fell flat on his face. This talisman had drained all the remaining magical energy from his body. This thing is truly formidable. Even as his head struck the ground, Lu Yunze found it hard to believe. Though Qiong Wujing had mentioned that this talisman, even at 1/10 the power of his original invisible needle, would suffice against an ordinary core formation cultivator, Lu Yunze had always thought he was merely boasting. It appears he was indeed an honest man. Nangong Wan cast a deep glance at Han Li, retrieving the storage bags from the corpses of the Li brothers and tossing them to the lifeless Lu Yunze. Junior Lu, your contributions in this battle against the demonic core formation cultivators were not insignificant. Those two magical artifacts are mine, while the contents of these two storage bags belong to you. This distribution is agreeable, is it not? Lu Yunze weakly raised his hand, gesturing that it was acceptable. And the belongings of those foundation establishment cultivators, I have no interest in. You two may divide them. Lu Yunze raised his hand again, making the same gesture. Nangong Wan smiled, appearing unconcerned. She turned to Han Li. You performed admirably. After a moment of silence, Nangong Wan stated dryly. Han Li stood there, opening his mouth, unsure of what to say. Nangong Wan cleared her throat, striving to maintain her demeanor as a dignified senior. Your contributions in this battle were significant, however. The majority of the spoils belong to me and Lu Yunze. Do you have anything to say? Han Li smiled wryly, scratching his nose. Senior Nangong, you jest. Lu Yunze incurred considerable losses in this battle and deserves some compensation. In an instant, Lu Yunze's eyes widened, nearly popping out of his head. Indeed, the victory flying swallow number 2 met a tragic end. Damn, is it me who has the problem? Or does the victory flying swallow series inherently come with a propensity for crashing? How could their demises be so strikingly similar? As Lu Yunze suddenly found himself in the depths of despair, neither party paid him any heed. Nangong regarded Han Li, her expression shifting to one of intricate complexity. The once pristine and ethereal visage now bore traces of worldly entanglements, tinged with the warmth and chill of human experiences. You played a significant role in this battle, and I cannot allow you to suffer unjustly, she murmured, her lips pressed together. Let us do this. Present me with a request, regardless of its nature. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall fulfill it. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. The enchanting face he had envisioned in dreams was mere steps away. The once unattainable figure now vividly present before him, with eyes sparkling with tenderness that seemed capable of melting even the most resilient of substances into a flowing river of springtime. As their gazes met, time appeared to pause, and a seemingly invincible barrier crumbled beneath the weight of that singular glance. With a sudden jolt, Lu Yunze sprang upright, casting urgent glances at Han Li, imploring, "Speak. Hurry up and say something. My recent experiments are sorely lacking the support of wealthy benefactors. Just say it, and get it done within 3 days. Then you can cling to the wealthy benefactor, and I'll cling to you, and we'll both have a radiant future." Ignoring Lu Yunze's frantic entreaties, Han Li's focus remained steadfastly on Nangong. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke. "I am deeply grateful, Senior Nangong, but I truly feel unworthy of such a request. No matter what I might ask, I would feel undeserving." With a bittersweet smile, he continued, "I must request that you retract your offer." With a soft thud, Lu Yunze collapsed to the ground, his eyes losing their luster in an instant. "Farewell, my long-anticipated new model." Nangong sighed lightly, her gaze lingering on Han Li's myriad wounds, a mixture of disappointment and relief reflected in her eyes. "Very well. Since you feel unworthy, I shall hold on to this request for you. When you are ready, come to the Yue sect to find me." She raised her hand. A green light enveloping Han Li, and his injuries began to mend at an astonishing pace. Han Li offered a wry smile, refraining from further comment. Lu Yunze, now sprawled on the ground, heaved a deep sigh. He had come to understand that Han Li, whom one might generously describe as responsible, could also be seen as stubbornly traditional and inflexible, unwilling to embrace the idea of being aided by a wealthy benefactor. If one were to put it bluntly, this was simply pretentiousness. Many would covet such a soft life, yet few had the means. Poor Wang Chan, it seems her sacrifice was in vain. Oh, but wait. She is not dead yet. Lu Yunze, with considerable effort, sat up and pointed at Wang Chan, who was now almost unrecognizable. "What should we do with this one?" "Just end her?" Nangong frowned, clearly troubled. "Perhaps we should take her back to Huangfeng Valley and see how Senior Linghu wishes to handle it." Lu Yunze nodded. "Good plan. Now you're starting to lean towards practicality." Han Li, with an air of resignation, helped Lu Yunze to his feet. "Let us move quickly." If anyone comes before he could finish, Lu Yunze clamped a hand over his mouth. "Too late," he exclaimed in frustration, gazing skyward. A streak of crimson light pierced the sky, revealing an elder with fiery red hair hovering above them. It was none other than the ancestral figure of the Yin family. Lu Yunze's mind raced as he sensed a shroud of impending doom. Mid-stage core formation. What kind of absurd matchmaking is this? Nangong's expression turned grave as she assessed the Yin family elder. Her magical energy had been severely depleted in the previous battle, and her Zhuke ring had sustained damage. Facing a mid-stage core formation practitioner under such circumstances would not bode well for her. The Yin family elder surveyed the scene, his gaze narrowing upon the corpses of the Li brothers. "Ah, splendid. No wonder such a commotion ensued. An esteemed guest has arrived uninvited," he remarked coldly. Fixing his eyes on the trio, "The young master of the ghost spirit sect is to become our Yin family's future son-in-law. You cannot take him away." Upon hearing the elder's words, Nangong's eyes sparked with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her Zhuke ring towards Wang Chan, intending to capture her first and negotiate with the Yin family elder thereafter. Regrettably, the Yin family elder, a seasoned practitioner with centuries of experience, deftly countered her move. A blinding flash of crimson light surged forth, striking the Zhuke ring and sending it hurtling away, while simultaneously ensnaring Wang Chan and returning her to the elder's side. The sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Han Li barely registered the swift exchange before Wang Chan was again in the grasp of the Yin family elder. "Yin Daoyu, do you truly intend to ally yourself with the forces of darkness?" Nangong's expression darkened as she inquired. "In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Is it so wrong for my Yin family to ally with the more powerful ghost spirit sect? Moreover, our ancestors were once members of the ghost spirit sect, but separated due to conflicts with the sect's practitioners. Now we return to fulfill the wishes of our forebears. The Yin family elder replied impassively. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, and the three exchanged glances, each recognizing the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. It appeared that this situation would not resolve amicably. The Yin family elder turned his attention to Lu Yunze. Lu Daoyu, I must apologize for any previous offenses committed by my kin. Would you consider accompanying me back to the Yin family, so that I may extend my hospitality? Lu Yunze regarded the elder with a resigned shrug. Senior, the last individual to offer me such hospitality met a rather grim fate. The elder's countenance darkened, his eyes aflame with barely contained rage. What a coincidence. That person also bore the surname Yan. By the way, he bore quite the resemblance to you. Could he have been your grandson? Your family's traits seem quite broadly inherited. Lu Yunze stroked his chin, fearful that his words might provoke further ire. The Yin family elder inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with suppressed fury, reminiscent of a predator poised to strike. Very well, very well. You sharp-tongued youth truly lack any sense of decorum. I shall ensure your master properly educates you. Lu Yunze nonchalantly cleaned his ears. My master is even less versed in manners. Perhaps you could educate him as well? A calm voice emerged from behind the Yin family elder, startlingly close. Not exceeding 2 paces. Without a moment's thought, the elder retaliated with a burst of crimson light. Yet, as he turned, he found nothing but emptiness. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down the Yin family elder's spine, his hair standing on end. The omnipresent aura of malice surged up his spine, culminating in a chilling realization within his mind. He recalled a similar scene from his youth. Qiong, senior, the Yin family elder trembled as he uttered those words before collapsing. His body hit the ground, a mangled heap. Qiong Wuji's disheveled form materialized in the empty air, holding Wang Chan, who had been seized once more. Throughout the entire exchange, the three on the ground had not even glimpsed how Qiong Wuji had made his move. Master Lu Yunze instantly donned a look of pitiful grievance, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived. You cannot imagine the torment your disciple has endured outside." Han Li and Nangong Wan averted their gazes. "Humph, you, young rascal, have been oblivious to the world's dangers. Perhaps a bit of hardship will do you good." Qiong Wuji, upon seeing Lu Yunze, was filled with ire and kicked him aside. "This time, you were clever enough to contact your master when the situation turned dire. Otherwise, I might not have arrived in time to collect your remains." Lu Yunze smiled sheepishly. Earlier that morning, he had dealt with 6 blood cultivators, only to turn around and witness the ominous fire formation rising in the distance. He instantly realized that the severity of the situation far exceeded his worst expectations, and thus, using his spiritual talisman, he sent out a distress signal to Qiong Wuji. What was initially a precaution turned out to be a lifesaver for the 3 of them. Fortunately, Qiong Wuji's swift and formless escape technique allowed him to arrive before the Yin family patriarch could act. "Thank you, Nangong girl. I owe you a favor." Qiong Wuji nodded kindly to Nangong Wan before lifting Lu Yunze. "Let us return together. I shall explain the gravity of the situation on our way." Chapter 74. The Dispatch Order. As a medium-sized nation, Yue country comprises 13 states, each with its unique characteristics. When mentioning Jingzhou, people lament its poverty, disorder, and the incessant emergence of banditry, treating the local government with disdain. In contrast, when speaking of Lanzhou, the image of endless waves of wheat in the fields springs to mind, for it is a major grain-producing state, supplying over half of the nation's food. Additionally, there are the small and sparsely populated Jianzhou, known for its beautiful scenery, and others that, from the perspective of the people of Yuzhou, are merely insignificant rural areas. An affront to the grandeur of Yuzhou, the foremost state in Yue country. Yuzhou, located at the heart of Yue country, serves as a vital transportation hub and the royal lineage's cradle. In terms of wealth, land area, and population, it is undeniably the foremost state. The central capital, a residence for the emperor, is also the national center for economic and cultural exchanges. Remarkably, this land was claimed long ago, over a millennium past, by the most powerful sect among the 7 sects of Yue country, the Hidden Moon sect. Exiting Yuejing and traveling 100 miles northwest leads one to the Tianming mountain range, the headquarters of the Hidden Moon sect. On this day, atop the main peak of the Tianming mountains, a dazzling 5-colored escape light streaked through the air unceremoniously. Strangely, in the face of this nearly provocative display, the thousands of cultivators from the Hidden Moon sect within the mountain chose to ignore it, showing no intention of activating the mountain's defenses. The escape light surged directly into the sect's council hall, violently sending 2 foundation building guards flying. As the light dissipated, it revealed the disheveled, and poorly dressed Xiong Wuji, whose face was contorted with rage. His overwhelming spiritual pressure forced dozens of foundation-building officials inside the hall to the ground, while the 7 or 8 Golden Core elders seated at the front of the hall turned pale, bewildered by this elder's sudden fury. Enough! With a sharp reprimand. An even more potent spiritual pressure descended, causing everyone to feel lighter as they expressed their gratitude to the woman seated at the head. Thank you, Master Zhou. This woman, with a strikingly beautiful visage and porcelain-like skin, exuded a chilling aura that made others uneasy in her presence. Her eyes, slightly widened, conveyed a sense of long-held authority. Junior brother Qiong, what is the meaning of this? She asked calmly, her gaze as deep and unsettling as an unfathomable abyss. Xiong Wuji hurled the dispatch order he held to the ground. I have come to inquire, sister, what does this mean? Why are you sending my disciple to the front lines? He demanded sternly. Inside the council hall, many usually imposing foundation-building officials wished they could bury their heads in the ground, desperately pretending they did not exist to avoid being caught up in this dispute. The 7 or 8 Golden Core elders remained silent, eyes closed in contemplation. The woman frowned slightly and replied coldly. Lu Yunze, with his foundation-building cultivation, assisted Nangong Wan in slaying 2 demonic Golden Core cultivators, one of whom fell by his hand. This demonstrates his remarkable skills, far surpassing that of an ordinary foundation cultivator. With the demonic forces invading and the front lines in crisis, we are in dire need of capable individuals. Sending him to the front lines is in consideration of the greater good. We hope he can contribute to the sect. Upon hearing this, Xiong Wuji scoffed, Sister, since you have said that, allow me to be even more explicit. He fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with precision. My disciple Lu Yunze is not to be used as cannon fodder. A stunned silence enveloped the room. Many matters in this world are left unspoken. Everyone understands the underlying truths, yet they profess a different narrative. Today, Xiong Wuji stripped away this fade before all present. The woman's expression remained rigid, resembling a chiseled ice sculpture devoid of any sign of change. After a moment, she raised her brows slightly, her frigid gaze sweeping across the entire council hall, which fell into utter silence. All foundation-building disciples, leave, she commanded in a calm tone. Dozens of foundation-building officials felt as if they had been granted amnesty, hastily retreating from the hall as if fleeing for their lives. Their urgency suggesting they wished for more legs to hasten their escape. Junior brother, I understand you are upset. The woman sighed softly, her demeanor softening slightly. The demonic forces are formidable, and the morale on the front is shattered. The Grand Elder has joined the leaders of the other 6 sects in requesting aid from Yuanwu and Zijin countries. The urgency of our situation necessitates their assistance. But it will take time. She gazed at Xiong Wuji and spoke gently. We urgently need to find ways to bolster morale. Lu Yunze's exceptional skills and significant contributions will greatly uplift the spirits of our lower-tier disciples. And sending him to the front lines will demonstrate our sect's unwavering resolve against the demonic forces. Xiong Wuji regarded her calmly, his expression unyielding. The woman's brow furrowed, her tone suddenly turning icy. Junior brother, you must understand the gravity of this matter. It cannot be postponed. The last 4 words were delivered with an imposing authority, imbued with an overwhelming pressure that forced Xiong Wuji to stagger back several steps. Master sister, Xiong Wuji gazed at her in shock, his lips trembling slightly. The only commendable feature of his face, his sharp brows, drooped helplessly, and his dim eyes lost their fierce glimmer. I have little time left, he murmured, his tone bordering on pleading. Lu Yunze is my only disciple. I cannot allow him to come to harm. The woman regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Her eyes bore an intensity reminiscent of a fierce snow owl stalking its prey across a vast, frigid expanse. Xiong Wuji lowered his gaze, letting out a deep sigh, and spoke coldly. Master sister, Lu Yunze is gravely injured after battling that demonic Golden Core cultivator. He requires time to recuperate. I implore you to grant a few months' grace. Once he has healed, he will return to the front lines to serve the sect. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and an overwhelming chill erupted, transforming the council hall into an icy cavern. The Golden Core cultivators' faces paled as they hastily summoned their treasures for defense. 7 or 8 magical artifacts illuminated the entire council hall, casting flickering shadows on the faces of those present, rendering their expressions indecipherable. Xiong Wuji stood directly opposite a woman, his body shimmering with 5-colored spiritual light, hunched under the immense pressure of spiritual energy. His lips were tightly pressed together, his gaze imbued with an icy ferocity. The woman regarded him coldly, and for a moment, the chamber fell into a profound silence. After a considerable interval, a flash of multicolored light shot from the council hall. Heading southeast. Chapter 75. The soul-snatching needle. Lu Yunze sat in a secret chamber, his entire being pulsating with spiritual energy. After several hours, a light sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed, and Lu Yunze opened his eyes. Two beams of brilliance, almost tangible, shot forth from his eyes, extending a foot away. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly mastered the second layer of the Great Transformation Sutra. As he felt the surge of his enhanced spiritual awareness, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. It was unclear whether it was the adrenaline from the brink of life and death, or the insights gained from consecutive battles that catalyzed this breakthrough. Upon returning to his cave abode, he sensed the Great Transformation Sutra stirring within him, and after a brief period of secluded cultivation, he smoothly shattered the bottleneck, achieving the second layer. In retrospect, the ordeal at Yinling Fortress turned out to be a blessing in disguise, albeit a rather unfortunate one. Lu Yunze spat in disdain, his face etched with frustration. Even a simple outing for solace resulted in such grave circumstances, and being pursued by a core formation stage demon cultivator made him ponder whether it was he or Han Li who truly bore the brunt of misfortune. With a sigh, Lu Yunze produced a dozen storage bags from his robes. Two of these bags belonged to the Li brothers, while the others were obtained from the Yin family's blood cultivators and Tian Buke's entourage. Gazing at the small pile of storage bags, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of unboxing in a previous life. Heavenly blessings, grant me something good in recompense, he fervently wished, clasping his hands together in prayer before opening several storage bags belonging to Foundation establishment cultivators. With a clatter, a medley of spiritual stones, magical artifacts, materials, and various other items spilled onto the floor. After categorizing them, Lu Yunze noted the assortment of chaotic magical artifacts. While many were of high quality, aside from Tian Buke's 3 ghostly fire-throwing forks and a rather impressive pink crystal ball, the other artifacts failed to capture his interest. The materials were even less noteworthy, being merely common commodities. However, among the items extracted from Tian Buke's storage bag were a few intermediate talismans and 2 talismanic treasures, which were a pleasant surprise. Yet, having witnessed the power of the invisible needle talisman, Lu Yunze regarded them as unremarkable. He meticulously examined the spiritual stones, uncovering that the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators had contributed approximately 7,000 stones, with only 40 or so being of intermediate grade, the majority coming from Tian Buke. How impoverished, he mused, disdainfully curling his lip. It was quite audacious for such a group to still refer to themselves as practitioners of the demonic path. Next, the main event awaited. Lu Yunze's heart raced as he regarded the storage bags belonging to the 2 core formation stage cultivators, nervously rubbing his hands together before appending both bags. To his surprise, the contents were disappointingly scant. Only over 30 intermediate spiritual stones, 2 talismanic treasures, 2 slender black needles, a dark metallic piece, and a glimmering jade stone. Besides these, there was a black porcelain bottle over a foot long, the purpose of which remained unclear. Such poverty among core formation practitioners, Lu Yunze remarked, genuinely taken aback. He was unaware that for most early-stage core formation cultivators, such destitution was the norm. Each cultivator who successfully formed their core was tasked with refining their own life-bound magical artifact, a matter of life and death. Only with a magical artifact could a core formation cultivator truly distinguish themselves from Foundation establishment cultivators. The efficacy of a magical artifact primarily depended on the materials and methods used in its refinement. The methods, often closely guarded secrets of various sects and families, varied considerably in their effectiveness, and even slightly unique refinement techniques could yield vastly superior artifacts compared to standard methods. Thus, in the absence of particularly innovative refinement techniques, the only recourse for core formation cultivators to enhance the power and potential of their artifacts was to seek better materials. This was undoubtedly a costly endeavor, capable of bankrupting a core formation cultivator. Lu Yunze pondered why Qiong Wujie had chosen to refine his artifacts using the essence of 5 metals. Was it due to compatibility with his cultivation technique, or did he possess some extraordinarily unique refinement method? Lu Yunze could confidently assert that the answer was neither. Qiong Wujie's sole reason for using the essence of 5 metals to refine the invisible needle was sheer poverty. At that time, he had just formed his core and was essentially a nobody within the Inues sect, with insufficient resources to purchase exorbitantly priced premium materials. Left with no choice, he gathered a plethora of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, striving for self-sufficiency and resilience. Upon reflection, Xiong Wujia's story seemed quite inspirational, albeit a touch tragic. However, possessing excellent materials and superior refinement techniques did not guarantee that an artifact would emerge with boundless power. The true potency of an artifact depended on the cultivator's continuous nurturing and refinement within their nascent soul. Only through this process could a top-tier artifact be cultivated. For instance, Xiong Wujia's method of refining the invisible needle was considered a secret passed down within the Inuit sect, but it was not classified as a top-tier refinement technique. Though it was certainly superior to the common methods circulated outside, within the context of major sects, it was merely adequate. As for the materials, having strived for self-sufficiency, there was little more to say. Nevertheless, under unfavorable conditions, Xiong Wujia had, through hundreds of years of meticulous cultivation and the later integration of the invisible escape technique, transformed the invisible needle into a treasure that even ancient nascent soul cultivators found formidable. Lu Yunze remained unaware of these intricacies. He merely regarded the items before him with disdain for the Li brothers. The spiritual stones were not plentiful, but at least they could be counted. The talismanic treasures were commonplace and lacked intrigue. The metallic piece and jade stone, however, were indeed valuable. Lu Yunze immediately recognized them as iron essence and golden spirit jade. The former required no elaboration, while the latter was a commonly used material for refining metal-based artifacts. Unfortunately, it was slightly lacking in size. As Lu Yunze gazed at the iron essence and golden spirit jade in his hands, a pang of regret struck him. If only these two items were twice as large, he could have worked wonders with them. Lastly, there were the two slender black needles and the black porcelain bottle. A magical artifact? It seems somewhat unlikely. Tentatively, Lu Yunze infused his spiritual energy into the black needles, causing them to quiver slightly and emit a faint black glow. Alarmed, he quickly withdrew his energy. These items appeared unusually sensitive and distinctly different from ordinary magical artifacts. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yunze. He waved his hand, opening a small door on the side of the secret chamber, revealing layers of jade slips within. This was the repository of all the knowledge accumulated by Xiong Wujia over centuries. I recall there should be something related to demonic path techniques here. Lu Yunze picked up a black jade slip and probed his consciousness into it. After a while, he raised his head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The soul-snatching needle. It truly is this. The soul-snatching needle could be classified as something that straddles the line between magical artifacts and secret techniques. To forge this soul-snare needle, it is not merely required to cultivate a certain intricate and profound magical skill beforehand, but also to sacrifice one's cultivation at the Dan formation stage or higher, merging vast amounts of true essence with the magical energy transformed by this technique into one entity, ultimately resulting in the creation of this needle. Once completed, this needle not only possesses incredible speed, darting through the air like the wind, but also guarantees death to its target, rendering it nearly undetectable by divine senses. It can be deemed an exquisite tool for stealthy ambushes and assassinations. The only lament is that, like the vast majority of items forged from compressed true essence, this soul snare needle is a one-time use artifact. However, this suffices for Lu Yunze, as the usage of the intangible needle talisman consumes an exorbitant amount of magical power. These two soul snare needles could serve as substitutes, potentially saving his life in critical moments. Suppressing the elation within him, Lu Yunze turned to grasp a black porcelain vial. Upon laying eyes on the vial, an inexplicable dread surged within him, the source of which remained a mystery. After a brief hesitation, he lifted his hand to open the vial, only to be met with a sudden wail of ghosts that struck him with fear, causing him to hastily seal the vial once more. There were vengeful spirits at the Foundation establishment level, and at least dozens of them. No wonder the Li brothers were so formidable. They must have practiced the soul sacrifice method. After a moment of silence, his expression grim, Lu Yunze stowed the vial back into his storage bag. At that moment, the restrictions beyond the secret chamber were suddenly lifted, and Xiong Wujin strode in with a serious demeanor and a grave expression. Master, he began. The sect has issued a directive for you to depart for the front lines in 1 month to provide reinforcements. Prepare yourself. Lu Yunze was initially taken aback, then nodded in response to Xiong Wujin's incredulous gaze. I understand. I will get ready during this time. Xiong Wujin was startled by his calmness and quickly inquired. Don't you want to know why? Why? Lu Yunze scratched his head in confusion. Isn't it because the demonic forces are attacking? While this statement held truth, Xiong Wujin sensed something amiss. Given Lu Yunze's previous tendencies, he would typically begin to evade responsibility, attempting to wriggle out of the situation. Only after a series of threats and incentives would he reluctantly acquiesce. Why was he so compliant this time? Master, you should have a bit of faith in your disciple. I am not one to lack understanding of the bigger picture. Lu Yunze sighed, realizing that since he learned of the demonic invasion, he understood the necessity of heading to the front lines. The collaboration of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator and a beginner at the Dan formation stage in vanquishing 2 Dan formation stage demons was an excellent promotional opportunity. It would be strange for the higher-ups of the Xian Yu sect to forfeit such a chance. Thus, his deployment to the battlefield was merely a matter of time, and having a month to prepare was beyond his expectations. Rest assured, Master. As for my abilities, I can confidently say that escaping is my forte. I will be fine. Nonsense. Xiong Wujin's pent-up frustration erupted. That is a battlefield. Even Dan formation cultivators may struggle to preserve their lives. What can a mere mid-foundation establishment cultivator like you do to ensure your survival? He sighed deeply, as if suddenly aged a decade. Moreover, the sect has decided to widely publicize your affair with that Nangong girl. Do not forget, the Ghost Spirit sect's young master has been captured, and 2 Dan formation elders perished at your hands, not to mention that Tian Buke from the Hahuan sect. Do you realize how many people will be gunning for your life once you step onto the battlefield? I have my own mission as well, so I cannot accompany you to the front lines. Xiong Wujin settled into a cross-legged position and placed a hand on Lu Yunze's shoulder. You will have to rely on yourself, do you understand? Lu Yunze nodded, smiling as he replied, Master, do not worry too much. Some things cannot be avoided. They will come eventually. Xiong Wujin shook his head, choosing not to comment further. By the way, the credits for killing the Dan formation elder of the demonic forces and the incident with the Yin family have all been recorded as your achievements. The sect has noted them for you. Xiong Wujin managed a slight smile. You will receive credit for single-handedly slaying a Dan formation demon, for Foundation establishment demons, as well as the intelligence regarding the Yin family and their ancestor. Wait, Lu Yunze interrupted. What about the Yin family ancestor? He is now an elder of the Ghost Spirit sect, so it is only reasonable that my contribution in eliminating him should be counted as well. Xiong Wujin's logic was as clear as ever. These accolades should be sufficient for you to exchange for a decent magical artifact. Think carefully about what you want, so I can assist you in obtaining it while I am still in the sect. It will be difficult to secure such items after this opportunity is lost. Lu Yunze's eyes brightened. What was the greatest constraint on his power? His cultivation? Nonsense. As a master craftsman and a legendary artisan, the primary factor limiting his strength had always been his poverty. After acquiring the puppet True Resolution, he had experienced a surge of inspiration but was hindered by a lack of spirit stones to put his ideas into practice. This was also one of the reasons he orchestrated the union between Han Li and Nangong Wan. He was in dire need of a generous benefactor to provide him with spirit stones, bringing a touch of warmth to his cold, mundane existence. Master, I would like a piece of iron essence weighing no less than 7 pounds. Lu Yunze promptly stated. Xiong Wujin nodded. All right, what else? 1 piece of gold spirit jade, no less than 3 pounds. 3 pieces of star-patterned iron, each weighing no less than 2 pounds. And heavenly crystal wood. As he continued, Lu Yunze became increasingly enthusiastic, eventually producing a jade slip to record the entire list of materials. That should be sufficient. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It was not that he was fatigued. Rather, after being impoverished for so long, the sudden availability of such precious materials left him feeling somewhat anxious. Xiong Wujin took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense, his lips twitching in disbelief at the sheer volume of rare materials listed. You cannot possibly need this much just for forging magical artifacts. Will I be able to exchange for them? Lu Yunze asked nervously. If not, I can forego some materials or even buy them with spirit stones. Seeing Lu Yunze's anxious expression, Xiong Wujin was reminded of a 10-year-old child, nervously asking, Master, where are we going? That was the young Lu Yunze, who had grown up so quickly. Xiong Wujin shook his head with a wry smile, realizing how much older he had become. However, his gaze soon sharpened. Do not worry. They will definitely agree to the exchange. If they refuse, I shall simply take it by force. With the jade slip in hand, Xiong Wujin transformed into a streak of multicolored light, soaring toward the Xian Yu sect. Lu Yunze was momentarily stunned by his master's audacious declaration, then hurriedly retrieved a blank jade slip. He had long since drafted the design in his mind. He merely needed to add a few more details. The following steps would involve constant trial and error until he produced the final product. 1 month felt far too rushed. Additionally, as Lu Yunze contemplated the Xian Yu sect, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. After years in the world of cultivation, he recognized that he owed Xiong Wujin a great deal. The relationship between a master and disciple is akin to that of father and son, and the debts one owes to Qiong Wuji may never be fully repaid. However, the situation with the Hidden Moon sect is quite different. Qiong Wuji, despite being the foremost cultivator within the sect, has not received much in the way of blessings from it. Consequently, when it comes to him, there is little sentiment to speak of. In the impending battle, regardless of the outcome, he must contemplate his own escape route. With this thought, Lu Yunze retrieved a gossamer thin silk cloth and a jade slip from his storage pouch. This ancient map of the teleportation array was obtained from the secret lair of the Golden Talisman Master, along with an ancient map of the Yue Kingdom borrowed from the Hidden Moon sect's library. By referencing the geographical features recorded in the ancient map, he might be able to locate the ancient teleportation array from countless years ago. However, this would require both time and on-site investigation. Thus, he needed a capable assistant to help him run errands, measure the terrain, and search for the ancient teleportation array. Lu Yunze stroked his chin and recalled a certain individual. If he remembered correctly, there shouldn't be any pressing matters on Han Li's side. Chapter 77. The Desolate Mountain on the border of the Yue Kingdom. In an unnamed desolate mountain, dozens of streaks of escape light pierced through the sky, swirling around the mountain several times before finally landing. As the escape light dissipated, it revealed numerous cultivators clad in the purple and white robes of the Hidden Moon sect. The leader among them was a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, brimming with spiritual energy and exuding an impressive aura, evidently a mid-stage core formation cultivator. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and refined, with an air of rebellious charm that captivated the young girl beside him. His spiritual power also suggested he was a beginner in core formation. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, graceful and elegant, with a mesmerizing gaze akin to that of a fox spirit. She wore a veil, and her exposed skin was as pure as snow, almost fragile to the touch. She was none other than the fairy of the rainbow garb. The Hidden Moon sect had mobilized 3 core formation cultivators and dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. A remarkable display of might. Lu Yunze stood behind the fairy of the rainbow garb, surveying the desolate mountain with a peculiar expression. Fairy, this is the place the spirit beast mountain mentioned. Why are we the only ones here? Where are the other 6 sects? The fairy of the rainbow garb shot him an irritated glance. Why so many questions? The battlefield is not like the sect. No one will explain the orders to you. Just follow them. I understand that. But fairy, you are no outsider. Consider it a lesson for your nephew and explain the intricacies to me. Lu Yunze replied with a cheeky grin. The fairy of the rainbow garb sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. You are quick-witted but lack caution. You often act impulsively without thorough consideration. Just like that time you brought me the youth-preserving pill. Fairy, you said that was too much. Lu Yunze's face flushed, hastily interrupting her admonishment. About 2 years prior, he had visited Han Li and happened to witness him producing a small vial of youth-preserving pills. Lu Yunze had thought that such a commodity would sell like hotcakes at the Hidden Moon sect, so he proposed purchasing a batch from Han Li, who firmly declined. The production of ancient elixirs could be brushed off with the excuse of being a talented alchemist, but to concoct a youth-preserving pill was tantamount to revealing one's issues. After all, what normal cultivator would use millennium-old spiritual herbs to create such a potion? After much persuasion, he managed to obtain one from Han Li, intending to exchange it with the fairy of the rainbow garb for something valuable. However, she, having a cultivation method that inherently preserved her youth, did not need it and ended up lecturing him for several hours with undeniable satisfaction. Once outside the cave, Lu Yunze suddenly realized that the other female core formation cultivators within the sect were either unfamiliar with him or already taken, making it risky to approach them with flattery. Selling it to foundation establishment female cultivators was pointless as they couldn't afford it. After much deliberation, Lu Yunze simply consumed the youth-preserving pill himself. Surprisingly, it was quite sweet, and he wondered what Han Li had mixed into it. The fairy of the rainbow garb looked at Lu Yunze with delight, reminiscing about that incident. It was the first time she had managed to leave him speechless in the role of an elder. Lucia's nephew. Spirit Beast Mountain is essentially a branch of the Demonic Path's spirit control sect, which they established as a covert operation thousands of years ago. This time, the spirit control sect intends to activate this hidden force to strike a heavy blow against the 6 sects in collaboration. Although Spirit Beast Mountain claims they are merely pretending to comply, they actually aim to deceive the demonic path. However, we cannot take their words at face value. We must set up some hidden strategies here in advance. The fairy of the rainbow garb pointed towards the horizon where streaks of escape light began to flicker. See, the other 5 sects share the same intent. They have already dispatched their people. The escape lights danced in the sky and soon stopped before the members of the Hidden Moon sect, revealing dozens of black-clad men bearing massive swords. Each bore a stoic expression, their sword aura soaring. Leading them was a frail-looking elder, seemingly weak and almost blown away by the wind. However, upon seeing this elder, the three core formation cultivators of the Hidden Moon sect brightened with joy. Feng Baiyun of the Hidden Moon sect, greetings to Elder Zhou. I did not expect the leader of the Giant Sword sect to be you. The middle-aged leader of the Hidden Moon sect bowed respectfully, displaying great reverence for the elder. The other two core formation cultivators also stepped forward to pay their respects, excitement evident in their expressions. Feng Daoyu, and Inai Chong Daoyu of the Hidden Moon sect, truly a grand establishment with exceptional talents, the elder remarked. Our Giant Sword sect, however, has seen a decline in talent over the years, leaving only this old bone to come forth. The three exchanged wry smiles, knowing better than to engage with that comment. Although this elder shared the same mid-stage core formation cultivation as Feng Baiyun, his treasured weapon, the heavy cloud sword, honed over 100 years, along with his centuries of swordsmanship, would make it easy for him to defeat the three of them. In his presence, even ordinary late-stage core formation cultivators would struggle to contend with him, truly a formidable ally. With your presence, we need not worry excessively about the demonic path schemes, Feng Baiyun said with a smile. Elder Zhou chuckled, revealing a few missing yellowed teeth. Feng Daoyu, don't flatter this old bone of mine. I am well aware of my capabilities. I am here to protect these young ones and prevent any unforeseen accidents that might cost us the few disciples we have left in the Giant Sword sect. Feng Baiyun waved his hand dismissively. Elder Zhou, you jest. The elite disciples of the Giant Sword sect are all remarkable, far surpassing their peers. Compared to them, our other 5 sect disciples are the ones truly at risk. Elder Zhou chose not to respond to this, instead narrowing his eyes to survey the Hidden Moon sect's cultivators behind the three. The techniques of the Hidden Moon sect are indeed remarkable. I have witnessed them more than once in the past. It is said that your sect possesses a secret art known as the Yin-Yang guiding technique, capable of merging the powers of dual cultivation partners, allowing them to wield formidable secret arts beyond their level. Is this true? Feng Baiyun's expression turned to a resigned smile, realizing that this elder was indeed a cunning old fox. Lu Yunze glanced back, taking in the sight of handsome men and beautiful women in pairs, making some of the single individuals appear particularly pitiable. Moreover, I have heard that your Yanyu sect has produced an extraordinary individual who, despite being merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, has boldly engaged in combat against nascent soul cultivators. Remarkably, not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also assisted in vanquishing 2 demonic cultivators of the nascent soul stage. The elder surnamed Zhou's eyes flickered as he turned his gaze towards Lu Yunze. Is this the esteemed friend? He inquired. Under that scrutiny, Lu Yunze felt an involuntary chill run down his spine and could only stiffly bow and respond. I am Lu Yunze from Yanyu sect, honored to meet you. Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou nodded. How is your master faring? To be candid, Elder, my master is in good health, both physically and mentally, Lu Yunze replied. That is indeed good to hear, Elder Zhou sighed. He has taken on a fine disciple. With a hint of nostalgia, he then turned his discerning gaze towards Feng Baiyun. Feng Daoyu, it appears your Yanyu sect has come well prepared. Feng Baiyun could only offer a wry smile. Their eyes met briefly, sharing an unspoken understanding that seemed incomprehensible to outsiders. Subsequently, the cultivators of Yanyu sect and the Great Sword sect descended together, beginning to arrange the formation. Chapter 78. The turbulence of human hearts. As more than half a day passed, the members of the other 4 sects arrived in succession, each landing to commence their own formation arrangements. Naturally, the nascent soul cultivators from various sects gathered, exchanging pleasantries, with one calling the other brother or Dao friend, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony, devoid of the earlier cautious exchanges between Feng Baiyun and Elder Zhou. Lu Yunze, with his unique status, was neither required to assist in the formation alongside the foundation establishment cultivators, nor could he partake in the discussions among the nascent soul practitioners. Thus, he chose a secluded spot to remain alone. Lu Shixiao, he had barely settled when he heard a sweet voice calling him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a strikingly beautiful female cultivator from Yanyu sect, approximately 20 years of age, her fair complexion and charming demeanor radiating an air of affection. Zhu Shimi, spare me your charms. If you have something to say, please do so directly, Lu Yunze replied, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a calm tone. Zhu Shimi's expression stiffened, the allure in her eyes dissipating as she transformed into an ordinary-looking girl of moderate beauty. Lu Xixiang, your composure is impressive. I have never failed using this spring water technique on cultivators of the same rank, she said with a grin, oblivious to any impropriety in her approach. Lu Yunze sighed inwardly. It seemed that every member of Yin Yu sect possessed some form of seduction technique, and it was clear what the prevailing atmosphere within the sect was like. Lu Xixiang, do you think we really stand a chance in this impending battle? Zhu Shimi asked, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. If we cannot win, we might as well await our demise, he replied bluntly. That is a rather harsh sentiment, Zhu Shimi retorted, her frustration evident as she huffed and turned away. Seeing this, several other disciples of Yin Yu sect diverted their attention back to arranging the formation. Lu Yunze furrowed his brow, letting out a quiet sigh. The hearts of the people were unsettled. They had already lost half the battle before it had even begun. If the mood was this dire in Yin Yu sect, the situation among the other sects was likely even worse. When he had previously communicated with Han Li, the latter had expressed a desire to flee at the first opportunity. Surely, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. In this era, where self-preservation was paramount, anyone advocating for sacrifice for the collective good was likely suffering from some delusion. Had it not been for the notorious reputation of the 6 demonic sects, many of these individuals might have already surrendered. Who would prefer servitude when there were potentially more favorable options elsewhere? Contemplating this, Lu Yunze felt a twinge of frustration. It was not that he bore any deep affection for Yin Yu sect. Rather, he simply hoped that the 7 sects could endure a bit longer, affording him an opportunity to escape. He had already made enemies of both the Ghost Spirit sect and the Pleasure sect. Just as Lu Yunze was lost in worry about the future, a dark spot appeared on the horizon. Swiftly approaching, a colossal golden eagle with a wingspan of at least 30 feet soared overhead, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. The foundation establishment cultivators of the 6 sects erupted into a commotion. Several younger cultivators were so startled by the beast that they fell to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Lu Yunze's consciousness swept over the creature, and his heart trembled. This was, in fact, a 5th-level demonic beast. In Tiannan, even 2nd and 3rd-level demonic beasts had become nearly extinct, let alone such a high-tier beast capable of rivaling a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. Ling Beast Mountain truly lived up to its reputation as the 2nd most formidable sect in the Yue Kingdom after Yin Yu sect. What are you all staring at? Compose yourselves, barked a stern-looking middle-aged man leading the Huang Feng Valley group, witnessing the disarray among the crowd. Ha! It is you, Huiming. After all these years, your fiery temperament remains unchanged, a voice called out as the giant eagle landed, revealing 3 figures on its back. The speaker, an elderly man appearing to be in his 50s, had a shrewd glint in his eyes and a constant genial smile on his lips, giving him an astute appearance. Huiming's expression shifted. Ah, it is you, Kuan Daoyu. You are in charge this time? The affable elder chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Huiming, you flatter me. The one truly in charge departed for the demonic camp days ago to guide the demonic forces here. They should arrive within 3 days. The nascent soul cultivators present exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at this news. 3 days was alarmingly soon. The elder shook his head with a hint of regret. The leader of the demonic faction is rather impatient. Upon learning that this place held a substantial cache of resources, he disregarded everything else and rushed here. We at Ling Beast Mountain had hoped to showcase our formidable spirit beasts in battle, but alas, it seems we must abandon that plan. Ah, Yinsha and Yunmi, come forth and pay your respects to the esteemed predecessors, the elder called, prompting 2 youths, seemingly around 17 or 18, to step forward and bow to the gathered nascent soul cultivators. Feng Biyun furrowed her brow slightly. Kun Daoyu, who are these 2? To be candid, these youngsters are descendants of my clan. They should rightfully address me as uncle. I brought them here to expose them to the world and witness the methods of demonic cultivators, the elder explained, his tone becoming stern as he continued. Minghui glanced at the 2, commenting coolly, they possess commendable talent, achieving foundation establishment at such a young age. One would think you were quite generous. Ha! Minghui Daoyu. You are mistaken, the elder laughed heartily. If they do not experience some trials and learn about the methods of demonic cultivators, even with high cultivation, it is but a castle in the air, destined to go nowhere. Speaking of which, Minghui Daoyu, where are your prized disciples these days? As the elder spoke, his tone shifted, turning the conversation toward Minghui. Recently, there have been reports of numerous rogue cultivators and even foundation establishment cultivators from the 7 sects mysteriously disappearing within the borders of the Yue Kingdom. Some suspect it may be the work of demonic spies. I have tasked my disciples with investigating this matter, Minghui replied expressionlessly, inwardly cursing the elder for his presumptuousness. The initial confrontation with the demonic forces would undoubtedly be brutal. Countless cultivators would likely perish. How could he possibly send his disciples into such a perilous situation? He. The elder grinned non-committally, further infuriating Mingwei. Enough, enough. Is this really the time for your petty squabbles? The elder of the giant sword sect, known by the surname Zhou, stepped forward to mediate the situation, his expression tinged with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, the most crucial task was to unite as one against the formidable enemies of the demonic path. Please, everyone, let us remain calm, he urged. The affable elder, upon hearing this, responded with a broad smile and clasped his hands in respect. What you say is indeed wise, my friend Zhou. What say you, Mingwei? Mingwei scoffed, offered a slight bow, and turned away. Outside the crowd, Lu Yunze observed everything with clarity. In this battle, even the leaders of the 7 sects were not united. Each was calculating their own interests. If they were to win under such division, it would truly defy reason. A cautious voice broke through Lu Yunze's thoughts. Senior brother Lu? He looked up to see a young woman clad in yellow, forcing a smile in his direction. Behind her stood over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators of varying ages, dressed in attire indicative of different sects, seemingly gathered together for reasons unknown. Senior brother Lu, I am Lin Xianyue from Huangfeng Valley. If I am being a bother, please do not take it to heart, she said, her smile strained. It was evident she was striving to appear friendly, yet fear twisted her features, beads of sweat forming on her brow and trickling down her delicate visage. The others were no better. Their expressions were solemn and tense, with some of the younger ones appearing ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment, leaving Lu Yunze perplexed. Observing them, he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Seeing his demeanor was not hostile, Lin Xianyue breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Senior brother Lu, allow me to introduce these individuals. This is Junior brother Lu from the Giant Sword Sect, Senior brother Yu from the Blade Forge, and others from Tianke Fortress." She introduced each of them in turn, who all bowed respectfully, their anxiety palpable. "Greetings, Senior brother Lu. It is an honor to finally meet you," they all said in unison, their trepidation evident. Lu Yunze maintained a stoic expression, his gaze as inscrutable as a deep well. Lin Xianyue swallowed hard and pressed on. "I have heard from our elders that in 3 days, we shall commence battle against the demonic forces. Might you have any plans for that time?" Upon uttering this, her complexion paled, and she quickly added, "Please do not misunderstand, Senior brother. I do not wish to pry into the plans of the CS sect. However, if you have no particular arrangements, perhaps we could assist you?" Lu Yunze glanced over the group, noting their attire devoid of anything beyond sect uniforms, and realized they were a collection of scattered cultivators from the 7 sects. Fearful of being used as cannon fodder, seeking a powerful ally to lean upon, the Jedon cultivators were out of reach for them, and among the many present, only Lu Yunze appeared to be a solid pillar upon which they could rely. "Friends, do not overthink this," Lu Yunze sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Below the Jedon stage, we are all merely cannon fodder. I am but a slightly more advanced piece of that fodder. When the battle begins, my own survival is uncertain. If you wish to live, heed my advice. Steer clear of those who attract attention. At least then, your demise will not come swiftly." A bitter smile graced Lu Yunze's lips, for he himself was that very individual who drew attention when the conflict erupted, regardless of the other demonic sect's intentions. The ghostly spirit sect and the Hahuan sect would surely not spare him. Lin Xuanyue's face turned pale. She bit her lip and bowed to Lu Yunze before retreating into the crowd. A palpable sense of unease settled among the onlookers. A graceful figure suddenly appeared before Lu Yunze, casting him a sharp glance. "What did you say to those people?" The fairy of neon garb inquired, her brow furrowed. "Nothing of consequence, merely offering some guidance to the bewildered youth," Lu Yunze replied, his countenance brightening with a wide smile, as if his mood had improved considerably. "You are quite young yourself to be calling others youth," she retorted, rolling her eyes. "We are running out of time. We can only set up some concealment formations now. When the formations are in place, you will follow closely behind me and not stray. Understood? Isn't that a bit too conspicuous?" Lu Yunze asked in surprise. "What? You can assist Sister Nangong in slaying a demonic Jedon, yet cannot lend me a hand?" The fairy of neon garb's eyes sparkled playfully as she turned, smiling sweetly at him. "Of course I can. However, I must defend my own reputation. There is absolutely nothing untoward between Sister Nangong and me. She is already taken." He insisted. "What?" The fairy of neon garb's expression shifted dramatically as she leaned closer to Lu Yunze, whispering, "Do elaborate." In the tense and bustling atmosphere among the 7 sect members, 3 days swiftly passed. On the third day, a fierce gale swept across the nameless, desolate mountains, sand swirling ominously and obscuring the heavens, painting the world in a sickly yellow hue. Amidst this tempestuous sandstorm, a deep black mass emerged from the horizon, soon overwhelming the swirling sands like an incoming tide. At the forefront of this tide, a colossal black vessel, over 50 feet long, glided forth, its surface resembling bronze yet draped in an eye-catching obsidian hue. As it passed, dark demonic energy surged around it, and even the relentless sandstorm bowed in submission before this monstrous entity. Surrounding the vessel were countless flying swords, hundreds of them, each manned by a Foundation establishment cultivator clad in black garments and wearing masks resembling malevolent spirits. The air around them was thick with malevolence, accompanied by ghostly wails echoing in the darkness. Additionally, strange beasts, neither dragon nor serpent, soared through the sky, sporting sharp horns and wings, their massive mouths revealing deadly fangs, exuding a faint purple toxic mist that mingled with the vessel's dark aura. These grotesque creatures, the smallest of which spanned over 10 feet, twisted their immense bodies in tandem with the vessel, their presence awe-inspiring, truly embodying the essence of third and fourth level demonic beasts. The vessel, monstrous serpents, and sword-wielding demonic cultivators advanced, their dark tide reminiscent of an avalanche of snow accumulated over millennia on a mountain peak, invoking a profound sense of helplessness in those who faced them. As the colossal vessel approached the nameless desolate mountains, a calm, yet commanding voice rang out, "Halt!" The entire battalion suddenly froze. Atop the vessel sat a young man enveloped in dark energy, clad in black attire, adorned with a vivid depiction of a 9-headed venomous snake. Its heads converging at his chest, his 18 blood-red vertical pupils gazed forward, chilling onlookers to the bone. Though the man was strikingly handsome and possessed an air of distinction, the dark glint in his eyes radiated a menacing aura that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld him. Opposite him sat an elderly man, clad in an array of colorful garments, extravagantly adorned. Several pouches hung from his waist, emitting low growls. "Taoist Luo, is this indeed the place you spoke of?" The man in black inquired, his powerful consciousness probing the surroundings, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "It seems rather shabby." The elder responded with hurried laughter, "Friend Wang, please forgive my humble abode. The spiritual energy of the state of Yu is scarce, and resources are limited. It is truly challenging to find a suitable location." The man in black smiled slightly, saying, "Taoist Luo need not be so tense. Since this is a joint operation between the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Spirit Master Sect, it is only natural that we must collaborate closely. If there is anything you wish to express, feel free to speak candidly." The elder forced a bitter smile, feeling a wave of unease wash over him, pondering that this journey might encounter unforeseen complications. Throughout the journey, he had grown accustomed to the man's erratic temperament. One moment he was amiable, and the next, he would extract souls and torment individuals until their very essence disintegrated. Several foundational cultivators from his own sect had met their demise at his hands. The man's capricious nature left the elder extremely dissatisfied, yet he felt utterly powerless. This individual possessed profound cultivation, astonishing abilities, and hailed from the prestigious Wang family of the Ghost Spirit Sect, backed by influential figures of considerable stature. He truly dared not voice further objections. With a hint of hesitation, the elder inquired, "I have heard that your esteemed father successfully condensed his nascent soul several years ago. Is this true?" "Ha!" The elder's words struck a chord with the man in black, who laughed heartily 3 times, instantly dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. "Indeed, my father, Wang Tiangu, ascended to the nascent soul stage several years ago," the young man in black replied, his eyes brimming with pride. "Allow me to congratulate you, Taoist Wang. The Wang family has produced 2 nascent soul cultivators, truly a sign of profound fortune and enduring destiny. Within a millennium, the Wang family's position as the foremost family of the Ghost Spirit Sect is assured." The young man smiled, yet a shadow once again crossed his gaze. In a world where 2 tigers cannot coexist, his uncle, the current leader of the Ghost Spirit Sect, sought to ally with the Yin family to secure achievements for his only son, Wang Chan, but ended up sacrificing his own son, leaving their sect in a state of vulnerability. Thus, it became a prime opportunity for his father's lineage to rise. With this thought, the young man felt a surge of secret delight and waved his hand, saying, "Taoist Luo, please proceed ahead. I will have someone follow closely." The elder stood, cupping his hands in salute. "Of course, I shall take my leave." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and shot away. The young man in black raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, then turned to the 2 middle-aged men behind him, whose expressions remained expressionless, their eyes hollow. "This time, I shall rely on you too," he murmured. The two middle-aged men remained impassive, but a beast-like glimmer flickered in their eyes, emanating a powerful aura characteristic of golden core cultivators. Chapter 8. The battle begins. The members of the seven sects hid within the formation. Left awestruck by the imposing might of the demonic army, Lu Yunze glanced from the opposing side to his own, feeling a sense of impending doom. This was not even on the same level. The opposing force resembled a well-organized military, while they seemed like a ragtag group. "What are you panicking about?" Feng Biyun chided sharply, causing an echoing buzz in everyone's ears. "This time, we have come prepared, under the united front of the seven sects. The number of golden core cultivators far exceeds that of the enemy. As long as you can withstand the initial wave of their assault, we will have the opportunity to encircle their golden core cultivators. The rest, we will handle ourselves, no need for you to worry." Feng Biyun's confident voice somewhat alleviated the gloom hanging over the group. Indeed, if the golden core cultivators could swiftly determine the victor, the sheer number of foundational cultivators on the opposing side would matter little. Be prepared and wait for Taoist Luo of Spirit Beast Mountain to signal. Suddenly, a green light shot from the massive vessel opposite, followed closely by two black lights. Numerous black-clad demonic cultivators on flying swords urged their artifacts forward, accompanied by several enormous winged serpents, slowly approaching the nameless barren mountain. At first glance, it resembled a swirling black storm descending upon the land. Everyone held their breath until three streaks of light reached the mountain's peak, with hundreds of demonic cultivators poised for action behind them. "Attack!" the elder surnamed Luo bellowed, and the two golden core demonic cultivators behind him flashed with bloodlust, their hands rubbing together, releasing two blood-red beams akin to dragon silhouettes that tore through the protective barrier surrounding the nameless mountain, revealing dozens of massive stone houses and several foundational cultivators within. Upon seeing the barrier shattered, hundreds of demonic cultivators surged forward, unleashing pitch-black beams of light that instantly engulfed the entire nameless mountain. "Good," the elder surnamed Luo shouted, suddenly summoning a green blade wheel that sliced violently toward the two demonic golden core cultivators. At that moment, accompanied by flickering spiritual lights, hundreds of seven-sect cultivators charged from all directions, encircling the demonic army. Ming Hui, the enchanting fairy of rainbow garb, and several early golden core cultivators from the Yue sect plunged into the fray, surrounding the two demonic golden core cultivators alongside the elder, surnamed Luo. The explosive energy of the artifacts surged for miles, with the residual force reducing the nearest dozen or so demonic foundational cultivators to ashes. The elder from the giant sword sect, along with Feng Biyun from the Yue sect, and a shrewd elder from Spirit Beast Mountain, rushed toward the colossal vessel. Dozens of foundational demonic cultivators guarding the vessel simultaneously retaliated, unleashing a torrent of dark light that obscured the sky. Feng Biyun snorted coldly, releasing a white ribbon that expanded fiercely in the wind, transforming into a blinding beam of white light over 100 feet long, violently striking against the dark light. The clash of black and white spiritual energies created a momentary stalemate. A terrifying light flickered across Feng Biyun's face as she unleashed hundreds of white strands of light, resembling sharp blades, which directly cut through the dark light into fragments. The piercing white light surged forward, annihilating dozens of demonic foundational cultivators along its path. The massive black vessel emitted a deep hum, and black runes began to emerge from its surface. The 100-foot-long white light struck the vessel like a thunderbolt. Yet the black runes flickered slightly. The astonishing white light disappeared upon contact with the runes, as if nothing had occurred. The vessel continued its forward momentum, exuding an indescribable pressure. On the barren mountain, the demonic cultivators, having regained their composure, began their counterattack. Hundreds of black-clad demonic cultivators soared on their swords, spiraling like a black tornado that loomed over the earth. Instantly, dark demonic energy swirled through the skies, with black beams of light shooting forth, forcing the seven-sect cultivators into a desperate situation. The members of the US sect gathered, pairs of men and women standing shoulder to shoulder, their hands tightly clasped, radiating blue and red hues. Facing the ferocious assault of the demonic forces, the US sect members lifted their other hands, releasing beams of red and blue light, engaging the demonic cultivators in a fierce exchange. The giant sword sect cultivators flew on their swords, circling around the US sect, continuously releasing sharp sword energies, causing chaos among the demonic cultivators attempting to close in. In no time, a dozen demonic foundational cultivators fell in battle, The Spirit Beast Mountain faction withstood the initial onslaught from the demonic forces, subsequently unleashing vast clouds of yellow poisonous mist that enveloped the entire nameless mountain. The several winged serpents accompanying the demonic cultivators, which had been rampaging, suddenly caught the scent of the yellow mist and went into a frenzy, spewing purple venom that enveloped the unprepared demonic cultivators. The disciples of the Clear Void sect wielded their dusters, collectively releasing white clouds that intercepted the onslaught of the demonic cultivators, ensuring their own safety. Meanwhile, the other three sects unleashed their artifacts, battling the demonic cultivators amidst perilous circumstances. It is merely a matter of simplicity. The conflicts among these foundational cultivators are secondary. The decisive factor in victory lies in whether the Golden Core practitioners from the seven sects can swiftly conclude the battle. In just a brief span, the numerous Golden Core cultivators from the seven sects have firmly suppressed the two demonic Golden Cores, despite the battlefield being illuminated by flashes of blood, creating an appearance of extreme peril. The two demonic practitioners cannot endure for much longer, were it not for their reckless disregard for life. Employing a ruthless strategy of trading life for life, the Golden Core cultivators from the seven sects would have long since eliminated them. As the situation increasingly tilted in favor of the seven sects, a new development unfolded on the opposite battlefield. The elder from the Giant Sword sect, surnamed Zhou, observed that Feng Biyun's tactics were ineffective against the colossal vessel, and his expression turned grave. With a flourish of his wide sleeves, he unleashed a 3-foot-long bronze ancient sword, the famed treasure that had brought him renown, the Chongxiao sword. The elder pointed forward, and the Chongxiao sword emitted a clear ringing sound before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a colossal divine sword, magnified to an unimaginable scale, appeared above the giant vessel, a significantly enlarged version of the Chongxiao sword. Truly, this giant vessel is a remarkable treasure. I wonder if it can withstand the might of my heavenly extreme Chongxiao. The elder's complexion paled slightly as he bellowed, "Command!" The divine sword descended, colliding violently with the giant vessel, its runes flickering incessantly, soon emitting a resonant hum of distress. Humph! From atop the giant vessel, a man clad in black let out a cold snort. A streak of black light surged into the sky, transforming into a 20-zhang-long 9-headed serpent, each of its fearsome heads spewing venom that rapidly corroded the surface of the divine sword, leaving it riddled with holes. The elder's heart trembled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The divine sword emitted a low, mournful wail, transforming into a beam of white light that shot back to the elder's front. As the white light dissipated, the Chongxiao sword reverted to its original form, now pockmarked and dimmed. The elder, distressed, caressed his treasured artifact, knowing it had suffered severe damage and would require at least 2 decades of meticulous nurturing to restore. The 9-headed serpent let out a roar, and with a flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a vividly embroidered pattern adorning the man's black attire. The elder retracted the Chongxiao sword into his body, his gaze fixated intently on the man in black, as he slowly uttered, "Ancient treasure?"